Before I start this video, I just want to really take the time to focus on something that I think is very important. We are in a very tumultuous time in Hollywood right now. Things are pretty much at a boiling point, and Hollywood, as we know it, has pretty much just gone dark, and for very good reason. Both SAG-AFTRA and WGA are fed up. They have been suffering countless amounts of just constant injustices. They have not been treated fairly in any way, and it's just really appalling to see just how little care or little sort of regard that the CEOs and the studios and just anyone involved at the APPTP have for the people that, you know, that are responsible for making these franchises success. Without writers, without actors, these films, such as the ones I'm going to be talking about in this video, would absolutely be nothing. And the fact that people can't understand that is just baffling to me. Now more than ever, I mean, they need all of the support you can possibly get. So please, in the description down below, I have put some links on how you can help, whether it's just spread the word on Twitter and social media, which I'm sure many of you have done. There's also some donations links that may be very helpful, especially for those who are completely out of work at this point and pretty much have to do what they can and have already been suffering, but are suffering even more because of what's happened, and again, because of the fact that they were just treated so terribly within the industry. And this is such a important thing to do, and now is the time to really just recognize the problem and hopefully find some kind of solution. These strikes are more important than ever before. Nobody wants them to happen, but they're very important. They need to happen. You know, these CEOs have been in control for far too long, and it's really time for the actors and the writers to take their power back and recognize that their voices matter, their opinions matter, and especially their compensation matters. All of that matters, and it should not in any way be disregarded. You cannot replace actors or writers even if they want to try to. There's no possible solution to do that. It's never going to be replicated in the way that they think it's going to, even if they wanted to. And I know there's a lot of uncertainty and frustration within this situation right now, but I think it's very important to remember the cause of what's really happening here, why this is such an important issue. Actors and writers have fought, have worked countless hours to, perfect the amazing material you see from them in shows and movies, but also at the end of the day are also human beings and should be treated as such. And the fact that a bunch of CEOs and studio heads, constantly want to devalue that is just absolutely appalling to me. And just the fact that no one has really done anything to change it up until now, it's just insane. It should have never had to have gotten to this level, but just because of the selfishness and the naivety of these studio heads, this is where we're at. This is what we're facing right now. I don't know what the future holds for Hollywood. I'm just hoping that it is positive, and everyone that has suffered throughout this is able to come out of this and finally feel like their voice is being heard, finally feel like they are getting their proper dues, and that they aren't just being treated like a cog in a machine. And that all the work and the countless hours they've spent on both making and starring in these shows and movies finally gets regarded. They're able to get their fair pay. They are able to be recognized, for who they are and what they really bring to the industry. I just hope that is able to happen. But other than that, I just want to go ahead and say that, like I said, please check out the links, donate, whatever you want to do. It is absolutely encouraged. And I just want to say right now, I 100% stand and support all of the WGA, all of the SAG-AFTRA. The fight that they have has been incredible to watch, and I just really hope they're able to come out of this as successfully as they are really hoping. So I think it's just very important to continue spreading the word about it there, because I think it's a very prevalent issue that absolutely needs to be discussed by, like I said, anybody who is involved on the entertainment side of YouTube and discusses this stuff regularly. Donations, spread the word, all that stuff, all very important. With that said, enjoy the review. Oh my god, we're back again. No, in all seriousness, hey guys, it's Kevin and welcome to the next, however fucking long this What I Watched video is going to be. This time around, we are talking about all the films coming out that, not coming out, this is not a movie preview, I don't do that anymore. Let's fix that. All the movies that came out that I watched, there we go, in August through October of 2022. I know it is literally June at this point. Why am I still doing this? Because, listen, I've gotten this far at this point. I intend to finish. That's how I see it right now. It's like, I literally see a path where I'm able to finish this, and I just want to make it happen. So that's kind of where we're at now. We only have 2 more of these to go. I will say right up front, I was planning to initially do a video talking about all of the movies I watched in September that I was going to review individually. I think that's going to come out after the What I Watched videos, because these are the things that are going to take the most amount of time, so I kind of want to focus on these first. But with that being said, we're just going to go ahead and get right into it. I will say, similar to the last video, again, I don't know how long this is going to be. The last one was almost 7 hours. I said it was going to be shorter, and it was very much not. Also, there might be some cameos in this video. I don't know. There might be. I'll get more into that later on. But either way, I'm going to stop talking because I don't want to drag this video out any longer than it ends up being. So let's just go ahead and get to the first movie. Woo! And the first movie we're talking about is continuing the trend of me talking about films that I just feel like not a lot of people have seen, and that's What Josiah Saw. This is yet another Shudder film, and look, a lot of these that I've talked about are films that I've liked, but I haven't loved. Out of the ones I've talked about, this is definitely the one that's like the strongest recommendation for me, but I will put a big asterisk there in saying like it's a hard movie to recommend because this is a very bleak and frankly uncomfortable film to watch. I mean, it's divided into 3 different chapters, and I'm not going to talk about what goes on in each of them. What I will say is that for a while, I could not tell really where this was going. The first segment we have here, it's between like a father and son. It's this really fucked up dynamic between the 2 of them, and there's some moments that are definitely going to make a few people wince. I think some people are going to have a hard time watching this particular section of the movie especially, but it's still really well done. Robert Patrick is incredible in this film as his character Josiah. He is somebody who seems to have like complete control of his son to the point where his son is like has very little agency of his own, and I think that whole dynamic works really well. Jake Weber, the whole dynamic between those 2, I think is so well done in this movie. The back and forth between them, you know, you find yourself getting really attached to, and then there's a certain point where something happens and you don't know where it's going to go. Then the second story ends up following Nick Stahl's character, Eli, who he's got himself into another situation that's equally just as messed up as what we saw in the last one, and it's kind of following him and him visiting this seance of sorts, and then him trying to save this girl, and that part of the film is honestly really riveting, and I think it's mainly due to how good Nick Stahl's performance is. I mean, he is, I think, phenomenal in this film. He gives one of the best performances for sure. You can see that he's a character that, yes, is very unlikable. There's a lot of things he's done that are very hard to get behind, but you find yourself attached to him just because of, you know, what he's trying to do, and I think he gives a really strong performance here, so I thought he was really good in this film. But it's the third, and like I said, for a while, you're not sure how this is all going to connect. You know you're following a family, but that's kind of it. Once you get to the 3rd installment, this is really where the film takes off, and Kelly Garner, I think, easily gives the best performance here. She is incredible as this character, Mary. She's someone who seemingly has, like, a really good marriage. She seems to have her life together, but for whatever reason, there's just something that is constantly haunting her. She never feels right. She always feels like there is something else at play, and you feel affected by it. You really sympathize with her character, and I thought she just gave a really strong performance here. I felt the most attached to her. And eventually, when everything does coalesce and you realize where this is going, you're like, oh my god, I had no idea they were going down this path. And I think they did an excellent job at connecting everything together, but also kind of laying out the breadcrumbs throughout the film so you knew what was actually happening, because there is a big shift in this film once everyone comes together, once you really understand what's actually going on, and they just did a phenomenal job with that here. And I was honestly very impressed by the way they were able to lay everything out, the way they were able to connect everything. I felt like that, to me, was the strongest point of this movie, and by that point I was like, wow, this is actually really effective. And again, I don't want to get into too much because I feel like this is a movie to go into knowing as little as possible. But I will say this film deals a lot with just the sins of the past and a lot of these secrets that this family has covered up, and sort of what happens when those are fully exposed. And I thought the way they handled it was really well done. Vincent Grusha's directing, I thought was fantastic here. It's very patient and you don't really know where it's going, but there is always this eeriness and this very unsettling nature throughout this film, and he just does a really great job with directing it, especially once it crescendos into what it's, you know, into its third act. I mean, it really just soars from there, and I thought he did such an amazing job. I think the writing is really well done here too, especially once you see the way it connects everything together. I think that's really well done. I think my only real issues with this movie is that it is 2 hours long, and I don't really think it needed to be. There are significant sections of this film that do drag, specifically in, like I said, the first 2 acts of the film. There's still, I never was bored watching this, but there were moments where I was like, okay, this is a little too slow for my taste, and there were times where it's just a little bit hard to figure out where it was going. But I think once we reach a certain point, the film just really takes off from there, and I think it really leaves like a significant impact on you. The way this movie ends, especially, it's really gonna have you understanding the point of it. There are some things that the movie doesn't fully answer, and that's going to be unsatisfying for some people, but I feel like that's the thing. The movie wants you to kind of draw your own conclusions at some things, and I think they do a really good job with that. The cinematography also really well done here. There are some shots that really stick out in my mind, and like I said, I think the horror is very well done. This is not a film where it's like a bunch of jump scares, but it's a horror in a different sense, and I can't really get into much. All I will say is that this film goes into some very disturbing directions. There are a lot of topics here that are going to make people uncomfortable, but you know what? I think the film is that much better because it goes to those places, and the way it handles those those ideas, I think it does a really great job with. So overall, I was a really big fan of this one. It's certainly not the easiest film to watch, and I think for some people it is going to be a bit too much, but I think for the things it does well, the disturbing moments, they feel like they fit into the movie. They don't feel gratuitous or anything. It feels like the film actually has built to it quite nicely. There's some really strong performances here. Robert Patrick, Nick Stahl, Kelly Garner, Scott Hayes, like everyone really kills it in this film in terms of the ensemble. There are some things I do want to know a little bit more about, like, you know, Mary's husband. We don't really get a lot with him, but I want to see more of his characterization overall. But for this, what this does, I think it's a very effective film. It does not at all go in the direction that you were expecting. It certainly didn't go where I was thinking it was going to go, but I think for what it is extremely effective, and it's one of those movies where, like, if you have Shudder, I really can't recommend this enough. So B+ for what Josiah saw. Definitely not the easiest film to watch, but I think a very effective one at what it accomplishes. Prey is basically everything I've been kind of hoping for in a Predator sequel, because here's the thing. I love the first Predator a lot. I think it's an absolute classic, but I think what works so well about it is its simplicity. You just have these guys, they're trying to track down this mythical being that is beyond explanation, and they start to realize more of what's happening. The other films, they've tried to dive a lot deeper into, like, the mythology, and they've tried to have varying tones throughout. Some of them have been a lot more serious, some of them gone more comedic directions, and it just hasn't quite worked. Like, it felt like the first one was kind of like the lightning in a bottle that couldn't be fixed. But I gotta say, Prey does more than enough to justify its existence. This is far closer to what I want to see in a Predator film. I mean, right off the bat, the thing that works so well is just how much more brutal this film is. I mean, it goes to places that I really wasn't expecting, and even though it's brutal, it still feels a lot more scaled back. There is a sense of realism and authenticity in this film that we just have not seen in the other installments in this franchise, and I think that is what works so well here, is that you feel like, yeah, this could have happened. I think setting it in like the 17th century and things like that, I mean, it really ends up working very well. But I think what also works is just how much more simplistic this is compared to previous entries. I mean, really, to its core, this is a story about survival. That's what this is all about. It's having to defend yourself in this very hostile environment, and I think the film works very well as such, and I think that was one of the things that's very effective, but it also does a really good job of getting you to connect to this family. I think the previous entries have really struggled when it comes to like compelling characters. This one, I mean, almost immediately you are drawn to these Comanche warriors and really just seeing their culture, what's so important to them, seeing their day-to-day lives, but also the stakes that this hunt has for them. What is so important about this hunt? You know, this is something that they care a lot about, and you can see why throughout the film, and I think they do a really good job of connecting you to these characters and really understanding, you know, how the predator is kind of interfering with their goal, and I think that works really well. And it really is just the example of, I think, you take the bare essentials of like what works in the original and you really just make it work better here, and you make it so it feels like its own movie. Like, I feel like you could honestly watch this without watching any of the other Predator films, and I think that's what makes it so much easier, and I think that's what makes it so much better, and it goes in some particularly very innovative directions. But the other thing you are so drawn to is our main character of Naru, who, you know, she is someone who, she's very highly skilled, she's very well trained, yet nobody seems to really have any faith in her. They don't think that she is willing to take down this beast. They don't believe her that there is this presence that is looming that is going to threaten this entire, you know, the entire culture, but she knows that there is something out there, and I think that they just do such a great job of attaching you to this character, and her just, you know, becoming more and more determined to take this on herself because nobody else really wants to do it. And Amber Midthunder, I have always been a huge fan of ever since Legion. I have been singing her praises since then, but she really gets to sink her teeth into this role and proves why she was born to play a role like this. I think she absolutely kills it in this film. I'm very happy that she is finally going to be recognized at, like, the Emmys. I don't understand why this is being qualified as a TV movie when other Hulu films have not been. But regardless, that's a whole different thing. I mean, she is just such a talent, and she really kills it in this film. I'm so happy that she has this vehicle to finally just, like, fully utilize her talents and show her star power. And I think this is just such a daring role for her. I mean, you really do connect with Naru just because of how often she is underestimated. Nobody really seems to have, like I said, any faith in her whatsoever, but she remains fearless throughout. She remains determined, even when things seem, you know, even when hope seems very low, she is always willing to come into her own. She is always willing to take the, take this on, and I think that just you really connect with her as a character, and Midthunder just really shines in that. I think she just does such a great job. Even in the quieter moments, I think, especially, you know, we really see her becoming this hero that she's always kind of been destined to be. And to me, I'm really hoping this is the kind of like star-making performance that really helps her attain more roles like this in the future. And I think she's going to, because I think I recently did see that she has signed up for a few new other projects, and that has me very excited because I just really want to see her do more. I really want to see her become this huge star that I've always known that she was capable of. I'm just really happy she's finally garnering the roles that I think she's always deserved. So I think she is incredible in this film. But someone who I think it does not get enough credit that I think is just as good as her is Dakota Beavers, who plays her brother in this film of Tave. I think of Tave, he is fantastic in this film. The relationship between these two and how much they care about each other, you know, he's always looking out for her and things like that. You really just find yourself gravitating towards their overall, connection as brother and sister, and I think he is just incredible in this film, and I don't think enough people are talking about how good he is in this film. The other performances are good too, although I will say my one flaw with this movie is I didn't feel we got enough time to get to know the other members of her tribe, because like I said, you really do gravitate towards this family, but there is a whole, you know, group of people that we are following in this film, all these different, you know, warriors of sorts, and I wish we got to see more of them in this film. I wish we got to see a bit more interactions between them, because again, besides her brother and like her mother, we just don't get to see enough of the other characters. But that's really my only real issue with this film, I would say. Dan Trachtenberg's directing also is phenomenal here. It's the other reason this film works as well as it does. I have always been a huge fan of his, and look, he's only made 2 movies, but I feel like just through these 2 films, he has proven that he is such a master of tension, especially the way he's able to build to it. I mean, you know, tension is something that I think is honestly hard to master, because you have to do it in a way where you really feel it, like this palpable sense of it throughout the film. And in both 10 Cloverfield Lane and this, he does such a great job of building it slowly throughout the film, recognizing that it's always there. You're just, you know, getting to it. And I think he just does such a great job when it comes to how gradual he is at building that sense of suspense. And especially with an established franchise, I just think it's really great how both of the films he's done, he's been able to add something so fresh and different to it. And I think he once again proves, you know, he does such a great job with that. I think there's a level of thrill, especially to this film, that I have not felt since at least the original film. I have, you know, the other Predator entries, I have not felt really any sense of tension. I never really felt a sense of, you know, any danger. But this one, I mean, you really do feel it, and it's because it feels so much more personal this time around. Like I said, I think it's because of how much more small scale this is. It really just feels that much more tension filled. You feel that you know, care. There's so much more weight to this film, and it's a shame he really hasn't directed more movies, honestly, because I think he is so great when it comes to the films that he tackles. And I think, yeah, while he's very selective, I really want to see him take on more films. Maybe keep taking on more properties that seem like they've kind of like run its course and inject new life into them. I think he is a master at that, and I think he does a great job with that here. But the other thing I have to highlight here is the screenplay. The screenplay is fantastic in this film. Unlike most prequels, this really isn't meant to be anything that's like connecting the dots or solving a piece of the puzzle. We're really just focusing on a predator that's in a different phase, you know, a different part of the world, a different phase of life. The predator itself, again, feels more believable. This is a predator who isn't quite as advanced as we've seen before. This predator is much more, you know, it's not quite as familiar with its enemy. So because of that, it's not always having the upper hand. And I thought that was a really good decision. I like seeing a predator that isn't always on top of things, still very deadly, but isn't always on top of things because it doesn't have those technological advancements yet. And I think that was really well done. It really helps intensify everything that's going on as we see the predator gradually start to understand more of the threat, you know, of its enemy. I think they just do a really great job with that. You honestly feel the characterization of the predator much more in this film than I have in a long time. But again, I like that it is focused on Nauru and really just taking place in the 1700s. It really just keeps things fresh and exciting. They do a really great job with that. There is a section of the film that happens in the third act where her and her family end up kidnapped by like these, you know, Frenchmen of sorts, and that part of the film also, you still feel the tension. There's never a point in this movie where it feels like we are deviating from the tension. I think they do a great job with that. The cinematography also here is just absolutely phenomenal. I think even though it's clear the film has a lower budget, I actually think it works to this film's benefit because it doesn't rely on this big budget action. It's not relying on all these different set pieces. It feels much more frenetic. It feels much more relentless in these sequences, and they're honestly really graphic to watch, and they really don't hold back, and it honestly is probably one of the most brutal films of last year for sure. And I think again the film just does such a great job of having this very like subdued and calm nature throughout, so when that action happens, like we are really like in it, we are really taken off guard, and I think they just do a great job. So yeah, overall, I mean, there's so much to love about this film. The climax itself is so thrilling, the way everything goes down. There's so many great moments there. The production design, I mean, everything about this film is really what I was hoping it would be. I think the score here is really phenomenal. Again, I think the only thing that brings it down is I just wish we got to know some of the characters a little bit more, and also kind of, I wish the film was a little bit longer so we kind of had the time to flesh out, like, just the world building of this particular tribe and kind of get to know some of the other members, because we do get some moments, but again, it really is just Naru, her brother, and her mother, and that's really the only ones we end up focusing on, and I wish we took a little bit more time there. There also is a section in the third act of this film that does drag just a little bit, but the payoff, oh my god, is so good. There is one sequence, especially with the Predator, that is absolutely insane. I did not see it coming at all. It goes in some really graphic directions, but it never feels gratuitous. It feels like it works with the time period, and I think they do a really great job with that. And honestly, I mean, the thing that really just bugs me the most is that I don't understand how this did not get a theatrical release. I understand that there's a lot of films out there that come out these days, and sometimes you kind of have to prioritize what goes to theaters and what doesn't. But I'm just imagining, like, being an executive for, like, Disney or Hulu or something and coming across this film. I don't know how you bypass this. I don't know how you decide that this is one that should not go in theaters, because I can't imagine what this film is like with an audience. I can't imagine how much more exhilarating, how much more engrossed I would have been. And that's not to say I wasn't, but I would have been that much more into this film if it would have been with a crowd. Maybe one day that's going to change, but it's just yet another movie that really infuriates me that it was not given that theatrical release that I really think it deserves, especially because I think this film would have had a lot more hype behind it. And not that it didn't, but again, I feel like streaming films, the hype kind of comes and goes, whereas I feel like with theatrical films, there is a sense of sustainability, like it is still maintained, and I just feel like it would have been that much more successful had it gone to theaters, but really can't change that at all. Overall, this is just such an effective film. I think it's one of the best of its kind in a long time. It's very effective with what it's trying to do. It has some really tense moments, some really well-written characters, and just the perfect example, I think, of how less is more. And I know I've talked about this for a very long time. I was not expecting for this to take up so long, but I really just love this film a lot. It's one of those films you just can't help but kind of gush about. There are a couple things that do bring it down, but for the most part, I think it is absolutely one of the most exhilarating and just suspenseful films of last year, while also having some really well-written characters, phenomenal performance from Amber Midthunder. It's really everything you could have asked for, so A- for Prey. This is one that I just really wish more people got a chance to see. I feel like a lot of people have kind of forgotten about, and it really does suck, because I think this is a really special and powerful film, and just the perfect example of what you can do with a seemingly dead franchise and really just kind of injecting new life into it. Really just can't recommend this one enough if you haven't seen it. Easter Sunday is kind of terrible. Look, right off the bat, Joe Coy, I am not familiar with his stand-up, as I usually am when it comes to films like this, but I can definitely gather that he is talented. I don't think he gives a bad performance in this film. He is definitely injecting a lot of life into it. He seems to be having a lot of fun, and that's really great, and I'm sure that he is really good at stand-up. I know that this is a film that he probably has wanted to put a lot of effort into. Unfortunately, I just don't think it really works. I think his character, all he is really reduced to is this guy that is just constantly making fun of his, like, Filipino American community, and he's kind of just making the same jokes over and over again. And while at first it is kind of funny getting to see, you know, him just like unabashedly just making fun of his family, not being afraid to like poke fun at certain things, you know, and there is a charm to that at first, it wears off really quickly just because he just isn't really given a lot to do beyond that. And because that, we just don't really get a time to flesh out this family. I don't feel like this premise really warrants itself to a theatrical film. I think if he really wanted to make a movie, he needed to have more than just, let's make fun of this family, let's joke about some of the eccentricities that they have. I feel like we've seen that done in other films before, and it's been done to much greater effect. There also just isn't as much of an attempt to flesh out these characters. A lot of them just feel very one-note. A lot of them just don't feel particularly interesting, and I just didn't feel like we really took the time to get to know this family, and I just don't think they did the greatest job job with that. And there are things that do work in this movie. I'm not saying everything doesn't work. Even Oblidza, I actually thought gave a pretty strong performance here. I liked her character of Tala. She is someone who is dating his son. They kind of have this relationship, and she's kind of thrown into this whole gathering, and there's some funny scenes with her kind of just being taken aback by the way this family acts and things like that. And I thought her character was fun. There was definitely some charm to her, and there were definitely some moments that did work overall. But then when you have that, then you have like Tiffany Haddish randomly showing up and her having the most random cameo whatsoever. I don't understand what the point of her in this movie is. It feels like a deleted scene. It's the kind of thing where it's like, we wanted to use Tiffany Haddish because we were able to get her and we couldn't say no. Like, I don't know if she's a fan of Koi's comedy and he felt like he had to put her into this film, but it did not feel like she belonged here at all. The directing just really ends up falling flat too. Not only does the comedy not work, but when the film tries to also like inject a sense of heart, it just falls very flat. It never feels like the film has earned much of anything. A lot of this just feels like a sitcom that I think if this was like a 20-minute episode of a show, it honestly really could have worked. But for like an hour and 30 minutes, it just really ends up dragging on. It doesn't feel like this film has a lot to say. It doesn't feel like this film really has that much going for it. And like I said, there are moments that are funny. Like, I'm not going to say every moment is unfunny. There are some moments where I laughed here and there. But overall, I mean, I just did not think that this film really was all that great. It also feels super convoluted. There's other plot lines going on here. One involving his brother that I just didn't feel was super well dived into. There's something going on with his son. There's this whole other thing where he's trying to obtain like a sitcom audition for this character, but the producer finds out like he's half Filipino, and it turns into a very stereotypical thing. And that honestly could have been really effective and kind of like a social commentary of like this racist caricature of a Filipino and kind of like him, finding a way to overcome that. I think they could have had a good storyline there, but again, the film just has way too much going on, so nothing really feels that well dived into. Nothing really feels all that satisfying. So overall, this just really did not end up working out for me at all. I think there were moments that were okay. Like I said, I don't think the performances for the most part were terrible. I don't think anyone is like horrible in this film for the most part, but just as a whole, I think this is a really unfunny comedy. It's the kind of film where it's like you have a comedian that is trying to make a name for himself. He's trying to find a way to gain more of a following, and this is just not how you do it. I feel like he really needed to have a different script. It feels very much like a first draft at points. He needed to kind of distill this to, I think, a few plot points, and I think they really could have had something going here, flesh out the characters a bit more, and I think this could have actually been something really effective, but alas, it really just ends up being a very unfunny comedy that just really did not end up working out for me at all. I don't think it's one of the worst films of the year, but it certainly was not a film that I enjoyed very much at all. So that being said, I don't know if I solely blame Joe Coy because he didn't end up writing the screenplay to this movie, so I don't really know what kind of influence he has. I have to assume that this was supposed to be like about him. It was meant to be like this vanity project of sorts, but as far as I know, like, he didn't have any sort of credits in the screenplay or anything, so I honestly blame the writers more. I think they just needed to give him more funny material, and if they really wanted to show off how funny Joe Coy is, this is really not a good way of convincing me, especially someone who didn't really know his comedy. Like, again, I can tell his stand-up is funny, but I just felt like this just did not really end up working that well at all. So D+ for Easter Sunday. I thought this was honestly really bad, and just the definition of what happens when, just because you have stand-up that works, it doesn't always mean that it's going to translate well into something that is like away from that stand-up. And I think this is just the pure definition of what happens when you are given a bit too much control and you don't really have an idea of what you want to do, and because of that, it just ends up being a huge tonal misfire, and I think that's exactly what ended up happening with this film. Resurrection is easily one of last year's most overlooked films, but it also, I think, happens to be one of last year's best. Listen, there have been a lot of films, I think, that have dealt with emotional abuse and just the lingering effects it has on you, but I feel like this is one of the best examples of not just how it affects you, but how it can irrevocably change you. I mean, this is a woman who is, the character of Margaret is always in constant fear. She seemingly has her life together at first, and it seems like she's okay. You know, she has a bit of contention with her daughter. She doesn't want her daughter to, you know, really do anything on her own. She's always seems to be really worried for her. You know, she wants to go to this concert of sorts, and she doesn't really want to let her go to that. You know, she doesn't know a ton about, like, her past and things like that, but aside from that, she seems to be okay, and she just kind of, like, very overprotective. And it's like, okay, we've seen this done before. But then she starts to, you know, she suddenly sees the emergence of her ex-husband, and you can see just the effect that this has on her. How she immediately, you know, becomes so much more fearful of what could potentially happen. And once we start to dive deeper into her traumatic past, I mean, she becomes so increasingly stressed to where it basically becomes like her personality. She's always just in constant fear, and it really starts to make sense of her previous actions. And my God, Rebecca Hall, I mean, she has given some incredible performances. I have always been a huge fan of her. This might be her career best, if I'm being honest. I mean, I think she absolutely kills it in this film. I think she plays the type of character that you just are so endlessly fascinated by once we find out more about Margaret and what she's really been through. And we already know that she has this capability of playing this, you know, what she's capable of as an actress. We already know that. But, oh my God, I mean, look, so much has been said about her 8-minute monologue and just how incredible it is, but actually getting to see it play out and it never cutting away and just seeing how it almost feels like this weight off of her shoulders, but her also kind of re-exploring past trauma and how raw and emotional it is. I mean, it's just a reminder of how truly incredible of a talent she is. She is such a remarkable actress, and like I said, I think this might just be her best performance today. I was blown away by her throughout this entire film, and I think if you need convincing that she is one of the best actresses working today, I feel like this should be it, pretty much. Like I said, Hall's always given some great work, but I think this might just be her best performance today. I absolutely loved everything that she ended up doing here. And like I said, Margaret is such a difficult character to play because you have to play someone who at first seems kind of okay, but then just has this constant fear throughout her, and I think she does such a incredible job with that. But Tim Roth also, I think, needs to also get a lot of credit here. He is equally great in this film because he is so incredibly just vile and disgusting, and he's so highly manipulative with the way he goes about things. But what I love about it is that it's played with such this authenticity. He's very subdued. He's not over the top. He's not cartoony. It feels like this is how somebody would act if they were to be, you know, if they were to be become reacquainted with the person that they abused for that they abused for so long. And I think he just does such a great job with that. I love the casual sincerity he has because you can see how easily manipulative of a character he really is. You can see why he is that much more disturbing because of it. It's the fact that he doesn't shout in this movie. He doesn't get angry. A lot of the time he's talking in this very calm, very tender voice, and it makes it that much more terrifying, that much more gross. And I think Roth just absolutely killed it in this role. It's one of the most believable portrayals of someone, you know, that has, you know, of an abuser that I have seen in any film, and I loved what he ended up doing here. I think he absolutely kills it in this film, and I think that, again, just the way he handles this character is so well done. Grace Kaufman as well also, I don't think gets enough praise here, but I think she really stands out because this is a daughter who she's really struggling to figure out what is actually going on here because of the fact she already has a lot of, you know, tension with her mother. She's not really sure, like, you know, if she should actually believe this, if her mother is actually telling the truth, and I really like where her character ends up going. I think she really kills it in this film. You understand why she is just as frustrated, just as you understand why Margaret is so constantly in fear of what of what Tim Roth's character could, of what the character of David could really end up doing, and I think they do such a great job with that. But I gotta say, Andrew Sermon's directing is really the glue that holds this movie together, because going into this film, like, I knew this film was going to be really disturbing. I remember people saw this at Sundance, and again, I say this all the time, this is another movie I want to see at Sundance, and I just didn't get the chance to. But I remember everyone was saying, like, you are not prepared for just how disturbing this film is, for how far it ends up going, for how graphic it ends up getting, and I really wasn't prepared for what this was gonna end up being. He does such an excellent job of throwing us right into this situation. You feel like you are right there alongside Margaret, trying to process what's going on, trying to figure out the best possible decisions of how to really get out of this. And once we start to piece together, you know, what she's really had to deal with, I mean, the way he portrays abuse and how horrifying it can be, you know, that alone is really good. But it's also the difficulty in overcoming it. This is someone who has had such a hard time moving past it, and she's kind of gotten to a point where it has dictated a lot of decisions she's made within her life, and I think he just does such a great job of diving into all of that here. There's also a lot at play here, though, that I will say it's very hard to get into without getting into spoilers. There is a part of this movie that just goes in some really wild directions. I mean, some of the stuff that we find out that David has said to Margaret, it's absolutely insane. And the directions they take this movie, it's not at all what you are expecting it to be. And there's so much that David has taken away from Margaret and taken ownership of his own. I mean, he really has just kind of taken control of her entire life, and we see how through his return, you know, he wants to retain that control. He wants to make sure that he's kind of back in the driver's seat, and how, you know, she's so fearful that he could snatch like everything away from her. I mean, it just adds the suspenseful nature of everything. And yes, I will say there are points of this movie that I think are going to turn some people off. The movie goes in some really weird directions in the third act, and I will just say right now, I feel like the way they portray it's done in such a way to where you can kind of tell what's actually going on. I don't think what we see in the movie actually takes place the way we see it. I think it's much more psychological than that, but I understand exactly what the movie is trying to get at, and I think if you really look beneath the surface, I think it makes a lot of sense why the film goes in this direction. So I can understand why a lot of people have said, oh, the third act just completely lost me. For me, I totally understood what the film was trying to sum up. I understood what Andrew Siemens as a director was really trying to get at. So I really didn't have a problem at all with the third act. In fact, I thought it made the film that much more effective, and it stood out that much more overall. And I thought they did a really great job with you know, how everything ended up coming together, and also just the tragedy of everything. I mean, what Margaret has been through, there's been such an insurmountable amount of tragedy, such an insurmountable amount of stress that she has gone through, and you really just don't fully understand it until you dive deeper into the film. And so it can be very patient, and I think that's something that some people might have an issue with, but I really appreciate just how slow moving this movie was. I like how it really did dive headfirst into things. It just, again, takes a little while to get there, and I think it's that much more effective because of it. The score also is just so tense here. It really just adds to the suspenseful nature throughout this movie. You feel very uneasy watching it. And the way the movie ends, I've seen some people, again, similar to the third act, kind of dog on the ending. I really respect the ending a lot here. I think it brings about a whole new theme to the film, and it ends up being that much more impactful, because there are different ways you can look at it, but the way I looked at it, I thought it was honestly the perfect way to end this film, and it made it that much more effective. This is just such an honest and brutal depiction of what it's going for, and yes, I think it's going to be a little too weird for some people, but I think for what it is, it works really well. I will say, the only issue I do have with this movie is there is a side plot involving this guy that Margaret becomes entangled with. They have this relationship of sorts, and I honestly found his character, like, completely unnecessary. He doesn't really add all that much to the film. It seems like he's going to at first, but where they end up leaving that character, I just found to be very unsatisfying, and I just didn't really see the point of his inclusion in the film. But aside from that, this is just such a effective and honestly brutal film that I think is going to be a little too much for some people. It goes in some really audacious and weird directions, but I really just appreciate how well told this story was. Such a great screenplay, such a masterful performance from Rebecca Hall. It's nothing short of one of the best films of last year for me. It's a film that I really wish was getting a lot more love. I really wish a lot more people were talking about it. It's certainly not a film for like general audiences, so I can understand why it's a very hard movie to recommend, but if you are willing to watch something that is going to be really difficult, it's going to go into some really disturbing directions, but also go into some truly weird territory that you're not expecting, but also be this really great allegory for like abuse and control and power. I think Resurrection is absolutely going to be the kind of film that will just suck you in and will absolutely have an impact on you and hopefully affect you as much as it did for myself. And so A for Resurrection. I mean, I think out of all the what I watched films that I've talked about, this is easily one of the ones that I want to sing the praises of the most that I possibly can. I hate how much it's gone overlooked. I understand why it has, because it's a very difficult movie to talk about, but I think for all it does, it is so incredibly effective, and it's certainly a film that I'm truly never going to forget, and I think is going to have a significant impact on you. It's just kind of a movie where you kind of just have to go with it, and if you don't, I can totally understand why, but for me, I think it's easily one of the most effective, one of the most suspenseful, and just one of the overall best films of last year that I just wish a lot more people were talking about. So 13 Lives is very interesting in that this was a film that I remember was supposed to come out in like November. It was going to be like an Oscar contender, and then suddenly it just like got moved and we didn't really hear about it, and then suddenly it was being released onto Amazon. So I kind of feared the worst for this movie, feeling like, oh, maybe this isn't as good, but it actually is very effective in what it ends up doing. I think right off the bat, all of the central performances are very strong. Viggo Mortensen, Colin Farrell, Joel Edgerton, Tom Bateman, all of them give really strong performances here. They all work really well together. You can see the determination in these men. They want to do what they can to rescue these kids from the cave, and you know how daring of a mission this is really going to be. And I think they do a really good job in covering all of that. But the other thing I like about this film is that it's not just about the mission. It's not just about rescuing them. We also get to focus on the people of Thailand and how they are kind of reeling from what's actually happened with all of these, you know, kids disappearing and all these like poor weather conditions they have to deal with, and all these other things that are going on in, you know, in terms of these, you know, this water that's like destroying their crops. And I thought that part of the movie was even more interesting because it gave us that much more urgency. You really get to see the effect this is having on all of these different characters, and I thought they did a really good job with that throughout the film, and I think that's one of the most effective parts of this movie that I really wasn't expecting. I also got to say, easily the best directing from Ron Howard in a long time. It feels like he's actually putting effort into this movie. It doesn't feel like he's like on autopilot here. He actually is putting a lot of effort into here. You can tell he's done his research, he's done his due diligence, and I really like what he ends up doing in terms of the directing here. The film has this very, like I said, it has this feel of immediacy. It has this feel of, you know, it feels very vital. The whole mission, it feels very important. And I think that's something that we just haven't really felt from Ron Howard movies. It felt like he's kind of been like half-assing it. And this time it just felt like there was a lot more effort put into this. I think the screenplay is really well done here for the most part. And I do really like what William Nicholson ends up constructing here. But I think easily the best part of this film is just the sound design and also the cinematography. I mean, especially when they are going on this mission into the cave, you feel like you are right there. They do such a great job with the sound mixing. You feel that sense of hopelessness throughout the film. And even if you know the outcome, they do such a great job of just putting you in that environment that you kind of forget what the outcome is going to be. It feels that much more nail-biting. I mean, I thought they did such an excellent job with that. And again, similar to Prey, it kind of sucks this didn't go to theaters, because I feel like this would have been such an amazing experience. I can imagine this being in like Dolby or IMAX, and just how much this would have been that much more engrossing. And not say it isn't, but I do think you do lose something when, you know, for a film like this, when it's not in theaters, and I think it would have been that much more effective had it have been. But I think what it does do really well. The sound mixing is just so well done here. All of the scenes when they're in that cave, you just really feel, like I said, that intensity throughout. I think the only thing that brings this movie down for me is, one, I don't think this movie needed to be 2.5 hours long. The film does drag a little bit, especially when it's, before we're on this mission, it does take a little while to get going. And then I'd say my only other issue with this movie is that though I enjoy the actors playing these roles, I couldn't really tell you a lot of characteristics about them. And I feel like it's because they wanted to stay very faithful to who these men were. They didn't want to give them a lot of that much. They didn't really want to deviate from their story, and I totally understand that. They're supposed to be just like they're supposed to be just like mainly just very normal British civilians who are just trying to do their job, and they care a lot about what's going on, and they didn't really care about the stakes. They didn't even care if they really survived. They just wanted to make sure that these kids were saved and that they came out of this, pretty much as heroes rescuing them. Like, that's what they cared the most about. But I couldn't really tell you much about them, and I feel like if they gave them a little bit more of just some kind of development, some more of a motivation, I think it would have been that much more attached. Because while I was still very tense, while I definitely was on the edge of my seat throughout this film, I can't really say I was ever worried for these characters. I didn't really feel that attached to them overall, and I think that was something that just feels like it is lacking a bit from this movie. The only other thing I will say is that a year ago I watched a documentary on this very subject, and I do think that film overall was just a little bit more effective in what it was trying to do. It shows how important this was. It shows like just the it shows the devastation this had on Thailand, and I think this movie still does a really good job with that. I just think in comparison, I do think that is the stronger film, but I still think this is super effective in what it ends up doing. I think it tells this story really well. I think it shows why this is such an important event, and also just the efforts that these men went to make sure that this mission went off without fail. I think they do such a great job of that. The sound design, all of that is really strong. So yeah, overall, I think this is another film that's just gotten really overlooked. It really sucks this didn't come to theaters, because I think it would have honestly been very successful. It's certainly the best Ron Howard film we've had in a long time. So yeah, overall, I really enjoyed this one. B for 13 Lives. Definitely, I think, a much more effective and better film than I was really expecting overall. They Slash Them is a film that I think is full of missed opportunities, because I think the premise of this lends itself really well to a horror film. You have all these different kids who are all from the LGBTQ plus community, and they're being forced to go to conversion camp, basically being told that, like, their sexuality is like a lie and all this stuff, and you have all these like really just like fucked up procedures and different tasks that they have to undergo. And I think that works really well as a horror film, because this is a horrific scenario. Conversion camps should not be a thing. Nobody should be forced to choose their sexuality. Nobody should be forced to choose, what they want to believe in. And this, I think they do a really good job in diving headfirst into that. And when this film is diving into just the horrible treatment that these characters end up receiving, it honestly is very effective, especially because they do a great job at having these counselors at first come across as very friendly, very open, very welcoming in that way. Kevin Bacon especially, I think, gives a really strong performance here. Owen as a character at first seems like he's going to be very just like kind-hearted to them, but you can see there are things that he is very strict about. He believes that there are only two genders. There's this character Jordan, who's actually our main character here, and very well played by Theo Germain, may I say. They really do kill it in this film, but they do not feel comfortable going to either the boys or the girls cabin. You can see that this really angers Owen, and you can see this rage within him, and I think Kevin Bacon just does such a great job at presenting this character that at first seems like he's going to be like very like nice to them and very understanding, but becomes much more manipulative and evil throughout the film. And just from the beginning, you can already see just that hate within him, and I think they do a really good job with that. So I thought his performance was really strong. And when the film is focusing on the teenagers, I actually think the film is very effective in what it's doing. There's other characters we follow here. I already talked about the character of Jordan, how I think they are very well written. They have this great arc of basically trying to gain control for themselves. You get the sense that their parents are not really approving of who they've become, and I think that they do have a really strong character arc throughout this film. There's this other character of Kim, who she is starting to discover more about her sexuality and how she starts to become more attracted to another female camper, and I think her storyline was very effective. There's this character Stu that we encounter, and he starts to learn more about himself. So I think the individual like characters, you know, when it comes to the teenagers, some of them are very well presented. I think that there are some storylines here that are really well done, and I think they do a good job with that. And I think that part of the movie does work really well, as the counselors and just the treatment that they put these characters through, how much they're berating them for who they are. I mean, especially when it comes to Carrie Preston's character. I already talked about Kevin Bacon and just how disgusting he is, but Carrie Preston is way more forward and does not hide in any way the hatred that she has and just the views that she has. I mean, it's really disgusting to watch, but she does a really great job in playing that, and I think that they do a really good job with that throughout the film. So I think in that sense, the film is very effective, but the thing that you're not hearing a lot about is the horror. And, well, that's because the horror aspect of this movie, for a while, is not really there. You actually forget this is supposed to be a horror film. It's much more of a drama throughout, and don't get me wrong, it's very effective. There's a really effective scene, especially that I found chilling, involving cupcakes. That's all I will say. There's another, and that's tied with a scene of the guys, or at least the ones that they want to be identified as guys, even if they don't belong in that specific group, because they don't identify themselves as such, and they're forced to do some things involving guns. And my god, that scene I think is very effective in what they do, but you're not hearing a lot about the horror, and that's because the slasher elements of this movie, I'm not kidding you, literally do not happen until like the last like 25 minutes of this film. And I understand that they were really trying to take the time to like flesh out these characters, but when you save all of that for the last like 25 minutes, you have to find a way to like build it up, and the film just doesn't really do that. They don't do a good job of hinting that these elements are out there. They don't really, you never really feel like there's some sort of threat out there, and when we eventually get to the actual killer reveal, it actually feels kind of reductive of what the movie's trying to do. I thought this was going to be a movie where you have the teenagers and them trying to overcome the harsh realities of conversion camp, and the killer probably has like a lot of very just like homophobic views, and you know, is trying to come after them because of it. But the actual reveal of what the killer is doing, I just didn't quite understand why they went in the direction that they did. It just felt very puzzling to me. I didn't really understand what the film was trying to get at. Also, there's a twist in the film of who the character ends up being, and I found it to be extremely predictable. Just because of the directions that this character went into, it made a lot of sense to me. It felt very obvious, and they don't do a good job of like presenting other characters, so I just found that aspect of the film to be very confusing. I didn't quite understand why they went in this direction, especially with the way they portray the killer. If you're trying to portray the killer as morally wrong for what they're doing, the message of this movie just does not end up working at all. I don't really like the way this film ends up going. So I feel like it actually did have kind of a strong first two acts, but it really falls apart in that third act. The horror aspect is not there at all. Also, I did mention there were some characters I felt attached to, but there's a lot of characters in this, at this camp, and we just don't get a chance to flesh most of them out. It really feels like we only focus on like 3 or 4 of them. The other ones we honestly kind of forget about. There are some characters I want to see a lot more of. The character of Alexandra especially, I thought was especially intriguing, and we just don't get enough of her character whatsoever. There's other characters here I just want to see a lot more of in this film, and like I said, I think for the most part the acting is pretty strong. There's some performances though that really do not end up working. There are some twists that I just really was not a fan of, and yes, it has to be said, there is a scene that has gone viral all over Twitter of all the characters singing the song Perfect by Pink. I get what they were trying to do, but it just feels super on the nose. It does not feel like it fits in this movie at all. It honestly feels like it belongs in a completely different film. So yeah, overall, I found this to be kind of a mess, honestly. I think it started off actually quite strong. I thought there were some solid character arcs. They did a good job of diving into just the discrimination that these characters are constantly facing and just how much this is, you know, warping their minds psychologically. I think in that aspect, the film works really well. But once it turns into a slasher film and it remembers to go in those directions, it almost completely falls apart. I think the climax as well just did not end up working at all. I get what John Logan was trying to do. I get why this movie was so important to him, but I really just think he needed either a co-writer or he needed to rewrite this movie, because I just do not think it ended up working at all. So yeah, unfortunately this film just did not work quite as well as I was expecting it to. I thought, like I said, the premise really lended itself well to you know, a horror film, but unfortunately I don't think it really utilized it at all. So C for they slashed them. I thought this had some effective moments for sure, but by the time it ended, I really just found myself very underwhelmed and very confused as to why the film took the direction it did, and it's easily, I think, one of the biggest missed opportunities of last year for sure. I'll be straight up, I don't really remember Luck all that much. I think that there definitely are things that do work about this film. Even Oblidza, I already praised her in Easter Sunday. I think she's even stronger here. I think she does give a really solid performance as this character, Sam, this person who is just constantly befallen to just a string of unluckiness. Everything always seems to be going wrong for her, and her discovering this land, and it gives her a chance to, like, you know, kind of turn things around. I think there's definitely something to be said about that. I think her character does actually work really well, and I like her inclusion in the film. I think she herself is very likable, and they start off in a pretty good spot. Like, you find yourself pretty attached to Sam. You know, she has been plagued by all this misfortune in her life. She's been forced out of, like, her foster home because of things, and, you know, she's really hoping to, like, be adopted and things like that at some points, and, you know, I think that's something you do find yourself gravitating towards. But once she enters this land, it just feels very familiar. We have seen this premise so many times before, where she is in this place and it seems like paradise, but there's always something more going on. There's always some danger lurking afoot, and it just didn't feel like they did a really good job of making this feel sticked out, you know, of really having this, you know, it just didn't feel like they did a good job of this really finding a way to make this stick out, make this feel distinct from other things we've seen before, and I don't think they do a very good job with that. I think the majority of the characters we follow here I didn't feel the most attached to. Unfortunately, you know, especially when it comes to Simon Pegg in this film, this honestly might be a career worst for him. I thought he was terrible as the character of Bob. They were trying so hard to milk him as, like, the next great, like, really funny sidekick that has all these clever lines and things like that, but I just found this character so incredibly obnoxious, very grating in the film, and I just really did not enjoy him all that much. And unfortunately, he's in a significant portion of this film, and I thought he really was bringing it down for me, so I don't think his character worked really at all. You honestly could cut him out, and it's not like you can cut him out of the film. Like, he's an important character, but I think they really need to do a better job in giving him at least something funny to say, because I just did not like his character at all here. The other actors in this film, like I said, for the most part feel kind of wasted. It doesn't really feel like they have that much to do here. The animation I do think is good. I don't think the animation is, like, terrible or anything. I actually do think it does stick out quite well. And the screenplay, for the most part, it just feels very familiar. The world building and things like that, it just doesn't feel like we get a chance to really, like, flesh out this world and get to know all these different characters. And by the time it ended, I just felt like I've seen this all before. It didn't really feel like this film was doing anything all that new. So yeah, really, I just found myself very underwhelmed by this film. It's certainly not the greatest start for Skydance Animation. I don't know if they have a future as a studio. I know they have another film coming out, Spellbound, sometime later this year, and I'm hoping that's a much better effort for them, because this just did not really end up working in the way that I wanted to. I liked the lead character. I liked Even Oblidza's performance, but beyond that, I just really could not get into this at all. There were some fun moments here and there, but for the most part, this just felt extremely generic, and by the time it ended, I really was just very unimpressed by what it ended up being. If Skydance wants to make a name for itself, it needs to do a better job at feeling distinct, because this really just feels kind of like a ripoff of much better films. So overall, was not a fan of this one. C+ for Luck. I feel like a lot of people did not really watch this film, and it's very easy to see why, because it really is nothing all that special at the end of the day. Sharpstick is the kind of movie that for some reason I found myself endlessly curious about, despite how repulsive it seemed like its premise was. And by the time it ended, I was just like, why did I even bother watching this? Because this is honestly just a very disgusting film. The premise itself, I think, is just incredibly absurd. You have this woman, Sarah Jo, who she is babysitting for these two parents. You have Heather, played by Lena Dunham, and Josh, played by John Bernthal. And she has never, for some reason, experienced anything sexual. She had this emergency when she was like 15, which caused her to go into like very early menopause by like age 17. So she's never gonna be able to have children or anything like that. And because of that, she hasn't really, she's a virgin. She's never experienced anything sexual before. And so she decides to start experimenting with John Bernthal's character, and they engage in this like relationship of sorts, and they start to make more of a habit out of this, and she starts to become a lot more confident within, her sexuality. And I think there's something that this film could have done something where they use this as sort of like a branching off point to where Sarah Jo, discovers more about herself, and she starts to learn more about her sexuality, and you start to realize why this is so important to her. But the problem is the character of Sarah Jo, she just doesn't feel like a real person. She has the personality of like a very young child, kind of like discovering this, and it's just very cringy the way it comes across. I found this to be just a very uncomfortable film. It really just becomes, after a while, just like a series of different sexual encounters with these nameless men that we don't give a shit about. There's no character here that I felt all that attached to. The thing that does heighten this film is Christine Frosset's performance. I don't think she's doing a bad job in this movie. She's playing the character in the way that she needs to, and she tries to make this character feel as authentic as possible. The problem is just the way that Sarah Jo is written is just horrible. There's no real characterization beyond her sexuality. There's no real characterization beyond her discovering more about herself. They just don't do a very good job of giving me any reason to care about what she's really doing. I don't think John Bernthal's bad here either. I think he gives a pretty solid performance, but there are so many characters here that just feel like we don't even get a chance to really get to know them. Like Taylor Page, for example, is supposed to be her sister, who's like a lot more experienced and a lot more confident in things like this, and I think they had an opportunity to kind of dive more into this relationship, and they just really don't. I like Taylor Page a lot as an actress, and I just feel like she really gets the short end of the stick here. Same with Jennifer Jason Leigh, not enough of her in this movie. I also just didn't buy into this premise. Like, Sarah Jo is someone who is like completely unaware of sexual positions. She doesn't understand the concept of anything when the way Josh is talking to her, but she comes from a family that seems way more experienced at this stuff. Her mom starts off this film telling her about sex stories. I do not buy that Sarah Jo would not know about this stuff. I just don't buy it. And also, if you really wanted this to work, it should have probably been placed in a different setting, because I feel like just nowadays it's like very hard to get away from that stuff. So I just didn't buy into this premise at all. I don't think they did a very good job with it. It is not funny whatsoever. It's honestly just a very uncomfortable film to watch, and it just didn't really feel like it had all that much to offer. It's exactly what I expected, honestly, this film to be. I don't really know why I ended up checking it out, because I honestly just found myself very uncomfortable by it. Lena Dunham, pretty much what I expected in terms of her directing. It just feels very shallow. It doesn't feel like there was a lot of nuance put into this film, and overall, it's just easily one of the worst films of last year. I just felt like the ideas here are so scattered. It doesn't feel like this movie really knows what it wants to be, beyond, I guess, trying to be like provocative and trying to be something a little bit different. It just doesn't really feel like it has any idea of what it wants to be. By the time the movie ends, you just really don't understand the point of it. So overall, I just really hated this a lot. It's also like mercifully short, but it's not the kind of film that flies by because of the things that are taking place. You really just want this to end as soon as possible. So I do think at first it started off okay when it came to like the setup between Sarah Jo and Josh. I wasn't hating it at first, But once we started to dive more into their relationship and where this ends up going, the film just completely lost me from there, and I was just really just like not feeling anything about this movie whatsoever. So D for Sharpstick. There's an audience for this film, I'm sure, but it is very much not me. I was not into it. I honestly was just really hating this one a lot. Listen, Fall is the kind of movie that you know exactly what you're getting yourself into, but I don't think it's nearly as well written as I think it thinks it is. Right off the bat, I will say the acting in this film I don't think is terrible. I think both Grace Caroline Curry and also Virginia Gardner, I think they both do give solid performances here. They work well together, and I think that's what makes this film tolerable, is that you do like both of their, you do feel a connection to their friendship, and I think they do work well together. Jeffrey Dean Morgan also is good for what he has here. He's barely in the movie, but I think for what he has, he does do a good job, and there are definitely solid moments of tension here. I think the actual premise of these two women who are climbing this really tall tower, and they're stranded at the top with, like, no chance of survival, no, internet whatsoever. I think they do a good job in building some solid moments of tension. Beyond that, though, I honestly really could not stand this film at all. Listen, I think the actual setup does end up working here. There is a reasoning for why Becky wants to go to this tall tower. There is something that she is personally dealing with, which I'm not going to get into, because I actually think the trailer did a pretty good job of hiding what her plight is all about, and I was not expecting them to take the directions that they did, and I think this portion of the movie actually does work. They do a good job of diving into that, and I thought that that part of the movie actually did work pretty well when it comes down to how she is feeling, although it feels very rushed when we get to, what's actually happened to the character of Becky. It feels like we're just not really given enough time to fully dive into how this is affecting her. We do this time jump of sorts, and it just doesn't feel all that effective, especially because this is a film that is like destined to get to, the good stuff. It's destined to get to the stuff that you really want to see, and the second this film gets to its premise, it just really goes off the rails from there. And I mean, I knew this was going to be really dumb the second that this character gets into a car and she meets up with her friend, who, can I just say, is so annoying in this movie. Like I said, Virginia Gardner is good in this film, but her character of Shiloh Hunter, I could not stand in this movie. She is exactly the kind of, like, Instagram influencer that she wants to document everything. She's, like, obsessed with it. She's trying to do, she has this whole different side of her personality, which that part of the movie could have been interesting. Her kind of diving into how, like, she's this different person and she doesn't really get to show, like, her true self. I think that part of the movie was interesting. It just, this character is just really grating, and I couldn't stand her throughout this movie. And there's this horrible moment where, she's doing this Instagram live literally in the middle of, like, the busiest fucking highway you could think of, and then literally almost gets run over. I mean, that's pretty much when I knew how stupid this movie was gonna be. And unfortunately, this is really only one of a series of just really idiotic decisions that we end up having in this film. And I understand that's always going to happen in these movies, but I just had a really hard time suspending my disbelief with this one, just because the decisions that they were making, it just felt so manufactured. It felt so forced. It's like they're only doing this to pad out the runtime, so we still have something to deal with. So we're not just watching these two characters, like, stuck on a tower. There's actual conflict going on here. And that's something that was just really frustrating to me, because I thought the first half of this film actually was kind of solid. I like what it was trying to say about overcoming, tragedy. I like what it was trying to say about overcoming a very traumatic event within your life. And I think the two lead performances, like I said, are solid. I just think the second that event happened, the movie just completely lost me from there. And by the time they get stuck on this tall tower, I was just kind of like, why did you do this in the first place if this was going to happen? And there's so many decisions they make in this movie that I was just constantly just like sitting there in just utter disbelief at what they were actually doing. And I thought that alone was just really hurting the film for me. But then there is a decision that happens within the third act, something that we find out. There is this twist of sorts that the film ends up taking, And by that point, I mean, I was already really disliking this film. I was already like, this is really stupid. I don't like the way this is playing out. I don't buy into this at all. I don't believe that this would actually happen. But then the film goes in this other direction, and it just felt completely unearned to me. I don't think they did a good job with this twist at all. There's nothing they do throughout the movie that makes it feel like we are building to this. I mean, there are moments I feel like where you could say, okay, maybe that's what's going on, but I just didn't buy into it at all. I didn't feel like, yeah, this is something that could have realistically happened, and I just don't really know why the film decided to go in this direction. It honestly felt like, again, they only did it to heighten the stakes. And I understand you want to keep the film interesting, but you have to do it in a way to where it feels natural and it feels organic for the story, and it just doesn't feel that way to me. So easily, this was just one of the most ridiculous films I saw last year. I had a really hard time buying into anything they were doing. The decisions these characters make are just so incredibly moronic. I don't think Becky is a bad character. I think she actually does have a pretty solid character arc, but by the time we get to the point where she's really like overcome, where, she kind of gets to the place in her arc, where she ends up going, I was just really checked out of the film at that point. I really just couldn't stand this at all. I do think it has some solid tension. I don't think Scott Mann's directing is all that bad. And also, we have to address the elephant in the room. This film was originally supposed to be rated R, and there are moments in this movie where you can tell that they dubbed over it to make it PG-13, and I just think that's ridiculous. I don't quite understand why they decided to do that. I saw a video of how they were able to dub out the the instance of a character saying fuck, and I was just like, I don't know how we have this kind of technology. I'm scared we have this kind of technology. That's not a knock against the film. I just really don't like that that's a thing, but it doesn't take away from just how utterly stupid this film was and how I just really couldn't stand it at all. There's some other aspects. I wanted to see more Jeffrey Dean Morgan as well. I thought he was completely underused in this film. Like I said, I think the two actors do work well together, and I do think there are some solid moments of tension, but other than that, I really just could not buy into this at all. So D+ for Fall. I know there were people who really enjoyed this film, but it just did not work for me in any way whatsoever. Mack and Rita, I really don't remember all that much. I kind of went into this thinking it was going to be like kind of unwatchable. I thought the premise was just really stupid, and I don't think they did a very good job with it. The whole idea that there's this woman, and she's like 30 years old, and she's joining this trip for like her best friend, and she always has kind of like wanted to be older. She's always looked up to older women. She's always gravitated towards older women, and she basically, through this thing that they end up doing, she becomes 70 years old. I just thought was such a stupid idea, and yeah, it is pretty stupid in this movie. It's not nearly as unwatchable though as I was expecting, and I think that's because Diane Keaton actually does do a really good job of selling you of this character. You do believe that this is Elizabeth Lyle. She has similar mannerisms. She does a good job of laying the groundwork for this character, and I thought she did a pretty good job here. I was convinced of her performance, and Diane Keaton I do think is a very good actress. I don't think she's had the best films that she's worked on lately, but I do think she does give a solid performance. Her Elizabeth Lyle is good for what she has here too, but I gotta say Taylor Page is probably the big standout of this movie for me. I just talked about her in Sharpstick, and I think she does give a pretty solid performance here. I like what she does in this film. The problem is this movie honestly just doesn't really do a lot with this premise. You have this woman who's like 70 years old, and she's trying to get more acquainted to this lifestyle, and you can see that it's not quite working out in the way that she hopes, and eventually they go in this really weird direction where she starts to date someone that's a lot younger because she still likes younger guys, she still likes guys that are younger to her age. It just didn't feel like they did all that much with this premise at the end of the day. I don't really know what this film is really trying to say. I think the actual message is like super obvious where they end up going with it, and it just didn't really feel like this character really ended up going through all that much. It was like, I feel like she could have still gotten here without literally transforming into a 70-year-old woman. The comedy also is like very hit or miss. There are some moments that actually did work, but it just didn't quite work in the way that I was hoping. Also, the group of friends that she is with in this movie have almost no characterization. Beyond Taylor Page, I couldn't tell you anything about any of them. I didn't find any of them to be interesting. I don't think enough time is spent with them either. Like, what specifically is it that she's feeling a disconnection with? They don't do a good job of really setting that up. Why does Mack as a character, why does Rita feel so why does Mack as a character feel so disconnected from her friends? Why does she not want to be part of this more lavish lifestyle? Why does she not want to do the typical things that a 30-year-old does? They just don't do a very good job with, giving you an idea of what this character is all about and why she, has this desire. They don't do a very good job with that. The directing also, I thought, was honestly very bland. Katie Aselton, I like her as a actress, but directing-wise, I'm not convinced that she is really anything that special. I know she's directed a couple other movies here and there. I haven't seen them, but this one I just really was not that convinced in terms of her directing here. So yeah, overall this honestly did basically nothing for me. It wasn't the cringe fest that I was expecting it to be, because I'm not gonna lie, the marketing for this movie was like really tough. Like I was like, I don't know about this one, but it honestly ended up being a little bit more harmless than I was expecting. But I also just found it to be very just unnecessary. Like, I don't understand the premise of this movie. I don't understand what they're really trying to get at. It just feels like a concept that like they thought would be funny and they just didn't really know what to do with, so it just doesn't quite work out in the way that I think that they were hoping. So overall, was not really a fan of this one. Did not really like a lot of the directions that I ended up taking. I honestly found a lot of it to be just very dull and boring, and it did not, I don't feel like it even did enough with this premise overall. So yeah, C for Mack and Rita. It's not completely unwatchable. It actually does have some things that kind of work, but overall, I just found this like completely forgettable at the end of the day. Oh hey, it's yet another movie that I wanted to see at Sundance and just didn't get the chance to. How many times am I going to say that? Summering was very disappointing for me. I think that there are elements here that I can see how they're going to work. I like the story of focusing on these girls, that they are getting a bit older, and because of that, they're kind of worried at, how their lives are really going to change, them facing middle school and things like that. I think they do a good job with that, and there are some solid moments of their, parents talking to them about the changes that they're about to face, and I think there are some very effective moments there, and they do a good job with that in the film. There are two really big issues with this movie for me. The first one, unfortunately, is that I just didn't really feel like that the premise itself, they really did all that much with. It feels like this movie is always just beginning. There is this mystery of sorts that's going on, and they don't really dive into it. There are quite a few things this movie is trying to do in terms of its tone, and it just doesn't really feel all that convincing. I didn't really understand the point that they were trying to make beyond a very surface level. It just didn't really feel like they did enough with it. This discovery that they make of sorts doesn't really amount to much of anything, and so that all really did hurt the film for me. I just found myself very disconnected from what was going on, even though again I liked the premise. I just didn't really feel like they did enough with it. The other issue, and it pains me to say this, but all of the children that we follow here, I just was not impressed by their performances. And again, I hate dogging on child actors because I know that they're young and they can easily grow into better actors throughout their career. I've seen it happen, but I just didn't feel like any of these characters, they didn't feel like a real group of friends. I didn't find any of them to be appealing. There was nothing acting-wise that they were doing that really worked for me. A lot of them just felt like they were reading lines off of a script. I didn't feel that connected to them at all. I didn't think that any of the performances really stuck out to me. So yeah, I mean, that really just ended up bringing this film down significantly for me. I didn't feel the chemistry between any of them. Like I said, none of the characters really stuck out here. There are some solid moments where, they're being told about the changes that are going to happen, but it just feels very surface level. What specifically is going to happen to them? Where are they in their lives? It didn't feel like we dived into this enough in the film, and I didn't feel like their acting, was really anything that great. It really honestly left a lot to be desired. So overall, I was just very let down by this one. I feel like it had a pretty intriguing premise at first, but they just have no idea where to really go with it. And by the time it finally feels like it's going somewhere, the movie just kind of ends. It's so short. It's only like 80 minutes. I have no idea why, because I feel like they really could have stretched this out to be at least 20 minutes longer. I think they definitely need a lot more time to flesh things out. So overall, I was just super underwhelmed by this one. Was not really into into it at all. There were some okay moments here and there, but for the most part, I was just really bored with this one. So C- for summering. I thought this honestly had some potential, but by the time it ended, I just found it to be almost a complete waste of time overall. Alright, so it's time for an unpopular opinion. I actually liked Day Shift. Look, I understand that this is one of those movies that people associate with just how little effort Netflix puts into films, how a lot of them just feel like they were very, like, kind of AI generated and things like that, but I don't know, I generally really enjoyed this one a lot. I think one of the things it definitely has going for it is just the charm of its cast. Jamie Foxx and Dave Franco work really well together. I really enjoy their back and forth in this movie. I think they do have a genuine bond that at first you can see the annoyance that Bud has with Seth, but you can see that they form this genuine friendship, and I honestly really did end up latching onto it, and I thought they did a lot of fun stuff with that overall dynamic, and Jamie Foxx, I think, gives especially a really strong performance here. What I like about his character is that Bud actually does have quite a bit going on with him. There is a genuine motivation for why he becomes this vampire hunter. You know, he's trying to provide for his family, and yes, it's a very, like, generic, surface-level motivation, but it's just enough to get you to care for this character. You want him to succeed, you want him to survive, and I think they do a pretty good job with that. So I think that alone works really well here. The premise of this film, I actually do think works pretty well when we dive deeper into the lore of the vampires and what's really going on. I think this film does actually you know, take full advantage of that, and I like what they end up doing with its premise. Whenever Snoop Dogg gets in the mix, he also is a very fun character. I think he was, you know, very fun to watch throughout this film, and this film is honestly really funny. I thought the screenplay worked really well here. I thought there were some generally really funny moments. The directing by J.J. Perry is nothing outstanding. It feels kind of like anybody could have directed this, but I feel like there's just enough of a style and just enough going on here to where I'm not necessarily bored in what I'm watching. I think this was an okay directorial debut from Perry. It doesn't leave like an incredible impression, but I think for what it is, I think overall, you know, he did a pretty good job in directing this film, so I thought all of that worked really well. There's actually some pretty thrilling action sequences as well, some of them that I was honestly really getting into. I was surprised. I was happy with how far this film went in terms of its violence. It definitely goes in some very graphic directions, and I thought it does work really well. Yes, some of the effects do not look all that great, but honestly, I think it kind of works for this film. It's not trying to take itself too seriously, and I think it definitely does work as such. That being said, there are definitely some issues with this film that I'm going to dive into right now. The biggest one for me is anytime we focus on Natasha Lou Bordizio's character. You know, I already talked about the other characters in this movie. The film is honestly very hard to get through. Heather as a villain is so incredibly one-note. I didn't find her to be... whenever we focus on Carla Sousa's character of Audrey, the film is honestly very hard to get through. I was not a fan of her very much at all. Audrey has a very simplistic motivation, and it's very hard to get behind her as a villain. She feels very underdeveloped, and unfortunately there is quite a bit of time spent with her. Anytime she's there and she's torturing these victims and things like that, it honestly does feel really cringy, and that's the part where I'm like, yeah, this feels like a typical Netflix movie. It doesn't help that Sousa is terrible in the role. She's really hemming it up, but it's not to the point where, like, it's fun to watch. It's to the point where it's like, oh my god, please stop, because she's just doing way too much here. It honestly feels like she's in a different movie altogether. I was not a fan of her performance here. She's not even slightly intimidating. There's nothing interesting about her. It's not one of those, you know, performances where, like, she's giving it her all. It just really falls flat. You don't for a second feel that this is like a villainous presence. It's just not a very convincing performance at all, and I was just not a fan of what they ended up doing with her. That being said, I did end up liking the character of Heather, played by Natasha Bordizio. Once she gets in the mix, I thought she did work pretty well. But the other issue I did have with this movie is I just felt that there were some characters that they just didn't do enough with. You know, such as the character I just mentioned. She really doesn't come in until, like, way later into the movie, and I wish we would have spent a little bit more time with her. You know, she's this outcast vampire. She's the new neighbor of Bud's, and I wanted to see more of their overall dynamic because I thought she was, honestly, a really interesting character, and I wanted to see what they were going to do with her overall. Snoop Dogg bringing so much fun to this film, and I thought they really could have done a lot more with him. I do think the world building they definitely could have done more of as well. There could have been some more expansion of, like, how this all really started, you know, what's really going on here. You know, they don't do the greatest job of that. They start to dive a bit more into it, but I don't think they go quite as far as they needed to. And the climax of this movie, I did think was very entertaining, but it definitely does drag. There are points where you think it's done, and then something happens and it just kind of keeps going. So I think there's just a few too many characters in this movie that I just didn't feel all that attached to, and I wanted to see more of in this film. But overall, like I said, this was definitely a better film than I was expecting. I think there's a solid dynamic between the two. I think there's some generally fun action sequences. There's some really funny moments. Overall, I think this is honestly one of the better of the, like, big budget Netflix films that are out there. I really didn't dislike this one all that much. It's certainly not a perfect movie, and it's not a film that, like, I want to rewatch immediately, or, like, I'm going to review to people, you know, I'm going to recommend to people as soon as I can, but I think it is a better film than it has gotten credit for, so B- for Day Shift. It's nothing spectacular, but I think for what it is, it honestly was quite a bit of fun. Secret Headquarters really disappointed me. I think this premise honestly does have a lot of potential. I love this idea that you have this kid and he has this kind of difficult relationship with his dad. They aren't really seeing eye to eye. He doesn't see him all that much, and, you know, there you can see that they're just having difficulty bonding, but it turns out, you know, later on in the film that, you know, he starts to suspect that there's something going on with his father, that he might be connected to being a superhero, and then he gets involved in this whole, like, you know, situation with this villain that's coming across him, and he defines his whole, like, secret headquarters. I think it's a really fun idea. The problem is the way this movie is done, it just doesn't take full advantage of this premise. I will say right off the bat, what really saves this movie for me are the performances from all of the kids here. I think Walker Scobell, I've always been a fan of his. I think he is a very talented young actor, and you know, he was really great in the Adam Project last year, and he gives another really convincing performance in this movie. Charlie is a character you do feel yourself somewhat attached to. I think they do a good job at, you know, developing his character throughout the film, and him, you know, gaining this appreciation for his dad. I thought that he did do a good job in this movie. Keith L. Williams is back once again. I have not seen him since Good Boys, and it's great to see him in another movie, and I thought that he gave another really solid performance. Momona Thenardi I thought was fine here. I thought all of the child performances, you know, were pretty good, and I thought they all have genuine futures, and I want to see them in a better movie, because unfortunately they're just not given all that much to do in terms of comedy, but we'll get into that in a little bit. Easily the best part of this movie, surprisingly, ends up being Michael Pena. I thought he was fantastic here. I mean, he is playing the type of villain that is so cheesy and over the top, but he is just eating up every single second of it. I think the character of Argon is not that well developed, not that well written, but Pena really just goes all out here, and I thought he had some generally really funny lines, and I really wanted more of him in the movie, because I think whenever he's on screen, he is generally a lot of fun, and I wanted to see more of him in this film, and I thought he was definitely one of the big standouts here for me. Other than that, I mean, this just feels like the kind of movie that would get dumped onto a streaming service. It's very easy to tell why this film ended up bypassing theaters, because it just really isn't anything that great. I mean, most of this film takes place during one night. You're seeing all these kids, and they start to find out more about, you know, what's going on with Owen Wilson's character, and then they get involved with everything, and they just don't really do much more with it than that. It just feels very basic. It feels like there's so much more you can do with this premise, but I feel like because the fact that the film only takes place in such a small period period of time, they don't really get to do that. And I think the biggest issue with this movie especially is Owen Wilson is extremely underused in this film. He only appears in like the first couple of minutes and then he's there at the end. Other than that, we barely see him in this movie, so you never really feel the relation between him and Charlie, which is supposed to be like the backbone of the film. It's supposed to be the thing that we're most invested in, and I just didn't really feel it because I didn't feel that attached to, you know, that relationship. I didn't feel we got enough of that in the film, and I thought they could have done a much better job at, you know, having him sprinkled throughout the film. You don't have to have him overshadow because he's not the main character, Charlie is, but they could have done a better job of like trickling little bits of information, maybe including some flashbacks here and there, just really giving us a better sense of the relationship between these two, because I just didn't really feel it in this movie. It also has to be said, the screenplay is just not very good here at all. A lot of the humor that these kids, I talked about before, I don't think these child actors are bad, but the humor that they're saddled with, it's just super unfunny. I was not a fan of it at all. It feels very much like a first draft, and I just didn't find myself really laughing at any of the humor throughout this film, so that really did bring it down for me. This, you know, where they end up going, I thought ended up being very predictable when it came to, you know, the end of this film and how it all ended up wrapping up. And I think there were just a lot of actors here that I found kind of wasted in this movie. Charles Melton doesn't really have all that much to do as a character. I think they could have done more with him. When it comes to, you know, Jesse Williams, he's also kind of wasted here. They don't do enough with his character. So yeah, overall, I just really want a lot more from this. Like I said, when Michael Pena's on screen, I think he honestly is a lot of fun. He actually has some funny lines, but I think it's more due to his line delivery. But it sucks because you have someone like Keith L. Williams, who I know can be really funny, but he isn't really given anything that funny to do or say here, and I think it's mainly due to the screenplay in this film. The film was also way too short. I think they definitely needed at least a few more minutes to really like tell this story. The directing, especially from Henry Jost and Ariel Schulman, really just leaves a lot to be desired. It feels very much just like they didn't have much of a style. This just feels like a very throwaway film. I think there was a lot they could have done here, but it just comes across fairly lame by the end of the day. I didn't hate it. There were definitely things I liked about it, but overall, I was not a fan of this. The effects as well are horrible in this movie. All of the cinematography, it just looks really bad. None of it looks convincing, and I was just honestly astounded by how some of it ended up looking. But also, it's an August, you know, release, so it's kind of what you expect, although now it's on streaming instead of going to theaters, so there's that at least. Yeah, I just really was not a fan of this. C4 Secret Headquarters, I didn't hate it like a lot of people did, but it's an incredibly generic and forgettable film that I really just don't think offered what it really could have. I Love My Dad is honestly a lot of fun. The premise of this movie, yes, is absolutely absurd. This idea that you have this father who, you know, his son hasn't talked to him for years. They have this just like very negative relationship, and he, you know, his son gets to the point where he literally blocks his father on social media, so he decides to like catfish as like this waitress that he, you know, and as this waitress of sorts to kind of like get closer to him. It's a really cringy premise, but the thing is, the film is aware of that. This is not a movie where they're trying to make this seem normal, or they're trying to make this seem like, you know, this is something endearing that the father is doing. No, the film is aware that, like, there's definitely something really weird and ethically wrong about this, and I like that the film really does acknowledge that, and I think that that's what works so well about this movie. I think the comedy really does end up working here just because of the directions that it ends up going into. I think there are some generally very funny moments throughout this movie. Patton Oswalt, I think, is like perfectly cast here. You can tell that Chuck is like trying to do the right thing. He really wants to have a relation with his son, but he's just really not thinking things through. And there are points where, you know, you also constantly want to yell at this character. You're like, why are you doing this? Why are you continuing to push this? Because Frank is, you know, Franklin's developing a genuine connection to Becca. They start to have a very deep relationship, and you can see there are points where Chuck wants to stop, but he just kind of keeps going. And I thought that worked really well for this character. You could just see how desperate he is to have this relationship with his son. And I thought Oswald just did such a great job. But there also is something generally endearing to his character as well, because it is Patton Oswalt, and I thought that's what works so well about him in this role. While you are creeped out by what he's doing, you also understand what he's doing, because in his mind, he really is just trying to reconnect with his son, and this is kind of like a last resort for him, and I think he does give a really strong performance here, especially later on in the film when he kind of starts to realize like just how far he's gone. I thought that he just did a really great job here. I was very impressed by his role. I thought he had some very funny moments throughout this movie, especially when he's like trying to like first make the profile and not really understanding technology. I mean, there's some really fun things they do with him in this film, and I thought honestly this was probably one of the best roles he's had in quite a bit. I think Patton Oswalt, he's, you know, someone that is usually in much smaller roles. I've been seeing him in a lot of cameos lately. This is really like his first starring role that's not, what was that show I reviewed like a couple years ago? Oh, MODOK. It's not, you know, it's the first thing that's not MODOK in a while where he's actually like front and center, and he's really damn good here. I think that his talent just really gets overlooked, and this is really just an example of how good of an actor he can be. But don't sleep on James Morosini. I think he also gives a really strong performance here as Franklin. You can tell that he's very socially awkward, he's very disconnected, but you can see that Becca starts to bring out a lot more within him. There's a lot of secrets that he's kind of kept inside, and you really start to find out more about this character, and I think Morosini does a really great job at playing that. Franklin feels like this very authentic portrayal of somebody that is just really afraid to admit how they're feeling, has kind of hidden, you know, their past, but finally has somebody that they can, you know, count on, and I think that he just does a really great job throughout this film. Rachel Dratch, I thought, was also a really big standout here. I thought she had some really good moments throughout this film, and Amy Landecker is very good as Diane. You know, she's the mother that is, you can tell she's not happy with, you know, Chuck at all. She doesn't really want much to do with him, but Franklin is someone that, you know, has a closer relationship to her, but and you know, I thought their overall relationship was really sweet, and I think the directing here by James Morosini, it works really well. He knows when this film needs to be funny, but he also knows, again, just how much this character is crossing lines and how far this can really go, and he does take it to some pretty insane levels, but I really like the direction that this film ends up going, especially when we start to dive deeper into the relationship between Chuck and Becca. I thought it worked really well, and Claudia Silvesky, I think, also is really good here. You know, Becca, while she is someone that's not real, you start to feel like she is, and it's mainly due to her performance, and I thought the way that Morosini wrote some of these scenes were really well done. You feel like you are actually watching these two interact, even if it's not actually real, and it's through Franklin's perspective. I think they do an excellent job with that. The cinematography here is also really well done. There's some really inventive ways they tell this story, and I thought that was really good, and I really enjoyed that in this film. It kept it very exciting throughout. So there really is a lot of things to appreciate about this one. It generally, you know, again, while the film does have a lot of creepy moments, and it has a premise that I think is definitely one that is going to take some people aback, it honestly does have some very heartwarming moments between father and son, and I thought that honestly worked really well. I'd say really my only issue with this movie really concerns the third act of this film. I think the third act of this movie is incredibly rushed. There is something that happens, and it's really effective, and, you know, it feels inevitable, and you're like, oh my god, I don't know how this character is going to come back from this, and then almost immediately it's resolved, and then something else happens, and you think it's going to be a big deal, and then that's resolved, and just the way this film decided to wrap up, it just felt like we needed a lot more time to process what really happened. They don't really give us enough time to dive into that, and I just wish this film had a stronger finish. I think the last shot of this film works really well. I think the ending itself kind of works, but when you think about what led up to it, it just doesn't quite make sense overall, and I would have liked a bit more time to kind of reflect upon what happened, so that way the ending just made a bit more sense, because for me it just left me feeling a little bit unsatisfied. But the things that work about this movie really do two work great. This film is, you know, very funny throughout. Some really good performances, especially from the two leads. Some really, you know, heartwarming moments between father and son as well. A very well-written film by James Morosini, and really good directing, too. I haven't seen any film from him before, but I think he is a genuine talent. He's definitely someone to watch out for. The film also is only like 95 minutes long. It does fly by. I just wish that that third act was a little bit better than it turned out to be. So overall, I had a really fun time with this one. B for I Love My Dad. This was a film that I was really loving for a while, and it didn't end as well as I was hoping, but for what this is, it works really well. It's generally one of the most enjoyable films, I think, of last year. It's not going to be for everyone because it's like the definition of cringe comedy, but it handles it in a way that it, you know, knows exactly what it is, and I think that it's the kind of film that, you know, if you just need something really fun and breezy to watch, I think this is exactly the kind of film to dive into. So I really enjoyed this one a lot. Look both ways, I really wasn't expecting all that much from, but I gotta say, I think this film actually does take full advantage of its premise. The idea that we have this girl and she makes one choice whether or not she is pregnant or not, and that ends up diverging her life into two parallel realities, I think is a really interesting idea. I think it kind of reminds me of the musical If Then, especially with how it goes about telling this story, where we have two distinctly different you know, stories end up happening, but then similar things end up converging. I think they do a pretty good job with that here. The idea that this one choice is going to really just set her down a different path in life, I think is a really interesting, and I think it's something that we often think about. It's like, if I didn't do this, would this happen instead? And I think the film does do a pretty good job with that. Both of the timelines that we get here, they're tonally different. They're events that happen much differently, and I think both of them are really interesting. You know, the one where her test ends up being positive and she is pregnant, we get some really good stuff with, you know, her mom and dad, and just how less than thrilled they are for her to be moving back there and stuck with this guy that they just do not deem as somebody that is, like, you know, ready to take care of a child. I think there's some interesting stuff they do in this timeline for sure, and I think that, you know, they do a really good job of showing this character that, you know, just kind of made this decision and now is kind of thrown into this and doesn't really know, you know, how to handle it, doesn't really know what to do, doesn't quite understand what she's getting herself into. But then in the negative reality, you have a Natalie that is far more assured of herself. You know, she can really take her time. She's focused solely on building her career, and you kind of get to see at first, you know, it seems like this is going to be something that turns out a lot better for her. You know, she becomes this, like, very successful movie producer, but you can see that both timelines have its pros and cons, and I think the film does a good job of really exploring that. The other thing that really elevates it is Lily Reinhart is just so damn likable in this role. You really find yourself getting attached to her in both of the storylines we get. I think she does a really good job at playing this character. You know, Natalie doesn't feel different in both timelines. Yes, there are differences that she makes, but her mannerisms remain the same. She is someone that is very optimistic. She wants things to be, you know, going well. She's always hoping, you know, she's always hoping for the best, and that's something you do find yourself very attached to. So I thought she did a very good job here. But the other performances that I really found myself being a big fan of, I gotta say, was both of her parents. Andrea Savage and Luke Wilson are both so much fun in this movie. Luke Wilson especially has some really funny lines here, and I thought that he really did end up delivering quite well. David Cornsweet also, Cornsweet works very well as her love interest in the negative timeline. I thought he was very good in this film. I thought the two of them did have very good chemistry. Nia Long is also in this timeline, and she's not in the movie a ton, but for when she's there, I really enjoyed her character, and I thought that she had some really good stuff to do. I'd say my only real issue with this movie is Danny Ramirez, and it's not so much his performance. I just felt that the two of them just didn't really have that strong of chemistry. So so I just wasn't quite as into that part of the film just because I didn't really buy into their relationship all that much. It just didn't really feel all that genuine to me. It felt kind of stilted, and when she was on screen with Dave and Corin Sweat, I felt their relationship a lot more. I thought that they worked better together. I thought they had a genuine bond, whereas Danny Ramirez, I just didn't really feel the chemistry between the two, and maybe that's the point considering some of the directions they end up taking the film, but I thought overall, you know, those two, it just didn't quite work as well as I was hoping, and the film can be very predictable and very overly sentimental. It goes in the directions that you are expecting, and it isn't necessarily an unpredictable film, but it still remains very charming throughout. There are moments that honestly did have me laughing, and I can say that I thought it was honestly very enjoyable. I don't think it's anything remarkable. I don't think it's anything amazing, but for what it is, I honestly do think it does work very well. I think this whole, film about this idea of just kind of questioning different paths you could take and kind of theorizing on what that would, where that would really take you. I think the film does a really good job at presenting that here, and I do think it ends up being largely effective for the most part. It's a very fun film, and it's honestly a lot better than I was overall expecting. It's nothing amazing, but I did generally enjoy watching it. I did feel, like I said, there were some characters that were underused. Her friend, played by Isha D, there's really not all that much to her. I wish we could have dived a bit more into her character. And then some of the directions they end up taking towards the end of the film, I wasn't that thrilled with, but overall, I really did end up enjoying this one. So B- for Look Both Ways. It's nothing amazing, but I think if you're looking for just a really just kind of wholesome, cute, dramedy, I think this one will do the trick overall. Glorious is easily one of the weirdest films I have talked about, not just in this video, but probably in my channel in general. I mean, literally this entire film is about this guy who is stuck in a bathroom. He has no way of getting out, and his only hope is literally this strange voice that is through a glory hole. That is literally the only other communication he has throughout this movie, and that premise alone sounds absurd. It does not sound like the kind of thing that lends itself to a feature-length film. And right off the bat, I mean, this movie is actually pretty short, and when you see the runtime, it kind of makes sense why it is that short, and that is something that I was definitely concerned about. I was like, is this really gonna work? But honestly, it ends up working surprisingly very well. I think Brian Quinton is very good in this role. I've always been a really big fan of his. I think that he has given some really strong performances. The character of Wes is someone who, he just is kind of like at the end of his rope. He just got over like this relationship with his girlfriend, and you can see that he's just constantly beating himself up, and you really kind of sympathize with him at first, but you also kind of feel like he's a loser because he doesn't really want to, do anything. He's, burning like all his possessions. He's freaking out over this, breakup that he had with his ex, and you just want to know more of what's really going on with him. And I thought that they did a really good job of slowly diving into this character, but also kind of laying the groundwork for what's really at play here. Casting J.K. Simmons as the glory hole, or Gadinatha, I think is how it was pronounced. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen this movie. I thought was honestly genius. He works very well here. I thought that he was very funny at first, but you also really understand just the threatening presence of this character. I thought they did a really good job at getting him to play him, and just the full extent of what this demigod can do and what the whole goal is, I thought worked really well in this film. The film honestly does go in some very twisted directions, and for a while, I mean, it very much kind of feels like a short film. You're like, okay, I don't really know where this is going, and that was my issue for a while. It was like, I don't really know if this needs to be 79 minutes long. I don't really know if we need to, spend so much time on this. This seems like a very simplistic idea. There is this task that he wants him to perform, and it's like very dangerous what he's doing. I'm not going to get too much into it because a lot of people haven't seen this film. And then towards the third act, there are some revelations that we find out about the main character, and it kind of recontextualizes the way you view this film. It kind of makes you look at this character in a whole new light, and I really like what we end up finding out at the end. I think it honestly is very effective. I think it answers a lot of questions. It explains why the character is reacting the way that he is. The problem is it happened so late into the film. I honestly wish that this would have been revealed earlier, and I wish the film would have spent a bit more time in kind of giving me an idea of what's really going on here. Give me some more information about it. I just want to know more once we found out the actual, what was actually going on with Wes as a character. I wanted to know more about that because I was not expecting the film to go in the direction that it did, and once it did, I thought it was honestly really twisted, and it was a really interesting change of pace, but the film just kind of ends very slowly, very quickly after that, and I wish that we had a bit more time to really dive into, the full extent of what really happened there that set this character down this path, and we just don't really get to see that. But this film is still very entertaining throughout. It's honestly very funny at points, but the horror elements also do work really well here. So yeah, I think this is a very simplistic film that gets a little bit more complicated towards the end, but it never overstays its welcome. It knows exactly what kind of film it is. It's only like 79 minutes long, and I think it very much works as that length, but there definitely are elements that I wish were a little bit longer. I don't know if if this is just a jumping off point, there's going to be another film at some point, but I just wanted to know a little bit more. Once we got to the end here and we started to realize what was happening, I was a little bit frustrated that the film ended so quickly after that, but I think for what this is, I found it to be very effective. It was a much better film than I was anticipating, so B- for Glorious. It's nothing amazing, but I think it is exactly the kind of just really strange and out there horror film that's also like super original and goes in some really unexpected directions that I think you're going to get a real kick out of for sure. And it's the kind of film that, like, this is why I watch these Shudder original films, because they offer like really different ideas, and I think this is exactly the kind of thing they need to do more of. So overall, I definitely recommend this one. Beast was a huge surprise for me. I went into this thing, it was just going to be like typical August schlock. It was going to be really stupid. It was probably going to be like kind of unwatchable just because like how cheaply made it was, and it was going to be one of those movies that kind of felt like it belonged on like the Sci-Fi Channel or something like that, and it's not that at all. This film honestly has genuine craft and passion put into it, and that's something I really did respect. I think Balthazar Kormaker did a really good job at making this film that is so ridiculous at points and knows that it's ridiculous, still feels somewhat authentic, still have some sense of, something that feels organic, something that feels tangible. He does a good job at directing this movie. When there is tension, you actually do feel it. There were many moments here that I thought were honestly very well constructed in terms of its sequences, all these different creatures and things like that, and them going after this family. You do feel a genuine sense of suspense, and I thought they did, he did a really good job at directing that, but I also thought he did a good job at having a genuine sense of heart. He does a really good job at giving you a reason to give a shit about these characters. Now, with that being said, the screenplay by Ryan Engel, it's fairly simplistic. It really is just Idris Elba's character. He's having a hard time connecting to his daughters. He, is getting over the loss of his wife and things like that, and you can see that that's kind of eating away at him, and his daughters, the younger one still seems to be attached, but the older one kind of blames him for what happened. And, we've seen this story done before, but it's honestly done to pretty good effect. I think they do a good job at giving you just enough there to care about them. There are some generally very sweet moments when they start to kind of open up more about the situation that they're in, and I honestly was like, okay, they're doing a good job at giving me a reason to care about these characters, and I was generally impressed by that. I thought all three of the actors actually did work really well together. Idris Elba honestly gives a very committed performance. He knows what kind of movie he's in, and he never tries to go too serious with it, but he does a really good job at actually, taking this somewhat seriously, actually putting effort into this, and I thought he did a good job at playing this character. Yes, there are many points that are absolutely ridiculous and defy all kinds of logic, but again, because of the fact that these actors are really selling it and you actually can buy into the premise here, it didn't really bother me all that much. So even when these characters were making stupid decisions, it actually did somewhat make sense, because it feels like, okay, this is probably what would happen if this situation were to realistically play out, and I thought they did a good job with that. Yes, the CGI on the animals honestly was not that bad. I was expecting a lot worse in terms of the CGI, but they honestly did sell it pretty well, whether it's this huge lion or these other, you know, animals that are coming after them. They do a good job at making this feel like a genuine threat, and I was impressed by the way they did that. So yeah, there actually is quite a bit to like about this movie. It's also only about an hour and a half, and it really does kind of breeze by. It never feels like too long or too rushed or anything. I think my only real issues is Sharlto Copley's in this movie, and he honestly feels very underused to me. I wanted a little bit more of him. And I think that they could have utilized his character just a little bit better than they did. There are moments where they have these like dream sequences with Idris Elba's character about what's happened, and they just feel a little bit tacked on. I honestly didn't really understand what the point of them was. I thought it was just a little too much for me, and there were some moments that I just didn't really feel as much tension as they really wanted me to. There are some moments that do drag here and there, and it did take me just a little bit to fully get into this movie, but I gotta say, for what this is, it worked a lot better than I really was expecting. The climax especially was generally really thrilling, and again, even though it's absolutely ridiculous, you're having Idris Elba go up against this huge lion, and obviously, that's not something that would actually happen in real life. But I thought this was generally very exciting, and I honestly was really getting into the climax of this film, despite how ridiculous it was. There was something that was generally really gripping about it, and I think it's because they, again, put a lot of effort into this. They didn't half-ass it, and it actually ended up really paying off in the end. So, surprisingly, a much more effective film than I was expecting. It's certainly not a film that it's going to work for everybody, because there are admittedly a lot of stupid things going on here. There are some moments that are just completely ridiculous and hard to take seriously, but I think they do enough work here to where I actually did end up having a really fun time with this, and actually had some pretty solid characters. So overall, I found this to be a much better film than I was expecting. B- for Beast. Again, nothing incredible, but considering what I was expecting it to be, it actually ended up being a pretty fun summer blockbuster. Orphan First Kill, I was really excited for. Just the idea of getting to revisit this character after so many years, I thought was a really interesting idea, but also having it be a prequel, I mean, it seemed perfect, because obviously this character, from the twist, spoilers, I'm sure if you've seen Orphan, you know this, but the character herself is a lot older than she claims to be, and so having her at a earlier phase of her life actually does work really well, considering she's supposed to be a lot older in Orphan than she is here, and having Isabel Fuhrman be pretty close to the age that Lena Klamer's supposed to be, I actually did think was a really interesting idea. And I will say, when this movie started off, I didn't quite know where it was going to go. It felt like a very typical, origin story to me. You see how everything plays out with her, getting out of this, psychiatric hospital that she's in and things like that, and then eventually coming across this family posing as their dead, posing basically as their dead daughter. And at first you think you know where this is really going to go. It seems overly familiar to where the first film was. And then something happens, and I don't want to get into it too much for those that haven't seen this movie, but there is this reveal of sorts, and it is the exact kind of rug pull that you're just astounded by, because you're like, holy shit, they actually managed to do something really different here, and the movie goes in a completely different direction than I was really expecting, and it made this film feel so much more fresh, so much more exciting, and I thought they did a really great job at just doing something, finding a way to still make this feel like it could have taken place before, but also doing something completely out of left field, but not in a way that feels like it doesn't fit with the rest of the movie. This feels like it could totally work, and I thought they did a really excellent job with where they ended up taking this film, and it honestly really did keep you on your toes in that way. Once you have this twist of sorts, you really don't know where the film is going to go from there. There's a level of unpredictability that I was honestly very surprised by, and it's really hard to do in a prequel. And I have to say, there is a lot of passion that was put into this film. Isabel Fuhrman, I was a little bit worried about. It's been a long time since she's played this character. She was a lot younger, admittedly, when she did it, and so I didn't really know if it would, you know, if she'd be able to really sell us on this role, if it would be believable, and she is just fantastic here. She gets right back into the role. It honestly feels like she never left. We have an Esther here that is definitely a little bit different than the one that we saw in the first movie, but it works because this Esther is, you know, new at what she's doing. She hasn't really honed her craft as much, so it's not quite as convincing, but it's not necessarily supposed to be, and I think Fuhrman does a really good job at still capturing the same kind of mannerisms, capturing the same kind of you know, spirit of the character, and I think, you know, she just does a really great job here, and I think this was definitely the right time for her to dive back into this role. But I gotta say, Julia Stiles honestly really rivals her at points. I think she gives a fantastic performance in this movie. I can't really get into her too much, but this is not Rose Byrne. That is all I will say. This is not at all Rose Byrne in the 2009 film. I mean, this is not Vera Farmiga. That is all I will say. Very much not. She is operating at a completely different level, and I thought that she really killed it in this film. She has some really juicy monologues, and I really liked the performance that she was giving here. Rossif Sutherland, I thought, honestly, was pretty good here, too. And like I said, the directions this movie ended up going, I generally wasn't expecting. I think the second act especially is very exciting, where they end up taking this character. I mean, again, it becomes this whole other thing, and it becomes so much more unpredictable. You really don't know where the movie's gonna go, and I think the screenplay by David Coggeshall, I mean, he just did a really great job of constructing, because even though you know Esther's going to make it out of the movie, you don't really know how that is going to happen. How are we going to get to the place we were in Orphan? And this film did it, I think, really well done. I was generally very impressed by it, and also, I gotta say, the practical effects in this movie, I honestly really do commend. They made a very strong case to not use any sort of de-aging whatsoever. They didn't want to use any CGI, and it honestly works really well. It really does end up feeling a lot more tangible. It feels a lot more realistic, and I thought they did a good job. And in a movie that is honestly very campy at points, I thought they did a really good job at making this work. I think, like I said, the twist in this film is really juicy, and I really like where they end up taking it. That being said, not everything about this film does work. I don't think it's quite as strong as the first film, and the reason is because there is a sense of mystery in the first film that, because we know what's really going on with Esther, that is sort of lost here. But I do think the twist more than makes up for that, just again adding something a little bit different, a little bit more twisted in that way. I think they do a good job with that here, and there are some generally very thrilling moments, but the only other thing I will say is some of the acting here is really just not that great. There's really no other way of saying it. The actor that plays the son, especially Matthew Finlan, I was not impressed by whatsoever. I thought he was just really overdoing it in this film. And look, there are some really over-the-top performances. Julia Stiles, I would not call subtle in this movie. There's a lot of things I would say about her performance. Subtle is not one of them. I mean, she's really just going, you know, she's going all out here. She's giving such a incredibly theatrical performance, but I thought Finlan was just really doing it on a level that just didn't feel convincing. It didn't feel like this worked. I didn't really understand, you know, what he was trying to do in this movie. The character of Gunnar as well didn't quite work for me in the way that I was really hoping, and so I kind of felt like his character, he's definitely necessary in the film, but they need to do something a little different with him. Some of the other actors that we get, especially in the first act of the film, they were definitely a bit rough to get through, and I don't think they were the greatest. But I gotta say, William Brent Bell's directing, I was very impressed by here. I was really worried that his directing was really going to hurt this film. I have not been impressed by any of the other films he's directed. I didn't even really like The Boy all that much, but I think here he did a good job at still having those like really twisted ideas, but still making it feel grounded, making it feel somewhat tangible. So when we get to the climax of this movie, I generally was very thrilled at what was happening here. I thought there were some generally really, you know, some very suspenseful moments that had me on the edge of my seat throughout. thoughts. So yeah, a much different movie than I really was expecting. I kind of went into this being like, I want to be excited for this, but I feel like it's going to disappoint me. But they did a lot of stuff here that I thought honestly made this feel a lot more, worth it. And it's honestly the kind of film that does need to be believed. I've seen people compare it to Malignant. It's not that crazy in terms of twists, but it's definitely not at all what you were expecting. It's incredibly bonkers where it ends up going in terms of its idea, and it's just the kind of prequel that it goes so off course that you really just end up respecting it, but yet it still finds a way to connect to the original film, and I think they do a really good job with that. And I just can't believe that this works as well as it does. I feel like this is the kind of film where it's like, again, you want to be excited for it, but it's probably not going to be all that great just because it's been so long. But this is exactly the kind of prequel that finds a way to inject new life into this series. And honestly, I feel like they can keep doing these, like catch up with Isabel Fuhrman, every couple years, show her different phases of her life, and keep making these films. I think they honestly could go ahead and do that because I think there's a lot of potential behind this concept. So yeah, overall, I was a really big fan of this one. B for Orphan First Kill, a much better film than I really was expecting, and certainly not at all the movie I was expecting for sure, and it's all the better because of it. Spin Me Round honestly did have me for a bit. I like the premise of this movie a lot, where we are centering on this character and she is flown to this like Italian program, and it starts to be like this romantic getaway, but there's like something off going on here. She can't quite understand what is happening, but there's something very unsettling about this town, and about Italy and things like that, and about the specific place that she's staying. I think there's definitely a lot that you can get out of that. And Alison Brie, I mean, she is one of the most likable actresses, I think, in Hollywood right now. She does give a really strong performance here. I think Amber's the kind of character that you do find yourself really gravitating towards. She knows that there's something off here, and nobody really seems to pay it too much, pay it any mind, and I thought that her character does work really well in that way. Alessandro Nivola also is so much fun in this role, the character of Nick. I think that he is a really fun character here. There is this really interesting dynamic between the two that I honestly did like quite a bit, and I thought that those two end up working like really well together, and I've always been a fan of him. He pops up in a lot of films like this that you're not really expecting him to, and I think that he does do a really good job in this film. There's some other strong performances here. I thought Molly Shannon was a lot of fun. She honestly probably had the funniest lines in the entire film. Debbie Ryan is not bad here. I don't know what it is about Jeff Baena, but he knows how to direct Debbie Ryan, so I guess just keep putting Debbie Ryan in Jeff Baena movies. And then Aubrey Plaza, for what she has, I think she is really good here. I think she does give a pretty strong performance in this film. I'd say the only real issue with this movie is just a couple things. One, I just don't think the screenplay is all that interesting. The story itself, it seems a lot more interesting than what it really does end up becoming. I think there is a genuine sense of intrigue. At first, you want to know more of what's going on, and the way these characters are acting, you can see that there's something else at play, and you want to know more of what's happening, and it feels like a film that is finally building to something, and I think there is genuine intrigue there, but the comedy, it just didn't quite land for me in the way that I was hoping. I found myself laughing every so often. I wasn't laughing that consistently, and so that really did bring the movie down for me, and that really didn't end up working. But there's also a lot of characters here that I just wanted more of. Any of the characters that Amber's working with, I just felt like we didn't really get to know them all that much. I wanted to see more of them in this film, and I just don't think they did the greatest job with that. And also Aubrey Plaza in this movie. She is a very intriguing character at first. Amber and Kat have a very interesting dynamic. You think she's going to go down a path, she's going to play a significant role, and then she just disappears, and we never see her again in the movie, and I just felt like this was a complete, utter waste of her talents. I don't understand what the point of her character really was. I don't know why they went the direction they really did with her. And look, it's not like her character has like nothing to do prior to when she's in the film. She actually is a big highlight at first, and that's why it was disappointing when she just kind of disappeared. It was like, what was the point of her? And they never really come back to that, so I was very disappointed. But the one thing that really kills this film is just, again, there's so much intrigue as to what's actually happening. When we get to that final reveal of what this was all leading up to, it just feels like the biggest shrug. Like, it feels like Jeff Baena generally had no idea what he wanted this to live up to, so he just kind of came up with something kind of stupid, and he was like, yeah, sure, we'll go with that, because it feels so utterly inconsequential. The way they go about it, it's like this, they build up all this intrigue, they build up all this suspense, and to have it be basically just like this quick joke and then just move on, the whole film just feels entirely unnecessary, and I just didn't quite understand what the point of any of this was. By the time it ends, I just really didn't care after that. So yeah, this was just an incredibly frustrating film for me. I think it definitely has some good ideas. I think there are some fun moments here and there, but it really ends up falling apart in the end, and because of that, it's a film that honestly has left my head way quicker than I initially expected to, because I honestly was really, you know, looking forward to this film. But I feel like when people talk about Jeff Baena as a director, you know, and they don't speak that favorably about him, this is exactly the type of film as to why. I just feel like there were so many ideas, there was so much more he could have done with this, and he ends it in such a unsatisfying manner and just such a frustratingly simple manner that you just don't understand why you just spent the last hour and a half watching any of this. So yeah, overall, I was really let down by this one. C+ for Spin Me Round. It's not terrible, it definitely has some fun moments here and there, but it's absolutely the kind of film where it really was riding on that reveal. It really was riding on delivering, you know, what it set up, and it absolutely failed to do so, and because of that, it just really ended up falling flat for me. So I've seen some people actually kind of come around on The Invitation, and that's great. I do think that, you know, there is definitely an audience for this film, but I can tell you right now, I am absolutely not one of them whatsoever. This is easily one of the most boring and uninteresting films I watched last year. It's not all bad. Natalie Emmanuel, I've always been a fan of her, and I do think she does give a really strong performance as Evie, someone who, you know, she's already kind of processing her mother's death. She's not really, you know, and she's trying to meet more of her like family members and things like that, and she ends up becoming acquainted to one of them, and she gets involved in this whole thing, and she's not really sure what exactly she's gotten herself involved in, and I think she does give a pretty solid performance here. She really is the one thing that's holding this film together, and I like what she did here. Thomas Doherty also is really good in this film as the character of DeVille. It's incredibly obvious where his character is going to go, but these two do have a genuine chemistry, and you do find yourself becoming somewhat attached to them as characters, and I think they do a pretty good job with that. The problem really is the directing and the writing here. Jessica M. Thompson's directing is just so incredibly bland. I didn't feel like there was any sense of style. I didn't really feel like there was anything specifically that she was bringing to this film that was really her own, especially because for a long time, this movie just isn't really doing much of anything. Getting into the screenplay here, I mean, that's easily the biggest issue with this movie. This film is one of those movies where it just takes forever to get to anything interesting. 90% of this movie is build-up. You're watching this character, and she is with this family that's incredibly eccentric. They all seem to have a weird obsession with her. They all want to just like lavish her with gifts. They want to take her to all these like expensive like massage trips and things like that, and she's not quite sure like what's really going on. She's really taken aback by everything. One of the sisters seems really jealous of her. The other sister seems a bit more kind to her. They're just... And then you have the character of DeVille, who starts off and he seems to be, you know, really sweet, but then you can tell that there's something more going on, and the film just takes forever to really get to that something. And if they found a way to make this section of the film interesting, that would be a different story, but they really don't. I don't think they did a good job at attaching me to these characters. I don't think they did a good job in building enough intrigue. It feels like they give us little ideas of what's happening, but if I was to go into this film and not know where it was going, I would be so unconvinced that there was anything that this was really leading up to. And so once we get to the actual reveal, which was horribly spoiled by the trailer, by the way. I mean, some of the worst marketing I've seen for a horror film in a long time. Literally everything you saw in the trailer is like the third act of this movie. By the third act, I mean like the last like 25 minutes of this movie when they finally get to that, the movie just goes completely off the rails at that point. It just feels like they didn't do a good job at really building up to this. They didn't really do a good job at laying out those breadcrumbs. There are things that happen in the movie and you don't really understand why they went the way that they did. What were the point of some of the subplots here? It just feels like the film kind of becomes a shell of itself, and I don't think they did a very good job with that. The other issue I have is once we get to the actual reveal of what's happening, the movie very shortly ends after that. There's really no tension. There's no sense of hopelessness. There's never a sense of fear you have because the film has to rush through its climax, and so they just don't do a very good job of getting to those horror elements. You never feel any kind of thrill. I never felt any sort of danger throughout this movie. I just felt like, okay, we're wrapping this up and now we're getting to the end of the movie. So I just don't think the film is paced very well at all. I think the writing is just very hollow here. There's a lot of characters where I'm just really struggling to understand the point of them. Stephanie Coruscant, I like her as an actress. I hated her character in this movie. I did not understand the point of her. I didn't understand why they were going in the direction that they really were. It was pretty obvious, what was happening, I feel like, but I also felt like they didn't do a good job in really laying the groundwork to make us feel otherwise. So yeah, I was really let down by this one. I wasn't even really looking forward to it, but I did see the potential in this concept, and don't get me wrong, there are things that do work. Like I said, the chemistry between these two, I think, actually is very strong, but that honestly ends up working against the film once we get to the actual reveal of what's happening, which if you've seen the trailer, you know what is happening here. The other big issue I had with this film is a lot of this film is supposed to be centered around Evie connecting with her brother Oliver, and he is just not in the film enough. I wanted to see more of these two bonding. I wanted to see more of these two getting to know each other, and we just don't focus on it enough in this movie. We focus way more on her relationship with DeVille and his sisters, and I just didn't feel like Oliver was as prominent of a character as he really needed to be, so I was very let down by that. There are some other friends that Evie has here that I just didn't feel had really anything to do in the movie whatsoever. They try to do something with them towards the end, and it just completely fell flat because I didn't give a shit about any of those characters. And they do try to set this up for a sequel by the end. The way this ends, they do actually try to set this up, for some sort of continuation. And I don't think it's going to happen at all because this film ended up bombing miserably at the box office. I know it's developed a bit of a cult following, but it just really did not end up working for me. I do think the production design is really good here. There's, a good score. There's some okay, creature designs here and there, but this just really ended up being such a bland and just underwhelming horror film. There really was nothing here that ended up working for me in the way that I was hoping. I don't understand why they decided to market the movie in the way that they did, because it just made the entire film feel so utterly predictable with where they ended up going. This is yet another horror film that doesn't really want to be one until the last 20-30 minutes. I don't really know what the trend was in August, what was really going on here, but there were quite a few that were like this, and this is yet another one of them. And honestly, I think this one does it even worse than the last one I talked about because it's so obvious what is going on here. Even if I didn't see the trailer, I can tell what's actually happening based on the plethora of jump scares we get, based on the way these characters talk, based on certain mannerisms. It is so obvious what the twist reveal is actually going to be, so once we get there, it is in no way satisfying. It is in no way surprising. There's no real thrills or anything. It's so incredibly obvious what was going to happen. The film is just so incredibly slow paced. It just feels so tepid. It feels so unnecessary, and once it eventually does reveal itself, it just doesn't really get to do much with it because the film has to rush through everything. So it's just the definition of just completely losing sight of your potential. I think some of the performances are good. I think there is some intrigue overall, but it really starts to fade away, and the film just ends on such a generic and stale note. There's also these constant jump scares in the first two acts of the movie, and it didn't do it any favors. I mean, I didn't understand what the point of any of them were. I thought the majority of them were just really lame. So yeah, overall, I was just not a fan of this one. C- for The Invitation. Like I said, I know there's some fans out there that enjoy this one. I am just really not one of them at all. Okay, so surprisingly, Samaritan is a film that I think had a little bit more going for it than I really did anticipate. Right off the bat, it does actually have a pretty good Sylvester Stallone performance. The character of Joe Smith is somebody that you do feel somewhat connected to. I didn't feel like he was on autopilot in this movie. You do actually feel like there is something compelling about him, and I did think that they did a really good job in diving into his character, and I thought that he was really strong here. And easily the best thing about this movie is this reveal towards the end. There is a twist with his character, and I honestly did not see it coming at all. I thought it was honestly generally very well executed and honestly made a lot of sense why they went in the direction with him, and I thought it honestly heightened a lot of what came before, and I enjoyed the twist in this film quite a bit. I thought it honestly was very effective. The problem is that's only some of the movie. That's only a very small portion of the movie. The twist doesn't happen until way later into the film, and by that point, you pretty much know where it's going to go. At that point, the film is kind of nearing its end. The rest of this movie, unfortunately, is just very lackluster. It's the same kind of story we've seen 1,000 times before. This kid finds something out about his neighbor, that he's the superhero, and at first he doesn't really want much to do with him. He's very, reclusive and closed off, and then these two start to form, a genuine bond. This kid's, picked on by bullies, and he, faces off against them, but there's, this greater evil out there. Every single beat that you can think of, this film dives into. There is nothing surprising about whatsoever. Again, aside from that twist at the end, every other thing that we get here is just so utterly predictable. I didn't think they did a good job with that at all. And also, Javon Walton's performance, I thought was okay. He's doing what he can in this movie to make this character stick out. I've been a fan of his in Euphoria. I don't think he's a bad actor or anything. And I thought his performance was fine, but the character of Sam is so incredibly underwritten. He's really just this kid that's trying to help his mom with this financial crisis of sorts, and he's trying to get this job from this gang and things like that, and he just isn't really all that compelling of a character, and especially compared to, again, the character of Joe Smith or Samaritan. I think that he just does not compare, and I just did not find him to be all that compelling. Dasha Palonso also just does not have enough to do in this movie. I like her as an actress a lot, but I felt like she really kind of got the short end of the stick here. There's some other actors here that I just wanted a lot more from, and then Polo Asbach as Nemesis just, again, is not really all that great of a villain. He's honestly very corny. I don't think they really gave him a lot to do here that really ended up sticking out. He's a good actor. We're going to talk about him eventually in another movie, not in this, actually later in this video, we are actually going to talk about him in another movie, but it's not in this month, but it's in one of the next months that we'll talk about, but this film just didn't really do him any favors. And then the cinematography here, it just really isn't all that great. It feels very cheap. It feels very half-assed, especially when they try to dive into the more superhero elements. There is a pretty good fight towards the end of this film. Again, I think the climax of this film actually is pretty good, and it's mainly due to that twist. It kind of turns your head on, turns its head on what you thought it was really all about, what you actually thought was going on. I thought they did a good job with that here. I thought they actually did a pretty good job at providing something different, kind of, providing some context as to what actually happened. That was something I was generally impressed by. But the rest of the film just felt so utterly generic, felt so recycled. There wasn't enough here that really ended up sticking out to me. So while there was something I was impressed by, it really just ended up being a sum of its parts rather than a complete whole. So yeah, overall, I really just wasn't that big on this one. It wasn't terrible like I was expecting it to be, but it certainly wasn't anything that great either. So C for Samaritan. It has some good moments here and there, but overall, it just ends up being a very forgettable film. Funny Pages was a much different movie than I really was expecting. I was kind of going into this thing, it was going to be like something really inspiring and something really like uplifting, but this is far more stressful of a film than I was expecting. It almost has an Uncut Gems sort of feel to it, but almost like if Uncut Gems was this very dark comedy, which don't get me wrong, there are funny moments in Uncut Gems, but I would not at all call that movie a comedy. This is way more of a black comedy. We focus on this character, Robert, who he is this high school student, but he wants to be a cartoonist, and he meets with like his art teacher, and his art teacher, you know, is clearly doing some predatory things. He's asking him to make like a nude figure drawing of him and things like that. But he's very inspired by him and his artwork and things like that, and, you know, he ends up getting killed, and this inspires Robert to basically just, like, fuck everything, like, move out of his apartment and just fully become, you know, focused on being a cartoonist. And so the premise is a little bit ridiculous, but I think it honestly does work really well. I think Daniel Zolgardi is very good as his character, Robert. You can see that he's someone, he has really big dreams, but he doesn't fully know how to accomplish them. And what I like about this film is that it does not go in the direction that you think it's going to. This does not go in a direction where he becomes this really successful cartoonist and it's like really inspiring. This actually is way more like consequential. You know, you can see he's really passionate about what he's trying to do, but he doesn't fully care about how he's going to get there, so he's just trying to like recruit somebody to kind of replace his mentor in a way. And the character of Wallace that he comes across is just absolutely insane. This guy is so incredibly off the walls. He is just so incredibly erratic, and Matthew Maher, I think, maybe steals this entire movie. I've never really seen him before, but I gotta say, ever since this film, I've really been paying attention to him in other movies he's popped up in since, and I think it's just a testament to how great he is in this movie. I mean, Wallace, from the second you see him, you can tell this is not a guy that like has it all together. He's frequently just like very violent, and he always seems to be freaking out over the littlest of things, and you know that something bad is going to happen, you just don't know when it's really going to. And just the directions this movie ends up taking is absolutely insane, and I think that they do a really good job with it. There is something that happens in the third act that really threw me for a loop. It was both really funny, but also really nerve-wracking the way it all went down. I couldn't believe they went in the directions that they did. The way the movie ends, I thought it ended on, honestly, like a very melancholy note, and kind of reminds you a little bit of The Graduate. Not nearly as good of an ending like as The Graduate, but in a similar note. When you see the movie, you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, overall, there's a lot of things I really liked about this. I will say the comedy itself is very deadpan. It's not going to work for everyone. There are definitely some moments that didn't hit as well as I was hoping for, but there were some really funny moments for sure, and I thought that ended up working really well here. Like I said, I think the performance by Daniel Zolgardi is very good, but I think Matthew Maher maybe steals the entire film from him. I'd say my only real issues with this movie is I just think it's a little bit rushed. It takes a very short amount of time for him to like flee his parents' house and go off on his own, and I wish we took a little bit more time in focusing on that. But I understand the movie kind of wants to like trick you into thinking it's one thing and then it turns out to be something else. And then I also felt that there is this friend that Robert has in Miles, and I just felt that he was very underdeveloped. I wanted to see more of this character. I wanted to see more of their overall interactions, and I just felt like they could have done more there. There's also a portion of the movie where it feels like there should be more that's happening. There's a certain event that takes place, and the movie kind of abruptly ends, and that's like very typical for a film like this, but I was expecting for it to go on just a little bit longer than it ended up going. But overall, I thought this was very effective. It was certainly a much different movie than I really was expecting, and it's definitely not going to work for everyone, but I really do commend Owen Kline for going in the direction he went with this movie, because like I said, I was expecting this to be kind of generic, and it's anything but that. I mean, it's absolutely insane the directions it ends up going, especially in the third act. So yeah, I overall really did end up enjoying this one. It's a hard film to talk about without really getting into spoilers, but B- for Funny Pages. It's certainly not a perfect film by any means, but it is one that I was definitely way different than what I was expecting, and I definitely did get quite a bit out of. Okay, so remember a little bit ago when I talked about the movie Day Shift and how I feel like that film was unjustly getting hated, getting shit on because it's not nearly as generic and, stereotypical of Netflix films as like you expect it to be. Me Time is almost like the template for everything that's wrong with Netflix films. I mean, from the second this movie started, I just had a feeling this was not going to work for me. One of the first jokes in this movie, I shit you not, it literally involves Kevin Hart literally slipping on a piece of shit and falling on the floor, and like you can see they are waiting for a laugh track, like they are holding for comedy. It's one of those kind of movies, and this happens again like a few minutes later. The movie thinks it's like the funniest thing ever, and if that doesn't tell you the level of just absolute horrendousness we're dealing with here, I don't know what else to say. I mean, this film is just absolutely like bottom of the barrel in terms of comedy. It is so incredibly infantile the way it goes about it. There's not a single joke here that really ended up making me laugh. I think all of the jokes really do end up falling flat in this film, and it's just really insufferable throughout. That's only just one example of just how terrible the humor is here. It also doesn't help that, unfortunately, I just didn't think Kevin Hart and Mark Wahlberg had any chemistry whatsoever. I don't think these two really worked well together at all. Both of their characters I just did not really care about. This whole storyline of them like meeting for the first time in years and they're gonna go on this crazy adventure, you just don't buy into that these two were ever really friends, just because they don't really seem like they really want to be there, and I don't think they did a very good job with that. But again, so much of this movie feels like it has no idea where it really wants to go with this. A lot of it feels like a sitcom. There's just these wacky hijinks, but none of it is even slightly funny. It's all just really hard to watch, and I just had a very hard time getting through a lot of this film. And here's the thing, this movie's not even that long. It's only like an hour 40-ish minutes, but it is such a drag to get through because it is just not funny at all. So much of the humor, it just relies on just very like just a lot of bodily fluids, a lot of just like fart jokes, a lot of stuff that you just kind of expect it to, and it just really doesn't end up working at all. I found it to be just very bottom of the barrel. Like I said, the directing is pretty much non-existent. I don't feel like there was anything in terms of the directing here that really ended up sticking out to me. This is from the same writer of Night School, and it really does show. I didn't think that movie was very funny either, but at least that movie had like something to say. This movie really kind of has nothing to say whatsoever, so there's that. Regina Hall also is like completely wasted in this film. I was not a fan of what they did with her at all. I thought they really could have utilized her better, and I just was not really happy with just how little she had to do in this movie, because she's such a great actress, but I feel like she's always placed in these roles where they just have given her like nothing to do basically. But also, my God, the character of Stan that they come across in this movie, played by Jimmy O. Yang, was so incredibly annoying. I couldn't stand him either. All of the characters that they meet up with, I thought were just incredibly obnoxious. There's nobody here that I found myself latching onto. There's nobody here that I found even slightly amusing. Like I said, Mark Wahlberg just looks so bored here. Kevin Hart is not terrible in this movie. He's definitely trying, and he is trying to give it his all, but he has the most unfunny material to work with. This is just hands down like the definition of the type of comedy that Netflix just needs to get away from entirely. There's nothing funny about this whatsoever. It's so incredibly throwaway. The jokes fall flat. The chemistry doesn't work between the two leads. It's just everything you can't stand about these kind of comedies. It feels like a sitcom at many points. There's many moments, like I said, where like they're holding for laughter, and it just does not work at all. I really just couldn't stand this whatsoever, and it honestly just got worse and worse the more it went on. So D for Me Time. Honestly, one of the worst comedies, not just of last year, but I think that Netflix has put out in general. And the last film in this section, at least, before we move on to the next month, is the film The Good Boss, a movie that I feel like a lot of people haven't really talked about, and it's definitely a shame because I think there definitely is a lot to like about this one. I really like the premise of this movie, where we have this guy who, you know, he is this boss of sorts, and he's about to get this award that is, you know, he's about to get this award for like business excellence, but you can see that he is far more manipulative than that. He likes to interfere interfere in his, in his employees' lives because he really wants to, like, have that title as, like, the best boss possible, and you can see just how overbearing he really is, and I think there's a lot that you can really do with that. And my God, Javier Bardem is phenomenal here. This is, like, exactly the kind of performance that I think he excels at. These kind of characters that seemingly are very charismatic, someone that really wins you over, but is far more, like, deceptive and just has a lot more, like, twisted, had a lot more twisted ideologies. I think he just does such a great job playing this character. I think he adds so many layers to this film, and I really loved what he ended up doing. I thought his character was just really interesting to follow throughout this, and I really liked where they ended up going with him, and I thought that he easily was, like, the big standout of this film. I think the directing here is also pretty well done. The movie is very funny at points, but also has this foreboding sense of bleakness. You know that something really bad is going to happen. You're just kind of waiting for it to implode, and I think they do a really good job with that in this film. I think that there are some really interesting character arcs that we set up here. The issue with this movie is that it ends up being a little bit more basic than I was expecting. I was really expecting something, like, major to happen in this film that was, like, really going to hurt this character, and he was really going to interfere in these characters' lives to the point where, like, there was no coming back from it, and it ends up being a little bit more simplistic than I really was expecting. It really is him just kind of, like, hearing different things about their lives that he really has no business being involved in, but then he gets involved in, and for a while there's really no consequence whatsoever. It doesn't really seem like there's anything that is actively going to hurt him, but then eventually things start to come to light a little bit more. I guess the larger issue was also I just didn't really find myself latching on to any of the other characters in this film that weren't Julio. I thought he was the kind of character that I felt attached to, but all the other characters here I just didn't find was as interesting. I wanted to know more about them. I wanted to know more about their plight, and I just felt like we didn't get to dive as deep as we needed to. There is a subplot also involving this affair of sorts, and I found this plotline to be kind of unnecessary. I didn't really understand why it needed to be here, especially when the character that was surrounding it, there didn't seem to be a lot of consequence, and then suddenly there was. I mean, I just didn't think that part of the film worked as well, but the way this ended, I thought was very effective. I thought it ended on a really good note. I thought there were some really strong moments here. It just wasn't quite as, effective as what I was hoping, but I think Javier Bardem and the screenplay, which there are some really funny moments here. There are some really interesting ideas that this film has at play. I think those things really do end up working in this film. I think the idea of him just trying to resolve every possible issue with his employees to the point of obsession, I think does end up working really well, and you can understand what he's trying to do, but at the same time you're really freaked out by this character. It starts to get to a point where you can just see how overbearing he is and how many lines he is crossing. I just wish the film dived a little bit deeper into some of it, but for what it is, I think it does end up working really well. So B- for The Good Boss. It's mainly worth seeing for Javier Bardem's performance, but I do think overall it is a very effective film that's not quite what you are expecting. Okay, so now we are going to be covering all of the films that I watched in September of 2022, starting off with Love in the Villa. Now, on paper, this is a film that I absolutely should just not care about at all, and going into it, that's pretty much what I assumed. Most Netflix comedies, especially romantic ones, just really don't end up working for me. I find them all just, like, massively generic and forgettable, but color me surprised, this one actually ended up working for me, and I think there's a couple things that really do work well here. I mean, right off the bat, I think Kat Graham and Tom Hopper, they both have such great chemistry to them. You can tell they both are having a lot of fun here. It didn't just feel like they were playing any other character, and I feel like they generally brought something fun to their roles. especially, you know, Kat Graham is playing this character that, you know, she is trying to take this trip to Italy after this breakup and things like that, and so you can see that she's still over that, and Tom Hopper's just this very smug, very cynical guy, and I thought that that contrast actually ended up working very well. I thought they had a very fun bond, but also what I appreciate about this film is that it's not just about the romance. For a while, this movie is actually about these two trying to do whatever they can to get the other to leave, whether it is trying to, you know, scare them into something they're fearful of, whether it's trying to, bring in, like, you know, rodents into the house. I mean, they go to some crazy lengths to try to do what they can to make sure that the villa is theirs. And I think just the idea of a villa being double booked, I mean, yeah, we've seen it in another movie in September that I'll eventually talk about. But here it's done to a much more comedic effect, and I actually do think it works very well. And because of the fact that it actually takes a while for these two to generally like each other, the romance itself feels a lot more warranted. It feels a lot more well developed because the film really does take its time to get these two to like each other, to get these two to kind of open up about themselves more. And I actually really did like that. I thought the romantic moments actually did work really well. You do find yourself generally rooting for these two, and I thought they did a really good job with that. I think the two of them just carried the film very nicely. There's some really strong performances there. The movie also is very funny. Like I said, I think the whole thing with this, them trying to, you know, drive the other out of the house is a lot of fun, but then later on there are some twists and turns the film takes. There's a particular scene at a restaurant that I just thought was absolutely hysterical. Everything that happened there I thought was so great, and I thought they did a really great job with that. So yeah, generally I end up enjoying this a lot more than I thought I would. Now, it's not perfect. It definitely goes in some very predictable directions. It has the problem that a lot of Netflix movies do where it's just a little too long. There's a point where it feels like the movie's gonna end and it just kind of keeps going. You know what the resolution to this movie's gonna be. Like, it's not shocking when I tell you how this movie ends. You know exactly what's gonna happen pretty much like from the start, so it's really not too shocking how it all ends up playing out. And I do think that there are some moments that are just kind of cliche that we've seen like a dozen romantic comedies before. But I gotta say, other than that, this one is way better than it had any right to be. It's a far better film than I was really expecting. And again, while it's not reinventing the wheel by any means, considering just how schmaltzy, how forgettable, how just incredibly slow and like just awful so many of these are, and how cheesy they are and how hard they are to get through, this one actually did end up having some merit to it. I actually did think this one was a lot of fun, and I think if you're looking for like a fun Netflix rom-com, I think you could do a lot worse than Love in the Villa. So yeah, I was surprised by how much I enjoyed this one too. I can't believe that I'm actually recommending it, but B- for this film. It's nothing groundbreaking, but I think especially compared to other romantic comedies that Netflix has to offer, this is certainly one of the better ones out there. Honk for Jesus, Save Your Soul. I feel like this was a movie that like really had a lot of buzz for a minute and a lot of people were really talking about, and it actually seemed like it had some sort of, you know, a following, and then it just kind of disappeared. And I think a big reason for that, and again, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I say this all the time, the fact that they decided to simultaneously release this movie onto Peacock when it was also in theaters, I think was a huge mistake. Now, I will be honest, I did watch this movie on Peacock. I just didn't find time to see it in theaters, so I watched it on there. But I just think that the mistake of that was very much a grave error, and I just feel like no one's really talked about it. And it's unfortunate because I feel like this movie is incredibly effective in what it does. I mean, right off the bat, you have two stellar performances here. Sterling K. Brown and Regina Hall are both fantastic, but I gotta say, as good as Sterling K. Brown is, and he's giving such a big performance here. I mean, this is a character that is trying to do everything he can to make himself look the best he possibly can. You know, he's a character that he's gotten himself involved in some scandals, and you know, he's trying to kind of rebuild this congregation that's left him, and so he is really giving this larger than life performance that just feels so phony, but yet he has to come across as convincing, and I think he does a really great job with that. But it's Regina Hall who absolutely is the standout of this film. I've said it before, Regina Hall is such an amazing actress when she is properly utilized, and thankfully this film very much does do that. For a while, the character of, you know, Trinity seems kind of passive. It seems like she is just trying to support him and do what she can to kind of, you know, pick up the pieces of where he left off. there's these constant things that he's trying to get her to do, and just he goes to more and more ridiculous lengths to constantly put himself in the spotlight, and subsequently kind of minimizing her impact and also not really giving her a role. She very much feels kind of neglected, and there is this one scene towards the end where she just finally gets to unleash like all of the pent-up frustration, all of the rage that she's had, all of the neglection that she has felt throughout their marriage, and my god, it is some of her best work to date. And I truly do believe if this film had a little bit more traction, I think she generally could have gotten her way to an Oscar nomination, because I do think her performance really is that good here, and it's a damn shame that nobody really ended up seeing this movie, but it really is something special. I mean, the satire is so on point here. This movie knows exactly what it's trying to do. You have this character of Lee Curtis who is not a good person whatsoever. We've seen this character before where, he has done something, really terrible, and you eventually find out what he's done. I'm not going to get into what he's done, but there's a lot of great social commentary about someone who has gone through, who has been canceled, and, what cancel culture is all about, and how that always kind of affects somebody, but it also gets them to present this version of themselves that's even more phony than they already were, and I think this movie does a really good job of showcasing all of that, and just all the things that he got himself involved in, and how he tries his best to cover it up, but how it's constantly coming back to how it's finally, how it's always coming back to haunt him. There's this great scene involving the character that he got in a scandal with, and it is so incredibly effective the way they handle it. But the movie also is very funny, and I think that's what works really well about this film. I think they do a really good job when it comes to the comedy here, but again, also what this movie's trying to say, I think, is very effective. I think the only thing that does bring this film down, I think the movie is very well directed and the screenplay is very good, but I think the only things that really bring this film down for me, one is that I think there are some things about Trinity that I just wish we got to dive a little bit deeper into. We find out some things about we find out some things about her, mother, and sort of what was really going on within her family, and I wish we got to dive a little bit deeper into that. There's a really good scene where she kind of opens up to Lee Curtis about it, and kind of lets him know more of what's going on there, and I wish they just did a little bit more with that. But also, this film is kind of two films in one. Half of it is a regular narrative feature, the other half is trying to be this mockumentary of sorts, and it can feel kind of jarring when they're switching one from the other, and I feel like the mockumentary aspect of the film, it just didn't work as well as they were hoping for. A lot of the time, it felt very forceful. It felt like they were trying a little too hard to satirize, documentaries of just these crazy religious pastors who are saying the most ridiculous shit, but they're trying to make themselves look like heroes and things like that. And again, I like what this movie's trying to say. I like a lot of what this movie's standing for, but I do wish it just took a little bit of time to went a little bit deeper, because at times it can feel just a little underwritten in spots. But I think for what this is, it is extremely effective. Like I said, the monologue that Regina Hall, that alone is enough of a reason to watch this film. But I think the movie is very fun. It has a lot of interesting ideas, and I think for the most part it handles all those things very well. So yeah, I definitely do recommend this one a lot. It really sucks that it really just kind of went under the radar when it came out, because I feel like it generally did have some momentum, but it just kind of died, unfortunately. So B for Honk for Jesus Save Your Soul. I really wish more people were talking about this one. Pinocchio is every bit as bad as you've really heard. I mean, right off the bat, I've said it before and I'll say it again, when it comes to these Disney live-action remakes, I feel like they're just getting more and more desperate to try to just kind of cash off, and kind of ride off the heels of the original film. And I've said it before, there are some out there that generally do deserve a remake. There are, some Disney films out there that are certainly not perfect, and they do deserve sort of a modern sort of examination of sorts, and I think there is definitely something to mine from that. But I don't think Pinocchio is one of those films that really needed any remakes whatsoever. I mean, we've had so many countless adaptations. Hell, we just had one. We had one later in this particular year that I'm talking about from Guillermo del Toro, which I'll talk about, in December. But spoilers, it is infinitely better than the one we have here, because the problem with this film is that is trying to present itself as a live-action reimagining of sorts. It's trying to do things differently. It's trying to tell a bit of a different story, but it also is using, similar to a lot of these live-action films, it's also not doing enough that is different. The character designs, they are still trying to make look similar to the ones in the animated movie, and the problem is here, when you try to do that, I've said this before, what works in animated film might not necessarily translate well to live action, and enter Pinocchio in this film, which is the most uncanny valley shit you could possibly imagine. I can't believe the CGI on Pinocchio ended up getting a pass within this movie. It is so incredibly just it is so incredibly jarring seeing this Pinocchio there. He doesn't feel like he fits into this world. It doesn't feel organic in the slightest. Nothing about it really feels like it fits in here, so I don't think they did a very good job with that. And then, like I said, they're trying to make like Jiminy Cricket and Geppetto, they're all supposed to kind of look like the same characters, and it just looks very phony. I don't think they do a really good job with that here either. But then there's the voice cast in this movie, and for the most part, they're not very good. I will say, Joseph Gordon-Levitt is surprisingly a great Jiminy Cricket. I think he does a really good job at representing the like whimsical side of him, but also representing the more direct side and just how irritated of a character he can get, how he tries to be Pinocchio's conscience. He's always trying to look for him, he's always trying to do the right thing, but how much pressure is really on him with that, and how much that sort of like is just angering him throughout. I think he does a really good job with that. Tom Hanks, I don't think is terrible here. I do think that definitely this performance is certainly not his best, but I don't think it's his worst either. I think there's still, you can still tell like he's putting effort into here. There's a certain charm to it that I do think works. Cynthia Erivo is not a bad Blue Fairy, but she's just not in the movie enough for me to really say much about her. And then there is Benjamin Evan Ainsworth. And look, I have enjoyed this actor a lot in The Haunting of Bly Manor. I thought he was amazing in that. But here, he is just really not good in this role. It very often feels like he is reading off a script. The lines that he's saying do not feel real. When people say a movie was made by an AI, I feel like this is exactly the kind of movie that they're talking about, because it very much does feel that way when it comes to the line readings of Pinocchio. It's just really hard to sit through. But there are other changes here that just really don't work here at all, such as what they decide to do with Pinocchio, his decision. They try to dive a bit deeper into this idea of him wanting to, you know, become this sideshow attraction of sorts, and just the way they dive into all of that, it just doesn't quite work with the character that they're presenting. It feels like it's kind of clashing with the message here, and it doesn't quite work in the way that they're hoping for. There are changes made to the character of changes made to the character of Honest John that do not work either. There are modern day references as well. Like, we all know the joke that everyone was talking about where he says that Pinocchio should be called Chris Pine. It's like, oh my god, what are you thinking? Like, there's things like that that are just absolutely cringeworthy. Not everything in this film I think is terrible. They do actually do a good job with covering Pleasure Island. I think that's the thing that feels the most like Robert Zemeckis to me. It feels generally very imaginative. You get a sense of what Pleasure Island would be like. There are some changes that some people might have issue with, but I thought that sequence generally was very haunting. The way that they depicted it, you know, it felt like a child's, it feels like something that at first is very inviting, very warm, but then you really start to see the darker side of it, and I thought they covered that part of the film actually really well. That was very effective to me. But then there are other changes here, like this character they added of Fabiana that is completely unnecessary in this film. It feels like she's only here to pad out the runtime. She is this love interest of sorts for Pinocchio, and it just does not work at all. She doesn't really go much of anywhere, so I don't think that really ended up working here. And then Robert Zemeckis is directing. I mean, similar to other Disney live-action remakes, yes, there is some style from him here, but it's just not enough. It doesn't feel like he is injecting enough of himself into this film, and it definitely feels like he is being kind of stifled from wanting to direct the movie that he really wants to, but also it's Robert Zemeckis, who, as I've said recently, just has not been hitting the same way that he used to. So I just don't think it works quite in the way that he was hoping for. But yeah, overall, I mean, this just did not work for me at all here. The cinematography is just absolutely like horrendous to look at for the most part. There's very few shots here that are anything even close to remarkable looking. There's nothing here that really like sticks out to me. And then the ending to this film is so incredibly baffling, and I truly have no idea what they were thinking. I get that they were trying to do something different, but this was not something that needed to be changed, and that's really the thing with this movie, is that they're making changes to the original film that simply did not need it. There's nothing really in that original film that you can watch back and say, oh, that is something you can change. That is something you can do different with. Yes, there's been different iterations of Pinocchio, but this film just simply does not take full advantage of that. It's too reliant on its source material, but it also is trying to do something different. So it really just ends up being a whole mess overall. There are new songs here that are just absolutely terrible. There are some decent voice performances, but for the most part, this was downright unwatchable. It's no, you know, it's definitely not any surprise that this was the Disney Plus film, that this was the live action remake they decided to dump onto Disney Plus, because it definitely does have that feel to it. I can't possibly see this doing well in theaters, and I feel like it's a movie that, you know, came out, nobody really watched it because of all the backlash it got, and honestly, it is very deserving, because this was just easily one of the worst they have done to date. D+ for Pinocchio. Really just kind of unwatchable. These live action remakes are just getting more and more desperate. They're getting more and more unnecessary, and I feel like if you really wanted to like create a template for everything wrong with Disney live action remakes, this is kind of the film to do that with, because my god, this is just completely unnecessary and just an utter disaster to watch. Medieval is also awful. Now, look, right off the bat, I will say I do think there is definitely something to get out of the story this film is covering. The character of John Siska was this, you know, very respected, like, Sisekian, you know, Czechian general who, you know, he was this military commander and he never lost a battle, and this is kind of seeing like his rise to that. I do think there is something that you can get from that here. Unfortunately, this movie just doesn't know how to make it interesting. I mean, Ben Foster is good in this movie, as he usually is. He is putting a lot of effort into this role. I can tell that he definitely was trying to get something out of this film. I think he adds a lot of layers to this character, and you do buy him as, you know, Siska, but I just felt like what we get with him in this movie is really, and I do think he, you know, does a good job in this role for sure. Sophie Lowe also I was a fan of. You know, she plays this character Catherine, who he's assigned to like kidnap, and they kind of start, you know, a sort of relationship, and I thought her character was like easily the most interesting in the entire movie. She has some interesting stuff going on, you know, and some dilemmas of sorts that she's going through, and I thought her character actually was kind of interesting, and I liked their overall bond throughout the movie. Everything else going on here, yeah, no, not really a fan of it all. There's some other actors in this movie. Like, are you excited to see Michael Caine in this? Cool, he's in it for like a little bit. Til Schweiger really does not have much to do here. He's like the main villain of this movie, and I just wasn't really super into him, so I don't really think that ended up working. There's a lot of actors here that are just, their talents are kind of wasted. Matthew Good doesn't really have a lot to do. William Moseley. But I think the biggest issue with this movie, more than anything, just comes down to how it is directed. Peter Jackal's directing leaves so much to be desired here. I mean, this film feels so directionless. It feels like it's missing some kind of style, some kind of flair. It feels like it is almost like this is like a template for like what you get in a very generic, you know, medieval epic of sorts, but it's what would happen if you didn't have any passion, if you didn't have any style, if you didn't put any real effort into it. And it just feels like this is that kind of film. They didn't put any real effort into it, and as a result, it just feels really cheap. There's really no getting around it. This film feels so incredibly cheap. when it comes to the directing, the tone is all over the place. It doesn't really know what it wants to be. There are points where it's just trying to be an action movie. Then there are points where it's trying to be something more introspective. Then there are points where it's straight up trying to be like a little bit more like an art house film. I mean, it really just doesn't know what it wants to be and what it's trying to do, and I just don't think they did a good job with it at all. So again, I think the directing just really leaves a lot to be desired. The screenplay also is kind of awful here. This film is just going in so many different directions. There's so many characters we're focusing on. There's so many things that are happening. You know, you have characters that are, you know, aiding, there are characters that are aiding Ziska and trying to help him. There are characters that are trying to be a bit more duplicitous towards him, and that doesn't really work. You have the character of Catherine, who, like I said, I thought was actually really interesting in the movie, but where they end up going with her, I really just wasn't a big fan of. I just found the screenplay to be so all over the place in this movie, and there's just so many different things going on here. The film just can't quite focus on what it really wants to. Like I said, I think when the film focuses on Ziska and Catherine, it actually is pretty good, but the problem is we're focusing on so many different characters that I just simply do not give a shit about, and also characters that are very similar to the point where I literally forgot who is supposed to be good, who is supposed to be bad, you know, who is after him, who's not. Like, they all kind of seem very similar in the way that they portray these characters, and I just don't think they did a very good job with, like, laying everything out here. The movie also takes forever to get going. It takes like 40 to 50 minutes for the plot to actually kick in, and I don't think they did a great job with that either. The cinematography also is kind of awful here. You know, anytime there's an action scene in this movie, it just looks, again, really fake. It doesn't look like it was rendered very well. It doesn't look like it was filmed properly. They just don't do a great job when it comes to cinematography. And the other thing that a lot of people have said, and I will agree with this, is that this is definitely one of those films that feels like it was like very heavily dubbed. This film clearly was supposed to be, you know, something that it is Czechoslovakian, and it very much feels like it was changed to an English language film at the last second, because it just feels very obviously dubbed here. There's a lot of terrible ADR in this movie and things like that that is incredibly noticeable to watch. And also, the movie's like 2 hours long, and there really is no reason for it to be. It's such a slog to get through most of the time. So, yeah, overall, I found this to be almost a complete disaster. Again, there are positives here and there. Ben Foster, Sophie Lowe, like, they definitely do elevate this. There are some okay moments, but for the most part, I mean, there's a reason this film was, like, pretty much just, like, sent to theaters to die. Like, that's the best way to sum it up, I feel like. Nobody really talked about this movie, and it's very understandable. It's really not anything that's worth watching. D+ for Medieval. I honestly was hoping that maybe this could be a film that, like, you know, it's taking a while for it to come out, but it has some talent behind it, and it turns out to actually be really good. But no, this is just not something that you really want to watch at all. There's some really great medieval films out there, but, like, steer clear of this one entirely. It's not worth watching at all. So I don't really know what was going on in September, but there were like a host of movies that I went into thinking, oh, this is going to be super lame and cheesy and generic, and it's just not really going to be something that like really works for me, but I actually end up being charmed by them, and About Fate is yet another one of those movies. Now, right off the bat, you know, I'll say right now, it's nothing spectacular. This is not a film that, like, similar to Love in the Ville, like, you don't need to rush out and watch this immediately, but I think for what it is, it actually does work really well. Mainly because of the chemistry between the two actors. Both Emma Roberts and Thomas Mann are so good in this movie. They work really well together. They have this very unexpected chemistry, and I really did enjoy their, you know, growing relation, you know, their budding relationship throughout the film. They start off really just like not really wanting, you know, much to do with each other, but then they devise this scheme of sorts, and you can see through that they really start to connect in that way. And I thought both of them did a really strong job for the most part. But the other thing that really works about this movie is I do think the premise here, you know, as ridiculous as it is, which literally is about this girl who is so like worried about being in her sister's shadows. She has this expectation that she had this boyfriend that was going to propose to her, and he didn't. She basically, you know, and her sister has this wedding going on, and she kind of wants to have her boyfriend in attendance, so he like pretends to be her boyfriend. And as ridiculous as that sounds, it actually kind of works here, and because you can understand the character of Margot and what she's really going through. Someone who is like so defined by her relationship. It's something that is so important to her. You know, when it doesn't happen, you know, she kind of feels like she doesn't really know what to do with herself. And, you know, her and this guy Griffin and them like entangling in that way, and their whole, you know, sort of arrangement that happens, I actually think does work really well, because the character of Griffin you also are very attached to in this movie, even more so attached to, because he's with this girl who is like the definition of just this very like self-involved Instagram influencer. Everything she does, you know, she wants it to be publicly, and he wants to be like a part of this. He wants to be a part of her life in that way, and things don't really end up going the way that he hopes either. And I think they do a good job of developing both of these characters and really showing how them meeting brings out other possibilities, you know, within their life, different things that they didn't really expect before. I think they do a good job with that. The movie's also generally very funny. There's a lot of moments here that definitely did have me laughing, especially once the initial wedding starts up. I mean, it really just doesn't, it doesn't let up from there. I think once we get to the wedding, especially, the film really does take off, and most of the movie does take place at the wedding, and I think they do a really good job with that. So again, I think the premise does really end up working wonders in this film. I think the screenplay by Tiffany Poulsen is very well done here. Really, my only issue is that, and it is a pretty big one, admittedly, is that while I do think the characters of both Margot and Griffin are well developed, I can't really say that for literally anyone else in this movie. I think everyone else is either underused or there just isn't enough to them. Madeline Pesch, I think, is really good for what she has. I've always been a really big fan of her since Riverdale, a show I do not watch anymore, but she was fantastic in it when I watched it, and I think that she plays this character perfectly of Clementine, someone who you can tell is just really focused on being an influencer, but I felt that she was a bit superficial as a character. I wanted to see more of, you know, what is her goal in life? Why does she really do this? What is their relationship like? I don't think we got enough of her and Griffin and their overall dynamic for me to like really latch onto it. You understand that he is kind of in a place where she doesn't really appreciate him in the way that he hopes for, and that he wants to be a part of her life, but you're not really sure if she wants to be a part of his, or if it's all just kind of her using him for clout and things like that. You're not really sure. But I do think that, you know, she does do a good job in the movie. I just really wanted more from her. Louis Tan, you know, Margot's boyfriend of Kip, I think is incredibly bland. I didn't think there was enough of him in the movie, so I didn't really care for him all that much. The trailer literally spoils what happens with him, which I'm not going to get into, but he does have a little bit more to do in this movie than you would expect, and I think for what he has, he does do a good job. I just really wanted more from him. But the two characters that I thought were the most under in this movie really are Margot's mother, and especially her sister. Both these characters I needed a lot more from in this movie. Her mother is someone who is clearly very focused on her older daughter. She doesn't really focus as much on Margot, and so you can see they don't have a strong relationship as Margot might want them to. But her sister especially is kind of nothing in this movie. She's just like, she's the overachiever. She's the one that seems to be the one that's most appreciated. Her, you know, Margot is kind of, you know, envious of her and things like that, but I just didn't feel like we got enough between the two of them. I needed more scenes between the two. I need to see more of who she really is. I just didn't really buy into, well, I bought into it, but like, I just needed to see more of it for them to really flesh it out and to really make this something special. But again, I think for what this is, it is generally very charming. It is a lot of fun. It actually ends in a really sweet way. And I think, again, the comedy was very much there. The performances were there. So overall, yeah, I did definitely enjoy this. It definitely does have that, like, Netflix type quality where it can feel kind of disposable, like you've seen this before. But I do think, considering, you know, how low my expectations were, this actually did end up being something quite special. You know, it takes place on, like, close to New Year's as well. There aren't many New Year's movies out there. So, like, hey, you need a movie to watch on New Year's. I think About Fate is definitely one of the better ones you can watch. What are you going to watch? Fucking New Year's Eve or something. Like, this is definitely a good pick for sure. So a B- for About Fate. Like I said, it's nothing like amazing, but I think for what it is, it generally was very charming and a much better film than I was anticipating. End of the Road, on the other hand, was about as dumb as I really was expecting. Now, not everything about this movie right off the bat is complete shit. I think Queen Latifah, great actress, always is giving a really strong performance, and she does do a really good job in this film. I think she adds a sense of intensity to this movie. I think she adds a sense of realism to this film. You know, her performance is the only one to me that, like, really feels like lived in, feels like this is a real person. You can see, you know, how much she's caring about her family, how much she wants to get out of this situation safely, and I think she does do a good job with that. The character of Brenda, you know, we'll talk about her character in a little bit, but I do think, you know, performance-wise, I think Queen Latifah does a good job. Ludacris is also really good here. I think the chemistry between the two, you know, you enjoy their back and forth overall. They have a really good dynamic. He is, you know, her brother, and you can see, you know, their bantering throughout this movie, I think, is really well done, so I enjoyed their performance in the film. Beau Bridges is also really good here. This is just the kind of role that he really just exceeds at. He's this guy that's, like, really menacing. He is definitely very, you know, racist and things like that, but I think he plays that part really well, and I do think he does a really good job for what he has in this movie. Unfortunately, that's kind of it in this film. This film is honestly kind of a train wreck. The directing here by Millicent Shelton especially is so bad. It's so all over the place in terms of what it really wants to be. There are times where this film is trying to take itself deathly seriously. It's trying to establish itself as like this really serious thriller, but then it's also trying to be something really silly. There's a lot of comedy in here that feels very misplaced. There are some subplots that go on in the film that don't really work. It didn't seem like Shelton had an idea of what this movie needed to be. It's one of those films where it really just feels like this was simply just a hire. Like, that's the best way to describe it. She was appointed to direct this movie, and that's kind of all she did. She didn't really have much of a style. I don't think it's too surprising when you look into the fact that she also has, like, mostly directed music videos, because this film definitely does feel very shoddy in that way. I'm not saying that she, like, you know, lacks talent or anything, because, I mean, she's worked on other stuff before. I just feel like her talents were not utilized at all in this film. The screenplay, on the other hand, though, Jesus Christ, this is really where we get to my main issue with the film. The plot of this movie is absolutely insane. I don't want to get into it too much, but the plot of this movie literally involves Ludacris's character making this really fucking dumb decision, and the rest of the family basically having to, you know, recover from it. The rest of the family now is suffering from what he did, and I just could not believe where that is what they ended up going with in this movie, because I do think this film, it does have something to say about this family that, you know, is constantly being discriminated. This family that is, you know, in this place where they are just trying, they're in this town that doesn't respect them, that is constantly, you know, saying the most, like, you know, disgusting things they possibly can about them, you know, just assuming things about them. I think there is something to be said about that, and I think this film, you know, there are points where it does do a pretty good job in terms of that social commentary, but just the plot that we're dealing with here, it's so incredibly ridiculous. I just had a really hard time taking it seriously, especially, again, when it comes to what the character of Reggie has done and how he's gotten them into this situation. It's like, how could you possibly be this much of an idiot? I just couldn't understand what they were trying to do there. It didn't work at all for me. The character of Brenda isn't bad. It's just she's super underwritten. She's really just this mother who, her husband has died, and now she's trying to do what she can to, you know, look after her children and things like that, and her brothers now come in, going on with her as a character. And so, like I said, I think while Latifah's performance was good, I think the character herself was just super bland, super underwritten, wasn't really into her at all. And then, oh my god, the villains in this movie, though, are so incredibly bad. None of them are believable. None of them feel like real people. They feel very much like just the stereotypical, like, southern drug dealers that, like, they're here for money, and they, you know, are, again, saying the most, like, heinous things about this family possible. And every time the movie cuts back to them, it is almost unwatchable. I could not believe the dialogue that they gave these characters. It was just absolutely appalling. The kids as well, and listen, I don't like to shit on kid actors these days. I recognize that, you know, they are still very young. They can still very much grow into, you know, themselves as actors and things like that. They can still very much hone their, you know, take the time to hone their craft, but I was not a fan of the child actors in this movie. I didn't think that they were very well written. I didn't think that they gave very impressive performances. They're not as bad as the drug dealers. They're easily the worst part of this movie in terms of, you know, what we're dealing with here. But I thought in general, you know, I just really was not a fan of these characters at all. The cinematography is also just horrible in this film. This is yet another movie where you see that Netflix put a lot of efforts into it in terms of their budget, and you just have no idea where it went, because especially scenes where they're on the road, it is the most obvious green screen I have ever seen. It literally looked like it could be like a screensaver on my laptop. I mean, it is just appalling to watch. So yeah, I mean, this film just did not really work for me at all. There are some moments of charm here and there. Queen Latifah and Ludacris, like I said, do give some strong performances. There's some okay social commentary, but for the most part, this film did not really work for me. I really couldn't wait for this to be over. It's only like 91 minutes as well, but it really drags out. The plot is easily one of the dumbest of last year for sure. D+ for End of the Road. Honestly, I feel like the way I'm talking about this movie, it sounds like I hate it more than I do. It's not like one of the worst films of the year or anything, but it's definitely a film that was just very hard for me to get through. It's yet another Netflix original that just didn't really know what to do with itself. You have talent that's just completely wasted here, and it's just another film that I just could not believe turned out as bad, you know, as poorly as it really did. Clerks III is great. Honestly, I think this film went very underseen last year, and it's unfortunate because, you know, I think that Kevin Smith as a director, it doesn't have as strong of a reputation these days. Yes, his passion is still there, but I think there is this kind of notion that he now kind of makes these movies as a way to, you know, he kind of makes these films a lot more lower budget. He doesn't really care about the quality, but Clerks III feels like a movie he absolutely did pour his heart and soul into, and it is that much better as a result. Something I didn't know about this film is that it actually is very loosely, you know, very heavily based on what's happened to Smith recently. I mean, a few years ago, he had a heart attack, and it was like a, you know, near death for him. It was like a near death experience, and it basically got him to basically write his dream film, and he does a really excellent job of that. What I think this movie does a really good job with is diving into the idea of nostalgia, but not trying to necessarily beat you over the head with it. Yes, a lot of this film focuses on these characters recreating Clerks, but it's why they're recreating it. They're recreating it as a way to kind of, you know, remember their glory days, but also kind of remember their friendship. Now, I won't lie, when this movie did start off, I was honestly kind of worried at how it was going to be. The jokes were not hitting as hard as I was really hoping. There is a direction they take with this certain character of Elias that I just didn't really know how to feel about, and I just didn't really know if it was fully working for me, and honestly, I kind of forgot about, because yes, he was a character in Clerks 2, but he doesn't have nearly as substantial a role as he does in this one, so I really wasn't sure how to feel about it, and so that wasn't really working for me. Once Randall has the heart attack, I mean, this film just really takes off from there. I mean, they do a really great job at, yes, a lot of this film is about recreating the first Clerks, but you can see there is a reasoning why Randall wants to do this. He is in a place where he wants to kind of relive his glory days. He wants to make his dream film. It's kind of like this, you know, sign that he needs to, you know, work on something a bit more productive, and I think the movie does a really good job with that, and I think the character of Randall, you know, is really well written here. His ego and how that's constantly nagging at him, but also how this impacts his friendship with Dante is actually really well explored here. And I thought they did a really good job of diving deep into, you know, is he doing this for selfish reasons, or is he doing this because he generally cares about those memories with Dante, even if things aren't quite playing out in the way that he would want to. And then Dante, in contrast, I mean, he is in a much different place in this movie than you'd expect. Yes, he's kind of gotten everything, but without getting into too much, because I actually think the movie, you know, kind of avoided, you know, certain plot points, a certain plot review really well, actually. There's some things that have happened to him, and you can see that it has very much had an effect on him in this movie, and so because of that, he's not quite as happy-go-lucky as you really would expect, and I think the movie does a really good job of diving into his character, especially. There was one device they did that was this, like, recurring motif, and I didn't really know if it was going to work for me, but it really did end up being something generally profound, and I thought they did a really good job with that. The movie actually has a lot to say about, like, aging and mortality, and you know, it goes into a lot of deeper directions than you really would expect, but yet it also is very nostalgia driven. There are a lot of fun moments where they are talking about the original and things like that, and I think the film does do a good job of hearkening back to it, but never using it as a crutch. This movie is not, let's just make references every 25 seconds. I think the movie does do a good job of having that, but also diving deep into both of these characters and really where they are in their lives. I think the character of Dante especially, I was not expecting for them to go in the direction they did with him, but my god, Brian O'Halloran is giving generally like an Oscar-worthy performance here. I mean, he is pouring his heart and soul into this movie. It might be the best performance he's ever given as this character. There is a moment in the third act especially that was incredible to me. I mean, he's just basically summing up how he's felt his entire life, sort of the regrets that he's had, you know, kind of like him just finally just opening up about everything he's been feeling over the past like 15 years or so. I think they just do such an incredible job with that, and I was so blown away by his performance. And Jeff Anderson's really good here too, but I think, you know, O'Halloran is hands down the standout of this movie, and while I've always been a fan of his, I've never been as like moved by a performance from him as I was in this movie. I really love what they ended up doing with him here, so I think all that does work really well. And like I said, as the film goes on, I think the comedy also got a lot stronger. Jay and Silent Bob are still phenomenal here. They honestly have never been better than they've been in this movie. I love their dynamic in this film and just how they are incorporated into creating this movie, all the ridiculous things they end up doing here. I mean, it's like classic Jay and Silent Bob, and I think they do a really good job with that. But again, it really is that heart that just works so well in this movie, and I think that's something that worked really well. But especially when we enter the third act, I mean, holy shit, this movie goes in a generally, like, really profound direction that really caught me off guard, and I didn't know how it was going to work at first, but they really commit to it. This is not something where they make a choice and then they just kind of half-ass it. No, they really commit to it, and it honestly really ends up working wonders for this film. I was so impressed by the way they ended up wrapping everything up. I thought the third act honestly is some of Kevin Smith's best work I think he's ever directed. It's it goes into some really like human directions. It's something that just feels very personal. It feels like this is what he's wanted to do with these characters all along, and I just really loved what he was able to pull off here. I mean, yes, I think, you know, from a, you know, surface level perspective, this film can come across as unnecessary, but when you see the direction that he goes, no, this film was very much necessary. This was a very important film, I think, for Kevin Smith to make, and I think he does a really good job with that. The movie has so much to say about, you know, kind of looking back on your glory days, but also looking at it in a different lens. Things that these characters viewed one way, they view differently now, and I think they do a really great job with that here. Like I said, the humor is also really good in this movie. There are some great nods to the original Clerks, specifically concerning, like, the original ending of the movie that I think is really well done here. There are some things that don't quite work, though. There's some cameos cameos in this movie that feel kind of unnecessary. It feels like they kind of wanted to bring everybody back, and I think some of them just don't quite end up working out in the way that they were hoping. Some of them work really well, and some of them are really funny. There is a audition, montage especially that I thought was very funny, the direction they took it in. And there are some subplots that I don't necessarily think get the closure that they need. And I think, again, the character of Elias I was a little bit iffy with, but as the film went on, I started to like him a little bit more. But again, it really is that third act that just really turns this whole film around. You really recognize what it's trying to do, and the movie ends in such a satisfying manner that if this is the last film Kevin Smith ever does, I'm perfectly content with that. I think this was the movie he needed to make. I think he got exactly what he needed to out of this film. It is by far the best film he has made in a very long time. You can tell that this is something that really just, I think, rejuvenated his passion for directing, his passion for writing, and it's just that kind of movie that you make that you just really need to at the right time, and I think that's exactly what he needed to do here. He's looking through these characters, in a much more mature and adult way than he ever has, and I think it just really ends up working wonders for this film. So while it's not the best Clerks film, and there definitely are things that do bring it down, I think for what this is, it is incredibly effective. It is a way better movie than I really was expecting going into it, and especially with the ending of this film. I mean, I was not expecting it to impact me much as it did, but it generally does go in a very emotional direction. I think it ends in a really satisfying manner. So yeah, I was very impressed by this film. I think it's much better than a lot of people were expecting it to be. It really does suck that I don't think it got the love that it really did need, and it makes sense. I mean, it was in a Fathom event. I do remember having a pretty packed audience, that being said, so I'm hoping that, if Kevin Smith wants to continue doing stuff like this, he can kind of just go back to these, go back to characters every few years. But again, I do think if he wanted to stop here, I think this is the perfect place to do it for Clerks especially. I mean, this should be the last time he does anything with these characters, but I think for what this ended up being, it ended up being so much more than I really was expecting it to be, and I generally was honestly very touched by how this film turned out. It's equally just as emotional and effective as it is really funny and just out there, and I think for all those things it does work really well. So B+ for Clerks 3. Like I said, I still think Clerks 2, if I had to say, I think this is definitely the weakest of the three for sure, but I think especially what it was able to do at the end, it is a much better film and a much more necessary film than I think anyone would have expected it to be. Speak No Evil is yet another example of why I always try to make a, time to seek out these smaller horror films on Shudder, because this film, I mean, it's really something special. The way it starts off, though, you would never expect the direction this film ends up taking, because it honestly plays almost like a dark comedy at first, where we have this couple, they are vacationing, they come across this other couple that is just a little bit weird, they're a little bit eccentric, they have a lot of weird rituals that they are involved in, but they become friends with them, and it almost is a social commentary, I think, on politeness, on the idea that we just always have to be kind to people, and, even if there are signs that we shouldn't be, we should continue to, still project niceties and things like that. And I think they do a really good job of telling this story. There are plenty of moments where you can tell that this couple is very weirded out. They don't understand the way that, this family interacts. They don't understand why they are engaging in certain things. They're coming across as, really kind of invading their boundaries, but rather than speak up about it, rather than flee, they decide to continue interacting with them. And the film, like I said, has some generally really funny moments with that in terms of what they decide to do. But the more this film goes on, it starts to rear its head a bit, you start to realize there's something much more sinister at play here. There's something much darker going on, and you're just not entirely sure where it's going to go. But my God, where it ends up going in the third act, you truly are never going to forget. I mean, I don't want to get into it too much, but it is easily one of the most disturbing third acts I think I've ever seen. It is very hard to watch at points. It really catches you off guard, especially if you go into it not really knowing. And here's the thing, I knew it was going to go in some crazy direction. I remember when this came out at Sundance, everyone was saying, you're never going to forget Speak No Evil. It goes into, you know, it takes some big swings, and my God, does it take some big swings. I mean, it is definitely not at all what you are expecting, and I think they do a really good job with that. And what I appreciate about Kristen Taftrup's directing especially is just how daring his style is here. I mean, he does such a great job at slowly building the darkness of this film. Like I said, when it starts off, I wouldn't really call it a horror film at first. It feels a little off. It definitely feels a little absurdist, but it feels more like a dark comedy, and I really did appreciate that. And I especially his willingness to go to the dark places that he does and really never shying away from it. That's just something I really do respect. He does a really good job of just showing how nightmarish this scenario can really be. And again, I think what this film has to say about this couple that is just so blindly unaware of, you know, the darkness that looms, always trying to see the best in everybody, always wanting to befriend everyone, you know, trying to make positives out of a situation. You can see how this eventually affects them. You know, there are plenty of times where, you know, I can see some people saying that these characters are really stupid for what they're doing, for continuing to stay there. But I think the movie does enough to get you to understand why they would make that choice, why they would decide to flee there. And I think they did do a really good job with that. And like I said, the ending especially, though, it really all pays off. I mean, it's definitely going to be hard for some people to watch, but it really just ties the themes together of this film very nicely. And it's one of those endings where it feels incredibly earned because, you know, the warning signs were always there. It always felt like it was leading up to something, but then really just kind of ties everything together, and you understand why they're going in the direction that they do. And so, yeah, that's something I really just appreciate about the film. I think the cinematography also is really well done. It feels almost very claustrophobic at points. A lot of the time you're inside this couple's house and you don't, you know, you can't really seem to get out of it. Like I said, there is things that this couple is engaging in that the other couple cannot. There's a really good dinner scene, especially where you can just see like the disconnect going on, but you can also see them trying to do their best to interact, and I think they did a really good job with that. So again, I think there's a lot that really does work about this film. I think the only thing that brings it down is the screenplay, at least for the first two acts. It's not the greatest. It's very simplistic. We really don't get a chance to get to know these characters. Now, with the, you know, with the other couple in the film that, you know, we're meeting, you know, they are intentionally, their character development is intentionally left ambiguous, and that's fine. Like, I don't have a problem with that. You know, we're not really supposed to know a lot of what's going on there until the ending of the movie, which does a really good job of tying everything up together. But our main family we're focusing on, there just isn't really a lot to them. There are certainly ideas, and there are, you know, little sort of, you know, subtle themes that they try to dive into. There are definitely attempts of possible nuances to these characters, but the film just never really goes the extra mile to dive deeper into that. And that definitely did affect it just a bit for me, because while I was very on edge during that third act, I didn't feel personally attached to these characters. I think your reaction is really going to depend on how much you connect to this family, how much you can relate to this family. And I do feel like, to an extent, I've been in their position before. I am someone that tries to see the best in a lot of people, and a lot of the time it has definitely bit me in the ass, or it's like, you know, I've been nice to somebody that doesn't necessarily deserve it, or I've given someone a second chance when they don't really deserve it. And this film really takes an extreme approach to that, but I think it is very effective in what it's trying to say. Again, again, I just wish that some of the narrative was a little bit better. Some of the acting also isn't the greatest, I will say that. Some of the acting is a little questionable at points, but again, I think that third act especially, it just really all ends up paying off in the end. And the first two acts also are really well done. It can be a little slow at points, but I think there's a really good build-up. There's a lot of really interesting ideas that this film has to say. Unfortunately, this is a film that is going to be getting a remake literally next year, and I think the only thing they can improve upon is, again, just giving certain nuances to characters, but other than that, I don't really know why you would want to remake this. I mean, this feels like the kind of film that, like, you know, remaking it almost is going to undercut its darkness. I can see it being a lot, I feel like it's going to be a lot more sanitized. I feel like it's going to be a lot more like studio friendly in that way. There's another film I'm talking about later in this video that actually had a remake that feels very studio friendly, and I'm hoping that when this does come out, it doesn't turn out that way, but I really don't have very high hopes for it. With that said, I highly recommend checking this film out. It's definitely not going to be for the faint of heart, especially where it goes in the last 20 minutes, but I think it is very effective in what it's trying to do. It has a very interesting message, and it's definitely not the film I think you're going to be expecting it to be, especially with how it starts out. So B for Speak No Evil. It's not a perfect film, but it is a horror film that takes a lot of chances. It has some really interesting ideas, and it goes in directions I truly am never going to forget, and the fact that this film was able to leave that kind of impression with me, I think alone is worth recommending. See How They Run wasn't quite what I was expecting it to be, but I think it is still really good for what it is. Now, right off the bat, I will say, if you are going to end this expecting something on the vein of, like, Knives Out, or something on the level of, like, Murder on the Orient Express, it's not really like that. This is a mystery, but I feel like it is much less centered around the case. I think what's more interesting about it is more the characters than it is the case itself, because the case itself, I'll just tell you right now, is super straightforward. The way it plays out, you know, I don't think they do the greatest job in developing this case, the way it all plays out and everything, you know, with this play that ends up happening and, you know, someone in the crew that ends up getting murdered. I think the setup is really good, but I will say the weakest point in this film for me, I think, really is the case itself and just the way it all plays out. I wasn't super invested in, you know, creating other suspects or figuring out what's going on or the details behind it. I don't think they do the greatest job with that. What saves the movie, though, really is the cast here, specifically when it comes to Sam Rockwell and Saoirse Ronan. Both of them just have incredible chemistry. They work so well together, and also the characters that they're playing, you feel so endeared to. The character of WPC Stalker, especially, is almost impossible to dislike. I mean, just her wholesomeness to the case. This is someone who she's never taken anything on like this before, and you can see just how invested she is, how like, you know, how excited, you know, you can see just like how excited she is. You can see how she is someone that wants to do everything she possibly can to solve this case herself. She wants to be the one to figure out clues. She wants to be the one to, you know, solve the murder, and it's really... It's just really fun to watch, getting to see someone who is just so carefree in what they're doing, someone who has always kind of dreamed of doing this and now finally gets to. I think her character is just so much fun to watch, but then contrasting that with the character of Inspector Stoppard, who is far more stoic. He is definitely a lot more like going through the motions. He's seen a lot of cases before. He's kind of over what he's doing, and so he's become a little bit more bitter. He's a lot older than, you know, Stalker in what he's done, and I think, but he also has a past of his own, and you can see that he has kind of been trying to, you know, push away from that, but interacting with Stalker, it finally gives him the chance to, like, fully open up about what's troubling him, and I thought his character was really well written. You found yourself really attached to Stoppard. You understand why this is bothering him so much, and why this is pulling him away from, you know, enjoying what he used to do, and like I said, I think their dynamic is just so endearing. I really found myself loving both of these characters, and so my investment in the film really was hinged upon how much I cared about them getting to solve the case together. I think they do a really good job with that. The other characters here, I mean, I think David Oyelowo is a really big standout for what he has. He has some really funny moments in this movie, and I was definitely a fan of his character. Ruth Wilson's really good here. Adrian Brody obviously has limited screen time, considering that he is the person that gets murdered, which is not a shock, because because we saw that in the trailer. But I do think he does a really good job for what he has. He is definitely a lot of fun in this movie. Harris Dickinson, I thought, was also really fun here. So again, I think there is definitely a lot to like about this film, but that being said, it can feel very generic at points, especially when it comes to the mystery. It doesn't feel quite as grand as it should. It feels a lot more simplistic. It feels a lot more basic, and it feels like we know what's going to happen. And so when they get to the third act and we get to the actual reveal of what's going on, it just didn't feel the most satisfying, because I don't think they did the greatest job at presenting all the suspects, giving us an idea of what's really at stake here. So I think that's what does bring it down here, but I think there is enough going on, between these characters. Also, comedy-wise, the film is very funny. There were a lot of moments that had me laughing. There's some really fun monologues as well from these characters, and I thought they did a good job with that. But I think there's a lot they try to do in the third act of this movie, and it didn't 100% work for me. There is a reveal of sorts, especially, that I was like, okay, but this kind of feels like it's coming out of nowhere, so I didn't think they did the greatest job with that. So the writing isn't the strongest at points when it comes to the mystery, but from a character perspective, I think it is definitely really good. And the directing by Tom George, I've seen people say this film feels too like Wes Anderson light, and it definitely does have that touch to it, but I think George does enough to still have his own style here, so it still feels distinctive. It still feels like, it's something of its own. And I think if they were to do more of these, which unfortunately I don't think they're going to, this film did not do very well at all financial wise. It came out it was released a very crowded weekend, so it's understandable why. But I don't think it's the greatest way to kick off a franchise, but if they were to, I would definitely be down, especially with, how much I enjoy both these characters. I just wish the mystery itself was a little bit more intriguing, but with that said, I still really did enjoy this one. I think it's I think it's still very fun to watch, and I think you will, I think if you want just a fun, simple mystery with some really well-written characters, I do think that this film will overall do it for you. So see how they run overall. I wasn't completely blown away by it, but I do think for what it is a lot of fun. The Silent Twins, I thought, honestly had a lot of potential. I think this concept is incredibly fascinating. These two, twin sisters who were just so tired of the constant hate and discrimination that they were facing that they basically stopped interacting with everybody except each other. I think that's a really cool idea. I think there's a lot that you can really do with that. And this film does do some really interesting stuff. The one thing I will give it right off the bat is both Letitia Wright and Tamara Lawrence are very well cast here. Tamara Lawrence in particular, I thought was a huge standout in this film. I really liked what she ended up doing. Letitia Wright does give some really good work here as well, but I would give the slightest edge to Lawrence. The character of Jennifer is grappling with a lot in this film, and I think especially towards the third act, she really has some strong moments here, and I think they do a really good job with that. And just the idea of, June and Jennifer, and what they really ended up doing, I think the film does cover that pretty well, and I think it definitely gives you a reason to really care. And I think the directing by Agnieszka
Agnieszka Smoczyńska.
Agnieszka Smoczyńska, I think, is really well done. I mean, she has a very specific style to this film, and it's not really what you're expecting. This film actually has a very artistic sort of feel to it, and I think the idea is that it feels almost like June and Jennifer directed it themselves, and that this is how they would have wanted this film to be portrayed. They were very artistic people, and I think that is really well done when it comes to the directing. There's a lot of cool things going on visually here. There's a lot of interesting ways that she decides to tell this story, but she also does a good job of, again, showing us these two characters, seeing their day-to-day lives. I think you can tell that there's a lot of passion that she poured into this, and I think that is really well communicated here for the most part. Unfortunately, the film itself just didn't really quite work for me. It's not quite as well handled as I really would have hoped it would be. I think the one thing that really does bring this film down, especially, holy shit, it is raining outside. Anyway, sorry, that really took me off guard. All of a sudden, there's just rain falling everywhere. But anyway, getting back to the film. Yeah, I think that in terms of, when it comes to a writing perspective, the film is just not quite up to par with what it really wants to do. I mean, first of all, the film really rushes through the interesting stuff here. We don't really get a chance to get to see these two before they make the decision to stop talking to each other. It kind of like rushes through it through exposition, and I think that definitely hurts the film a little bit. There is a considerable amount of this time focusing on these two as teenagers and them just kind of trying to live normal lives. There is this extended party sequence especially that I just did not really understand the point of. I didn't really understand what they were trying to do with it. And so I think that really does end up bringing this film down. There's a lot of moments in this film that I just don't quite understand what they're trying to say. What are they really trying to do? And I think that's what really does hurt it, unfortunately, is that like I said, I think this premise works really well. I just think the way they tell this story, it just didn't quite work in the way that they were really hoping for. Once we get to the third act, I think the film does get a little bit better. I think there actually are some really impactful moments within the third act of this movie, but everything leading up to it, I thought honestly was quite messy. There are moments of this film where we will momentarily cut to like puppet shows, and I think the idea is that this was stuff that like June and Jennifer made together, and I understand we want to honor their memories, we want to honor what they were doing. I understand that. We totally we want to honor their art, we want to honor what they did, but I just think that the film is a little bit too reliant on it, and it doesn't quite connect in the way that they were hoping, and many times it feels kind of random, and it feels like it's just kind of halting momentum. There are many times where it'll come at like very, impactful points in the movie, and then we'll just cut to like a random like story. And again, I understand that these were reflective of the lives that these two had. I just don't think it quite connects in the way that the movie thought it did, so I don't think they did the greatest job with that. Also, there aren't enough moments of these two like interacting together. I think that also does bring the film down a little bit, because there's plenty moments, and again, their acting is still really strong, but I just think we needed more moments of seeing these two interacting together. So yeah, it isn't quite as well done as I was hoping for, but I will say I do think the film ends on a pretty strong note. I think the ending itself is very impactful. It's just the getting there, it just isn't quite as well put together as I was hoping for. There are, and even the moments towards the end that are effective, I think if those first two acts were put better as a whole, I think it would have been that much more impacted by what happened. But as a whole, it definitely does have effective moments, but really just comes across a lot more mediocre than I was expecting, which is unfortunate considering I really was into the idea of this premise. I really liked what they were trying to do here, but I just think it didn't quite come together in the way that they were hoping. So C for The Silent Twins. Definitely has a lot of interesting ideas, but unfortunately I think it's more style than substance than anything. God's Country is yet another Sundance movie that came out last year that I did not get to see when it did, so I had to wait till it came to theaters. You've heard this 1,000 times, but it's a film that I remember a lot of people were really talking about, and for good reason. Now, right off the bat, I mean, Thandiwe Newton is one of our best actresses. We already knew that she was, but she absolutely crushes it in this film. Sandra is a character that really has been through a lot in her life. There's a lot of personal anguish that she has really had to deal with, her mother's death, and who was at the forefront of it, and sort of the unresolved tensions going on there, and now how that's like affecting her. I think all of that is so well presented here. We see the slow sort of unraveling of this woman. I think all of that is so well handled here, and Newton just does such a great job of diving into that emotionally. It's easily, I think, one of her best performances to date. I think Jeremy Bobb also is really good here. The character of Wolf is someone that comes across as a very real person. He's not someone that you are very much rooting for in the movie. There are a lot of things he's doing that is very much out of line, but I really like where they end up going with his character especially, and I thought that he was definitely a really big standout here. I think all the acting here is really strong. The directed by Julian Higgins, I also really did enjoy in this film quite a bit. It definitely is not the easiest film to watch, but you definitely feel the tension. I think the building of tension especially is like really well done here. It's one of those films where there's just more and more going on as it goes along. There is this threat, there is this threat of, there is this threat of these hunters and what they're really capable of and what they're really going to do. And I think the movie does a really good job with that. The escalation of winter and snow, all of that's really well presented. I think the tone throughout this movie is definitely really well done, but it also feels like there is a genuine connection that Higgins has to this story and what's going on. I think that's really well communicated through the screenplay throughout this film. With that being said, that is really my one issue with this movie, is that this is a film that has a lot on its mind. There is a lot that it is trying to accomplish. Now, a lot of it does link together. A lot of it really is just about a lot of the racism that Sandra faces as a character, that her mother faced as a character, and how, the hunters constantly treated her and things like that. I think they do a good job with that portion of the movie, and everything going on with her and just the hunters and them constantly trying to, invade her property and them constantly trespassing and all the things they're doing and how this is pushing her to her limits. I think all of that is very well explored, but there are other things that are going on here that I don't think land quite as well. There is a subplot in this film involving her being this college professor and her kind of trying to, bring more diversity to her college, and I just don't think that was as well handled as it could have been. I don't think they spent as much time on it as they really needed to. There are definitely some very effective moments, especially when it comes down to, who is working at this college and how they treat her and things that other professors are getting away with that, she knows that she wouldn't. I think stuff like that is really well handled, but there's also a subplot involving a student as well that I really don't think got enough time, and so there is quite a bit going on in this movie, and I think some of it they just needed to dive a little bit deeper into. When it came to her mother's death as well, we definitely do feel connected to it, but because we don't see any flashbacks with this character or anything, sometimes we can feel a little bit disconnected from it, but I think it really is Noon's performance that brings it all together, and I think they do a really good job with getting you to care about the character of Sandra, and that's something I really did appreciate. The lengths that she really is willing to go, I think is very well done. The hunters as well, aside from Jeremy Bobb, there really isn't all that much to them, and to be honest, it was kind of hard to tell who was who at points because a lot of them just feel kind of the same, and I think they need to do a better job at kind of diving deeper into these characters. Yes, they're very hateful. Yes, they are definitely not the type of characters that you want to spend a lot of time with, but I do think diving a little bit deeper into them and sort of like their whole motivation for what's going on, I think might have potentially made the film that much more tension-filled. That being said, the third act is really well handled. The way everything comes together, I think they do a really good job with. There are some things that are left a bit unopened at the end that I'm just a little bit confused as to how it all really played out, but I think the way it wraps up especially is incredibly satisfying. The character of Sandra's going on this very personal journey. Like I said, there is a lot of pain that she has been through, but there's also a lot of anger that she's been through, and you just seeing that mounted up within her. I think the movie does a really good job with that. So yeah, I think there's a lot this movie does really well. The sound design, cinematography, all of that is really good. I do think the movie is a little bit too short. I wish they had at least like 10-15 more minutes to kind of explore some things, but I think for what it is extremely effective in what it's trying to accomplish. There are some really strong scenes here, a really great performance from Tandawa Newton. There's a great scene at a Christmas party as well involving Jeremy Bobb's character, and like I said, where they end up going with him I wasn't quite expecting, but I really liked what they were trying to do there. But overall, yeah, I was a pretty big fan of this one. So B for God's Country. I don't think everything came together as tightly as they really would have wanted it to, but I think for the things that work, they really end up working, and this ends up being a very effective film for sure. Confess Fletch is so much fun. Right off the bat, I will say, I actually did watch the original Fletch film, like, prior to this, all the way back in, like, September when this first came out, and honestly, I wasn't huge on it. Loved Chevy Chase, but it's one of those 80s films that it just didn't really do a ton for me. I don't know if it necessarily holds up as well. I didn't really find it all that funny. This, on the other hand, I thought was a lot better. I think John Hamm is perfectly cast in this role. This is the kind of role that he was really just born to play, this very snarky detective that cares a lot about his cases, but he's also someone that is, you know, like, he shows off a lot and things like that, and he's not exactly the most traditional of, you know, detectives, and I think he does a really good job in playing this role. He is very fun to watch here, almost being the straight man, but also having some, like, lines of his own that, you know, also having some, like, eccentricity of his own that works really well, and that's really the fun of this movie. It's just the cast of characters we're dealing with here. Some of them are just absolutely insane. There's one scene especially with Annie Momolo. It involves her in a kitchen with all these things that are happening, and just the way she reacts to them so nonchalantly. Oh my god, it had me in absolute stitches. It might just be the funniest scene in the entire movie. That character, I could honestly have a whole movie of, just because of the way she reacted. I thought was fantastic. But the other characters I think also work really well here. Lorenzo Izo, she kind of has a personal connection to this case, and seeing the bond between these two, I think it does actually work really well, and I thought that they had a really strong bond throughout this movie. I enjoyed what they ended up doing with the both of them. And the case itself, I honestly did find myself really invested in when it comes to what was going on. This whole, you know, long line of suspects that he becomes this prime suspect in, and like he has to try to like clear his name, I think is a really fun idea. And, you know, his rivalry with John Slattery's character, who he thinks is very much guilty, but you know, he's like his former boss and things like that. I thought he was a really fun character, but again, seeing this all go down and what actually ends up going on, I thought they actually did a really good job in getting us involved with the case, not really knowing who was in, you know, what was going on, who it could possibly be. There's all kinds of different suspects. I think all of that is very well done here. I think there's a lot of fun characters that we have throughout this movie. Like I said, the film is very funny. I think the screenplay from Zev Boro and Greg Matala work really well here, but there also is a good story for Fletch and him kind of trying to prove that he is good at what he does, and I think it's a really good story. I actually enjoy that a lot, and I think it works really well here. The reveal of what's happening I thought was very satisfying. So yeah, I really don't have a ton to say about this one, but I just thought it was a lot of fun. I do think some of the characters can sometimes be a bit underused. I think there were some things they could have dived a bit heavier into, and not every joke ends up landing, but the ones that work really do work well, and this is the kind of film that I would love to see a franchise of. I hope that they end up doing a sequel. I think they announced that there is going to be one, but they're not, like, there could potentially be one, and I would love to see more, because I think Ham especially is just so well cast here, and I really want to see more of what they could end up doing with this character moving forward. I think the ending they leave on is very promising. So yeah, I was a really big fan of this one. I feel like it honestly went very underseen, which is unfortunate, because I think it's exactly the kind of like fun, breezy, like crime comedy that we very much do need more of. It did get a theatrical release, but it was one of those films where it was almost simultaneously released on VOD, so a lot of people just didn't watch it, unfortunately. But yeah, I had a really fun time with this one. B+ for Confess Fletch, a very fun film that I really wish a lot more people talked about. Due Revenge was both the movie I was expecting and the movie I wasn't, and I'll explain what that means in a little bit, but I think right off the bat, one of the things that works so well in this film is the chemistry between both of the actresses here. Both Camila Mendes and Maya Hawke are so well cast in this film. Camila Mendes does a really great job playing this like very popular girl who, you know, pretty much has like her whole life together. It seems like she is on this, you know, really great path and things like that, and then one thing ends up happening with her boyfriend like publishing her sex tape, and how that all ends up going awry for her. And then Maya Hawke, you know, Eleanor is a lot more, you know, quiet. She's a lot more someone who is a lot more of an outcast because of this rumor that's kind of haunted her. And the two of them teaming up to like kind of seek revenge, I think is a really fun idea. And they work off of each other very nicely. I think, like I said, the character of Drea, someone who is so blindly unaware of just the constant privilege that she has as a character. And then Eleanor, who hasn't really gotten that as much because of the fact that she is more of an outcast, because there's this rumor going on, you know, the way people have reacted to her and things like that. I think they do a really good job with that, and you do find yourself very invested in both of these characters. Drea wants to be popular, she wants to be on top, and you kind of get to see why she feels that way, why this is so important to her, and I think they dive into that very well. But the character of Eleanor is the one that I think is particularly interesting. There's a lot going on with her. She has had a crush on this girl for a while, and there's been, the reception to that has not been the greatest from the, to put it lightly, has not been the greatest from the school, and I think her character is very fascinating where she ends up going, and for a while it really is just these two trying to take down Austin Abrams' character after all the horrible shit he has done to them, and I think that works really well. Austin Abrams is also very well cast here. Max is a very unlikable character, but my god, Austin Abrams just relishes in playing him, and I think what works so well is that we're used to seeing him playing like, a character like Ethan on Euphoria, who's just like really just like, a good-natured guy who isn't somebody that, you would see doing all this terrible shit. So seeing him play the complete opposite of that, this douchey guy who just is always about control, he's always trying to do what he can to make himself look as squeaky clean as possible. I thought he was just fantastic. He was so funny in this role, and I thought he was very well cast here. So I was a really big fan of his character as well. And then there are some other characters here. Sophie Turner, everybody's talked about it, but she's only in a couple scenes in this movie, and my god, talk about just getting the most out of a limited screen time. I mean, she is so good in this movie. Her freak out that everyone has talked about on Twitter, it's every bit as great as you've heard. I absolutely adored her in this film. Sarah Michelle Gellar was in this movie a little bit more than I was expecting, and I thought for what she had, she was really good. So I think all the cast works really well here, but again, I think the premise itself is a lot of fun in this movie. But for a while, it does seem a little basic. It doesn't really seem like it's going to go much of anywhere. And then there comes this twist of sorts in the third act, and when that happens, this movie turns into something completely different entirely, and I thought it made the film that much more meaningful. There's a lot this film has to say about, when it comes to bullying, when it comes to, the impact that is had on somebody else and not really recognizing the consequences of your actions, and I think this movie actually does dive into all of that very well. The twist that they ended up going with, I really was not expecting, and I think it was honestly that much better because of it. And I don't really want to get into it too much, but it really turned into something a lot different after that, and I think it honestly made the film that much better because the film had so much more to say. People have compared this film a lot to Mean Girls, but I think Heathers is honestly a lot more relevant of a comparison, especially with the direction it ends up going. It honestly goes in some very dark directions, and I think it really does end up paying off in the end. Like I said, Drea as a character, I think has a really strong arc, especially in the third act when we get to, what's actually going on. I thought they did a really good job with all of that. Like I said, I do think the film is consistently very funny. That being said, there are some things that do bring it down. There's some characters I wanted to see more, specifically her friend group that she's in. She's pretty much ousted from it immediately, and so we really don't get to see it, what her life has been like in this friend group, how they've treated her, things like that. We don't really get the chance to get to see any of that, so that kind of felt like a wasted opportunity. And then also the character that Eleanor likes in this film of Gabby, she does get some stuff to do. Talia Ryder is a great actress. I've always been a really big fan of hers, but I just wish she had a little bit more to do in this movie. There are some really good scenes between them, but I just want to see a little bit more of that. But everything this film does, it does really well. It went in directions that I really wasn't expecting. I thought the actual reveal at the end and the way everything wrapped up, it really ended up paying off. And honestly, I went into this film thinking, why is it 2 hours? But I think with everything that goes down, it kind of had to be, considering that the film does do this heel turn of sorts. And while I don't think it's going to work for everyone, because the film can be very I think the film can be very, to put it lightly, campy, and I think that's something that some people might not like. It worked really well for me. I was having a really fun time watching it, and I honestly was very surprised by the directions it went in. Very well acted, very fun to watch. Overall, it's a much better movie than I really was expecting. I went into it looking forward to it, but it was one of those movies where I feel like I'm gonna go into this expecting to like it, and then it's not going to be very good, but it actually was a lot better than I was expecting it to be. So yeah, B for Do Revenge. I think that there are a lot of teen comedies on Netflix that really aren't that great, but this one actually went into some very unexpected directions, and I think it really did end up paying off very well in the end. So I definitely recommend this one a lot if you haven't seen it. So, remember a little bit ago when I talked about Speak No Evil, and I said that there is an American remake coming out, and there's a movie that I'm talking about here that got an American remake, and it's not that great. Yeah, Goodnight Mommy is that film. Right off the bat, I really like the original movie a lot. I don't think it's amazing. I think that there are directions it takes in the second half that, in the third act of the movie, that didn't quite work for me as well as it could have, but at no point watching that movie was I like, yeah, this really needs a remake. This could be really good if it was remade, and surprise, it's not really that great. I think right off the bat, the thing that really does hurt this movie is there is a level of like ambiguity, there is a level of mystery in the original film, and that's almost completely stripped away here. Like, yes, it's there, but especially if you've seen the original movie and you know the twists that ends up happening, they don't do a good job at making that twist feel unique here. They don't do a good job at making that twist feel special here. And look, I don't just want to sit here and just like compare endlessly, but that is something I don't think they did a very good job with at all here. Naomi Watts is admittedly very good. I think she does a good job at playing this woman that has just gone through a lot of hardship in her life, and the effect that's really had on, you know, the way she treats her kids and things like that. I think all of that is really well done. I think she does give a strong performance here. The kids themselves are fine for the most part. I don't think they have a ton to work with here, and I think that does end up hurting the film quite a bit. I don't think they did the greatest job with it. I think the performances in the original film by the kids were much stronger. Here, it just feels a little manufactured, and that's really my biggest issue with this movie, is that it just doesn't feel as authentic. It doesn't feel as lived in as the original. A lot of it feels, again, just very like Hollywoodized in that way, and I don't think they did a very good job with that. Like, there's this character they have, and I don't remember if he was in the original, but they have a father in this movie, and I don't understand the point of him. He comes in every few seconds to like check in on them, and I just didn't understand why he needed to be here. I didn't understand what the point of his inclusion was in this movie. Jeremy Bobb also pops up at one point. I don't understand why he's here either, and I think that's what hurts this film. The original has this very like sort of claustrophobic feel to it. It does a really good job at like portraying the ideas of grief and things like that. And this one, it just doesn't feel quite as authentic. I think the horror as well really leaves a lot to be desired. It's very lame here. The atmosphere itself, there are moments that are definitely unnerving, but it's not nearly as effective as the original. I think the original film did a much better job when it came to all of that. The directing leaves a lot to be desired here as well. It just feels very standard in that way. So yeah, there really just isn't a lot about this film that works all that well. Also, the way this movie wraps up, yes, they do the twist that you're expecting, but they do it in a completely different way in this movie, and they go with a much different ending that just didn't work nearly as well for me as the one in the original. The one in the original, what works so well about it is that, yes, that film is a horror, but it also feels a lot more, you know, as the movie goes on, it starts to feel a lot more just like this really hard drama, and I think they do a really good job with that, and that's something I definitely did appreciate about that film, is the psychological aspect. I think was really well done. Here, it just feels a little bit too much like a traditional horror, and I think that definitely does bring it down. The ending that they went with, like I said, just a lot of the more ambiguous nature, a lot of the more interesting aspects, they're just kind of stripped away here, and this just feels a lot more just generic as a whole. This film also, unfortunately, feels a lot more sanitized. I think the original, it had this like very disturbing in nature and this like grit to it, and it's just not here. Like, the moments that are supposed to be disturbing, they are somewhat effective, but they just feel a lot less impactful here. They just feel a lot less special here. It doesn't feel like this film is really going for it in terms of those more darker moments, and so I don't think they did the greatest job when it came to that. I think that definitely does hurt this film significantly, and that's obviously a problem with like a lot of American remakes of foreign horror films, but this one especially especially, I think it really sticks out here. So yeah, I wasn't really a big fan of this one. It's a very forgettable film, especially when you compare it to the original. But again, I think, you know, when it comes to remakes, the important thing to do is, like, if I had just watched this and not the original, would I have been satisfied? And the answer is no. I just think everything about this film is far less superior to the original. I don't think the story is all that well done. I think the characters are much more generic here. Naomi Watts does admittedly give a strong performance, but she's also Naomi Watts, so are we really all that shocked? No, we're not. But yeah, I really wasn't a big fan of this one very much at all. So C for Goodnight Mommy. It has some moments here and there, but for the most part, I mean, it's definitely a film that you can just kind of stick to the original. I don't really know what the point of this was at all. I Used to Be Famous, I thought was really good. I mean, right off the bat, yes, this is a premise we've seen 1,000 times before. This idea of this, like, washed-up musician, and he wants to make this comeback, and he forms this bond with this kid and things like that. Yes, we've seen it done before, but I think it's done to really strong effect here. Ed Skrein, especially, is giving such a different kind of performance. I've seen him be really strong in quite a few things, but I think this is easily one of his best performances to date. The character of Vince is someone that is really just kind of over the days of what he used to do. He's trying to recapture his former success, but it's just not quite working as much as he really wanted to. He's really, like, struggling as a solo artist, and I feel like that's something we see that happens a lot. A lot of the times these, you know, boy bands and things like that, they end up breaking up, and all of them try to go solo, and it only works for some of them. And for Vince, you can see he's, like, really struggling with that, and I think they do a really good job with that here. But then him forming this bond with Stevie, who is on the spectrum, I mean, they do a really good job at forming this bond between the two of them, you know, when it comes to Stevie and, you know, especially his character, I thought was very well written. He's someone who, because the fact that he's autistic, you know, he really isn't able to handle crowds and things like that, and so, and you can see there's a lot of ableist stuff going on with Stevie, and the way that Vince kind of brings the best out of him and gets him to sort of discover his calling, I thought was generally very sweet, and I really liked the bond that these two end up forming, but also Vince getting a chance to fully open up to Stevie as a character, I thought was also really well done, and that's something I thought they did a really good job with here. So I thought both these characters were really well written. The directing by Eddie Sternberg as well, it's really well done. The film has a very just, like, heartwarming and positive nature to it. Also is very funny. There's a lot of funny moments going on here that I thought worked really well. And yes, the film can be very predictable as to where it's going to go. I don't think there's really anything in this film that is going to come across as shocking to you. Every beat you expect this to hit, it does, but it does it really well. And so I've said this before, like, yes, if a film being predictable on the surface, that's a problem, but for me, it never really has been. If this film can find a way to still make that predictableness stick out and make it feel like something special, and I'm still invested in the story, that's all that really matters to me, and thankfully this is a film where I can say I was invested in what was going on. Also, let me just say the music here is really good. I had no idea Ed Skrein could sing the way that he could, and I was honestly a really big fan of it. I thought the music worked really well here. There's one song in particular, I don't remember what it's called exactly, but it's one that I definitely found myself listening to quite a bit. So yeah, overall, I definitely really did enjoy this one. I don't think it's a must-watch or anything, but I think it's really well made. I think it gives a really different performance from Ed Skrein. I think there's some really, you know, heartwarming moments between both of these two characters that you do find yourself latching onto. It's a lot of fun. There's some really great music, and it also is only like an hour and a half, and I think it definitely does work as such. It's very breezy in that way, so I definitely do recommend this one a lot. B for I Used to Be Famous definitely can go in some very predictable and admittedly generic directions, but I think for what it is definitely a very, very heartwarming film that I do recommend checking out. Meet Cute, I thought, had a lot of potential. It very much reminded me of like a Palm Springs of sorts. I thought that the idea of these two characters, who one of them you can tell has like very suicidal thoughts, you know, her discovering this tanning bed, and it's like this time machine, and she basically gets to relive the best date night over and over again until like she gets it perfect, I thought was a really fun idea. Unfortunately, this is one of those films where its premise is really more interesting than the sum of its parts. parts. I think right off the bat, Kaylee Cuoco, I've always been a really big fan of. I think she gives a really strong performance here. I think the character that she's playing is honestly really well written. The character of Sheila, there's a lot that she has been through, and this film does do a really good job of diving into all of that, what would get her to this point where she is so deeply suicidal, where she is so deeply cynical as a person. You know, I think that they do a good job with diving into that, diving into everything that she's gone through, like her traumatic childhood. I mean, they do a good job at diving into that with her character. She's also just generally a very likable character, and I thought that they did a good job with her. And then Pete Davidson is really good in this movie. I like seeing the surge that he's been having as an actor lately. I feel like he's been popping up in everything, and he always ends up impressing me. But I just felt the character that he's playing in this film of Gary really does leave a lot to be desired. He's the type of character that is imperfect. There's a lot that he is kind of struggling with, but I just don't think they dive deep enough into that for me to really latch onto his character overall. And then when it comes to Sheila, you know, while I do think she is well written for the most part, I think this film generally is just way too short. There's a lot it's trying to do with her, and I think only some of it really does end up working. The idea of time travel, I think they don't really do enough with either. Their rules that they assign to this film, they don't really end up going to the places that you expect it to, and so I don't think they do the greatest job with that, so I wasn't really too impressed by that. Also, unfortunately, the comedy just didn't quite work for me in this film. I didn't really find myself laughing all that much. I chuckled a couple times here and there, but I can't really tell you like one specific scene that I found generally like really funny to this film that's really worth watching. I think the chemistry is there between these two, and I do think the film has some interesting things to say about, you know, mental health, about you know, appreciating the time that you have and things like that, but it just feels very surface level. I don't think they did a good enough job in diving deep into things to really make this feel distinctive, to really make this stick out. So it really just comes across as a film that just feels like a big missed opportunity for the most part. I think Alexander Lemon's directing, I'm usually a fan of his, but this film, it just kind of feels like anybody really could have directed. It's like the definition of like a streaming type film. So yeah, overall, I was really let down by this one. C for Meet Cute. I thought this definitely did have some potential in the beginning, but I feel like the more it went on, the more it just really lost sight of what it was trying to do, and it really just ended up kind of falling apart for me. I'll say this right off the bat about On the Come Up. I mean, if you want to talk about a movie that just does such a great job at showing a new talent, someone that we haven't seen before, and making a case for why she should be known, I think this film does a really good job of that. Jamila Gray is fantastic in this movie, gives such a strong performance as the character of Bree. There is so much that is going on with her throughout this film emotionally, and she really does end up delivering that. I think, you know, music-wise, she's also very talented, whether it's her rapping, whether it's her singing. I think all of that is really well done here, and I think this film has a lot of interesting ideas, you know, within it. It has a lot to say about the music scene and the impact that it really does have on others, whether it's, you know, intended or not intended. I think that's something this movie dives into very well, whether it's, you know, a song that she wrote and she meant it to come across one way and then it's coming across a completely different way, and how she's now taking the heat for that. I think all of that is really interesting. Unfortunately, the film takes a long time to get to that interesting place, and for a while I just wasn't super invested in what was going on. I think the setup itself is not too bad when it comes to, you know, what her character is facing, but it really does take a while to get interesting. The characters that we had here, I just didn't really find all that interesting. Besides Brie, I think her mom is very well written. So, you know, Sana Lathan's character, I think she's really good. I'm a big fan of Divine Joy Randolph. I've always been a big fan of her, and she does have some strong moments in this film. I thought Method Man also was really good in this movie for what he had, but I just thought that it just took a long time for me to really get invested in what was going on here. Just a lot of scenes of rap battles and recording music, and I just wasn't super invested in all of that. There's a lot that's going on with her as well. There's a lot of racial discrimination that she's facing within school, and they just didn't really dive into it. And then we get to the third act, and finally they did deliver on its premise. And I thought the third act was generally really impactful here. There is a monologue that this character has, especially, that I thought was really effective, and I really liked what they ended up doing with her. There is a whole scene involving, bullying that's going on, and I thought that was really great. Like I said, when they started to dive into the effect this song she wrote that was meant to be very empowering, the negative effect it's having on others, I mean, all of that is really well handled. Unfortunately, that does not happen until the last 40 minutes of this movie. Everything leading up to it, I thought, honestly, was just very uninteresting to me. I wasn't super invested in what they were doing. I do think Sana Lathan's directing is really good here. You can tell that she put a lot of passion into this film, and I do think she has a lot of talent, and this movie does have a genuine sense of heart behind it for sure. Again, it really just takes a while to really get interesting, and while I did think that third act, worked really well, and it had some really powerful moments, it doesn't make up for just how deeply uninterested I was in the first two acts, and I honestly did find it very convoluted. I think there's some characters here that just come across as very one-note to me. I don't think they're as well dived into as they really could have been, so yeah, overall, this was more of just a frustrating experience than anything. I think there definitely are moments that are really great, and I do think the film is worth watching for, like, the last 40 minutes, but unfortunately, it is only the last 40 minutes. The rest of the film preceding that, I just don't think is that strong. I think it's very messy tonally. I think it's very all over the place in terms of editing. It takes a while for the film to really kind of focus and figure out what it really wants to do, so yeah, I do think this is a film worth watching, but for the performances, for the talent across the board, all that is really good. It's just, as a whole, just didn't quite come together as much as I was hoping. So C+ for On the Come Up. I think it definitely has some really strong ideas, and it's another movie that I just wish a lot more people talked about. It got a theatrical release, and again, because they premiered it simultaneously on Paramount Plus, nobody really talked about it, and it is a better movie than that for sure. Like, it definitely deserved a proper theatrical release, but it isn't really anything that I can say, really just kind of stuck with me overall, aside from those moments I did mention. Lou, I really don't remember all that much, to be honest with you, and it's unfortunate because I thought this film had actually a lot of potential behind it. This idea of this woman who loses her daughter, and so she tracks down this neighbor who is very off her rocker. She's very erratic in that way, and she's gonna kind of, she actually has a personal connection to what's going on. I thought that had a lot of potential, but unfortunately, it's just not super well written at all, and I think that definitely is what hurts this movie. What does help it are the performances, especially Allison Janney. She is doing a really good job here. She is giving it her all. She does a really good job of playing this character of Lou, who you can see has been through a lot throughout the film. And we start to find out more and more about her as the movie goes on, and I think that, the more we find out about Lou, the better Janney's performance really does become, and I think that she does do a really good job here. Jurnee Smollett is good for what she has in this movie. I think that I've always been a fan of her as an actress, and I like what they end up doing with her here, and so I think that they do end up working well together. Logan Marshall Green also is pretty good in this film for what he does have, but the getting to everything, aside from that, the directing by Anna Forster really just leaves a lot to be desired here. I didn't really think it was anything that special. Really just kind of feels like any sort of action thriller. There isn't really any style throughout this film, and kind of just looks and feels the same as any film of its kind, and so I don't think her directing was anything that distinctive. The writing really just isn't that great here. When it comes to both of these characters, I mean, they just don't do the greatest job at making this story feel interesting, making this feel like it's worth my time. It certainly starts off interesting enough, but I feel like the more it goes on, it just feels very basic. It doesn't feel like it's going in the directions that it needs to. There are twists in the film, but they're not the kind of twists twists that really blow you away. It's like, oh, okay, that's happening. Like, it isn't really one that really just like took me by surprise or anything like that. So I just don't think the writing is really all that strong here, especially for the character of Hannah. I think her character, there just isn't really a lot to her, and I think they needed to do a better job when it came to her character, because she basically is the main character of this movie. Yes, Lou obviously is a big part of it, but she really is the main character here, and I just had a very hard time latching onto her. So I wonder if the film was, you know, gave her just as much interest as Lou. I think it would have been a lot better for sure. And then also, once we do find out what's going on, I just didn't really feel any tension. I didn't really feel any suspense. And I just didn't really find myself caring about what was going on in this movie, because I didn't think they did the greatest job when it came to the writing here. I love Logan Marshall Green, but I did not really like the character he was playing in this movie. It's not even that, you know, his character is like despicable, because he is, but I just thought that his character was just really underwritten here. I didn't find him to be all that interesting, and I didn't think they did the greatest job with him. Like I said, there is something going on with Lou. There is a twist of sorts that happened, and I found it to be honestly very predictable with where they ended up going with it, so it wasn't really too much of a shock to me when they end up going in that direction. So I don't think they did the greatest job with that either. The cinematography is very bland. The action sequences don't really stick out very much here at all. There are some okay ones, but nothing that really stuck out to me. So yeah, overall, I just found this to be extremely forgettable. It's the kind of Netflix film that they just kind of dump on there for no rhyme or reason. They don't really put a lot of effort into it, and it's a shame, because we do have some solid performances. I do think there was potential with this premise, but just overall, I didn't really find this to be nearly as interesting as it sounded. So C for Lou. Certainly has some, you know, merit to it, but as a whole, just not really worth your time. A Jasmine's Blues, I went into not really expecting all that much. If you guys know me, Tyler Perry is just not really my thing. His style, it's just never really vibed all that well with me. I just find it very heightened, very over the top, and it just frequently ends up, you know, just not really working for me. A lot of his films I just find very hard to watch, and I feel like he is one of those directors where he is always trying to have this sense of, you know, just like really dramatic moments, but a lot of them just feel very unearned. It's like he's just kind of doing it to make it feel more impactful than it is. A Jasmine's Blues, though, I will say definitely does have a bit more going for it. Right off the bat, I think one of the things that does work really well here is the performances in this movie, I think, are actually really strong, particularly when it comes to the character of, you know, Joshua Boone's performance, the character of Bayou, I do think is really well written here. I think he does give a really strong performance in this movie, and I was impressed by what he does. You know, same with Amira Van. I thought her performance was good here. So I was impressed for the most part by the performances in this movie. There's some that still don't really work all that well. Like, I really wasn't big on Austin Scott's performance. I didn't think he really was all that great, but I did think there were things about this movie that actually did end up working. For the first half of it, I really wasn't into this. It was just kind of the typical love story between these two, where, you know, you have this love story of sorts between this character Bayou, who wants to be this musician, and then you have Leanne, who, you know, it seems like they're going to form this genuine bond, but then she ends up moving, and she gets married to this white guy who's, like, from this really racist family and things like that, and, you know, you see him, he's trying to reconnect with her, but then he doesn't, and then the family wants to go after him, and it just, that whole part of the film wasn't super interesting to me. It's, you know, we've seen it 1,000 times before. It's super over the top, and I don't think they did the greatest job in all of that. Once the film does settle down, though, and we focus a lot more on Bayou becoming a musician, and especially this bond that he ends up forming with Ryan Gold's character of Ira, this genuine bond they ended up forming, and we focused a little bit more on that, I actually did think the film got a little bit better. There was a level of passion that I thought actually did work really well when we focus on, you know, his mother and how he's kind of trying to finally create this club that she never could. I thought that part of the film actually did end up working for me. I thought there was a genuine sense of heart and passion, and it makes sense because this is Tyler Perry's, like, passion project. This is the film he's been working on, I believe, since, like, the early 90s, and you definitely do feel a sense of passion here. This does not feel like just any other film that he's kind of conjured up and that he's rushed and things like that. It does feel like there has been significant time that has been put into this. Again, the problem is that the film is just very overly convoluted. You have some other stories going on, like there's this character of Willie Earl, that's his brother, that he's kind of feuding with, and you know, Willie, he himself is someone who kind of feels like he's in his brother's shadow, and I just didn't feel they dived into that all that well. Leanne as a character, I wanted a lot more from, and I think they could have dived into her a lot better, but the character of Hattie Mae, I thought honestly was really well written. Where they ended up going with her, I definitely was impressed by, and I think the movie does have a lot to say about, you know, this like safe haven for Black Americans in the, you know, in like the 40s and things like that. I think all of that is really well written, and the film actually does end on a really impactful note towards the end. Again, I think what just brings it down is again, it's a little too overly convoluted. There are some ideas here that feel like they were written in the 90s, and I think there were some script revisions of sorts that Tyler Perry could have done. The movie also is 2 hours long, and it really doesn't need to be. There are definitely moments that do drag here, and I wasn't super interested in. There's also this frame story of sorts that's going on, and that just didn't quite end up working for me in the way that they hoped. I think at the end they definitely made it clear why they were doing it, but it still kind of felt like it's just here because the movie wants to be a little bit more convoluted than it is. So again, I do think this film generally did have some effective moments. I think the last hour especially I thought was pretty good, but everything leading up to that I thought was just kind of okay. It's a little too over the top. Some of the performances just aren't the strongest. I think the writing isn't quite as up to par, but there is a level of passion and craft here, and that is something I very much do respect. I think there are some really good performances. I think the movie does have a pretty strong emotional core to it. So overall, I think it's significantly better than most of Perry's films that I've seen. So C+ for A Jasmine's Blues. I don't think this is like, you know, absolutely incredible or anything, but compared to other films that he's done, I definitely like this a little bit more.
Hi, I don't know why I decided to make this part of the video audio only, but I figured I'd just come in here to let you guys know that you're about to see like a real switch in quality in terms of cameras, and I guess I just give you some context. So like while I was filming this video, the webcam that I was using throughout most of this video, it just decided to like stop working, so I like quickly ordered the same exact camera off like Amazon, and yeah, because it's new, it looks a lot crisper and shit like that, and yeah, just so you guys aren't alarmed, that's what happened. Figured I'd just write that in there. All right, let's continue the video. You don't care about this. All right, let's go.
Athena is a film that I feel like not a lot of people have seen, but I think many people have heard about. And I mean, I'll get the, you know, big elephant in the room right out of the way, because I think the main thing people have heard about is the like 10-minute tracking shot that opens up this movie. It's like a one-take sequence, and yeah, it is absolutely astounding. It is easily one of the best openings to any movie I have seen in a very long time. It does such a great job of just showcasing the scale. You know, we start off with this gang and kind of seeing them starting off kind of small and then, you know, getting up in the rankings, and then by the end just being this full-fledged, you know, all-out group ready to go to war at any time. It's incredible the way they do it, the scope of it, the progression of the story. Most of it, actually all of it, is completely without dialogue. It is so impressive, and it is one of those things where because those first 10 minutes are so good, the rest of the movie has a lot to live up to. Does it live up to it? Yeah, I would say so. I would still say the rest of the movie is really damn good. It's not quite on the level of that first 10 minutes. The movie definitely peaks very early, but I think there's still a lot to really love about this movie. I mean, for one, the acting here is phenomenal. I think all three of the main actors we're following here, whether it's the character of Abdel, Kareem, or Jerome, I think all of them are phenomenal, but specifically Dali Benzela, who plays Abdel, I think is so good in this film. You know, you can see that he is someone that he's very conflicted with how to feel about this gang life. You know, there's a personal tragedy that he has been through, and so he doesn't really know how to really go about it, and sort of like the juxtaposition between him and his brother and sort of the conflict that's going on there. It's actually really compelling stuff, and I think they do a really good job setting all of that up, but also, again, really getting to see that conflict play out, I think is really well done in this movie. But his character in particular of Abdal, I think is very well fleshed out in this movie. I've seen some people say this movie feels a little bit underdeveloped in terms of characters, but I would say his character is really good. You get a sense of what he's going through. There is a clear arc for him. I think he is very good in the film. That's not to discount the other actors, because I do think they are really good. Sammy Silman, who plays Kareem, is also very good in the movie. He's the complete opposite of Abdal, where he is like fully into the gang and things like that, and you know, you can see how much this has consumed him, and I think he just does a really great job at portraying this character, just the brutality of it all. He does a really great job with that here. Anthony Bajan is really good as Jerome, although I will say, if I did have to have a flaw, I think his character isn't nearly as well fleshed out as some of the others. The other characters in the film that aren't Abdal or Kareem, I don't think are quite as well fleshed out. I think there need to be a little bit more time spent there, and I think it would have made the film that much better overall. But I do think the screenplay here by Romain Gavras and Lajali and Elias Belgadere is still really well done. I think they are covering a, you know, part of France that we just don't really see enough of. You know, the people in Algeria, you know, there are gangs like this all the time that are just eroding the country, and I like that this film is really trying to address that. It's really trying to spread awareness of like something that we just don't get to see enough of, and I think this film portrays it in a very raw and authentic manner. I mean, this at points feels like a documentary because of how well they document, you know, because of how well they depict the violence in this movie. They really don't hold back at all, but they also really show the consequences that it has on these characters, and that's something I think they do such an excellent job with. And Romain Gavras, I mean, I've heard amazing things about him as a director, but I don't believe I've seen anything from him prior to this, and I really want to after this movie, because I really just love the style that he has here. You can feel the passion that is within him, how important it is for him to cover this, and he does everything he possibly can to make this not only feel authentic, but also give it this very epic feeling. I mean, he really shows the importance of this, and I think he just does such an incredible job when it comes to this movie. He rides that line perfectly between spectacle, but also still being respectful to the subject of what's going on, because this is something that is going on within Algeria, and you can see this is something that he really does want to cover, and I think he does do that very well. But also the cinematography here, I mean, I already said it before, but some of the best of the entire year of 2022. I mean, indisputably just some of the best you will see in any movie. I think every single scene, it's one of those films you really can't take your eyes off of, and I think they do a really incredible job with that. So yeah, I think the cinematography is very well done here. The score as well is easily top 5 scores of last year. It is so incredibly epic and just has this very grand scale feel. I mean, they did such a great job at composing this score and just really heightening every single scene that it's in. It's one of those scores that, like, the movie already is very intense and emotional, but adding this score in, it just heightens it to another degree, and I think they do such a great job with that here. So yeah, there's a lot to really like about this film. It's not perfect, though. There are some things that do bring it down. Some of it for me is that I do think the film is a little bit too short. There is a point in the movie where it feels like we are starting to dive deeper into something, and then the film is just kind of wrapping up. And I didn't feel like we were at a point where it's time to wrap up. It felt like I need to see more of what was going on. The tension that was escalating between these characters, I feel is well fleshed out, but I think they could have honestly done even more with it, because once we do get to the climax, it is effective, but I felt that they kind of rushed to get to that point. I think the film honestly could have been like 20-30 minutes longer, and I think it would have been just as effective if it was. And I honestly think they could have fleshed out some of these characters a little bit more. I think, like I said, the opening, like the first act especially, is fantastic. I really don't have any issues there. The second act is good too, but it starts to get a little bit convoluted with some of its ideas. And then the third act, it just feels a little bit rushed. It is still very effective with what it's trying to do, and I think it communicates everything very nicely. It just feels a little bit rushed at times, and I think if they were able to flesh out some of these ideas a little bit more, I think it would have been that much more effective. So it still ends up being like a very well done film for what it's trying to do. It's still a film I wish a lot more people were talking about than they really were. Like I said, beyond just that track, beyond just the one take shot, because yes, that is incredible. The tracking shot we get in this movie, it's on a whole other level, and it is definitely that should be marveled about. But I think there's other things in this movie to love beyond just that tracking shot. And I think especially if you watch this film and you just see the artistry that's on display, you see how well written most of these characters are, you see the internal conflict that's going on. I think they do a really good job with. I will say, politics-wise, I've heard people say the film is a little muddled with that. There's some things in here that are a little bit problematic, but to be honest, I don't know enough about the politics of Algeria to really dive into all of that, so I don't think I'm the best person to really comment on it. I know that's something that people have talked about, and it is definitely something that could be an issue for people, could definitely hinder their enjoyment in the film. But again, for me, I don't know enough about those politics to like really have too much of an issue when it comes to that. What I can say is that I think this film is extremely effective in what it's trying to do. It presents a different lifestyle that I don't think we see enough of in films, and I think it's very important that it was shown here, just because, again, I don't think it's been covered enough, and I think this movie just does a really great job at like bringing awareness to all of that. Overall, I really love this film a lot. I really wish more people were talking about it. A- for Athena. Like I said, I think there are some things that could have been a little bit better, but for what it is, it's extremely effective, and it's a film that once you see it, it truly is never going to leave your head. It's one of the most relentless and intense films of last year. Has you on edge the entire time. Really just can't recommend this one enough. There are a lot of films out there last year that I think were really intense, but none of them were very few of them were as effective and as memorable as I think this one really is going to be. The Munsters is pretty much a disaster. Now look, I will say right off the bat, in terms of, myself, I think regardless of if this film was going to be good or not, I didn't really know if it was going to be for me, because Rob Zombie's style is just not one that really has ever really worked for me. It's just, I've always said this, it's just a little too heightened, it's a little too campy and things like that, and it just has never really worked in any film I've seen that he's directed. But honestly, that is the worst, that is the least of this film's issues, because it is clear, I think, when watching this movie right from the beginning, that out of everybody, Rob Zombie was not the right person to direct this movie. Yes, he has a real passion for the original show, and he wanted to recapture the magic as he possibly could, and that's great. You see his passion here. You definitely feel that he cares about the show and he cares about the source material. But the problem really just does come down to, I think, again, just being a little bit too faithful to that source material. Because if you've seen The Munsters, which I've seen, like, I think an episode of, I didn't really watch it all that often, but this is definitely very faithful to it. The performances, I actually do think are very committed. I honestly don't have a ton to say about the performances. I think all of them are pretty good for the most part, especially, I would say, Daniel Roebuck, I think, is very good as the Count. I think Jeff Daniel Phillips does what he can as Herman Munster. I honestly think he plays a very convincing Herman Munster, and Sherry Moon Zombie's good here too. I don't think the acting is really the problem here at all. I've seen some people dog in the performances, but especially if you watch the show, I mean, this is fairly accurate to that, and I think they do a good job with that here overall. I think the problem really just comes down to just how incredibly slow so much of this is. I mean, it is glacially slow to watch this film. I mean, it's trying to be so many different things. It almost feels like it could be like 3 different episodes of a TV show, and that's never really a good thing when you're trying to make a feature film. I mean, the film starts off as kind of like this origin story of sorts for like how the family came to be, and that's a really fun idea. There's a lot that you can kind of mine from that, but unfortunately what we're mostly dealing with is nearly 2 hours of kind of nothing. There's no conflict at all going on in this movie. If there is, it's like very little, it's like very little things here and there. There's like a plot line involving neighbors and, you know, them eventually wanting to get the neighbors out because they want the house all to themselves. There's something going on there. There is some tension at first when it comes to Herman Munster and how, you know, Lily Munster's father is, receptive towards him and how he's not really understanding, you know, his behavior and things like that, but that doesn't really go on that much longer. So it just doesn't really end up working. It kind of feels like, even though the passion was there, Rob Zombie had no idea what he really wanted to do with this film aside from a very surface level. The film feels kind of like it's just making itself up as it goes along, and I guess there is a certain charm to that where it's like, okay, this is unabashedly very cheap. This is unabashedly, you know, trying to be something where it's not, you know, it doesn't have this fleshed out idea, and it's like aware of that. But it just comes across as honestly really awkward to watch. And I think when you're translating something like this, you have to find a way, and I've said this with like basically, you know, countless source materials before, countless, you know, TV show to movie adaptations. When you are translating something like this, you have to find a way to like keep those that are not aware of the source material engaged and find a way to make sure that they're still enjoying it, even if, you know, you have to always appeal to fans and non-fans. I think honestly non-fans is just as important because, you know, you want to make sure that people are going to see this movie, and I don't think this movie does that very well at all here. The humor almost all just flatlines. I don't think there's a single joke that really ends up working. All of them comes across as just very awkward. Some of them, it seems like the actors don't even really understand what they're reading. They're kind of just sitting there like, what's the joke here? What are we supposed to say? So a lot of it just consists of the easiest jokes possible, and it's just really clear to me that, like, again, while Zombie had that spirit, he didn't understand how to really elicit humor, and I think it's because of the fact that, like, he is not used to making a movie like this. I know that he said before, like, he wanted to make a movie that his kids could watch, but I think the issue is that in him doing that, he didn't recognize how he is able to inject humor and not make this, like, you know, very over the top, like, gore fest and things like that. You know, it's not this very, like, vintage horror that he usually tackles. It's not that kind of movie. And I think he just doesn't really know how to make that switch. And I think it very much is, you know, that's a very prominent element of this film. So I think in terms of things that I like, the production design here, it's admirable. The actual cinematography is not very good. It has the budget of like a Spirit Halloween commercial, but there definitely was effort put into the production design. The pacing, though, like I said, there's this over-reliance on camp, and it just feels very forceful. It feels like they don't really know what to do other than just be campy, and so I don't really think that works very well. And again, I understand, like, we're trying to be as faithful to the 60s TV show as possible, but it just feels like he didn't find a way to make this stand out on its own, and so it really just doesn't end up working very well at all here, so that really didn't end up working for me. There's also about a half a dozen subplots that go on in this movie that are honestly like abandoned the second that they're started. There's so many things that are happening in this film where you're like, wait, what about this? What happened to this character? What happened to this storyline that was going on? Are we going to catch up with, you know, what's happening here? Then there are other plot lines that come in. So that's what I'm saying when it feels like a bunch of different TV episodes. It almost feels like Rob Zombie wanted to make a Munsters TV show, but he wasn't ever able to fully pitch it. So he just decided to condense it all into like a 2-hour movie. And just feels like a hodgepodge of, you know, so many differing ideas, and they're just kind of clashing at one another. Like, it just doesn't feel cohesive in that way, and I think that's just really what brings this down here. So again, like, I definitely admire the fact that, like, he's trying to make this adaptation of, like, one of his favorite TV shows. It just feels like such a thinly sketched idea, and I really don't know what the point of this really was. I think there definitely was good intentions behind it, and I have no doubt that that was true. I know it was this definitely like a labor of love for Zombie, and that's great, but I just don't think this was the way to really do it at all. I don't think this was really the right approach to this source material, and when watching it, it's very easy to see why this was dumped onto Netflix and VOD in the way that it was. This was originally supposed to go to theaters, and it's one of those movies where you're like, I don't know how you give this a theatrical release beyond like a one-day Fathom event. It just has that very like cheap sort of feel to it. So yeah, I really was not a fan of this at all. Like I said, I understand the intention behind it, but I just had a really hard time watching this one. There's definitely some things to admire. I don't think it's one of the worst films of the year or anything, but it's definitely one of the hardest films I had to sit through last year for sure. So D+ for The Munsters. Honestly, you know, had a lot of potential, but I think it really just ends up being an absolute disaster more than anything. Sticking with films that I found to be honestly completely unwatchable, we have Blonde, a movie that I will be honest with you, I was once really pulling for. I liked the idea that we were getting this very raw look at Marilyn Monroe. I was all on board with Ana de Armas in the role. You know, I was a big fan of her in previous films, so I was really excited to see what she was going to do here. And here's the thing, going into this, like, yes, you have to understand this is supposed to be like this fictionalized account of Marilyn Monroe. It is not really supposed to be anything that is, you know, even true, even slightly based on fact. This is very much taking certain liberties, and in some aspects that is communicated well here, and the film doesn't try to act like it is a biopic in any way. And I think there are things to admire about this film. One of the elements immediately is the filmmaking. I want to talk about the cinematography here for a second, because this is one of the only things to really, because I want to focus on this before I say some things that are not so nice about this film, because trust me, I have quite a bit to say, as you would expect. The cinematography here, it is really distinct, and it showcases this very different style. It's playing around with all these different aspect ratios throughout. There's different color gradings, there's different point of views, and it does help elevate the film overall. There's this really interesting narrative device where whenever we're focusing on Marilyn Monroe, the movie is black and white. Whenever we're focusing on Norma Jean, the movie is in color. I thought that was kind of a cool sort of motif that they end up doing, and I really was honestly kind of blown away by how much they were able to do here technically, and it really helped showcase the constant psychological torture and distress that Monroe and Norma Jean were just constantly experiencing, you know, throughout her entire life. And that's something I do think is really well done here. I think there's a lot of interesting sort of technical choices. Unfortunately, the rest of the film really doesn't end up working at all. I mean, there is so much here that I think is just really hurting this film. I mean, even though I just talked about the technical aspects, there are some things here that I just find incredibly questionable, and I don't understand why they decided to film it in the way they did. I mean, everyone's talked about there is a specific shot involving a fetus especially, and I found it completely unnecessary. I don't know what the film is trying to communicate. I hope it's not trying to communicate what I think it is, because if it is, that's a whole separate issue. But nevertheless, you know, there are things that I was fascinated by in terms of technical aspects, but I just don't quite understand why they went in the directions that they did with some of the technical aspects here, and I think that definitely does hurt this film. The only other positive I can give it before I really start to get negative is Ana de Armas. I mean, she's fantastic in this movie. She gives just as great as a performance as you are expecting her to give. I think any sort of hesitation there is about her should pretty much be left at the door from the second the movie starts. I think she is able to capture the mannerisms and general spirit of Marilyn Monroe so well here. She completely transforms here. She gives such a challenging performance, and it really elevates the film. I mean, there's a reason why she's like the only thing that garnered an Oscar nomination in this film, because it's very well deserving. I think she is such a challenging performance, having to switch back and forth between the two and portraying them both so differently. I think she does a great job with that. You know, when she's playing Marilyn Monroe, she has this very like cutesy sort of voice to her, and then when she's playing Norma Jean, it feels a lot more down to earth. It feels a lot more authentic, and I think she does a really strong job with that here. So I think that, you know, the mannerisms and things like that, all of that is really well done. Unfortunately, she can only do so much because the rest of this film is such a incredibly messy and honestly really just disrespectful account of Marilyn Monroe overall. And look, like I said, I understand this is trying to be fictionalized, but when it comes to the directing, I can't think of like a worse person to direct this film than Andrew Dominik, who literally said he doesn't really care about Marilyn Monroe all that much. He's made it very clear before that like he doesn't quite understand her. He doesn't really understand, you know, her being this icon and things like that. Like, he said that before. He has shown so little interest in her through interviews. I honestly don't know why he was brought on, because everything he does directing wise just does not work at all here. He's trying to go for something like really psychological and almost horror-like, and I think that's a fine idea, but the way he goes about it, it just feels so off-putting and honestly kind of tasteless again, especially when you consider that he doesn't have any sort of care for Monroe here, so it just feels very apathetic in that way. It doesn't feel like there's any care for Monroe in this film. It doesn't feel like there's any care whatsoever for what she actually went through, and I think there had, you know, for something like this where it is such a frequently uncomfortable film, there needed to be a certain level of love for the figure in this film. There needed to be a certain level of understanding, a certain sensitivity, and that is just not present in this film. I don't think they did a really good job with that at all, and there's so many aspects story-wise here especially that I think is just extremely problematic, because the film really wants to just dive into the sadness and almost constant misery Marilyn Monroe went through, but it never really takes the time to show how this is affecting her. Every single moment we get with her in this movie, there is rarely a moment where she is happy, and if it is, it's very temporary, and a lot of it starts to feel very repetitive. It's like she enters a relationship with this guy, it seems to be okay, then something terrible happens that this guy ends up doing because, you know, she didn't see it before, and then, you know, we see her go through some horrible scenario, whether it's abuse, whether it's whether it's some, you know, the way she's being mistreated, whether it's abuse that's going on, you know, whether it's other things that are happening to her, whether it's the way her fans are treating her. There's rarely a moment in this movie where we get to see her happy, and, you know, I understand that the movie is trying to say a lot about how much Marilyn Monroe wants to be taken seriously and how that's interfered by these men who are just always kind of looking at her as like this sex symbol. They're gawking at her every possible second that they can, but it's so undermined by the lack of a cohesive story. It doesn't feel like they do a good job of diving headfirst into anything. There is this endless barrage of just uncomfortable and just at points straight up exploitative sequences. There's so many sequences here that go on for so long, and I don't understand why they didn't just cut away from it immediately. There was a way they could have gone about it to where it's more implied, or where we have an idea of what happened, we don't actually need to see it happen, and the film for some reason wants to take as much time as possible to showcase all the disturbing things that are happening, and when you do that, it doesn't feel like you are saying anything. It feels more like you're just trying to be provocative, you're just trying to make headlines, and it just is very tasteless to me that they decided to take that approach. It honestly is very disgusting to watch that they decided to take that approach, and that's really where we get to, I think, the biggest problem of this film. You know, beyond, again, what I just said, it's really just that, like, I understand the focus is supposed to be solely based around the worst moments of Marilyn Monroe's life and everything she had to deal with, but the way the film is structured, it's so like disorienting and convoluted. It never feels like we get the chance to explore any of these moments. I mean, none of the moments here feel all that well fleshed out. It doesn't feel like we're getting a full account of what's going on. It always feels like there are things that we're missing, especially the way she just goes from one relationship to the next. I mean, none of them feel all that well fleshed out here. I will say, I think the relationship between her and, I think the relation between her and, the character of the playwright, I think that one is a little bit better. We get a little bit of time to flesh that out, but even that feels it just doesn't feel like it's fleshed out enough here. It doesn't feel like we get enough time to really see her in these relationships, really get to see, all the hardships that she went through. And I just don't quite understand, why they decided to really do that. And I think it just really ends up hurting the entire film. And the other thing, I have to question is, like, this is a fictionalized account of, Marilyn Monroe's life. Why not try to add something different? Why not try to make this, like, the life she would have wanted? Take almost a Spencer-like approach. I don't understand why they decided to go with this story here. There's other things here that really don't work. The choice to completely reduce Gladys's role, especially to just this deranged psychopath, always trying to put her in harm's way, it just robs the story of so much nuance. The character doesn't even feel real, just because every time we see her, she's just this like really heightened like psychopath. It never feels like we actually get to see her as like a real person, so I don't think they do a good job with that either. There's this whole other thing going on involving her father, and it seems like what they're trying to do is kind of sell the story of Marilyn just like struggling to make connections with men because of like her father being absent within her life, but her father never appears on screen. There's not enough time spent with, the idea of her father, her imagining what her life could have been like with him. So it just feels like an excuse. It almost feels like, okay, this is how we are providing substance. This is how we're justifying all the really disgusting stuff that you're being shown within this movie. And I just don't think the movie does a good job of that at all. Also, I don't think there's, really should be any justification for the things that play out in this movie. I mean, it's absolutely abhorrent, the stuff they decided to show here. I don't think they did a good job with that at all in this film. And these sequences in question, they're just all dragged out. They absolutely should have been cut away from. And again, I think I honestly would have less of an issue if the movie wasn't as dragged out as it is. This movie's almost 3 hours long. There's really no reason it had to be. There's so many scenes that just go on forever, and I don't think they do a really good job with that. And it really just makes me question, considering that, again, this is supposed to be a fictionalized account, why did we even decide to heighten the tragedy of her life? Why did we want to make this even worse for her when she already had a very tragic lifestyle? I feel like the way you do this is a Spencer-like approach, like showcase the life that she wished she would have had, and at no point it feels like the film she would have in any way wanted to be made about her. If anything, I feel like she would have wrote off this film immediately. Like, let's say Marilyn Monroe was still alive today, and she knew this film was happening. I mean, I can't imagine just how infuriated she would have been that this film was a thing. I mean, it's so incredibly disrespectful to her, and I think that, it's the kind of film that nobody really would want to be made about them, because it really is just her being in constant distress, and after a certain point, at first it can be effective, but after a certain point we just have to question, what is the true intentions of this? Are we trying to tell, do this character study of sorts? Are we trying to focus on this idea that Marilyn Monroe is in like deep pain and anguish and kind of dissect why this keeps happening to her? Or are we just trying to be provocative? Are we just trying to do, showcase all this, trauma porn pretty much and try to justify it? It's very hard to tell what they really want to do. It's very irresponsibly handled. It's so disgusting, and it's a really brutal watch, again, especially because it's 3 hours. It's really hard to get through, and it's designed to be one, I think. I think it's definitely meant to be a hard watch, but it's lacking the substance and the carefulness that was really needed to tell this story, so it really kind of feels more gratuitous than anything. anything. And it really sucks because I do think the story of Marilyn Monroe is very fascinating. I think there is so much here that you can turn into a great biopic. I hope one day there is a way to do that. That really fully depicts everything that she went through, the abuse and the misery that she went through within her life. But it also needs to showcase that the legacy, the high points in her life, the moments in her life that she was happy about, her wanting to be an actress, her wanting to be taken seriously. There was a level of respect that needed to be there that this film just simply didn't have. And it's just really mishandled to watch. I'm honestly just really baffled that this is the movie they decided to come up with. Like I said, I think there's some interesting ideas in there. I like the idea that we are showcasing these two different ideologies, one of Marilyn Monroe, one of Norma Jean. I think that's a cool idea, but it just feels like there is so much this film is lacking substantively that it's honestly very hard to even really justify if it needed to be made in the first place, if this was a movie that even should have been made in the first place. I think that's something they really should have thought twice about. Andrew Dominic absolutely was the wrong choice for this film. I mean, I really could go on and on. I think this is like one of the longer discussions I've had when it comes to what I watch, but I think Blonde is the kind of movie that kind of prompts a very long sort of deep dive of, because there's so much to really dissect, but at the same time there isn't, because there's so much that is lacking substantively here. There are things the film wants to say, but it never really says much of anything. A lot of it feels very repetitive. There are a lot of actors here that are just completely wasted. Ana de Armas does give a really strong performance, but at a certain point, you just have to question, was this really worth it? Was it really worth putting, all the psychological damage that we see this character go through? Was it really worth all the brutal shit that ends up happening? Was it worth seeing all the disgusting things that happen on screen? Was it worth being, nearly 3 hours? That's just something you really have to question. And I think at the end of the day, the answer really is no. So while there are things to admire here technically, I just really had a hard time with this one. So D+ for Blonde. I know this is easily one of the most polarizing films maybe ever, and honestly for good reason. I think this is the kind of film that so many people are going to have different reactions watching, and that's really great. I personally just really couldn't stand this one at all. I had a really hard time getting through it, and I just really question why this film was even made the way that it was, because it's easily one of the most mishandled and frankly offensive biopics, not even a real biopic, but even a fictionalized account of a celebrity that I think I've ever seen. Smile was a much better movie than I really was expecting. To be honest with you, I went into this thinking that it was going to be honestly just kind of like a very one-note premise where, oh my god, all these people are smiling all creepily, and that's really all the film has to offer. But there's a lot more going on besides that, and that's something I really did appreciate. Specifically when it comes to performances, Susie Bacon is incredible here. The character of Rose has been through a lot within her life. There are lots of psychological demons that she kind of has put to bed, but she's never really fully confronted. And after having this session with one of her patients, you can see that she starts to become just as psychologically tortured. And I like that these creatures of sorts, if you want to call them creatures, if you want to call them spirits, well, whatever you want to call them, that they are kind of this metaphor for her grief, I think is a really great idea. And Bacon just does such a great job of showcasing this woman that is just slowly unraveling and just seeing how much this is affecting her. I think she just does such an incredible job here. I was a big fan of her. Kyle Gallner also, though, is very good in this film. The character of Joel, he is someone that's always really cared about Rose, and he at first is very hesitant to take on this particular case, but you can see how determined he is to get to the bottom of things, and I thought he just did a really great job throughout this film. I was a really big fan of his, but I also have to shout out Caitlin Stassi, who, despite obviously having very limited screen time, makes such a big impression in this film. The first 6-7 minutes of this film are so incredibly unnerving and riveting, and even though you know what's going to happen from the trailer, the way they build it up is so incredibly effective. I think they do a really great job with that, and there are a lot of great scares here. Even if you've seen them in the trailer, I think they are so well handled, especially, like I said, the opening scene, but then also a scene involving a birthday party. Oh my god, god, it was so incredibly freaky to watch. And so I think on that, side of things, they do a really great job. And Parker Finn's directing, I think she takes a very unique approach here. I've never really seen, and this is a directorial debut. I think what he takes a very interesting approach here. I've never really seen anything else from him before, but I think with what he's able to do in this film, I definitely want to see more from him, because I think he has such an interesting style here. I know that this is based on a short film from like 2020, and you can definitely see that this is a project that you can very much expand upon. And I think he does a really good job with that when we start to dive into sort of the world building of what's really affecting everyone, why what causes this condition of everyone to just kind of smile while doing these just really demented and really just, horrifying things, committing all these horrifying acts. The movie really doesn't shy away from that. And I think they do a really good job of diving deep into all of that. And I think all of that is very effective. So I think all of that works really well in the film. There are some, like I said, I think the character of Rose is someone that you do feel very connected to in that way. There is a reveal especially that happens in the third act of this movie, and it really took me off guard. I was not expecting them to go in the direction that they did at all, and I thought it was so well done the way they decided to go about it. So there's a lot to really like about this film, more than I really was expecting. That being said, there are some things that do unfortunately bring it down. Right off the bat, one of the things I definitely did take issue with in this movie is there is a subplot involving her husband in the film, played by Jesse T. Usher, and nothing against him, but immediately these two, you just don't really feel the chemistry between them, and a lot of it is just because of the way he treats her in the movie when she is experiencing all these hallucinations. I mean, he doesn't seem to give any sort of care towards her. He immediately is just writing it off. He immediately is just accusing her of like just being crazy and things like that, and so you just never feel like these two have this relationship. You're honestly questioning why they would even like each other in the first place, and the way they wrap things up with him, I found so unsatisfying, and so much to the point where I honestly don't even think his character needed to be here. I think you still could have had the same sort of arc with Rose where she's recognizing, just how dire this really is, but nobody really else is. I think you still could have done that without his character really even being here, because by the end, I really was questioning what the point of him really even was. So I definitely did take issue with that. The only other issue I had with this movie, it's something that I don't think everyone's really going to have a problem with, but there is a point in this film where I really was kind of questioning where it was going to go for a while. It was escalating to some really crazy places, and then it ends in a way that I found to be really satisfying. It ended up being very personal. There's this arc of sorts that Rose goes through, and I was like, yes, this is like the perfect way to end things off. It's this great, sort of personal story about grief and working through things and fully coming to terms with what happened and sort of just getting rid of, absolving yourself of any guilt that you've had. And I was so down for that. I love the way this movie was wrapping up. And then they decided to continue with it, and without spoiling anything, just the way they decided to wrap things up here, it just felt very Hollywoodized. Like, they are so focused on how do we get another film. They knew this film was going to be a success, which it did end up being, and so they immediately were just like, what do we do to get ourselves a sequel? And they just really couldn't help themselves, and just the way it ended, I just found to be just kind of annoying. I was like, really? That's what you had to do? I just found myself kind of annoyed by the way they decided to wrap things up, because I really was here for what they were doing at first. I thought it was a really good sort of wrap up to what ended up being a very effective film, but I just thought the way they decided to end it, again, it just felt very, it just felt like a modern, it just felt very Hollywoodized in that way. It didn't feel like it was this natural conclusion the film was coming to. It felt very like sequel baity in that way, and I just wasn't really here for that. So again, there really is a lot more to like about this film than I did expect. I think the performances are really well done. I think there's some very effective scares. I think the movie has a lot to say about, you know, someone who has been so heavily plagued by grief or traumatic things that happen to them within their life and how it can really drive them to this point. I think there are a lot of effective moments. There are some characters I really did want to see more from. Jesse T. Usher, like I said, in particular, I found to be kind of unnecessary in this movie. But I think what they do besides that, I think, is very effective. There's a great moment with Rob Morgan as well. His character, I thought, was particularly great. And though he's not in the movie a ton, I think they got the most they could out of that character. So I really was satisfied by what they did there. And Parker Finn as a director, you know, regardless of how this film turned out for me, like I said, you know, by the end, I wasn't really sure how to feel about it. I was kind of like, I don't really know. I think the ending almost hurt the movie for me. But the more I think about it, the more I really do end up liking it. I really admire Parker Finn as a director. I think he has a lot of potential, and I can't wait to see what else he really ends up doing. And again, especially considering what I thought this movie was going to be, it is a lot better than I really was expecting. I think this is the definition of just the kind of original horror that we really do need, and so I really do admire this one a lot. It had some really good scares, some really great characters. So overall, I definitely was a fan of this one. B for Smile. It didn't blow me away, and I think there were better horror films released last year, but considering what I expect this to be, this is a much better film than I anticipated. Bros is a lot of fun. Right off the bat, I know there are people who are not really that big on this movie, and that's perfectly okay. I found this to be a really just enjoyable comedy. I know a lot of people are not big fans of Billy Eichner, but I thought he was perfectly cast in this movie, this character of Bobby, who really just has very, like, strict rule standards when it comes to dating, and because of that, he's just had a really hard time at finding anybody and making a genuine connection with, and I think has a really good arc in this movie of just trying, you know, him trying so hard to impress whoever he's with, and instead just trying to be a lot more natural, trying to be himself, I think works really well in this movie. I think it's a really good arc for him, and I think that he is someone that I personally found myself really drawn to. I thought he was a really fun character to watch. Yes, he's spouting off on all these crazy rants. He always has something to say, but I found that to be really fun with his character, and I really like the arc that he ended up going on. Then contrasting that with the character of Aaron, someone who he also is kind of struggling. He's someone who is a lot more laid back and things like that. He is not nearly as opinionated as Bobby is, but he's struggling in the sense where he feels kind of lost, and he hasn't really had the chance to put himself out there. There are opportunities that he's had that he's kind of passed up on, and I really like getting to dive deeper into his struggles and what he's really going through, and I think the chemistry between these two is just so good. They work so incredibly well together. You're immediately drawn to both Bobby and Aaron. You want these two to really make it work, even if it seems like it's not going to work. I think they do a really good job with both of their characters, and I really did find myself drawn to both of them in this movie, and like I said, I think that immediately is something that works really well. But also Nicholas Stoller's directing, I've always been a really big fan of his, and he really just kind of retains everything that works about him as a director. This film is incredibly raunchy in terms of its comedy, and so much of it works so incredibly well. There is a sex scene especially that I found to be really funny in this film, but also this subplot in the movie of the character of Bobby, him wanting to create this museum that is pretty much all based around LGBTQ+, and all different types of history that has been lost, and just the banter between him and these curators and the different things that they want tackled are both very fascinating, but they also provide some of the funniest moments in the film. Jim Rash in particular, oh my god, he was absolutely hysterical in this film. There is a specific thing that he wants in this museum, and he keeps going back to it, and every single time that he did, I thought it was just so funny to watch, and I just really loved what he ended up doing here. So yeah, I think the banter between these characters was both very insightful, because they're talking a lot about like history, historical figures that really haven't been honored, and they really want the chance to like shine shine the spotlight on them because they should be. So I think that is very fascinating, but it also is just a lot of fun to watch because I think all of them just work so well together, whether it's Billy Eichner or Dot Marie Jones, T.S. Madison, Jim Rash, all of them are just so great in this movie, and I really just love the way they work off of each other. It's some of the best parts of this film for sure. So I thought the screenplay, it was just very snappy, it was very fun, and I think they do a good job with that throughout the film. I think the cinematography here also is very good. There's a lot of really good shots throughout this movie. Also, the score by Mark Shaman. Listen, I'm a big Mark Shaman fan. You guys know, huge musical theater person. So Mark Shaman is scoring a film. I'm probably going to be a really big fan of it, and I think he did a really good job at scoring this movie. Has this very sort of, you know, fun and wondrous feel to it, and that's something I really did appreciate. And though the movie is almost 2 hours long, it honestly really does fly by. I think they get a lot of mileage out of both of the central characters in the film. I think the only thing that brings it down is it can come across as kind of cliche, despite the fact that this film is very inclusive. In fact, it's one of the first gay romantic comedies for a major studio. The entire cast is made up of people who are from the LGBTQ plus community, which I think is really cool that they were able to do that. I know there was a lot of controversy because Billy Eichner claimed that it was like the first ever, and it was very much not. But I do think it's really cool they were able to assemble a cast like that. But also the fact that you know, I think despite that, it does run into some cliches of the will they won't they of these two characters, and them kind of growing apart for a while and things like that, and them not being like super honest with each other. Like, we've seen these plot lines before, but I think they do enough here to really make it work, and I really like what they ended up doing with that. There's also a cameo in this movie that really took me off guard, but it's the definition of like how you implement a cameo in a film. It didn't feel forced. It actually fit perfectly into what they were saying, and when it happened, I honestly was losing it. I thought it was so incredibly funny what they ended up doing with it, and I thought it just worked so well in this film. There is a musical number as well that Billy Eichner performs, and I thought it was really good. So yeah, I thought this film was very charming. It was a lot of fun. Had a lot of really great moments comedically, had some really good storylines for both of these characters. I ended up being a really big fan of this one. So A- for bros. It's nothing like you need to rush out and see it immediately, but I think in terms of studio comedies that we've gotten, this is certainly one of the more consistent ones that I have seen in a very long time. I honestly was a really big fan of this one. God's Creatures is certainly not the easiest watch. Going into it, I really didn't know what this was going to be. I just knew that it had Paul Mescal, and that was really exciting because After Sun, which I will eventually talk about. I know everyone probably wants me to talk about the movie. I will eventually talk about it, don't worry. But, you know, he's kind of a big thing right now. You know, I think he's definitely one of the biggest rising actors, you know, younger actors out there right now. Everyone's just like really everyone's just really keeping their eyes on him because he is a incredible actor, and he does give a really strong performance in this movie. But what I didn't really know going in this film is what it's really all about. There is this character of Brian. He has kind of been estranged from this family in this very small like Irish village, fishing village, where everyone has like a very specific code of conduct. They're very religious where they are and things like that. And Brian is someone who has kind of been away for a while, and it hasn't really been explained why he went away for so long. He's been in Australia, and you know, we mainly center on Emily Watson's character and her kind of trying to grapple with welcoming him back and not really knowing what to do. You know, she is the shift manager of sorts, and, you know, she's trying to do what she can to make sure that, you know, she is, you know, she's trying to do what she can to make sure that her community is kept afloat, but also try to welcome him back with open arms. But then reveals start happening with him and what really went down, and it's sort of her kind of trying to figure out what to really do with this situation. And I thought this film was just absolutely riveting to watch. I mean, the thing they do so well within this film is just really getting you attached to these characters. I mean, first of all, the village that this is taking place in, it feels so incredibly lived in because it really could be anywhere, but it's the kind of small town where there isn't a lot of conflict that happens. Everyone's just kind of very nice. There's no one really talks about all the things that went down, but yet, as we find out, there is a lot of dark secrets that people have been covering up, and with the return of Brian, it really brings brings these secrets to light. And I thought they did a really excellent job with that. I was very impressed by the directions they decided to go, but also the places they went with this film. I mean, I was not expecting it to get as heavy as it does, but it does cover some very sensitive subject matter that might be too hard for some people, but I thought they covered it in a very in a very careful and tender manner. The way they decided to go about it, I thought they did a really good job with that. And again, how this affects the character of Eileen and how she's processing what to do here, I thought was really well done. But I also really found myself attached to the character of Sarah, who finally, Aisling Franciosi has another movie where she really gets to act her ass off aside from The Nightingale. I feel like any film she's done since then, she just hasn't really had that chance to just really show her acting chops, and she is phenomenal in this movie. The character of Sarah, I don't want to talk much about what she's gone through, because like I said, I didn't really know what this was about, but she has gone through a lot, and there's stuff that Brian has done to her specifically, and you can see the effect that this has really had on her, and seeing her whole arc throughout the movie, I found myself just as attached to her. You can see how both painful it is for her to sort of dredge up these memories, but also how fulfilling she feels that she's able to fully release it and finally let people know and finally try to, you know, do something about what really went down. I think that she just does such an incredible job here. The screenplay, like I said, I think is very well written in this film. Shane Crowley just does a really good job, not shying away from any of the subjects that this film tackles, but also kind of diving into why it's taken so long for this story to come out, and also what this community really is all about. You know, the ethics of this community. Is that something that should be challenged? Should we talk about the fact that people knew what was going on and this was covered up for so long? I think all of that is dived into really well here. The directing as well, I was just very impressed by. The cinematography also is definitely something to marvel at. Like I said, the way they depict this community, it just feels very lived in. It feels like, you know, it just feels like any place. The editing of this film, it is definitely slow, and I think for some people that might be an issue, but I think it is very deliberately paced, and I think it really does end up paying off. Specifically, the ending really ends up paying off here. I was very impressed by the way this film did end, the directions they went in. I thought the ending was very satisfying where it ended up going. All the performances, like I said, are phenomenal here, but Paul Mescal in particular, you know, he is just phenomenal in this movie. The character of Brian is someone that on the surface seems like this really nice guy, but you can see throughout the film he has a much darker agenda. There are a lot of things that he has kind of covered up, and when that is fully released, what impact does that really have, not just on Eileen, not just on Sarah, but on the entire town overall. I thought all of that was dived into so well here. The only issue I do have is that there are some characters that I think they need to dive into a little bit more. Some of the other members of the family, I didn't feel that attached to. I didn't feel like we got enough time with them, and I think that's something that definitely could have benefited this film if they would have. And I think that definitely would have helped this film. And I do think the movie can be a little bit slow at times. It did take me a little bit to fully get into it, but I think once this film takes off, it really just never lets you go from there, and it ends up being one of the most riveting films of last year for sure. So A- for God's Creatures. It's definitely not going to be the easiest film for people to watch, and it's not a film a lot of people know about. In fact, it's not even a movie you can rent. I really had to buy this movie in order to watch it, just because of the fact that, like, apparently it wasn't available to rent. But it's a film that I just wish a lot more people were really talking about. It's certainly not the easiest film to watch, but it is an extremely effective one for sure, and definitely I think one of the most overlooked films of last year. Hocus Pocus 2 is a film that, like, I was really worried about going into it. I mean, I feel like we've had like this like just onslaught of these like legacy sequels for a lot of films that just didn't really need them, but Hocus Pocus was one that I thought could potentially work. I think that the characters of, you know, Winifred, Sarah, and Mary, you know, they are iconic enough to where, you know, you can do another film about them, and there are definitely things that do work here really well. Right off the bat, I mean, the three actresses, they just get right back into the roles here. It honestly feels like they never left. I think the chemistry has honestly never been better. You can feel the passion that was in their roles. This does not at all feel like they are half-assing it. It really does feel like they wanted this movie to be made, and I feel like they pour a lot of emotion into it. Bette Midler in particular is so good in this movie. I think she honestly might be even better than she was in the first film. I really like what she was able to do here, and you know, I think these three actresses, they are really enough of a reason to watch this film. If you liked them in the first movie, you will like them here, and you likely will enjoy the movie because of it. And some of the things I really appreciate about this film is that they actually do a good job of fleshing out the Sanderson sisters a little bit more. We get this 10-minute sequence in the beginning of the film, and it's this, like, origin story of sorts for really seeing how they, like, you know, started their powers, getting to see how Winnie originally had the powers, and how that transferred over to Sarah and Mary, and, you know, sort of what went down with them. And I thought it actually was very effective. It did a better job of giving us a sense of who they really were. Because, listen, I enjoyed the first film a lot. I would not say these three are really that deep of characters. We don't really know a ton about them other than they're just very vengeful witches that, like, want to come back to life because of something that happened, and they want, you know, and they want a virgin to, like, light a candle and things like that. We don't really know a ton about them beyond that. I feel like the second one does a considerable job to really dive deeper into who they really are and give us a chance to get to really know them as characters, and I think they do a really good job with that. Not only are those first 10 minutes great, but the actresses they got to play young Winifred, young Sarah, and young Mary are just, like, perfectly cast. Like, they capture all the same mannerisms, they capture all the same sort of feel. It is just incredible. I honestly could see a scenario, well, at least I hope, where they do an entire movie just about their origins, because I think that alone, there's enough going on there to where you could just make an entire film about that, and I would very much be down, because there's a lot they get out of those first 10 minutes that I thought was very effective and really gives you a reason to care for the three of them. You know, the first movie you enjoyed them, but this one you really get a reason to care for them and also really feel that sisterly bond. I think they do a really good job with that here. The caveat to that is, in doing so, I do think it strips away some of their menace in the original film. The original film, I mean, there is no dispute as to whether or not these women are evil. I mean, Winnie was literally ready to suck Max's soul in the first movie. She was literally going to do it, and then, you know, obviously daylight savings happened, and, you know, there she went. But she literally was ready to do that. Here, on the other hand, I don't really feel like these women are all that evil. It feels like here they are sanitizing them a little bit. They're making them definitely a bit more, they definitely still have a sinister quality to them, but they feel more just like a little bit kooky, a little bit wacky, and it just doesn't feel like the menace is really there as much. So I do think that is hindering the film. I didn't really feel like they were villains as much this time around, and I do think that does hurt the film a little bit. But what I did appreciate is that this isn't just trying to be like the first movie. The mission that these three characters are on is a little bit more personal. It involves Tony Hale's character, and I actually did think that ended up working pretty well too. There is a specific reasoning why they are back. There is something that they want to do, and I thought they did a good job with that. So I did appreciate the personal story that they had in this film, but also because of the fact that they are now in, you know, the 2020s decade, even more so than the first film, they really play around with, like, the fish out of water story. There is a scene in a Walgreens especially that I thought was absolutely hysterical. Everything they did there worked so well for me. There's a running gag with Sarah that, like, originates that I thought worked really well. There's another scene involving a house and an Alexa, and oh my god, I was just dying at what they did there. They do a really good job with showing these three women who are just completely adverse to all of the technological advancements and really just have no idea how any of it works. They're so overwhelmed by it, and I think the comedy works even better because that there are moments here that I think maybe might be even funnier than the first one, and I think that's something the movie does do a really good job with. Everything other than that, though, is a little bit more of a mixed bag for me. There are a lot of plot lines going on here. We have Sam Richardson's character, who I really like him in the film. I think he has always been a very charismatic, very fun actor to watch. I'm always rooting for him. His character, on the other hand, I was honestly very conflicted about. There is a specific reveal with his character and they try to make it seem like he was around since the first movie. There's a retcon of sorts that they do. I just have a really hard time fully buying into it. I don't think it really ended up working in the way that they thought it did, and so that really didn't end up working quite as well for me. And there's this subplot that he has involving Billy's character, who does come back in this movie. That's not a spoiler. It's, you know, Doug Jones was announced to come back. And I just don't know if they did enough with that particular subplot. It just felt like it was kind of there because they needed to pad out the running time. And again, as much as I like the interactions between these two, by the end of the movie, I was like, I don't really think this subplot needed to be there. So that part I was a little bit conflicted on. The only other thing I will say is Tony Hale, like I said, as much as I like the setup with him, where they ended up going felt more like a red herring than anything. It was like they were going to do something and then they just kind of dropped it and moved on to something else, and it just didn't feel like that natural of a progression for the story, so that didn't quite end up working for me either. But easily, once again, unfortunately, the weakest element of this film are the kids in this movie. The kids that we're following here, individually, they're not bad. I think Belissa Escobedo in particular is a very talented actress. I think she does give a pretty solid performance in this movie. I'm very excited to see what she does in Blue Beetle later this year, so I did enjoy her performance in the film. But the film makes a decision to try to separate these three throughout the movie. There's three of them, but something ends up happening, and so there's a fallout that happens like very early in the film, and so we really only follow two of them throughout the movie, and they have solid chemistry, but the problem is the film is clearly trying to parallel them with the Sanderson sisters, and it just does, without spoiling too much, it really just doesn't end up working with the way they go about it. I didn't really feel that connected to these characters. I didn't really feel like they had that solid bond, maybe because we don't get to see enough of their bond overall. There is admittedly a very funny reveal with one of the characters that I did think worked really well, but other than that, I just didn't really find myself all that connected to them, so I thought that did bring it down quite a bit for me. The only other issue I do have with this movie is unfortunately with the ending. There is a direction the film goes, and you think it, and I honestly thought they had an opportunity to go in a really dark direction with this movie. I was like, oh my god, they're really going for it. The specific item that these characters want, there is something that ends up happening, and I was like, oh my god, this is a really interesting direction. And then where they ended up going with it, I just found completely unconvincing. I was on a podcast with some friends, and they tried to kind of rationalize their interpretation of it and why it ended up working, and I understand what they're saying, I really do, but I just don't think it really ends up working out for me at all. I just don't buy that the way it ends up going would work out the way that did. It just felt way too neat and tidy. It honestly felt very Disney-fied to me. I know the first one was Disney-fied, but the first one felt like this was a film that, like, they could get away with doing a lot of more darker and mature things, and nobody would really try to ring them in. This one feels like they brought these characters back, but because we are now in 2020 and because it's a Disney film, they can't quite go to the places that they want to, and so they found a way to kind of write themselves out of it, and it just didn't quite work for me. I just don't buy that it would go down in the way that it did. It honestly did kind of feel like a betrayal to a certain character, and I just was not impressed with the way they wrapped it up at all, and I honestly just found myself really let down by the way they decided to wrap this movie up. So yeah, I mean, there are definitely things I really do enjoy about this movie. I think they flesh out the Sanderson sisters really well. I think there's some really funny moments overall. You know, there are some callbacks that do work really well. There are some things that feel just a little bit forced. Some of the things that they're saying, it's like, oh my god, they said the line. There's another musical number they have here, which does end up working, but it still feels a little bit forced, like they kind of had to have another one in there. And I don't know if that worked quite as well for me. But overall, I still had a really fun time with this movie. I think these three actresses are so charismatic. They work really well together. And they really are enough of a reason to watch this film. There are quite a few elements that just don't quite end up working as well as I was really hoping. I think there are a few too many characters, some of which I just don't really understand the point of. But overall, I definitely did enjoy this film. It just feels a lot more sort of stripped back and sanitized compared to the first one. The threat of the Sanderson sisters, you just just don't really feel it as much here. It feels like they've kind of stripped back some of their more sinister type qualities, and I think that does bring it down a bit. But I still overall did have a good time with this one. So B- for Hocus Pocus 2. It's not the most necessary sequel, and honestly, I don't really think I want to see another one, especially considering what they did at the end of this movie. I really don't think I want to see another one, but there's enough fun here to where I do think it does justify its existence. I just wish that they had taken a bit more time to really figure out what they wanted to do rather than try to do so much at once, because it does by the end up feeling a lot more convoluted than it really needed to. So it is a film I did enjoy. It is one that I think I definitely did want a little bit more from overall. The Greatest Bureau Ever, I think, is overall a lot of fun. Admittedly, this is a very simplistic premise. It really is just this guy who is so incredibly just delusional of the world around him. He views war as this like great like victory that is just, you know, celebrating all this great stuff, and, you know, he views it as this amazing experience, and that can get quite grating at first. I think the character of Chucky, at first, you're just kind of annoyed by him, and it did take me a little bit to like fully get into it, because you know exactly where this film is going to go. You know that Chucky is going to recognize the horrors of war. He's gonna realize that it's not all cracked up to be. It's not something that, you know, is it's not this, you know, great thing that's going on, you know, and things like that. It's much more dangerous, and it did take a while to fully get into all of that. But I think once the film does settle into it, it actually does become very effective at what it's doing, and I think it does actually pose a very good message, albeit a very simplistic one, but I do think it does it really well. I think what really holds this film together for me is Zac Efron, who is fantastic in this role. I mean, even though Chucky is kind of an idiot, you honestly find yourself kind of drawn to him because of how he portrays this character. He really is just trying to kind of see the good in everything. You can see that he's someone who's just very positive, and you know, though you are annoyed by his naivety, you're also kind of charmed by it, just because he is blissfully unaware of just how cynical so much of the world is. Everyone else around him is like opposing what he's doing and things like that. And I just really like seeing his character progression throughout the film. I think Efron really does kill it in this role, and I think this is exactly the kind of role that he really does excel at. So I was a really big fan of him in this movie. All the other characters in this movie, there's just not enough of them, honestly. I think like Russell Crowe has some solid moments here. There is a subplot involving his sister, who is really opposed to the war, and you can understand why she feels this way, but I don't think we dive deep enough into her, and I really want to see more of her in the film. Bill Murray also is like very underused here. So I think if I had to have an issue with the movie, I think it really is just, I think the actors, there's a lot of them that just feel very underutilized, and I want to see more of their characters. As far as the comedy in this film, it is pretty hit or miss. There are some moments I did find pretty funny when he is first, you know, entering the war, and he's grabbing, you know, giving all of them beer as like a celebration of sorts. There are some funny moments there when he's initially in this, you know, the blissful naivety of all of his friends in the bar as well, who are also viewing this as like something really great that all of these men are doing. You know, there are some funny moments there, but some of the comedy does really fall flat. And again, it's just because it's a little too obvious. Some of the jokes are just a bit too repetitive. I think the film is far more effective in its dramatic moments than its comedy, but I do think there are some funny moments here and there overall. But I think for what this is, it is pretty effective. It has a really good ending as well. I think the ending is very satisfying where it ends up going. Once Chucky realizes, you know, what he's gotten himself into, and he has that change of heart, and he starts to realize, you know, just how just how dire war can be, and how dangerous it can be, and how unfair it also can be, you know, for many reasons. I think the film does, you know, I think they do a really good job of diving into all of that. It's a different kind of anti-war film, and I think that is portrayed very well here. I will say, didn't really need to be 2 hours. Like I said, I think the setup, it is kind of slow. It takes a while to really get going, but once it does, I do think it ends up being pretty effective, and I think it does excel at that. So B- for The Greatest Bureau Ever. It's nothing amazing and something you have to seek out immediately, but I think for what it is pretty effective, and it does have some pretty, honestly does have some pretty fun moments overall. And the last film we're talking about, at least in this portion of the video, and then we'll move on to October, is the film My Best Friend's Exorcism, a movie that I will just say right now, I was extremely disappointed by. I mean, I think the premise here actually is really good. I like the idea a lot that you have these two really close friends, and, you know, they are just trying to navigate the world, and then all of a sudden, one of them ends up becoming tied to this demon, and it really ends up hurting their friendship. I think there's a lot you can really do with that. The problem is the story this film is telling, I just found not super interesting. I don't think the way they went about it really worked at all. I didn't find either of these characters particularly all that interesting. And Elsie Fisher and Amaya Miller, they work well together. I think they are absolutely the saving grace of this film. They have good chemistry. You can tell that they're into the material. But I just did not find them interesting here. I don't think they did a good enough job to dive deep into these two. You know, Gretchen is moving away, and Abby's like really saddened about that, and you know, they kind of dive into that a little bit, but I don't think they really did enough with that overall. So I think that definitely does hurt this film, and I just had a hard time really latching onto both of their characters. But the other issue I really have with this movie is that the central conflict itself just doesn't feel all that well fleshed out here. I don't think they do a good job of really diving into the nitty-gritty of what really happens here that kind of drives their friendship apart. The zombie mayhem kind of feels like an afterthought by the end of the film, and I didn't really think they did a good job in diving into any of that. There are some other characters here that they try to do something with, and again, just really comes across as overwritten. There are these bully characters, and there is this character that is getting relentlessly bullied, and I didn't feel like they did a good job of diving into this character at all. Honestly forgot this character was there for the majority of it, so I don't think they did a good job with that part of the film. The comedy really doesn't work here either. Though the film is set in the 80s, it honestly feels like it could have taken place anywhere, and it feels like it's more here as like an excuse to just play all these different 80s songs, all these different needle drops, and it just comes across as kind of annoying, to be honest with you. So I don't think they did a great job with that at all, and it feels like the 80s setting is here to kind of give this movie a sense of style, and it just doesn't really have it. Like, if you took the 80s away, this just feels like any generic horror comedy. I don't think they did a good job with that at all. The tone also is all over the place. There are times where this movie is trying to be very funny. There are times where it's not taking itself too seriously. Then there are times where it's trying to be a serious horror film. Then there are times where it's trying to be more of this character drama, and it just doesn't seem to know what it really wants to be, and I think they just didn't do a very good job with that. And then the jokes that they do have, I thought were so deeply unfunny. None of the comedy really ended up working out for me here at all. Also, I mean, I really like this actor a lot, but what a complete and utter waste of Christopher Lowell, who really has nothing to do in this movie. He's just like the generic sort of exorcist that they stumble upon, and he really doesn't end up amounting to much of anything by the end of the film, so I don't think they did a very good job with that. And then the actual ending of the way they wrap everything up was so deeply unsatisfying, and I actually know someone who told me like they were very let down by this movie, and that the ending of the book is like far more satisfying, and I would agree. I heard what the ending of the book was, and I much would have preferred them to end the film in the way that they did, because I just felt like they did such a poor job at giving me a reason to care about anything. The movie's also like way too short. They really don't give you enough time to flesh out any of these characters. So yeah, I was just really let down by this overall. Christopher Landon, I know, had a hand in this film, but I really think he should have directed this. He knows how to have a specific style. He knows how to inject a certain sense of, you know, fun into these films, but he also knows how to blend it with a sense of heart, and that's just missing here. It just feels like so much of this film is missing. It feels like there's no heart. It feels like there's no passion. It just feels very empty, and by the end, I just was trying to figure out what really the point of it was. It really just ends up feeling like any other possession film that you've seen. There are two solid performances. There are some okay moments overall, some effective horror moments here and there, but for the most part, this is such a generic horror film that I honestly just found relentlessly boring throughout. So yeah, I was incredibly let down by this one. C- for My Best Friend's Exorcism. I thought this concept actually had a lot of potential, but by the end, I was just really let down by how this turned out. All right, so this portion of the video, I'm not going to lie, is probably the easiest portion of a What I Watched I have made yet, and that's mainly due to the fact that, like, roughly like 50% of this video has already been filmed like months ago, and that's just because when I went to visit my girlfriend Allie in Canada, we watched a lot of stuff, and we filmed a lot of the segments for this video during then. So there are a lot of films, even more so than April, that you will see it cut back to us, and I just wanted to come in here and say that so it's not incredibly jarring when it cuts to me and Allie in a completely different location, but I just want to get that out of the way right now. There are going to be films that I do have to talk about. It's not like there's nothing for me to say, because there's still quite a few that we didn't do videos for, but the bulk of this is going to be Allie and I from like October talking about these. So just so you guys know, again, so it's not like jarring editing or anything. That's why it's in a completely different location and things like that. Either way, we're going to go ahead and start off with the first film. Okay, so the first movie we're talking about, Mr. Harrigan's Phone, I'll just be honest, going into this, like, I really didn't have much anticipation. I knew going into this movie that it's based off a, like, short story that Stephen King did, and the plot itself, yeah, it sounds like a short story. It's like this, you got this kid, he bonds with this older man, they form this friendship, older man dies. The last thing that the kid gave him was an iPhone, the first iPhone that ever came out. And now the old guy is like communicating through the phone and killing the bullies that are going after him. Like, there isn't really a lot that you can do with that. It isn't, and that's really my problem when it comes to this movie, is that I don't feel like this is a film that really needs anything extra than what it has. I feel like it works as a short story because it's a very simple story. There isn't really much you can do to really, like, complicate it. There isn't really much you can do to really add on to what was already built, and I feel like they didn't even try with this movie, because honestly, this film for me was a fucking chore to sit through. I will say the performances from both Jada Martell and Donald Sutherland are solid. Donald Sutherland, in particular, I think is really good here. You buy the relationship that the two of them have. I think that some of the best parts of the beginning of the film is just seeing these two interact. Of course, no spoilers, once Donald Sutherland dies, the movie really becomes hard to watch after that. It feels like the movie has no idea what to do with itself after this point. We are watching a lot of repetitive scenes of this ringtone that Donald Sutherland got constantly go off, and it honestly becomes comical at points because they do it so much in the movie to where it's not even scary anymore. The main character himself, I didn't find particularly interesting. I honestly found him to be kind of boring. The direction that he ended up going, just very generic. I wasn't really that into anything they were really doing with him as a character. Everybody else in the film, forget it. Like, there's nothing to them whatsoever. I love Kirby Howell-Baptiste, but she's completely wasted here. Same goes with Joe Tibbett. There's really not much going on in terms of any of these characters. And the directing by John Lee Hancock, it's just very uninspired. I've never really been the biggest fan of him as a director. I feel like he's very standard. He doesn't really have that much of a style of his own. And that's very much the case here. There just isn't really a lot to really latch onto when it comes to this movie. What are you doing?
Just stuff.
Oh, okay. Myself. There isn't really a lot to latch onto when it comes to this movie. There isn't really a lot that, like, really struck me as this is somewhat interesting. It's not remotely scary. Nothing about this is even somewhat creepy. If anything, I found a lot of it really funny because of just how stupid it was. And also, like, the plot itself, the idea of this guy communicating through a cell phone and killing, the bullies and things like that, you would think the direction would just be like this guy was a psychopath and maybe there was like more to him than you knew. That's not the direction they go. They go with a very generic, like, oh, technology bad, get rid of all cell phones and things like that. And it's like, this is one of the most tired messages that you could have possibly gone with, and this is the one they decided to do. I just really didn't care for this at all. I honestly found it just very boring to watch. C- for me with this one. But what did you think?
I went into it with like barely any knowledge at all.
Yeah.
But honestly, I just echo that it was incredibly boring.
Oh yeah.
Very dull.
It was a slog.
Like, I remember when we were watching it, I was just like, huh, what's happening? I was like doing something else, or I just thought it gives me background vibes.
Yeah,
and
it's one of those Netflix movies where, like, if you wanted to, like, show off your TV or something like that, or if you're, like, at a party or something, and people are like, hey, what do you want to watch that we don't have to focus on? Put on Mr. Harrigan's phone, because there's not really much substance going on.
Yeah, like, I could barely focus watching this one, just because it was just so sleepy.
Oh, yeah.
The only thing that saved out were, like, the performances and the chemistry with the two leads, obviously.
But that doesn't even go on that long, because that's only, like, the first, like, 40 minutes of the movie, and then he dies.
That was the only thing.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
That's not a spoiler, it's part of the movie. It's, like, the plot of the movie.
Well, yeah. But yeah, the cinematography was alright.
It was alright. Nothing that great.
But, like, the story just didn't really go anywhere. No. Nothing crazy, nothing special.
It ended so abruptly, too.
It did,
I remember it ended, I was like, that's it.
It was just such a snooze fest, and I didn't really have a lot to say about it. It's definitely C-.
Yeah, really nothing that great. Listen, there's some good Stephen King adaptations out there, but this is very much one that I really think just did not need one at all. This is not really worth watching in any way. Very unremarkable film. All right, Terrifier 2. My God, where to even begin? Well, I guess I'll start off by saying that I have seen the original Terrifier, and it's a decent film. It's not anything amazing. It has some really brutal sequences. The character of Art the Clown is one of the most sadistic, one of the most, I think, interesting slasher characters in a long time, because I feel like the majority of horror movie characters we get these days, they try to add a sense of personality to them, they try to add a sense of humanity to them. Terrifier says fuck all of that. Art is one of the most disgusting and sadistic killers that you'll see, and he has zero remorse about it. You can see that he relishes in doing it, and my God, I mean, he absolutely makes these films into what they are. I think without Art the Clown, I don't think these movies would be nearly as memorable as they are, but also without the amazing work from David Howard Thornton, who is just adding so much to this character. Again, we don't know much about his origins. We don't know much about, anything regarding him. And that can be really hard to get you to even connect with Art the Clown, but I feel like Thornton just really goes for it, and he really is the backbone of both of these films. Without him, I don't think it would work nearly as well. Just the physicality, the facial expressions, it's all incredible to watch. Art the Clown never utters a single word, and it's honestly that much better because of it. But with that said, I think the original Terrifier, it can be very disjointed. The story, there really isn't much of one. The characters, not the greatest. The acting, aside from David Howard Thornton, my God, it leaves a lot to be desired. There's one really gnarly kill involving a hacksaw. You know what I'm talking about if you've seen the movie. That's really all I'm gonna say. But aside from that, it's just a really straightforward slasher. There's not really anything particularly amazing about it, aside from the character of Art the Clown. I think he is really what makes that film into something special. And like I said, the plot is kind of whatever. So making a sequel to this film, it's kind of like there's a lot of possibilities. And my God, I mean, this is just the kind of sequel that really just kind of goes all out in finding a way to completely elevate this franchise in an amazing direction. I mean, the one thing immediately that works so much better about this film are the characters here. You just feel so much more connected to them, and it's mainly because this movie is over 2 hours long, which is insane length for a slasher film. I don't think anybody goes to a slasher film expecting for it to be like as long as it is, but I think in them doing so, they really take the time to get you to know these characters. Specifically, our main character, Sienna, I think is phenomenal. I mean, she's someone who she is going through a loss of her own. You can see the effect that this has really had on her, but she also is starting to learn more about her past, starting to uncover some things about her father that she really didn't know before. She has a personal, arc in this film, and you really do find yourself latching onto her as a character. And by the end of the movie, you can understand why she is the person that is going to outshine Art the Clown. She is that well written, she is that great of a character that she absolutely can go up against him, and you are able to take it seriously. And so I think her character is great, but it's also Lauren Lavera, who is fantastic. Never seen her before, but I am such a huge fan of her. Also, if you're not following Lauren Lavera on Twitter, just side note, go ahead and do it right now. She is just posts the most fire fucking tweets that you can imagine, but that's a whole separate tangent. In terms of her as an actress, I think she is just incredible here. She brings so much to this role, and it really, I think, adds this sense of genuine emotion that you would not expect from this kind of movie, and I think she does a really excellent job with that. I really found myself attached to the character of Sienna, and not only do I find myself attached to her, from a character, from just a performance perspective, I generally wanted her to get out of this situation. I wanted her to end up okay. You don't want the terrible things that happen to her because it's going to affect her, and I think that they do such a incredible job with her character here. She's so good in the role, and she's really able to just make it feel very fresh and exciting. And I think, again, especially with how poorly done everyone was written in the last film, just how little characterization they had, it just really pleases me how much more focused the characters are here. Her brother as well also, I think, works really well. Jonathan as a character, he's someone who he's super into the mythology. He wants to do a lot more research about what's going on. While again, Sienna's the one who's kind of more, kind of shutting it off. She doesn't really want much to do with it, but he's the one who is into it. And it's the relationship between these two that you really do find yourself drawn to. The movie takes a lot of time to dive into that relationship, and so you really do find yourself latching on to both of those characters, and I think they do an excellent job with that. So again, I think that honestly really elevates this film a lot. Very well written characters, there's a genuine sense of heart that you wouldn't expect, and I think they do a great job with that. But my God, what they do with Art the Clown in this movie is on a whole other level. He's already showcased just how twisted of a killer he really is, and how he really is just not stopping with what he does. I mean, when his victims are dead, he doesn't stop. He plays around with them like they are a piece of meat. He plays around with them like they're like a toy of some sort. I mean, it is insane what he ends up doing. But here, he is on a whole other level of unhinged, and holy shit, the places that they go in this movie, and it's really impressive how far this film is willing to go with its violence. I mean, it's clear from literally the opening scene of this movie that they are not going to be fucking around this time. This is going to be a lot more of a gore fest, and I think if you thought that the original was hard to watch, I mean, don't even go near this one, because this is just, again, I was truly just astonished by how far they went with the kills. I truly have never seen anything like this. And the thing I love about it is that it's not just like a gore fest to be a gore fest. There are actually very creative ways that Leone thinks through all of these characters. There's a great scene in a store involving a guitar, and I thought the way that was done was really cool. There is this dream sequence of sorts that is incredibly brutal, but easily the scene that's going to stick out to everybody is in a bedroom this time around. We had the hacksaw scene the first one. This time around we have a bedroom scene, and my God, it is every bit as graphic as you've heard, but also it's the kind of scene that you just really find yourself impressed by, especially when you hear the behind the scenes and the way that scene was originally supposed to go, and how COVID actually made them kind of advance on actually made them kind of like double down on the scene a little bit, and it extend the scene and find some other cool things that they could do with it. I mean, it is just such an impressive set piece, and I generally do think years from now this is a scene everybody's going to be talking about. It's going to be in the same vein as some of the classic horror films, and I think they do such a incredible job with that. So yeah, I mean, there's so much to really love about this one. The movie also does, even though it doesn't go completely, in depth with it, it actually does try to dive a little bit deeper into the mythology and really kind of like the origins of how Art the Clown really did come to be. It's really only hinted at. It's not super dived into, but I think they do a good job at just giving us a little taste of what they could potentially be doing with him as a character. I've seen some people say that they were hoping that they they dive deeper into it, but I don't feel like this film was like promising that. I feel like this was more like the potential setup for if they were to do a third film, which they've already announced they're going to do because this movie did amazing at the box office, which we'll get into. They likely are going to expand upon his character, and I think it was definitely the right choice to do so, and I that's something that I really did appreciate about this film. Also, Art the Clown, I think you feel a little bit more of a connection to him in this one, not just because of, again, David Howard Thorne's performance, who is fantastic, but he also has this sidekick of sorts in the movie, and again, this movie's just finding everything it possibly can do to really just surpass the original. Having one Art the Clown already is really hectic and brutal to watch. Having a second one is a complete nightmarish experience, but yet you also find yourself latching onto the relationship between these two characters. This little girl that he ends up forming this bond with. I was generally attached to it, and I really like what they ended up doing there, and I was surprised by how invested I was getting into their overall dynamic, but I thought they did enough with it to where it really did end up working really well. And again, neither of these characters talk, but you just, again, the way they play around with it, the different expressions from these characters, it's incredible to watch, and I think they do a really great job with that. In terms of cinematography, I mean, there are so many risks that this film ends up taking. The imagery is far more surreal. There's a lot of like nightmarish sequences that Sienna's having throughout the movie, and all of them are really well done. I didn't feel like any of them really took away from what was going on. I thought they did a really good job with that. And I think that there's some generally really horrific moments, and I thought they did a really good job with all of that. That being said, not everything in this film works as well as it really does. The movie is 2 hours and 17 minutes long, and for the most part, you don't feel the runtime. I would say up until the third act. That is when you do start to feel it a little bit more. There's this carnival sequence, and while at first it's really crazy to watch, and you're really, while at first it's like, it's really riveting, and you're really, just on edge from, the stakes of what could really go down here and how it's all going to play out. It starts to get a bit repetitive. There are points where you think it's going to end, and then they keep going back to it. And then there's a decision that the movie makes, and it's not something that I necessarily had a problem with, but I think it's something that's going to divide a lot of people, and I think it's going to be hard for some people to suspend their disbelief in that third act. That's really all I'm going to say about that. But I did feel that the third act did start to drag on just a little bit, and I think that was really the only time where I felt like, they could have potentially, they could have potentially picked up the pace just a little bit more. Nevertheless, it's still like a really thrilling climax, even, way more than the original, and I think they definitely did a really great job with that. The only other issue I have with this movie is I already talked about how most of the characters I think are better this time around. There are some actors here that still are just really not that great, particularly Sienna and Jonathan's mother. She was rough in this movie. I mean, there were multiple moments in this film where you can tell she's supposed to be just this very overbearing mother that is really overprotective of them, but just the way that she goes about it is straight up laughable. There were many points where it honestly was kind of taking me out of the movie, and it's really the only thing that does bring it down. There's some other characters I just wish we got a little bit more from, and I think they could have dived a little bit deeper into them, so I think that does hurt the film a little bit. But I mean, overall, what an incredible film this really is. I mean, this really just shows what they are capable of. It fully delivers, and it has me that much more intrigued to see what Leone can really conjure up within this story. Damien Leone is making these pretty much on his own. He's doing the cinematography. He is, composing shots. I mean, he really is. It's so impressive what he's able to do here. The level of dedication he's put into this, honestly, I think it's going to be very hard to replicate. The fact that this movie was only supposed to be like a Fathom event, like 2 days, and I think it was in theaters for like almost the entirety of October is just insane to me, and it really just proves that audiences are willing to take a chance on smaller budget movies. They are willing to take a chance on horror characters that they might not really know as well. And it's just really incredible to see the success that this movie had. So overall, yeah, I was a really big fan of this one. I think it's absolutely one of the best, of its kind in a very long time. It's definitely going to go down as one of the best horror sequels out there. It's not going to be for everybody. I can see some people that these movies are just going to be a little too much for them, a little too heightened in terms of the gore. But I think if you are willing to give it a chance, you really are going to be surprised by how different this one is in terms of characters, in terms of set pieces, especially in terms of the budget. I mean, it is just, there's so much to marvel at when it comes to this film, and really it's just kind of another example of just how incredible of a year it was for horror overall. So yeah, I was a really big fan of this one. B+ for Terrifier 2. There are a couple things that do bring it down from being like truly one of the best movies of last year, but there's so much to really just marvel at when it comes to this one that I really just can't help but kind of gush when it comes to this film. I think this is the kind of horror film that we rarely do get, and I really can't encourage you enough to check this one out. I believe it's on Peacock right now, so you really have no excuse to not watch this one. I think, again, it's not going to be for everyone. I think there's some people who, the level of gore, the level of brutality, it's just going to be a little too much, but I think if you're willing to give it a chance, it really is something special, so I really can't recommend this one enough. Deadstream is a lot of fun. Right off the bat, I think that this is yet another one of those Shudder films that really is worth taking a chance on. I feel like the best way to describe this film is it's kind of the better version of Dashcam, like more so what I wanted that film to be. We have this character, Sean, who he is kind of disgraced now on his stream. He's gotten himself into some hot water. I don't think the film ever specifies specifically what he did, but that's not really what's important. What's important is that this is a character that is so desperate to cling onto his followers. He clearly feels he's like nothing without them, and so he decides to pull something crazy in an effort to save his channel like once and for all, where he ends up basically live streaming himself spending this night in this place called Death Manor, this like haunted house where like several people have died. And it's one of those things where this character is such an idiot. He feels like he could be real. I mean, how many times have we seen YouTubers do the most ridiculous shit in an effort to stay relevant? How many times have we seen them do stuff that is definitely not the soundest idea in an effort to, continue putting themselves on the map? And I think that, not only is the character of Sean really well written in that way, but Joseph Winter really commits to this character. There are so many things that he ends up doing that just really heighten Sean overall to where you feel like he is a real YouTuber, and I think that they do a really good job with that and things like that. And as the movie goes on, you really start to realize just why this guy is so disgraceful. He's hailing out all kinds of insults, whether they be racism, whether they be just really insensitive things that he should say about the history of Death Manor and things like that. I think the movie does a really good job at kind of subtly diving into what really ended up happening. But again, also, it's just so spot on with its satire. It's so biting in that way. This is the kind of guy where like he really doesn't give a fuck about what he said. He really is just that he really just cares the most about his followers. He is that kind of content creator, and I think that they do a really good job with that. And there's a lot of comedy that really does come from that in this film, especially when he starts to realize the real danger that he's in. They do a really good job with that, but also the horror elements actually do work really well in this movie. There are some moments that I thought were generally very unnerving, and I thought they did a really good job with that. And there is plenty of stuff in this movie that you can kind of see as like a reference to a different YouTuber, whether it's the way he speaks about the mythology, how culturally insensitive he is towards it, how, again, blatantly obvious it is that he doesn't really care about the subject matter, and he's really just kind of faking it in an effort to, again, just make this be like the most insane video he's ever done, have all these crazy views, and all of that is just so spot on here. And then this other character he ends up coming in contact with, Chrissy, the way she kind of gets in the mix of everything, I thought also ended up working that much better, and I thought they did a really good job with that here. Where the movie takes a bit of a nosedive for me is the actual reveal. Once we realize what's actually going on, involving, you know, where he is and what he's really gotten himself into, it just felt a little bit rushed to me. I understood what the film was trying to do. I understood totally how, you know, the direction that they were going in, but I really just felt that we could have had another like 20, 30 minutes of the third act of this movie, because it just feels very rushed. It doesn't feel like we get to really dive headfirst into what's really going on here. I think they could have done a better job at really just showcasing just how, again, how much this film is willing to switch gears, because once it goes this direction, it kind of becomes something else entirely, and I think it really just kind of wraps the whole message of this film together really well, and I think they could have done a better job with that. So again, I think there's a lot to really like about this one. I think that the found footage aspect, I mean, the movie really does commit to it, and you really do feel like this is a very realistic scenario that could happen. I think if you've ever been a YouTuber or content creator, this is a must-see. You know, whether it's, you know, you've been on Twitch, whether you've been a YouTuber, you know, whether you're just like an Instagram influencer, this is the kind of movie that like anyone in that realm needs to see, because I feel like they will find themselves either relating to it or knowing somebody like this character, and I think they do a really good job with that. I think the comedy is very spot on. Also a really good directorial debut from both Joseph Winter and Vanessa Winter. I've never really seen anything from these two before, but I would love to see more from them again. They definitely do have a style of their own that I think works really well here. So yeah, overall, I was a pretty big fan of this one. Again, I do think that it's lacking in depth a little bit, but for what it is lacking in, it is elevated by just how committed everyone is, and also again just how enjoyable of a film this really is. I think that is something that, you know, it's definitely the kind of movie that does stick with you overall, even if again I think its third act does come across as quite rushed overall. But B- for Deadstream. I wasn't really sure where this was going to go at first, but the more it went on, the more I really was liking it, and I think it definitely is the kind of movie that, you know, is another example of why you need to seek out these Shudder films entirely. They really are making different kinds of horror that other people aren't, and this is a perfect example of that.
All right, so the next one here is Amsterdam. Look, this movie has had its fair share of controversy. All the shit that's gone on about... I almost said David Lynch. Why would I say David Lynch? David Lynch is an amazing director. David Lynch did no wrong. Okay, David Lynch is an amazing director right off the bat. He didn't do anything. David O. Russell, there we go. All the shit that's gone on...
David Lynch.
I know. What the fuck? How dare I?
Wow. I am like shocked.
I know, floored. It's horrible. I honestly should just like revoke my card as like a cinephile, because that was like very disgusting when I did. But no, in all seriousness, David O. Russell, all the backlash that's gone on with him, completely deserving. Everything that's happened with him, it's really disgusting that like he's gone away with it, that people haven't really acknowledged it and things like that.
Why is he still making movies?
Yeah, it's really weird to think about, especially because it's such like a public thing in that way. Yep. But even taking that away, you know, this is not a film that's been very well received. A lot of people thought that it was due to the backlash and things like that, which I think some of it is, but I also think it's partially due to the fact that it's just not a very good movie at all. This movie is incredibly boring, and it kind of sucks because you do have a really good cast here. And all of them are giving, like, solid performances. I don't think all of them are good. Like, someone like Taylor Swift, for example, not in the movie very much at all, but it's very clear that she is not on the level of everybody else in terms of acting. And I think that's why it sticks out to me. Like, I think Taylor Swift needs to be in something where she's not, like, with all these A-list actors. She's in something a little bit more, like, indie, you know, and things like that. I think that she'd stick out more, because I don't think she's, like, a bad actress or anything. I just think that, like, she hasn't had that project yet to really like convince people of her acting abilities, and this is not unfortunately the one either. Andrea Riseborough, I wasn't big on here either. I usually really like her as an actress, but I really thought she was overdoing it in this movie, and I wasn't really big on what she was doing. And then Rami Malek, here's the thing. Look, you guys know I love Rami Malek, but he picks the worst fucking roles, and this is another example of it where...
Hey, I like Bohemian Rhapsody.
From the he's not very good in that. From the second... That's a whole other different discussion. From the second that, like, he comes on, you know exactly what his role is going to be. He does not do a very good good job in trying to convince you otherwise. He isn't very subtle in what he's doing. It just doesn't really work at all. Everybody else in the movie, I didn't think was that bad. The problem is they just don't really have a lot to do. Like, yeah, Christian Bale is good. Oh my god, I'm so shocked. He's a great actor. Obviously, he's good. Margot Robbie is good. Oh my god, I'm so surprised. Anya Taylor-Joy, I thought, was probably the standout for me. She made me laugh the hardest. The only times I laughed in the movie were things that she was saying. I enjoyed her character in that way, but I didn't even think there was enough of her in the movie. I felt like there were just so many actors here that were just utterly wasted. If you're excited to see Zoe Saldana in this movie, I don't know what to tell you. She's not in this very much at all. She's utterly wasted here. She doesn't really have much of a role. I honestly kept forgetting she was in the movie with how little she ends up contributing. There's a lot of actors that are like that. Timothy Olyphant's not really in this much at all. Mike Myers is terrible, but he's been terrible for a while. So yeah, I don't really have much to say from the cast perspective. But the other thing that really sinks this movie is you have what I thought was going to be a really compelling mystery, but it's just not at all. There's nothing about this mystery that I found really interesting. I didn't really latch on to anything. I honestly found a lot of it to be really boring, because a lot of it isn't really about the mystery. It's just these three characters trying to clear their names and them in an effort to, you know, take the heat off of them. So you're not as concerned about the mystery. I think the three actors have decent chemistry. They work well together, but the mystery itself is just such a slog to get through. A lot of it also very much feels like a stage play. I know a lot of people have said that, but it feels very showy in that way, and not in a good way. Like, it feels like I'm watching something that's like meant to be on stage. So the script itself just didn't really work for me. A lot of the comedy very much fell flat. There's a lot of other like character relationships that I just didn't really care about. Production design is great. I'm sure a lot of people have praised the production design, and it is. Like, you really do feel like you're in the 1930s and things like that. But overall, I just thought this was kind of just really hard to watch at points. A lot of good actors here. A lot of their talents, I feel, are very much wasted. I didn't really feel like this made the impact that it really needed to. I felt like it needed more of a style. Like, David O. Russell, I felt like was kind of honestly on autopilot when he was directing this movie. It felt like he wrangled up like all these like really big actors, but he just had no idea what to do with them, and that's very much what this movie felt like to me. So yeah, I wasn't really a fan of this at all. The way it concluded was so predictable to me. Like, it's so obvious as to like who the murderer is. Like, the second the character enters the screen for me, I was like, oh, that's who did it. And yeah, that's exactly who did it. So there was really nothing shocking about that whatsoever. Like I said, cinematography wise, production design's really good. The score I didn't mind. There's some good performances, but other than that, like, it's really not worth your time at all. It's pretty easy to see why this one is flopping in theaters. We were like the only two people in our theater as well.
Yeah,
so,
there's like us and like one other person.
And they left like 20 minutes into the movie. So what does that tell you?
They're probably like on board.
Yeah. What do you think?
All right. Well, I have quite a bit of opinions with this one. Like, I was very interested to see it just because like the cast and the trailer when I first saw it, like, the cast was just very stacked. Yeah. But obviously I was incredibly worried going into it. Mm-hmm. The reviews were saying the film isn't very good, and they proved me right. I wouldn't say the story was awful. It was just a basic murder mystery. Literally, like, they're just trying to clear their names, like you said.
Yeah.
Just the characters. There's just, like, nothing really to it. Nothing special. Nothing, like, it'd be better if they brought more into the story.
Yeah. And I thought they would, considering it's, like, what, like 2.5 hours?
Yeah, they should have done, like, a little bit more.
Yeah. Very simplistic.
Very. The performances, cinematography, and the score saved the film for me.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Like, obviously it like really was 1930s like, which was cool. Like, I always think old-timey stuff are just really interesting. I love that. Mm-hmm. Taylor Swift, very underused, like wasted. She was like held off like right away. I mean, I'm definitely saying she's getting better with her acting, but definitely needs
another project. Like,
something that really shows her like versatility.
Yeah, definitely.
And then Zoe Saldana was incredibly wasted. Like, I kind of forgot she was in at times.
Yeah, there was like nothing
Poor girl.
for her to do.
And then Anya, she was great, but hilarious. Definitely one of the funniest
She was
parts.
the standout for me, and like
Yeah.
she's not even in the movie that much. So what does that tell you?
Yeah, she was so funny, but and
Yeah.
a standout, but barely in it.
And it's mostly just the way she reacted to things. Like I don't even think what she was saying was that funny. It's more just like her delivery that made it funny.
Oh yeah, definitely. And then Chris Rock was just like wasted too. Like
Horrible comedy on his end as well. Like he had
was
some of the
barely
worst
in it.
lines.
He was just kind of there.
Yeah, I was like,
I think the rest of the cast did a great job. John David Washington, Margot Robbie, and Christian Bale definitely standouts. Just incredible actors.
yeah.
But Margot and John had like no romantic chemistry at all.
No, they really didn't.
They
That was
just-
another storyline I was just not interested in.
Me neither. They just had like this
Like
friendship.
I thought they were just gonna be friends. Like
yeah,
they,
just a friendship.
yeah,
chemistry.
it was weird.
Yeah. And then the writing was okay at points, but it definitely felt like a school play.
Yeah.
Very just...
Especially that one
Yeah.
scene on Twitter that everybody's talking about. It's very school
Yeah.
play.
I didn't watch the whole clip you sent me about it, but
It feels like
But,
community theater.
literally, it just feels like you're watching just like some show.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just definitely very boring and dull at times too. It didn't have to be this long, but it also could have been longer in a way because to tell us more of a story.
Yeah, honestly,
But it
it
also-
could have been longer.
But it also could have been shorter if they didn't. If it was just gonna stay like this, they could have just made it shorter.
With the bare bones story they went with, yeah, it should have been like 90 minutes.
Yeah. And then, I didn't hate this film, but I also didn't love it.
No.
And then David O. Russell also sucks, of course.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, C for me.
Yeah, nothing that remarkable at all. Very easy to see why people aren't watching this one. Not really worth watching at all. I was somewhat excited for it based on, the marketing and things like that, but...
The cast.
Yeah, and also the cast as well, but even if you're going to see for that, I don't think the movie really delivers. So, really nothing that great. Next one. So, we just talked about a movie that I was very excited for, and then we go to a movie that, I thought was going to be utter shit, and somehow it's better than the last, few movies we talked about. In no world did I think I would be saying that Lyle, Crocodile is legitimately one of the most fun movies of the entire year. But here we are. Look, I will start off with the obvious. Yes, this movie is very basic. You have seen this story 1,000 times before. Family, is moving into a new house. You have the kid that feels kind of alone, isn't really good at making friends, ends up connecting with insert anthropomorphic creature here, and they end up forming a bond, and it's really close, and the creature ends up bonding with the family and things like that. But then there's some villain out there that's trying to ruin their lives. You've seen all of this before. But the thing about Lyle Crocodile is you actually have a really committed cast that really kind of makes it work, and kind of adds this charm to it, because honestly, that's easily the thing I think that makes this movie work. The cast here is generally great. Javier Bardem, this is legitimately one of my favorite performances from him. Look, yes, he is so over the top in this movie, but he is giving so much energy, he is putting so much effort in, and you feel it every time he is on screen. I have the biggest smile on my face. His excitement is just contagious, and you feel it throughout the entire movie. I just loved everything that he was doing in this film. He was so much fun to watch. He seemed like he was having the most fun out of everybody, and I think I can confidently say, this is one of my favorite Javier Bardem performances. I thought that he was just so much fun in the movie. It's not to say everybody else wasn't great, it's just he easily was the big standout for me. He starts off the movie with this incredible song that he has, and every time he popped up, I loved how lively and fun he was. Everybody else is also really good. I always enjoy seeing Constance Wu in things, and she's very good in this movie. I think that she's just generally a very good actress, and I think that she does give a pretty strong performance here.
Yeah.
I enjoyed what she ended up bringing to the table. Same goes with, Scoot McNairy. Always enjoy him as an actor, and he's a lot of fun to watch here. Winslow Fegley, I will say, was very on and off for me. Sometimes I thought he was good. Sometimes I thought his line delivery was a little But, I thought overall that they worked really well together. And oh my god, Brett Gelman, Murray from Stranger Things himself, is so good in this movie. He is so over the top. Yes, he is very cliche as this villain, But again, similar to Javier Bardem, he's putting so much effort into it that you just laugh at every single thing that he's doing. He has this running gag with his cat and things like that that I just thought was really funny. I really like the effort that he was putting in. Let's address the elephant in the room. Shawn Mendes. Here's the thing with Shawn Mendes. He does not talk in this movie, which I was surprised about. Lyle does not talk. He only sings. That's the only way he communicates with people. And in that way, it works because you totally believe that Lyle Crocodile would sound like this, could potentially have this voice. So in that way, it works. Shawn Mendes isn't really acting in this movie. He's just kind of singing, but it works. And I thought that he did a good job. Shawn Mendes has a really good voice. He did what he needed to do. So honestly, what ended up being what I thought was going to be one of the strangest casting choices I've seen in a long time actually ends up working out very well. I know I'm very surprised, but like it actually did work quite well for me. I thought the directing was very strong here. Again, nothing remarkable, but it seemed like Will Speck and Josh Gordon were having a lot of fun with this film, and they put a lot of charm into it, which I really did end up enjoying. There's a really good message about like, you know, finding your talent and stepping out of your comfort zone, which I think is like a really, really good in that way. The writing, like I said, it's very basic. That's really the thing that brings this film down. You've seen this 1,000 times before. There's a lot going on, especially with our main character. There's a group of, there's this one friend that he ends up making that we really don't get to see much of at all. His whole struggle with making friends is really only through one scene. We see him and he's kind of struggling to like talk to people. I felt they could have done a little bit more with that. But other than that, like the writing is just kind of basic. It's what you expect it to be, but it works. Like I don't really have too many issues when it comes to the screenplay here. I thought the animation was good. Aside from the cat that Brett Gelman has, I honestly thought the CGI on that cat was really bad, and it was very obviously CGI. But I will say, Lyle Crocodile honestly looks pretty tangible. Like he looks like he fits into this universe, and I thought they did a pretty good job with that overall. So I don't really have any complaints on that end. The music also is fantastic. I had no idea this was a musical going into it, and I absolutely love the music. Pasek and Paul never disappoint, honestly. I know people aren't fans of them, but they never disappoint for me. I loved, especially Take a Look at Us Now, which, why are you not submitting that to the Oscars? Why are you submitting fucking Carried Away, a song that I don't remember, instead of Take a Look at Us Now? That should easily be the frontrunner. Top of the World, the one he does with Constance Wu. So many fun musical numbers in this movie. If you just want, like, a film that's gonna make you feel really good, you know, have some really catchy musical numbers, honestly, I think you could do a lot worse than Lyle Crocodile. I enjoyed this quite a bit. Wasn't expecting to. Generally was laughing at points. Really like the way the movie ended. Yes, it's super cliche and it goes in the directions you expect it to, but I thought it worked. It really did end up working for me. The cast was very committed. B- for this one. I can't believe I'm saying I enjoyed this movie, but it's honestly a lot of fun.
All right. Yeah, I was definitely worried going into this film, but I actually loved it quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's just very fun, very wholesome.
Very wholesome, yeah.
And just like, it was super comedic, because like, I laughed a lot.
I did too.
Definitely Javier Bardem's best roles, or one of them.
Oh yeah.
He's a great actor.
Well, not his best role. That's Skyfall, but it's definitely one of.
That's a good movie.
Yeah.
He definitely was the best part of the film. Shawn Mendes being a singing crocodile actually worked out perfectly. Like, yeah, he didn't even like have a speaking role. He was just singing.
Yeah, so they literally could have gotten anybody.
Yeah, because he is a singer anyway.
Yeah. It worked.
It worked very well. And like the songs, I loved them all so much.
Oh yeah.
I love the score.
We've actually been listening to it a lot since we watched the movie.
We did.
Which again, I never thought I'd be sitting here saying I'm listening to music from fucking Lyle Crocodile, but that's where we are. That's where we're at.
It's honestly a top tier soundtrack.
It really is.
It's
it really
good.
is. I don't understand. Like I said, I don't understand why the Academy is submitting "Carried Away" and not.
It's a good song, but
like. Take a Look at Us Now, Top of the World, Rip Up the Recipe. Like, come on. There's so many better songs.
I know.
There's so many better songs. Not that one.
The whole cast were just, I think they work very well together. They're just great. And they just have this genuine chemistry.
They do. They really
all.
did.
I really like them all, honestly.
Yeah, they all worked really well together.
But my only issue is that, like, yeah, Leah Curb's kind of wasted.
Yeah, not
much.
She
just didn't really have much of a story.
No.
Like, I just wish we got more of her.
Yeah. They did some, like, there's this, like, whole subplot with, like, her being, like, a TikTok girl, and there's, like, some show going on, but,
that's
like
it.
I literally forgot about it because they don't show her much.
Yeah, literally. like Zoe in Amsterdam.
Yeah. Good example.
The story was definitely...
Except this is actually a good movie.
The story was incredibly enjoyable, and it was just definitely one of the most surprising films in a while.
Oh, yeah.
Because, like, I didn't expect myself to actually love this movie. Yeah. And it was just very cute, very pure.
Yeah.
And just a very sweet film, very feel good, and just something that you watch just to put on a smile, like when you need something happy to watch. And I definitely give it a B.
Yeah, I gave this one a B-. I thought it was a lot of fun. Much better movie than I anticipated. Never would I thought that I'd be sitting here saying Lyle, Crocodile is a movie that you should go see. But it honestly is really good, and I would recommend it. So yeah, very charming, very fun, generic, but fun. Next one.
Hellraiser is the kind of horror remake that I really am kind of looking for, because I will say this right off the bat, this is nothing like the other Hellraiser films you have seen. This film is going for something much distinctly different, much more distinct in terms of what it's trying to do. It's trying to be something decidedly different in terms of its story, in terms of its aesthetics, and I think it honestly really does deliver in that sense. I mean, right off the bat, the one thing I will absolutely praise about this film is Jamie Clayton. I've always been a big fan of her as an actress, but I feel like she, aside from like Sense8, hasn't really gotten that role that's like really pushed her like above the edge to where people know her as like a household name. People know how great of an actress she can be. This is that role. I mean, she is a knockout here. I think she plays such a phenomenal, Pinhead, or the priest, as she's called in this one. I think she is just fantastic in this movie. You feel the threats of this character, but you also kind of empathize with them and what they're going through, which the priest in general is supposed to be genderless, and I think that the movie does a good job of kind of diving into the more androgynous side of the priest and things like that, because actually Clive Barker never liked the term Pinhead, so that's why the priest is not referred to as Pinhead in this movie. But you actually feel for the Cenobites in this movie and how much they really are suffering. And I think the movie did a considerable job at getting you to do so. You still feel the threat. You're not in any way like it's not like Hocus Pocus 2 where, they are completely neutered of their sinister tendencies. No, they are still a very threatening bunch for sure. But the movie does a good job in diving into the constant suffering that the Cenobites are dealing with, and I think Clayton just does such a great job at representing that. You feel that fear, but again, you also feel just how broken the priest really is, and how adamant the priest is at making sure that, they kind of need this ritual to happen in an effort for them to survive, and I think they do a really good job with that here. So I think Jamie Clayton, she is just fantastic in this role, and I think in general, if they want to make more Hellraiser movies, just to see her play the priest again, I would be down, because I think she is so great in this role. Also really great here is Odessa Azion. I've never really seen her before in really anything, but I think she is a really good talent. The character of Riley is a very challenging character to play. She is this recovering drug addict of sorts, and she makes a lot of decisions in the movie that aren't necessarily the most likable. There are a lot of things she's doing in this film that are very questionable, but she does a good job at really grounding this character in reality, making this character, have these layers to her, and you really do feel connected to her as a result, and I think that she is just really good in this movie. There are a lot of moments where she has to show just how much she suffered, how broken of a character she is, and I think that they do a really good job with that, so I think she has a bright future ahead of her. Again, I've never really seen her before, but I think she's fantastic. And the character of Riley, I did find myself really attached to in this film. Now, I will say right off the bat, this is not Kirsty. Let me get that right out of the way. This is not Kirsty in the original film, where she is innocent and there's a lot of things that are happening to her that she does not deserve. It's just she's just kind of a victim of circumstance in that way. Riley is, again, someone that has gotten herself into some shit, and there are some things that she does in this movie that directly lead to the consequences that happen in this film, but I think that you do find yourself really connecting to her. You understand what she's really going through. She is adamant about trying to find her brother and things like that, and I think that she does do a really good job in this film. I was very impressed by her performance, but again, also the character I did find myself really latching onto, and I think, again, the general premise that we're dealing with here, you know, diving into the idea of the puzzle box and how that is something that she is enticed by, I think actually does work really well in this movie. You understand why she is so connected to this and how she kind of sees it as like the only way to potentially, you know, find her brother and things like that. I think the movie does a really good job with that, so I think the premise itself is really good in this movie, and I think that's really what works here. David Bruckner's directing also, very big fan of him, and I think that he continues to just really show his potential as a director. I think he is really good here, and I really did enjoy what he ended up bringing to this film. He has a very specific style that feels very subtle in this movie, and honestly I think really works well here. He never goes too over the top. It feels like he is kind of having this more sort of down-to-earth sort of portrayal, and I think he does a really good job with that, but also the way he portrays horror here is really well done. The movie has a lot of moments that had me on edge, and I think it's due to his directing that it works as well as it does. What doesn't work quite as well for me, and what really brings this film down, is the screenplay. I already talked about Riley and how I think she's a really well-written character, and there are some other characters here that I liked a lot. The opening scene of this movie is really well done. You get this great character that is incredibly unlikable and very douchey in that way, but you see how the puzzle box is so, like, enticing for him, and how ultimately it ends up causing like her brother. I didn't really find myself connected to the rest of the characters in this movie. I found them to be pretty flat and bland, and I just didn't really find much of a reason to care about them other than their care towards Riley, other than them wanting to help her. There isn't a lot going on them. I couldn't tell you much about these characters, and I think that does bring the movie down slightly, not completely to the point where like it really sinks the film, but I do think that these characters, they leave a lot to be desired, and I think especially with how good Riley's written, you know, you just don't feel that same connection here, so I don't think they do the greatest job with that. There are moments towards the end of this movie where they try to make up for it, but it kind of feels like it's coming in a little bit too soon, and I think that does hurt the film a little bit. Also, the movie feels a little bit like it's holding back in terms of its graphicness, and I don't know if it's because this is the sort of like, this is supposed to be like sort of almost a course correction for Hellraiser. This is supposed to be viewed as like, you know, this is sort of like their way of showing people how good Hellraiser can be, so they don't really want to overdo it on the gore, but especially due to how much they go out in the first scene, I feel like there were points in this movie where they could have gone a little bit further in terms of the blood, and again, maybe, you know, Terrifier 2 just really got me, you know, really kind of spoiled me in terms of the gore, and I'm not asking for this film to be on that level at all, but I do think that it does at points feel just a little bit restrained in terms of the violence, and I do think that does hurt the movie a bit. Also, there is no reason for this movie to be 2 hours. I think it honestly really does drag at points, specifically when we're not focusing on the Cenobites or Riley's recovery. I just don't think the movie is as interesting. Like I said, the characters that we're following, I didn't really find myself all that attached to. But things like the cinematography, the production design is so good in this movie. The look of the Cenobites, I mean, they just do such a great job when it comes to the world building, how they dive into the puzzle box and things. I think all of that is really well done. And I think overall, if they wanted to do more of these, there is a lot of potential here. There is a lot more they could do if they wanted to continue it from here. I don't know if they're planning to do a sequel. I think they said there's a possibility that they could, but if not, I think that this does overall work as a solo film, but I think if you wanted to use this as a jumping off point to, revitalize the Hellraiser franchise, I think this film does overall get the job done. It can feel a little bit underwritten at points, and I think there are some things I wish they did a little bit better, but for the most part, I really did enjoy this film a lot. I think, the two central performances especially are enough for reason to check this out. The production design, David Escoyer's directing, there's more than enough for reason to really like this one, and I think if you go into a thing, it's going to be something stylistically different. It's not going to be what you expect for a Hellraiser film. I think you will honestly be very impressed by what they were able to accomplish here. So B- for Hellraiser. I won't lie, I was expecting a little bit more from this one, but I think for what it does it very effectively. The horror things like that are really well done here, that I overall was impressed by the end. I do think this is a film where the good overall does outweigh the bad. And it kind of sucks because I feel like a lot of people were really excited for this one, and then it came out and I just didn't really hear a lot of people talking about it, and I really do think it is worth giving a shot. I think this is a film that really just kind of went underseen, so definitely check it out. I think there's a lot that this film does right, and I think that, everything it does well, it really does do well, and I think it is definitely worth checking out, especially if you become burnt out in this franchise. I think this will feel very fresh and unique, and I think overall will remind you why you enjoyed this franchise once as much as you did.
Okay, so Luckiest Girl Alive. This one I was definitely looking forward to. Mila Kunis taking on more dramatic material. Right off the bat, I think she gives the best performance of her career here. I was very much a fan of her in this movie. I really liked what she was doing. This is a character that has gone through a lot of trauma within her life. There's a lot that she has kind of kept bottled up inside, and she does a really good job at portraying that, because it seems like she kind of has everything together. It kind of seems like she's somebody who's in a really good place in her life, but there's a lot that she has kept hidden, and as we find out, in the movie, I think Kunis's performance, really shines here. It really makes me hope that these are the roles that she takes on moving forward, because I feel like Kunis has always kind of delegated herself to roles that don't really utilize her all that well. This one I feel like is easily one of her best performances to date, and that's something I think that this movie does really well. Also, it covers some very heavy subject matter. There's a lot of stuff going on here that I'm not going to give away because the trailer doesn't really talk about it, but there's a lot that this character has gone through. She's been through some really tragic shit, and this movie covers it, I honestly think, really well. They don't really hold anything back. They don't try to exploit it in any way. I thought they did a really good job of showing, what she's been through and things like that, but also how that trauma affects her, and how her finally getting to talk about it finally gets her to kind of come to terms with it and come to peace with it in a way. I thought they did a really good job with all of that. So I think all that is really well done in this movie. The things that hold it back for me, I think, is one, I think the movie is definitely way too long. There are definitely moments that did drag on for me. It took me a while to really figure out where this was going within the first 20 minutes or so. I was like, I don't really know about this. It kind of feels like it's meandering a bit to me. I also did feel the flashbacks that are in this movie were a little too short at points. I felt like they could have stretched them out a bit more, because they end up being some of the most crucial parts of the film. And it feels like early on they kind of just didn't focus, they kind of cut them off when they were starting to get interesting. But the more the movie goes on, the less of an issue that really did become for me. The other issue I had with the movie was Finn Wittrock's character. Not so much his performance. I thought the chemistry with Mila Kunis was fine. Where they ended up going with him, it just didn't really work for me. I didn't really feel like they did a really good job when it came to that character. I felt like his character went in a direction that just didn't really feel like he would go, because of what they established early on in the movie. So that didn't quite work for me as well. There's a few other characters here that I felt were just kind of underutilized. And I also felt the movie at points didn't really go quite as deep with some of its subject matter as it could have. There is a lot that is, like I said, there's a lot that's troubling this character. There's a lot that she herself has been through. And I feel like some of it is handled really well. Some of it we don't dive as deep into as we could have. Sometimes it felt like they were tacking on an extra thing. But I do applaud this movie for going to the places that it did. I think it did handle it very well. The ending especially is very satisfying. I really like the way this movie ended up wrapping up. Much better movie than I think people have been giving it credit for. I know people haven't really been digging this one that much, but I honestly liked it quite a bit. B- for this one.
All right. I was really excited to watch this film. I've just been a big fan of Mila Kunis for so long.
Oh, yeah.
Just adore her. One of my favorite actresses. And I actually find her very versatile as well.
Yeah, that's why it's always disappointing me. Like, she just does, like, romantic comedies. I'm like, you can do better. This shows she can do better.
Oh, for sure. The storyline was just very important, very heavy.
Yeah.
It really touched on, like, these very heavy topics that can be hard to watch at times.
Yeah.
It was definitely a tough watch at points. But the acting was amazing, especially strong performances by Mila, Kiara, and Finn Whitrock. How do you spell Kiara's last name?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about her. Kiara, Aurelera in this movie, I thought also was fantastic.
It's always hard to pronounce her last name.
Yeah, she plays the younger version of she plays the younger version of her character, and she's fantastic.
Yeah, she worked very well as her,
and she looked very similar to her too.
That's why it works so well.
Yeah,
but yeah, I really enjoy her too because I liked her character.
Yeah,
I liked her on Cruel Summer.
Yeah, even though that character it was some crazy places.
I mean, both of them are not great.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I need to finish that show.
Love it. But yeah. But Kiara, Mila, and Finn Whitrock were just incredible in this film. And then Connie Britton was great as usual. I just really like her a lot.
She really wasn't in it much.
She was definitely wasted. She was barely in it. We kind of forgot she was there.
Yeah, honestly. I did too.
The directing wasn't the best at times, but I mean, that's fine. I feel like this film could have been a little bit longer because there's so much more that could have been delved deeper.
I think so too.
Yeah. I really thought the flashbacks were incredibly interesting, but also the present day, but there wasn't as much within that storyline. Yeah,
for a while, it's hard to tell where that's going. I think as we get deeper into the flashbacks, the present day becomes a lot more interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially when,
I love flashbacks a lot.
when you can see, how, she's had a hard time vocalizing this trauma and things like that, and, what that does to her in the present day, that's when it really starts to become a lot more interesting.
Oh, definitely. I know some people thought this movie gave Lifetime vibes, but I didn't see that at all. I didn't see that at all. No. I did not think it gave Lifetime vibes, because Lifetime vibes are just very simple, murder show,
and also very artificial. I felt like all the subject matter was very authentically handled.
Oh, definitely. This was not Lifetime at all.
No.
It definitely was a little convoluted at points.
Yeah, it does.
But I definitely very much enjoyed this movie.
Yeah.
And obviously, it touches on powerful things, and it was just very strong. And yeah, besides a few little things here and there, I thought I rated this one a B.
All right, yeah, this one I definitely do recommend. I think it's a much better movie than people have given it credit for, and I recommend people check it out. Not the easiest movie to watch, but honestly, I think a very, very effective one. Okay, so this one, Catherine Called Birdie, I was honestly kind of skeptical going into it because I don't really like to watch things that Lena Dunham's involved in because, you can look up, she's done a lot of really disgusting stuff. But this one I made an exception for because it actually looked like it was going to be a lot of fun, and it is. I think this is definitely a really fun film, mainly because of Bella Ramsey. I think that she is just so good as the lead here. Birdie is somebody that you latch onto. She sticks out from everybody else. She doesn't want to do things in the traditional way. She wants to have a legitimate life. She wants to, enjoy things, and the way she's navigating her life and things like that, I thought was really well done. She's just very fun to watch. I've always enjoyed her since Game of Thrones, but I feel like here she really gets the chance to shine, and it makes me very excited to see what she's going to do in The Last of Us. Obviously, people have been, hyping her up in that, and I'm excited to see what she's going to do in that show because she is just so great here and such, and such just a charismatic lead, and I think she does a really good job. All the cast here, honestly, is a lot of fun. Andrew Scott, whenever he gets to play characters like this, they're just wild and insane. I think he's just so much fun. And he definitely delivers in this movie for sure. The movie's also very funny. I was laughing quite a few times in this film, especially a running gag that they have where whenever they introduce a character, there's little text that pops up on screen that's
it's so funny.
Something quirky that she would say or some kind of insult to them that I thought was really funny. That was probably one of my favorite running gags in this film. The directing by Lena Dunham, I think, is really well done. She doesn't try to take this too seriously. It's very lighthearted. It's very fun in that way, and I think it does work very well. ultimately what brings the movie down for me is there's just a general lack of conflict in this movie. There doesn't really feel like there's a lot happening in this film for a good portion of it, mainly because there's a lot of narration, and I mean a lot. Like, we will very often hear narration about things, and then it's constantly coming to a different time, and then suddenly it's Halloween, suddenly it's Christmas, suddenly it's like a different holiday, and it just felt like the movie was kind of clunky in that way in terms of the editing. I didn't think the editing was super strong here, not as engaging as I hoped that it would be, and I think that is something that does bring the movie down, but the movie has a legitimate charm and fun to it that I overall can recommend this one. It's just not nearly as cohesive as I think I was hoping it would be.
Yeah, I didn't know really anything going into this movie.
Like the majority of these. Because I'm just kind of like, hey, you want to watch this?
Well, I mean, I'm saying there's some, but then there's some I didn't know at all.
Yeah, this is one of them.
Yeah, but Lena Dunham's not a good person, very problematic, but she definitely...
I will not be watching her other movie, Sharpstick, that came out earlier this year, because that movie sounds kind of gross.
But yeah, she did well directing this one, at least. I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. It was just very comedic and funny. I laughed quite a lot.
No, I did too.
It was just a very unique and fun storyline as well.
Yeah.
The cast was stacked, and then each and every one of them did a great job with their roles. I just thought some were kind of underused a little bit, could have had a little more with the story, more conflict, like you said.
Yeah.
More conflict. I thought the cinematography was very creative, like that. Don't have a lot to say. I just think there was nothing. It was definitely something special because it was very different. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there just could have been some more. But I didn't dislike it at all. It was very light, lighthearted, like you said. And yeah, B for me.
Yeah, overall, not really much to say with this one. It's a lot of fun. It definitely, I think, could have been better in some areas, but I think for what it is, it's nice, it's lighthearted, and I think it's definitely different from other films of its kind, and that's something I definitely respect it for, and I do think it's worth watching for that reason alone. Okay, so this one I really just don't think enough people are talking about. This is a very different kind of movie than I think a lot of people are thinking going into it. It starts off and you think you have an idea of what's happening. You have this couple, they're going to the woods. One of them seems to be kind of distant. The other one seems to be kind of clingy. You can see that this is a relationship that honestly isn't really working out all that well, but they do have good chemistry despite it. Micah Monroe is always great, and she gives a really strong performance here. She was great in Watcher earlier this year, and she's great in this one too. I really liked what she ended up doing in this movie. There's a lot that this film, there's a lot that she has to deal with, and I think she does a really good job. And then Jake Lacey, he's always playing these very interesting kind of characters, and he does a really good job here. I can't get too much into his role in the movie, but I thought that he suited this role very well. He did what he needed to do, and I definitely thought he did serve his purpose well. And I think a lot of the movie works because of these two, because they have that chemistry, because the relationship is there. I thought they overall worked really well together in that way. So that was definitely something that's very consistent within the film. My issue with the movie is there is a point in this film where it shifts and you have an idea of what's going on. And I really like the idea that this movie is tackling. I think it's a really cool idea. The problem is, it happens, at the 40-minute mark of this movie, and this movie is only, an hour and 20 minutes long, so we really don't get a chance to see the full impact of this, and how it really affects our lead character. And so I felt like it was kind of a waste in that way when it did eventually get to the twist reveal. That being said, I think the twist itself is very fresh. It's very different than what you're expecting. It went in a place that I was not really thinking that it would go, and that's something I really did like about this movie. I just wanted, honestly, a little bit more from it. I felt like once we got to the third act, this should be the part where the movie is going balls to the wall, going all out, and it felt like because of the fact that they had so little time left, we really didn't get a chance to really soak in what this means for our character. There are things they start to add to the story about what this whole thing means, and especially what our main character has gone through, and I didn't feel like that was quite as well fleshed out as it could have been. So again, I like this overall. I like the two leads. I think there's really good cinematography, some very thrilling moments, really strong writing. I just felt that it was a little too short, and I think if this was at least a half an hour longer, I think this would have made a little bit more of an impact than it did, but still a pretty effective movie overall.
Yeah, this is another one I went into with, like, no knowledge, but,
B minus, by the way. That's, B minus for me.
But yeah, it was very enjoyable. I really liked it. The acting was great with the two leads.
Yeah.
Micah Monroe and Jake Lacey. They just had very strong performances.
They're also the only actors in the... Well, there's other actors, but it's really just those two.
Yeah, they played very strong performances with Ruth and Harry. Obviously, I can't get into their characters too much.
No.
But they just had this very, like, genuine and authentic chemistry.
Yeah.
And then, like, the cinematography was beautiful, creative, very, like, stunning. Like, just really cool. And then, like, the story was actually pretty captivating and riveting. Obviously, like, my main issue is basically, like, what you said about, like, what happened 40 minutes in.
Yeah.
But, and, like... My other issue is just that it was a little too short. Like, they could have delved deeper with things. Like,
especially once they start to introduce certain elements.
Yeah, like, they could have made it at least, like, an hour 40, 45.
Yeah,
like,
that definitely seemed
instead of an hour 20-ish. Mm-hmm. But, other than that, like, it was very fascinating, very compelling, and...
Very different.
Yeah, very different, very unique. But, yeah, B- for me.
And hey, a good movie for Paramount Plus. It's a rarity. Definitely recommend this one. I feel like it's not getting enough love.
Okay, well, I will say I liked Secret Headquarters.
I didn't like that one. But I liked Honor Society. That one's pretty good.
Oh, yeah, that one too.
Yeah. But, definitely a very different movie than I think you're expecting going into it, but one that I think overall is definitely worth watching. Just definitely could have been a little bit better in some areas. To Leslie is a very interesting movie to talk about because I feel like so much of this film was like unbridled in controversy, but it wasn't really in, anything the movie itself did. It was more so just, oh my god, why did Andrea Riseborough get this nomination over insert this actress here? And everyone was like freaking out, like, what was this movie? Where did it come from? And I was the same way, but it also really kind of heightened my interest to check out this film because I was like, oh my god, she must be giving a really strong performance here. And yeah, watching this movie, I can absolutely see why she would win, why she would be nominated for Best Actress here. I don't know if she deserved it over some other actresses, one of which we'll talk about in a little bit, actually, because there's another movie in October that I think definitely got the short end of the stick in terms of nominations. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about Leslie, which is a very effective film. Now, right off the bat, the main reason to watch this movie is for Andrea Riseborough's performance, and she is just a revelation here. Leslie is the kind of person that has lived her life pretty much in shambles. She is this manipulative alcoholic. She's very troubled. She won a ton of money once in a lottery, and she squandered the winnings almost immediately on like liquor and drugs. And so because of that, she lives a very hard lifestyle. She is almost constantly suffering. She is someone that everyone just kind of wants to distance themselves from because she's just an utter mess in terms of who she really is. And that can be a really hard role to pull off because you want to try to ride the line between this like very over the top powerhouse performance, but also not try to dip into something that borderlines on parody or try to make it too over the top in that way. And I think she does a really good job at making this feel very lived in. I myself don't really know anyone like Lee, but I think if you ever did, I think this is a very authentic portrayal of that, and I think she just does such a great job really just transforming into this character and really just diving headfirst into everything that she has put herself through and what's really gotten her to this point, but also seeing her, eventually start to recover. I think there's something generally just really impressive about that, and I've always been a fan of Riseborough, but I think this is far and away like the most impressive performance I have seen from her. I think she is just incredible in this film, and I think her performance alone is enough for a reason to watch this movie. I really love what she ended up doing here, but there marvel at within this film. I think other performances that really stick out. Mark Maron is very good in this film. He is this
kindred spirit of sorts that ends up connecting with Lee, and the relationship that these two formed I thought was really well done. There's a lot that he also is going through in terms of his family and things like that, and I thought that was honestly really well done. I found myself really connected to his character, and I thought his performance was really good in this film. There's a lot that she's going through with her son as well. He doesn't really want much to do with her, and I thought O&T did give a pretty solid performance here, and I think that does overall work really well in the film. And I think Michael Morris is directing. It's really nothing special. I've seen people say this movie is like a TV movie sort of feel to it, and yeah, I mean, the directing isn't anything spectacular, but what I appreciate about it is that he doesn't try to overdo it. He really, again, tries to portray this in a way that feels very lived in a way that feels very realistic, and I think that his directing is really well done here. It feels very sort of unapologetic in that way. The way he ends up telling this story, I was overall very impressed by. The writing, on the other hand, definitely this is one of the more mixed aspects of the film, because I think the story itself is really well done. Once Leslie, gets the job and she ends up kind of discovering this passion that she didn't really know that she had and kind of put on the back burner, and she bonds a little bit more with Mark Maron's character, I think the film really does kind of take off from there. But I will say the getting to that is a little bit messy, and it's not so much that I think the structure itself wasn't right. I think there's a lot of characters here that kind of come across as underwritten. Specifically, Allison Janney, the character of Nancy, I think is a very important character in this film. She is this friend of sorts, and I wish that she had a bit more to do in this movie. There are some really good scenes with her that I really did appreciate. And I think that there's this great scene she has towards the end of the movie where she's just kind of pouring her heart out and kind of just finally just letting out all of her grievances with Leslie, and I think it's a very effective scene. There's a lot that Leslie has done that she's kind of never really fully confronted, and now she has the chance to do so. But I wanted more of her in the movie, because what we get with her at the end of the film especially, I felt like she needed to be have a little bit more of an integral role. Same goes for O&T. He does have some solid moments in the film, but by the end I was like, his character just feels a little bit underwritten. It feels like there should be more going on with him. It's more just like he doesn't really want much to do with her. She's not the greatest mother to him. He kind of mentions things that he's wanted her to do and things like that. And I think that does work, but they need to focus a little bit more on their overall relationship. Same goes with Stephen Root. I want to see more with his character as well, and I think that would have overall elevated the film. So I think the writing is good here. It just feels a little bit simplistic at points, and I think that's why people say it has this TV movie type quality to it, but I think it's still really solid for what it ends up doing. The way it ends, I think, is very satisfying. Yes, the film can get very predictable. Yes, the film can kind of be overly sentimental at points, but I think for what it does it really well. The cinematography also is really good here. I don't know if the movie was shot on film, but it has this very sort of grainy quality to it that I think actually does work really well. The score I really enjoyed a lot. I do think the movie is a little bit long. It does kind of drag at first in the first act, but like I said, I think once it really does get going, it really does take off from there. And I think if you are willing to look at this film just as it is and not try to fixate so much on, oh my god, Andrea Riseborough was nominated for this and I don't understand why, and you are able to overlook that, I think the movie really is something special. And also, I think, that again is a deserving nomination. I think she gives a really strong performance here, but I think there are other things that really do work well in this film. It's very uplifting. It has a really solid message. Yes, it's a film we have admittedly seen before, but I think for what it does accomplish it really well. So overall, I did really enjoy this one. So B4 to Leslie. It definitely can be underwritten at points, and I think, again, there are things that you have seen before, and I can understand why someone would watch this and think it just kind of comes across as Oscar bait, but I found myself really enjoying this one. I really did end up liking all the characters that we followed here, and I thought overall this was just a very well done recovery drama and had a lot more to offer than I think a lot of people are saying that are thinking that it does. Piggy was not really the movie that I was expecting it to be. I kind of went into this, and look, this is yet another fucking Sundance movie that I really wanted to see, and I didn't get a chance to do so. I kind of went into this thing, this was going to be like straight up just like kind of like a revenge film. We have this character, Sarah, who is very overweight. She's frequently chastised by pretty much everyone for it, whether it's her family, whether it's these bullies that just viciously insult her and, things like that and bully her. I think they, the setup for this movie is really well done. You find yourself really just hoping that she's able to fight back and things like that. And, I was thinking that they were going to go in kind of like a twisted direction where she ends up kind of like fighting back from it, and maybe she ends up becoming, something a lot more sinister in that way. But that's not really what this movie is at all. For a while, like I said, the way they focus on this, they really are centering around her bullying and the treatment that she receives, and you find yourself really sympathizing with Sarah because of this. She doesn't deserve any of the hate that she's getting. She tries to live her life normally, and it feels like she's one of those characters where like she just breathes and they just immediately come after her. And I think that she does a really good job in this film. I think the performance from Laura Gallen is really good here. I really enjoyed her performance in this movie, and I think the setup is really strong in this movie, and I think that does work really well. And so I thought all of that they did a very good job with, her parents as well, the way that they are reacting to her and things like that. I think there's some really good stuff involving that side of the movie, and things like that. Where the film went in a completely unexpected direction with me is this side plot that's going on involving this kidnapper of sorts, and where they ended up going with that kidnapper was really not what I was expecting at all. This movie becomes much more of this sort of, this sort of like rescue mission of sorts, and I wasn't really expecting them to go in the direction that they did, and I don't know, I enjoyed where they ended up going by the end of it, and I did enjoy this more sort of, because, I've seen this movie categorized as a horror film. I wouldn't really call it a horror film, aside from the way that she's treated, because that is a horrifying scenario, the way that they're just constantly demeaning her and things like that. But once the movie starts to focus more on this investigation of sorts and this, this kidnapper and that she needs to go after, and, her sort of grappling with what to do about it because this kidnapper does end up helping her and things like that, then I thought the movie turned into something a little bit different, and I just wonder if that really fit with what the movie was going for. And I think by the end it did. I think the movie did have a really solid message. It just wasn't really quite what I was expecting. And I think while the social commentary is really good, I think that side of the movie I just wasn't quite as into. So once we got to the third act, while it was really satisfying and it had some really intense moments, I just found myself a little bit underwhelmed by what they were trying to do. I think they could have dived a little bit deeper into some of these characters. I think they could have dived a little bit deeper into like her home life and things like that. There's a really good scene with her mom, especially, that I really liked a lot. They could have dived deeper, especially into like her and, this job that she works at and things like that. I just felt that the film kind of lost some of its momentum once it dived deeper into this particular story. It does pick up a little bit in the third act, and I thought that did overall help it, but it did make the film feel just a little bit less interesting as a whole. So again, there are a lot of things I did enjoy about this one. I think the directing is really good. I think that there's a lot that the movie is saying, message-wise, and I think it really does pay off very well. The cinematography is phenomenal here. I love the look of this movie. There are so many scenes that really do stick out in my mind that I think are very effective. The score as well, it has this very string-heavy musical score that I thought honestly did heighten the tension in pretty much every scene that it was in. So there really was a lot to like about this one, and ultimately was just not really the movie that I was expecting. So maybe I need to give it a rewatch at some point. I did enjoy it. It's just, again, I kind of went into this expecting something completely different, and what I got was not quite the movie I was hoping for, but I do think overall it does really pay off in the end. I think there's a lot of things this movie has to say that are very important. And yes, it's been covered in other films, but I think this movie covers it in a different way than you are expecting. So yeah, B- for Piggy. I think that this is a film that is going to mislead some people, as it did myself, but I think stick with it, and I think the movie still is very effective in what it does ultimately become. Bring It On, Cheer or Die is the kind of movie where I question why I even bothered watching it, to be honest with you. Going into this, look, I haven't really, watched the Bring It On, direct-to-DVD sequels in, a very long time. I think the last one I watched was, Fight to the Finish. I haven't really watched any of them since then. I watched, the first 5 when they came out because I really liked the first movie and I wanted to see the other ones. A bad idea. Most of them are terrible, but at the time I was interested in watching them. And so, I haven't really kept up with any of the sequels, but when I heard that they were combining Bring It On and slasher movies, I actually thought that could kind of work. That's, a different way to, take this, that's a different direction to take this franchise in. You can kind of parody two sides of, early 2000s, 90s teen films where you have, 90s slashers, but also, cheerleader films and things like that. I think that's something that they could have done pretty well. And so I went into this hoping that it would just kind of be a film that's very self-aware of what it's trying to be, and I did not get that at all. This film is pretty terrible. Right off the bat, most of the acting here is pretty bad. I don't think Carrie Metters is too bad here. I think the performance she gives as Abby, she is somebody that you do find pretty likable. She's the one that's trying to keep everybody together. She's the one that's trying to, make sure that they are the top cheer squad because they're not taken seriously in school and things like that. And so, I did think she did a good job. She has that leadership type quality to her, and I think that in a better movie she could honestly be really good. I think she has a lot of potential as an actress. I think that she did give a pretty solid performance in this film. I've seen her in the show Alexa and Katie, and she's actually really good in that. So yeah, I do think that she is a talented actress. Everyone else though, no, everyone else here is pretty terrible. They're either underplaying it or overplaying it, and it's just really hard to watch, and I don't think that really works. But it's really the directing and the writing here that really just crumbles this entire film. First of all, Karen Lamb's directing. This film is entirely misleading. If you go into this movie thinking that this is a slasher comedy, you are going to be severely disappointed because, yes, obviously this is a comedy. There are moments that, there's obviously a lot of humor here. The majority of it falls flat. I'll say that right now. The comedy is really bad in this movie. I did not laugh very often at all. But the larger issue I have with it is, from a horror perspective, this film is so severely lacking. The horror that they have in this movie, one, is extremely lame. There's so many times where somebody is killed and they're cutting away from it, and almost immediately they don't want to show any of the graphic details of what went on. They don't even try to show you what happened. And the kills themselves are honestly very sporadic in the movie. It's not really a consistent element in this film, and honestly, it feels like it is encroaching on this movie. They try to tie the two of them together, and it just feels very flimsy, and I just don't think Lamb did a good enough job in balancing these two tones. I think there is absolutely a way you can combine these two things together, and I just don't know if Lamb was able to do it. Looking into other horror films, she's done other horror films before, so I don't know if she just kind of struggled with the comedic aspects of this or what was really going on, but I really just found her directing to be very lacking, and I was not impressed by what she did here. The screenplay, though, is such a mess in this movie. There's so much going on here that just does not really work here at all. None of the characters I really did find myself connecting to. I'll say that right off the bat. Even Abby as a character, there is a bit of an arc with her for why this is so important to her, but I just didn't find her to be particularly interesting. All the characters here I just found to be very one-note, and there's really nothing that interesting to them. Also, it takes forever for this movie to actually get going. A large portion of this movie is just a bunch of them hanging out overnight, trying to choreograph this winning routine, and you don't care about it because you don't see any reason to care about these characters. They don't do a good enough job in building up this conflict. They just kind of make you believe that they just kind of throw you into it, and I don't think they do a very good job with that. The chemistry isn't there, so that really doesn't work. But again, it's the way they incorporate the horror that just really hurts this film significantly. I mean, the world building is so bad in this movie. And they try to do this backstory of sorts where they dive into other cheerleading cases that this has happened to before, and it just really doesn't end up working at all. The backstory they give in this movie is so incredibly complicated, and you're just not really into it because, again, it doesn't fit like it fits within this movie. The horror elements, they just aren't consistent enough, so it just feels like they are really just kind of overcompensating for the lack of story here. And, to me, that is the definition of just a franchise that just has no idea what to do with itself anymore. And I think that's the best way to describe this movie. They don't know what to do with this. It very much feels like they are writing it as they go along. When we get to the eventual killer reveal, my God, this film just goes completely off the rails and goes in directions that honestly were unintentionally funny to me. The climax of this movie is one of the dumbest fucking things I think I've ever seen in a very long time. I could not believe this was the way they decided to end the movie. I could not believe that they were taking it as seriously as they really were. Again, if they were in on the joke or if they were self-aware of it, it really could have worked, but they really try to take it seriously. They really try to make it something thrilling, and it does not work at all. It is so stupid the way that they go about it. So yeah, this entire film I think was just such a big missed opportunity. I think there was a lot you honestly really could have done with this. I think that the idea of cheerleading and them staying overnight and correlating that with this darker, mythology and this killer that's on the loose, I think there's a lot you could do with that, but the way they try to connect everything, it just feels so incredibly flimsy. The characters are really lacking. The performances are really bad here, aside from Carrie Metters. She was really the only one that ended up sticking out to me. There's some okay moments, I guess, and there was definitely potential, but my God, this film just really crumbled under the weight of its own ambitions. In fact, I wouldn't even say it is that ambitious because it just feels so incredibly lazy. It doesn't want to go the extra mile and really try to commit to the horror genre. It rarely even shows you the kills that are happening, so that really just falls flat. I feel like everything about this movie just completely sunk and was not at all what I was hoping that it would be. I think if you go into this movie especially expecting for it to be something different, you're going to be very disappointed with how it really turned out. So yeah, I really couldn't stand this one at all. And I mean, I shouldn't be too surprised. This was a direct to VOD film and also premiered on like the Sci-Fi Channel, so it has that cheapness to it. But I don't know, I felt like this concept actually could have been something a lot of fun. I felt like this could have been something that was really self-aware, and they actually could have done a lot with it, and it just really disappointed me how little they end up doing with it by the end of the film. So yeah, D for Bring It On Cheer It. I really don't know what I expected here, but I expected at least some effort in this film, and honestly, I got very little effort. I got a film that had very little effort, and by the end, I was just really just surprised and annoyed by just how incredibly lazy and wasteful this film really did feel by the end. Grim Cuddy is also terrible. I mean, my God, you want to talk about a movie that is the most recycled fucking horror that you can think of? Look no further. I don't think there is a single element of this film that feels even slightly original. And it kind of sucks because I think the premise actually does have some potential. We're focusing on this internet meme of sorts, and it's been brought back, it's been brought to life, and it's, causing all this hysteria within people, and everyone's losing their minds over it. There's a lot you can get from that, but the direction they take it is just easily the most uninspired direction that they could possibly go. First of all, the acting, everyone's terrible here. I don't think there's a single actor that really stuck out. I don't think the main actor is like terrible. I think she's okay for the most part, but everybody else is just really bad here. They're just way too over the top, and some of them just feel like they don't really want to be there, and I don't think that really ended up working very much at all. But also the direction they take this movie, I just thought was completely the wrong way to go. I think the mythology actually could work. This film is supposed to be kind of like this sort of pseudo, story based around like the Momo challenge. Remember when that was a thing in like 2019? Everybody was like freaking out about it. Was causing like children to do all these like violent attacks. It was causing like self-harm and things like that. They really could have dived deeper into that here, and they just really don't. It feels very surface level. It feels like they never really dive into what is making them this way. Why do people feel so intrigued by Grim Cuddy? What is it about Grim Cuddy specifically that is making everyone do this? They don't do a good job of diving into that. Not to mention, the look they chose for Grim Cuddy is laughably stupid. There is not a single second of this movie where you feel even slightly threatened by this creature. I understand it's supposed to be an internet meme, but I mean, the thing about the Momo challenge, that Momo actually does look scary. Momo actually looks like something that could haunt you. Grim Cuddy does not look like that at all. Grim Cuddy looks like just like a big, just like a big puppet, pretty much. Like, there's nothing about Grim Cuddy that really works. The CGI is just really bad here. That scene in the bathroom especially is so stupid in context, for sure. You've seen the trailer 1,000 times. You've seen this movie. I don't think they do a good job with that. But easily the biggest issue I have with this film is just the story they decide to give the character of Asha. They do the most cliched possible story where, you know, she believes the threat of Grim Cuddy, but everybody else around her isn't getting it. Her parents are telling her that she's crazy. Everyone's trying to write it off. And it's just, how many times do we need to see this story? And look, you can make this story work, but I just feel like they needed something more here. You need to dive deeper into her connection towards Grim Cuddy. Why is this so interesting to her? Why is everybody so fascinated by this? The movie never answers any of these questions, and so you just kind of sit there and you're like, why should I even really care about this? What's even the point here? And then, my God, where they end up going in the third act is so stupid. It doesn't feel earned whatsoever. It feels like they really had no idea how to end this movie. I was just so baffled by the directions they decided to take this. This is one of the most uninspired horror films I've seen in a very long time, and last year was such a good year for horror. Let me just say that. One of the best years for horror, maybe the best year of horror I've ever seen in terms of, you know, reviewing on this channel. I really have to think about it, but it was truly a spectacular year for horror. But this is everything that encompasses what is wrong with modern horror films. There's just nothing here that feels original. There's nothing here that feels fresh. There's nothing here that feels like it's doing something different with its concept. It just feels like John Ross had this idea about the Momo challenge, and he's like, I want to make a movie about that. And then he sat down and everyone's like, cool, what are you gonna do with it? And he's like, and yeah, that was pretty much it. I mean, this just feels like a first draft. Feels like this movie, it's an idea. It doesn't really feel like a fully well-realized project, and it just really ends up falling apart by the time it starts. And the more it goes on, the more I just really ended up hating it. I just feel like there was so much more you could have done with this, diving into the moral panic that this is having on everybody, diving into the effect this is having on all the children and teenagers, and they just didn't really do a good job with any of that. It's not scary in the slightest. It's also like mercifully short. I think honestly they need to do a lot more with this for it to really stick out. This was just easily one of the worst horror films of last year for sure. So D- for Grim Cuddy. There was honestly very little to like about this. It's also like really cheap looking. The acting just really bad here. Just stay away from this one entirely. I think that, you know, there's some intrigue when you look at like the poster and the concept and things like that, but it's really not worth watching at all. There's some great horror films that came out last year. This is very much like bottom of the barrel in terms of horror, and very much what we need to stray away from overall. Decision to Leave is exactly the kind of movie that I just eat the fuck up. I mean, immediately, this story is one that I think is so intriguing. Yes, we are dealing with a typical, like, murder mystery here, but this film is anything but typical, because while we are centering on this murder mystery, we are centering just as much around this kind of, kind of the idea that this case, you know, kind of this forbidden love story as well. Our main character here, I think, is so well done. Hai Il-park is so good as this character of Detective Zhang. I think that he is somebody that you really find yourself connecting to, because he's so conflicted in the movie. You know, he is very by the book with what he wants to do, but you can see that he is starting to become very consumed by this case. It's really starting to take a very heavy toll on him, and he's starting to get much more invested in what's going on, especially once he starts to develop a genuine connection to Seo Ray, who is the prime suspect of this case. You know, her husband is the one that was murdered, and she is basically the one that pretty much everyone thinks is at fault for killing him. And I thought that their whole dynamic was very interesting in this film, because you never can really tell if he is sincere in what he's doing or if he actually is firmly on her side. And I think the movie does a really good job with that. This is not a film that gives you easy answers. So while you do see that he clearly has a connection to her, you also don't know if he is completely playing her from the start. And that's something that I definitely really did appreciate about this movie. I think that the back and forth between these two is really well done. And then how this affects his marriage, I think also is really well done. There's a great scene involving his wife and her just kind of going off about something that he did, and I thought that they did a really good job with that. So again, there really is a lot about this movie that I really do admire a lot. I think the directing by Park Chan-wook, like, listen, I haven't really seen much from him. I've heard nothing but amazing things about him as a director, and I definitely want to see more, but I can see why everyone has praised him for years, because I think he has such a knack for this kind of storytelling. I mean, this film is very dense, even more so than I was really expecting. This is not in any way a simplistic mystery. There are a lot of layers to this film, and I really just love how much he dives deep in all that, but also how much he's able to do in this movie. I mean, this movie is very riveting, but it also is very tragic. It's very emotional. There are moments that are even kind of funny, and I think that he combines all that so well together. You can also tell the passion that he's pouring into this film. There's so much that I think he is trying to say here about the idea of, you know, humanism and interfering with work and things like that, and sort of like, you know, the personal connections that we have and that consuming us. I think he just does such a great job in terms of the directing here, but it's the screenplay that really impresses me with this movie. And to be honest with you, there is a lot going on in this film. I was watching it, I was paying attention the whole time, but I found myself very overwhelmed by just how many details were in this movie. This is like I said, a very dense film. There's a lot going on here. The way it ends especially is phenomenal. It ends on this incredible note that I really was not expecting, and I really love the poignant note that this film ended on. But there were so many things leading up to that I feel like I should rewatch this movie at some point. I feel like there are things that you know, I would, on a rewatch especially, would admire that much more. And like I said, I really love this movie a lot. I think that the screenplay is really great. I think that the cinematography is incredible to this film. There's so many amazing shots here, and it definitely is a film that really does fly by. It's over 2 hours, but you really never feel a single second of it. But it's not at all an easy movie. There is a lot of details here. There is a lot that Wook is trying to hint at. And I think if I was to, rewatch this film, I think I would have an even bigger appreciation for it. So I've never done like a video essay before, but maybe I will re-explore this one at some point, because there really is a lot to admire about this one. It honestly is a very hard film for me to talking about without having that proper rewatch. So for now, I think I'm just kind of going to end it there. I think there's a lot to really love about this one. I think this is not at all the kind of mystery that you've seen before. I can see why this film did not sweep in the way people were thinking it was going to. A lot of people thought this was going to be like the front runner for Best International Feature, but I do think it is a film that is a lot more complex than people are expecting. I think that's something you should know going into it, that this is not going to be like a very simplistic mystery film you can just follow along. You really do kind of have to pay attention to every single piece of dialogue of what's going on here, and I think that's something I always love when movies don't do that. I love when a director is like forcing you to pay attention, and that's exactly what Park Chan-wook is doing here. So yeah, I really don't have that much more to say about this one. A- for Decision to Leave. I wish I had more to discuss, but to be honest with you, I saw it once. I really loved it a lot, but it's a film that I really do think I need to watch a second time to fully decipher how I feel about it and kind of put all my thoughts together. So expect a future review for this one at some point. But what I will say is that this is a film that deserves a lot more love than it did receive. I think this is a really kind of special mystery film that we don't get to see enough of. I think the director, I can see why he is such a talent, and I really can't recommend this one enough. Till is an incredible film. Now, look, I will get this out of the way right off the bat. I think for people who haven't seen this movie, there's going to be a lot of people that don't really want to watch this, mainly because I think there is a misconception that this movie is exploiting Emmett Till's death, and it's like, why do we need another, film or show about this? We literally just had an ABC miniseries about this in the beginning of last year. Why do we need something else that's revisiting a really tragic moment for so many Black Americans? A lot of people know this story. We don't need to be rehashing it and things like that. And that is a very understandable fear to have, and I don't blame anyone that doesn't want to watch this movie for that very reason. But this film that's not really what this film is about at all. In fact, if you've seen some behind the scenes things, Chinoya Chukwu, who has directed this movie, she has come out and said that she did not want the brutality, she did not want the racism to be the focus of this movie. We all know what happened. She didn't want people to have to suffer. This movie is way more centered on really just focusing on the life of someone that we might not know as much about, and that is Mamie Till Mosby. A lot of people don't know about this woman and all of the amazing things that she did, to end racial injustices like this, to end lynchings, in the United States and things like that. And this film is really making concerted effort to do so, and it's extremely effective in doing so. I mean, this film is almost solely focused on just how much this is affecting her and what she really wants to do to take a stand, to put an end to this once and for all. And while the film is very heartbreaking to watch, it's equally just as inspiring, because you see this woman who is doing everything she possibly can to make sure that this happens. She isn't going to take no for an answer. She knows how deadly this, she knows what this has done to her son, the way this has destroyed her emotionally, and she doesn't want anyone else to have to suffer through this. And I think the movie does a really good job in centering on all of that. And also, I mean, what a star-making performance here from Danielle Deadwyler, who I have praised in quite a few other things. I loved her in Station 11. If you haven't seen that show, she is incredible in that. The Harder They Fall was really the first thing I saw her in, and I thought that she gave a really standout performance in that. But my God, she is on a whole other level here. And earlier when I was talking about Andrea Riseborough, and I said that, I feel like there was a pretty obvious snub in terms of the Oscars, Deadwyler's who I was talking about. I don't know how they ended up snubbing her here. Just the amount of raw emotion and intensity that she puts into this film, it just is incredible to watch. I mean, she just gives such a raw performance that is just absolutely spellbinding to watch in this movie. I loved what she ended up doing here. It's a truly powerhouse performance, and she's really giving the film so much more nuance, so much more complexity, and it's very much needed because it really presents Mamie Till, Mamie Till Bradley as someone with this tremendous amount of strength, someone who had this sense of, it really presents Mamie Till Mobley as like someone with this tremendous amount of strength, someone who had this determination. Despite how hopeless things seem for her, she's always trying to have this can-do attitude. She's always trying to move forward, but you can also see just how much this is affecting her, and it's in those moments that she really just shines through and through here. Everyone's talked about the courtroom scene, and yeah, that scene alone, I don't know how you don't give that a nomination. I don't know how you don't honor that, because I think her performance is just absolutely masterful here. It's easily one of the best performances of last year. She alone is enough a reason to really watch this movie, and I think she just really knocks it out of the park. And again, obviously, it's a very difficult film to watch at points, but it really does a lot of work early on to kind of show the promise and potential But going away from that for a bit, because I think that she is incredible here, there are other things about this movie that work really well. Something I really appreciated is that the film really does kind of want to take the time to honor Emmett Till and kind of show the promise and potential that he really had. He was very optimistic. He had big dreams of wanting to go out into the world and like make something of himself. And I think they do a really good job with that when they're centering on the relationship between him and Mammy. I mean, the reason why it works so well is because of the fact that, one, obviously we know the tragedy that is looming, but also the fact that we see just how genuine and sweet their bond really was, how these two truly brought out the best in each other. They were each other's world in that way, and I mean, they just do such an incredible job of diving headfirst into that. I think some of the best scenes early on in the movie are just seeing these two interacting, and Jalen Hall is fantastic in this role. I've not seen enough praise for him, but I think he is so good in the moments that he's in. Obviously, he's not in the movie a lot, but I really like what they were doing with Emmett Till here. They really are trying to present him and just show what he really could have done, and it really just makes his tragedy all the more saddening. It really just makes it all the more just emotional in that way, knowing what ended up happening to him. I think they do such a great job with that. But again, the film wisely keeps the focus on her grief and not on the disgusting violence we all know about, and that's something I really did appreciate. It's a really smart choice, I think, to frame this narrative on her and really to show the constant efforts that she made and things like that. And, you know, her love for her son. I think those, especially the beginning, those scenes are so important because it really shapes so many of her decisions. You understand why she is reacting to the way that she is. You understand why this is so important to her. It goes beyond just the lynching. It goes beyond the genuine love she had for her son, and I think they do such a great job with that. And the film really does develop her very well here. It showcases just how loving of a person that she really was, and how, you know, she constantly had to fight throughout all of this. I mean, when you see the way people were treating her and how little movement was being made on this, on this effort to end, you know, all the racial injustices that were going on, I mean, it is just, it is abhorrent to watch, and seeing her constantly have this optimism and constantly trying to put her best foot forward and making sure that this happened, I think is just really inspiring to watch, and I think they do a really good job with that. But again, it's the directing here by Chinonye Chukwu, who offers so much sensitivity, so much thoughtfulness to this film. You can see that she really has taken the time to study Mammy Till Mobley and really tell her story to the fullest, and I think she just does a really great job with that. And I've seen people say this, and I'll agree, this kind of feels like a future like match made in heaven between her and Danielle Deadwyler. I don't know if they have any more projects in the pipeline, but they really do kind of bring out the best in each other. And I think in the same way that Deadwyler was snubbed for Best Actress, Chukwu was really snubbed for Best Director, because I think she is just fantastic here. And it's very hard to make a film like this, I feel like, you know, without conveying the proper emotions. It's very hard to make a film like this elicit the proper emotions out of the viewer without making it feel just like really overdramatic and really just overdone. But she really puts the effort in, and she really wants to honor the legacy of Mammy, and I just think she really succeeds in doing so. I think there's something generally very beautiful about what she decided to do here, and that's something I really just appreciate about this film. That being said, the film is not perfect. I think the script can be a bit traditional at points. You know, we're going from point A to point B. There are points that definitely feel like Wikipedia entries. There are characters here that I just wanted to see a little bit more from. Whoopi Goldberg has some really good moments in this movie, but I wanted to see more of the relation between her and Mamie. I thought that the scenes they had together were very effective, but I thought that she deserved a little bit more. Same goes with characters like Frankie Faison's character and Kevin Carroll. I thought both their characters needed a little bit more in terms of you know, what they really end up doing with the both of them, how they get in on everything. I think they could have done a little bit more. And it does cause the second act of the film, I think, to just be a bit drawn out. The first act is great. You are into it. You really are liking the relation between these two. You know of the looming tragedy that's about to happen, and you're kind of waiting for it, but you're also dreading it because you're so invested in the relation between Mammy and Emmett. And then the third act of the movie, I think, is just absolutely incredible. It's so emotionally satisfying. There's such great payoff to it. The second act can get just a little bit overlong, and I think that does hurt the film at points. There were points here where I was like, do we really need to be focusing so much on this? There were things that are happening that just really kind of feel drawn out. We understand that there's a lot that she's going through. We understand there's a lot of people who are not understanding the severity of this, but it does start to feel a bit repetitive at points, and I think that does hurt the film in some respects. And I will say, I wasn't too big on the score in this film. It's one of those scores where when it is used effectively, it does work, but it's one of those movies where they keep overusing it a bit, and it just kind of undercuts some of the emotion at points, and I think that it just felt like it was kind of getting in the way of the scene. I've said it before, I think, you know, the best scores are used when they know how to elevate the movie, and I feel like the one here, they just used it a bit too much, and I think if it was used a bit more sparingly, it would have been a little bit more effective. But with how hard-hitting, I mean, the movie is, especially the ending, my god, it really just is a true gut punch of an ending. And the emotional moments here, it has so much to say about racial injustice, but also just as much about grief, how hard it is to move away from it, and how grief never really goes away, and how it kind of shapes your every decision. It's a far better film than I think people were really expecting it to be. It's definitely a hard watch. I'm not going to try to shy away from that. There are definitely scenes that are going to be difficult for some people, but I think if you are willing to give this a chance, it's a very satisfying experience. It's a very important film, and I think it's the kind of movie that it's doing a lot more than other adaptations of it. This is not just a straightforward adaptation. It's trying to dive deeper into things that other films and just media in general really haven't, and I think it's really great that this film was able to do that. Amazing performance in Danielle Deadwyler. Have no idea how she was snubbed for an Oscar, because I think her performance here is just on a whole other level, and it's impossible to really it's the kind of performance that's just impossible to really overlook. Amazing directing here from Chinua Kukwa. I've never really seen anything from her before, but I think that she is just an absolute star in terms of directing. It can get a bit clunky, it can get a bit overlong at times with the screenplay, and it can get a little, traditional and things like that, but I think for what this is, it is extremely effective, and it's definitely a film that has really stuck with me since I've seen it. So A- for Till. I can understand if people have a really hard time watching this one because of the subject matter, but I think if you're willing to give it a chance, it is an extremely effective film that really does end up paying off in the end, and maybe even will give you a little bit more idea of things that you didn't know regarding Mamito Mobley, and I think that alone is enough for reason to watch this one. Stars at Noon is a film that I really wanted to like, and honestly, I thought that it did have a lot going for it. Right off the bat, I mean, some really great actors in here. Margaret Qualley, as usual, is fantastic in this movie. I think she does give a really strong performance as the character of Trish, and I really do like her kind of being this journalist that is stranded in this country, that she doesn't speak the language, she doesn't really know how to function here, and you can see her just really kind of grappling with that throughout the film. And I think she gives a really strong performance that way, and especially saying this during the COVID-19 pandemic, I think a lot of people are going to relate to her character, the constant fear, but also the annoyance that she's in throughout this film, and the ways that she's trying so desperately to entertain herself. I think the movie does do a really good job of that, and I think Qualley especially, really kills it in this movie. I really enjoyed her performance a lot here. Benny Safdie also is very good. He has some very memorable moments throughout this film, and Claire Denny does do a good job at directing this film. I think that she has a very specific style that works here. It's not just a romantic film, it's also trying to be like a heist film of sorts, and I think that her directing here is pretty solid. Unfortunately, the movie itself, I don't really remember beyond that, and it's really due to a couple things. One, I think that as much as I do enjoy Margaret Qualley here, when it comes to Joel Alwyn in this movie, I really just don't think he was all that great. I don't know if it was just the character that he was given, or if he just really wasn't able to convey the character character to his fullest potential, but I really just was not impressed by his performance in this movie. He frequently seems kind of bored or confused, and I just really wasn't impressed by him. And I also felt, unfortunately, him and Margaret Qualley just had zero chemistry whatsoever, and so much of the film is contingent upon us caring about their relationship, and I just really failed to do so because I didn't really feel like these two had that connection. I didn't really feel it between them, and I think that really is to this film's detriment. So that severely ended up hurting the film for me. I didn't find myself latching onto their relationship really at all here. The screenplay also, I just feel isn't really all that great. I think it's quite clunky. In many areas, there's a lot of different plot lines going on here, whether it involves this heist of sorts, like I said, that Trish ends up involved in. She is very rebellious and things like that, and, you know, there's things that she is doing in order to attain this goal of trying to, you know, cover all these, like, brutal killings that have gone on and things like that, and, you know, she wants to, her passport's, like, confiscated, and so she's trying to find a way to attain, she finds a way to, like, attain a passport and things like that. Like, I understand that, but after a certain point, it just really wasn't quite working for me. I didn't find it to be all that investing, and there are many points where it just feels like the film doesn't really know what to do with itself. The CIA agents in this movie, there's nothing to them. The characters themselves, I couldn't tell you a single characteristic about them. I didn't find them to be interesting really at all here, so I wasn't very impressed by them in the film. And again, the movie tries to add some sort of intensity, but again, so much of it is surrounded around this relationship that I just don't really care about. I felt that the chemistry wasn't really there. The pacing also is not good at all in this movie. It's over 2 hours long, really no reason for it to be. There are so many scenes that just drag on and on, especially in, like, the second act of this movie. I think the first, like, 30 minutes I was kind of into it, but after that it really just kind of lost me, so I wasn't super into that at all. I did enjoy the cinematography in this film. It has a very crisp sort of look to it, and I think it works really well. The score here, I think, is effective when it is used, but overall, I just really wasn't into this one. I really wanted to like it, and there are aspects of it that I do enjoy, but for the most part, it just really didn't do much of anything for me. I was really let down by this one. So, yeah, C, 4 stars at noon. I wish I had more to say, but it honestly is the kind of movie that, like, it just did so little for me. It's kind of left my head, and I really just don't have much to say about it other than marvel at the things that I already did. So, yeah, I think there's some interest in this one, and I know that there are people that enjoyed it, but for me, just really didn't do much at all.
Okay, this one is so much fun, Rosalind. I really enjoyed this one quite a bit. First of all, I think the premise of this movie is just a really genius idea. I've always really enjoyed Shakespeare myself. I know a lot of people don't, but I've always enjoyed a lot of Shakespeare text and things like that. I know a lot of it's, like, very dated and things, but I've always found a lot of it to be very fascinating. And the story of Romeo and Juliet, you know, we always know that there's the character of Rosalind in there, but she's never really had any agency of her own. So deciding to then shift the focus to her perspective, I think, is a really genius idea, and it very much does pay off here. This film is very much feels like one of those, like, kind of early 2010, like, girl boss type movies, and it very much does work as such. One of the biggest reasons being Caitlin Dever is just so good in this movie. This is easily, I think, one of her best performances to date. She does such a great job as this character. She's such a knockout in this role because, you know, in this movie, yeah, a lot of these characters are speaking in Shakespearean dialogue and things like that, but then you have Rosalind, who's just kind of like, wait, what are you doing? Why are you talking like this? She's constantly questioning and lampooning everybody around her, and that could get very annoying. It could be like, okay, this character just feels like she's above everyone, but it never feels like that. It just feels like Rosalind is more down to earth. Rosalind's a little bit more authentic than some of the other people around her, and I think it works really well. But she also has such a big heart that you really just find yourself latching onto her, and so I think that Dever just did such a great job of striking that balance between this girl that's, like, really fucking snarky and, like, constantly just, like questioning why people are acting the way they are. Like, why are you constantly talking in like sonnets and things like that? But also showing that this is someone that generally does care for people, has a heart, you know, has a legitimate goal. I think she just does a really great job here, and I think she definitely is one of the best parts of this movie. Isabella Merced is also fantastic here. She plays a very different kind of Juliet than we've seen, and I really like the bond between these two, the directions they end up going. I didn't think their bond was going to be as key to the movie as it was, because I really didn't know a lot going into this other than the central premise, but it ended up being one of the most important parts of the movie, and I really like what they end up doing with that. The story of Romeo and Juliet is in this film, but it doesn't quite go in the directions that you're thinking, and that's something I did overall enjoy about this movie. It wasn't as predictable as I thought it was maybe going to be, and that's something that I definitely really did enjoy. The direction here also by Karen Maine is so good. She's proves once again she is not a one-hit wonder. Yes God Yes was such a great directorial debut from her, and she carries that over here. I think she does a really great job of making this film feel very distinctive. Yes, this film at points feels very anachronistic, but the reason I don't have an issue with that in this movie is because of the fact that that's its identity. This movie is trying to be something different. This movie is trying to bring a different kind of tone, and it really does work. This movie had me laughing so many times throughout this film. I was laughing hysterically at points throughout this movie, but I felt there was a genuine heart to this film as well that just worked really well, and I just thought her directing was so strong here. I love what she was bringing to the table here. The production design is also really well done. You really feel like you're in that Shakespearean time period, and I thought that they did a really good job with that when it came to this film. And the script, like I said, it's so well thought out. The way they end up telling this story does not go in the directions you're expecting. Romeo, even as a character, where they went with him, I thought was so funny. Kyle Allen is so good in this role because he's playing a Romeo that is basically the Romeo that you're used to. He's like talking in all these like different sonnets and things like that. He's always trying to impress women, but then you have like Rosalind who's like, why are you talking to me like this? Why are you, speaking to me from like a balcony and things like that? I just thought stuff like that was a lot of fun, and there are a lot of really fun additions that they have to this story that I think end up working really well. The only real issue I have with this movie, and what keeps it from being truly great, is the movie, despite the fact it does go in some directions I wasn't expecting, still ends up being relatively predictable. And the main reason for that is the character of Dario in this film. The second that he comes on screen, you know exactly where his character is going to go. Rosalind and Dario don't really like each other at first, but you know they're going to come to like each other at some point. And I just found that direction to be kind of lazy, where they end up going with this character. I wanted something a little bit more fresh, something a little more exciting, and they kind of just went where I expected them to go with him, so I wasn't too surprised with how they end up going. It's not the most original film in the world in that sense. There's a lot of things that we have seen before in other movies, but it does enough to really stick out here, and it's honestly ends up being one of the most enjoyable films I've watched all year. I just really liked what this movie ended up doing. And it's another Hulu film that like should have absolutely gone to theaters. Like, I don't know what Disney is doing with constantly putting these movies directly to Hulu that should have gotten a theatrical release. But this one definitely should. I think it definitely would have done well. There's definitely an audience for this movie. I really could see this movie like growing throughout the years as like a cult film of sorts. I really enjoyed this one a lot. I thought it was a lot of fun. Put a really unique spin on things. Very, very fresh, very different than anything that you've seen in terms of like Romeo and Juliet films. And I really enjoyed what they end up doing here. It's a good way to take a known property and just turn it on its head. I thought they did that really well with this movie.
Oh yeah. I was like very excited to watch this one, and like, I love Caitlin Dever. Like, anything she's in, I just enjoy her. One of my favorites.
Yeah.
And I'm just very glad she's getting all these, like, bigger roles.
Yeah.
And actually, the first thing I ever saw her in was Last Man Standing.
Last Man Standing, yeah. I think so for me, too.
I've only seen, like, the first 1 or 2 seasons, but...
Yeah. I only saw, like, the first season. I don't watch those kind of shows anymore.
This film was definitely very comedic, very enjoyable, very just delightful and fun. Yeah. I laughed a lot during it, and like it was very entertaining. The acting was amazing too. Like the whole cast were just also had a genuine and authentic chemistry. I think they all worked very well together.
Oh yeah.
The story was pure and sweet, very funny, but also predictable as well. Like with
Dario. Yeah.
But
he's still good in the movie. Like Sean Teal is still good. It's just very predictable where he's gonna go.
Oh yeah, I really like that dynamic though. It's so good, so funny. But yeah, Caitlin Dever definitely hands down the star of the movie.
Oh yeah,
like she just killed it, and like she really got into the character. And then like the dialogue was great, very funny as well. The cinematography was beautiful, and like I love the score honestly, and like
the score is really good.
Having Taylor Swift in the end credits was pretty awesome.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, it's definitely one of my new favorite movies. I want to rewatch it at some point.
Yeah, I definitely will want to rewatch this one at some point as well. B for me, by the way. I forgot to give my grade.
A very fun, substantial, and important film.
Yeah.
But yeah, B as well for me.
Yeah, very fun movie. Wish more people were talking about it. Some people are talking about it a little bit, but I think definitely it's one of those films that probably would have been talked about a lot more if it got a theatrical release, but that's asking Disney to put effort into something that's not an IP, and that's a whole different discussion, which we're not going to get into right now, but we know exactly why Disney did not put this in theaters, but we're going to go ahead and move on to the next movie before I go on too much of a tangent, so we're just going to go ahead and do that. Watch Rosalind. It's good. I give it a B. I give it a B. Please. She gave it a B. Definitely.
Like, it definitely deserves more watches.
Yes, definitely a very fun film. The Cursive of Bridge Hollow wasn't quite as bad as I was expecting. When I saw that there was a Netflix movie with Marlon Wayans coming out, it's directed by Jeff Wadlow, I was like, oh my god, this is going to be one of the worst things ever, because both of them have been terrible with Netflix. All their projects on Netflix have been absolute trash, in my opinion, and they have had some of the worst films to come out within Netflix, and not just Netflix, but Jeff Wadlow has been so bad as a director lately, and this film is not as bad as I was expecting. It just ends up being relatively very average. The things that do elevate it, I think, honestly, Marlon Wayans doesn't give a terrible performance here. He does what he needs to do, and I think that he's playing a role that's a little bit more stripped back than what you're used to. He's not as over the top. Yes, he's screaming a lot and things like that, but Howard, I think, is an all-right character, and I think he does that really well. Priya Ferguson is honestly really good in this movie. I thought that she did give a really strong performance here, and I liked the overall dynamic between the two of them. It's very cliche at points, but I did find myself latching onto the bond between both Marlon Wayans and Priya Ferguson, so I thought that ended up working out pretty well. The majority of the cast honestly wasn't too bad. Rob Riggle was honestly really funny in this movie. I wanted more from him. I thought that he was definitely one of the big standouts, and whenever I laughed, it was when he was on screen. Lauren Lapkus, John Michael Higgins, wasn't really big on either of them, and then Kelly Rowland is completely wasted in this movie. She just kind of plays like the concerned wife. There's not really much else for her to really do in this film. Ultimately, like I said, this just ends up being a very standard Halloween film. You got this, you basically you have this evil spirit that's wreaking havoc. Their decorations are coming to life, and my god, those decorations, the CGI, it's terrible. There's not a single second of the CGI, at least for me, that looked even somewhat tangible, that looked even somewhat real. All of it looked horrible, and she can attest to this. Every single time I said, oh my god, what is that CGI? It was so bad. It's easily the worst part of the movie. Unfortunately, it shows up a lot. There's a lot of moments in this film where there are a lot of haunted decorations, and it just looks really bad. I don't know what the budget was for this movie, but it was not there. Like, I was not a fan of the CGI very much at all here. It looked very phony. It looked very unfinished. Cinematography itself isn't terrible, but the way this movie goes, it a lot of the time feels like it's ending because of the haunted decorations. The way they end up doing it, they kind of just repeat the same thing over and over again, so the film starts to feel very formulaic and repetitive, and then once they get to the end, it's like, oh my god, we're finally here. There's a lot of elements, I think, that need to be fleshed out more. I had a very hard time understanding why this whole thing was happening and things like that. I wanted a lot more. I wanted a lot more from this one. I honestly was surprised by how much more I wanted from this one, because I was expecting this to be utter shit, but I actually did see quite a bit of potential in this concept, but I just don't think they really went there, so it just ends up being very average overall. C for this one. It honestly would be a C plus if the CGI was even somewhat passable, but because it's as bad as it is, I think I have to go C for this one. Not really anything that great.
Yeah, this film was just like okay, very average. It just wasn't anything special, really. No. But it was just a very typical Netflix Halloween film. But I mean, it was fun, definitely fun and very entertaining. The performances were strong, like especially Marlon Wayans and Priya Ferguson. Like we love Priya on Stranger Things, obviously.
Oh yeah, we love Erica. You can't spell America without Erica. We love that.
True. Yeah, they were definitely...
They need more Erica, honestly. She
Yes.
wasn't in season 4 enough.
I know. But yeah, they were definitely like the heart of this film as
Yeah.
Howard and Sydney.
Sydney
yeah.
Sweeney.
Yes. Yeah, she was in it.
Yeah, she's not in this movie.
Kelly Rowland was great as Emily, but she was very wasted. She was
Yeah.
just barely in it. She was just, the concerned wife, like
Yeah.
you said, very just...
I forgot she was there.
She was literally just the mom.
Yeah.
Lauren Lapkus was pretty funny.
alright.
Rob Riggle, very funny. Like, should have seen more of him, honestly. Nia Vardalos was great because she's usually a pretty good actress, and like as Madame Hawthorne. The cinematography was just all right. Like, some of it was good and very unique and innovative, but like some was just kind of like, like some of the effects and imagery were pretty bad the majority of the time. It wasn't very realistic at all.
No.
I mean, it would be higher for me, like as a grade, if they just had better effects and stuff and just made it more realistic.
And if the story was more fleshed out, which it's
and
not.
like the story's just so basic. Like, if there's like, it wasn't terrible, but there just should have been more to it.
There's like a whole possession angle as well that doesn't really go anywhere.
Not at all.
So
it's definitely just like a background kind of movie, just like something you watch for Halloween, just for fun with your friends or whatever.
It's good for the kids.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, not really anything special.
Yeah, and it was definitely enjoyable. It had some comedic moments.
Yeah.
But it was just very basic and straightforward, and definitely a C for me.
Yeah, very throwaway Netflix schlock. Not much else to say.
Yeah.
The School for Good and Evil, honestly, was kind of what I expected it to be. I went into this because I'm honestly at a point where a lot of big budget Netflix films, I can't get excited for them because they always end up the exact same way, where it's like, we have a lot of big actors and we have a really interesting premise, and this is going to be I always tell myself this is going to be the one, and then we have The Gray Man, which disappointed me, and then I get excited again, and we have Spiderhead, which disappointed me, and I've just gotten to a point where it's like, I can't get excited for these anymore. So I really wasn't surprised.
Spiderhead was so boring.
Yeah, so I really wasn't surprised to find out that this movie is not very good, very much at all. There are a lot of issues that bring this film down. I will say the concept of this movie I don't think is a bad one. I like the idea that we have these two girls and they've been friends and they want to go to this, they're told to go to this school, and they do, but then they get switched. The one that's good goes to evil, the one that evil goes to good. I think there's a lot that you can do with that. Unfortunately, the way it's handled in this movie just really didn't work for me very much at all. And I think the biggest issue right off the bat are our two main characters, which, despite the fact that I think Sophia and Caruso and Sophia Wiley both do a really good job, particularly Sophia Wiley, I thought was really good in this movie. I just, for the beginning, did not really find myself latched onto either of these two characters. Sophie and Agatha didn't interest me, mainly because they rushed through so much of their introductions. There are things that are hinted at with them, but they're whisked away almost immediately to the school before I have any time to really connect to them as characters. So when so much of the movie is focused on them, I really just had a hard time caring about what was going on, and that's unfortunately did hinder a lot of this movie for me, and I thought that was definitely a really big issue. I will say, as the movie went on, I think Agatha actually becomes a better character. She has a pretty clearly defined arc. There's a direction she ends up going that I thought did end up working. Sophie, on the other hand, is very messy. There's a direction they go with her. I get what they were trying to do. I do. It just does not work at all with where that character was in the beginning of the movie. As you see the film going on, it just really didn't end up working for me. I felt like there was so much more they needed to do to get you to latch onto this character, and they really don't. So much of this film are just these dragged out sequences of the girls being ridiculed by their, their classmates at school because they're not good or evil enough, and them learning to become good or evil enough, or them,
talking to the headmaster of either school and them trying to kind of, take them under their wing and things like that. And there's so many scenes of the film that are devoted to that it honestly starts to feel very repetitive in that way. And I don't think they did a very good job of that. So the movie honestly feels very overlawn after a while. It really just feels like there isn't much going on for a long time in this movie. And it really ends up dragging out its concept. There's a lot of characters here also that kind of amount to nothing. There's a character that Agatha seems like she's going to have a pretty strong bond with, and then they don't do anything with it in the movie. I was like, what was the point of this character?
Yeah.
I think you know what I'm talking about. They didn't do anything with this character in the movie. I don't know what the point of that character really was at all. And even and here's the thing, this movie is 2.5 hours. I would be a little bit more forgiving if the movie was like 90 minutes. Okay, they weren't really able to tell the story that they wanted to, but this movie is over 2.5 hours long, and still there are so many story elements that feel underwritten. I don't feel like I know this world. I don't feel like I know these characters. The characters that aren't Sophie and Agatha, there's almost nothing to them. Both of the headmasters, we really don't know anything about them other than they don't like each other. That's really kind of it. And look, Charlize Theron and Kerry Washington are really good in the roles. Like, they do a good job, but they don't really have much to work with at all. Lawrence Fishburne also doesn't really have much to work with. And so that just ended up being very frustrating in this movie. Also, I felt the directing by Paul Feig really left a lot to be desired here. Look, he can be a very good director, but I feel like this kind of movie was not the kind of film that he needed to take on. It feels very uninspired. It's so all over the place. There are points of this movie where it seems like it's trying to be just this very zany comedy, something almost in the style of Rosalind, and then it's trying to take itself a lot more seriously, almost like it's Harry Potter or something like that. It never has an identity or style of its own, and so it's very hard to stay invested in the movie because it's so all over the place when it comes to the tone here. The dialogue also is super unengaging in this movie. There's a lot of lines where I was just like, why did you write that line that way? I don't understand. The way the characters were talking, I felt almost like I was watching like a teen comedy. I didn't feel like I was watching like a fantasy film. It didn't really feel like it fit very much at all. So yeah, I really found myself annoyed by a lot of this movie. The effects honestly aren't too bad. I wasn't like bothered by them. I thought the production design and things like that were okay in this film. There's some effects that really do leave a lot to be desired. The movie also, I think, really does not do a good job with telling the story. It's very reliant on this narration. And look, I love Cate Blanchett. I do. She's a fantastic actress. I'm very excited for Tar and things like that. When this comes out, I probably will have already seen Tar. Not The Amazing Race, the movie Tar. I'm very, very excited to see her in that. But her narration in this movie is completely pointless. The only times they use her, it's really to like explain characters' motivations. And if you have to do that, the narration isn't necessary. It feels like she's just there as a way to dismiss how poorly written so many of these characters are, and to me it just felt very lazy. Like, there's a moment with Sophie where they kind of explain to you why she wants to go to this school, and I'm like, well, why didn't we just see that? Why didn't you just show that to me? Why are you telling me something that I didn't like, that I couldn't have inferred on my own? I just didn't really like that at all, so I felt the narration was just really not necessary in this film at all, and I think was a big reason why the script just did not really work here for me very much at all. Between that, how contrived so many of these characters feel. Like I said, the production design I think is really good. Like, they do a good job of making both schools feel like distinctive in that way and things like that. It just feels like this movie needed a lot more of a vision. It needed a lot more of an idea, because it really ends up feeling very derivative. The comparisons to Harry Potter and things like that I get with this movie, because I definitely do feel that vibe, but it's missing the really good world building that we had in that first movie. It's missing the character development for Harry, Ron, and Hermione. That's just not in this movie. You don't really feel latched onto these characters at all. Really, it just ends up being another big disappointment from Netflix, and really just kind of reminds you of better films you're watching. The way the movie ends as well, I thought was very unsatisfying. The climax drags on forever, and when you finally get to it, it just feels very disappointing in execution. This really is just a film that I wanted so much more from. There's so much I think they could have done with this world, and I felt like a lot of it was just very much wasted, and the message ends up being very obvious from the second the movie starts. I just really was not a big fan of this one at all. C for me for this one.
I definitely agree with you on some of this stuff, but like I actually enjoyed it. Like I was excited to watch it, and like especially for Sophia Wiley, I'm just excited to see her branch out more.
Yeah.
Because she's a great actress.
She is a great actress, and she proves she is in this.
Oh yeah, like this. I will say this movie was definitely questionable at points, such as like the dialogue and the plot lines. Just some things going like a very odd or weird direction. But yeah, Sophia Wiley, incredible as Agatha. Definitely the best character for sure. Like
you conjured up a new character.
Oh yeah, but yeah, her character was definitely the most consistent. Yeah, definitely very happy she's breaking out to more roles. Sophia Ann Caruso was amazing as Sophie, but her character was very inconsistent. Like her evil storyline didn't really make sense at some points.
Yeah, the directions they went with her didn't really work.
Yeah, some of it was okay, some just didn't work.
Yeah.
Lawrence Fishburne was good, but he didn't have much to do.
No,
sadly.
he really didn't.
Michelle Yeoh, Kerry Washington, and Charlize Theron were fantastic. They did a great job, like usual. The production design and the cinematography were stunning. Like, I really liked that. Definitely gave, like, Harry Potter vibes, but with, like, a different direction. And, like, the score was really cool, ethereal. Loved that very much. Just, like, some of the directions just kind of were very questionable, very different. Like, I was just in, like, a way that I'm just, like, what does this mean?
Yeah.
But, like, I still liked it.
Like, how did we get here?
Yeah. But I still thought the film was cute, very wholesome, just imaginative, and it was just, like, a very, like, sweet film that, like, and very, like, fantasy that you'll watch with, like, siblings or family, or just, like, a family film, and it's just really fun, and B- for me.
Yeah. Oh, also, speaking of actors, Michelle Yeoh is completely wasted in this movie.
I mean, she was great, but she was a little wasted.
Little wasted. Her entire character is just, I need you to smile more. Like, that's her entire character.
Okay, well, that was funny. That was funny, but questionable.
They don't do anything with her in the movie. What a waste of her talents.
She had more to do than some people.
I don't know about that. Yeah, no, I'll end this by saying that, like, I know Netflix really wants that franchise. They want that moneymaker, but, like, there's got to be more effort put into them than this. There's got to be more creative liberties taken than the ones they take here. And otherwise, they just feel very stale and honestly very desperate at this point, the way this movie ends. And I think this is one of the laziest attempts yet. So, yeah, yet again, a very disappointing Netflix movie. Okay, so Black Adam, easily, I think, the biggest movie we're talking about of the ones in this What I Watch video. You'd probably be surprised I didn't do an individual review for this one. Well, honestly, this film had me very conflicted throughout the majority of it, because there are things that I really do like here. I like Dwayne Johnson's performance. He's putting a lot of effort and passion into this movie. Mm-hmm. You can tell he really is putting his whole heart and soul into this character. You believe him as this guy who just doesn't really do things the way that other superheroes do. He doesn't believe in a code. He doesn't believe in any mercy. He wants to kill these people in cold blood and have really no what's the word I'm looking for? No sort of regrets whatsoever when it comes to that. He has really no sort of guilt for doing so, and I think he portrays that character very well. The Justice Society of America, all of them are so well casted. I loved Aldous Hodge in this movie. Oh, yeah. Pierce Brosnan nearly stole the whole movie for me. I thought he was so well cast here as Dr. Fate. He has some of the funniest lines in the movie, and yes, he does resemble Doctor Strange a lot, but it's important to remember that Dr. Fate actually comes first in the comics. His character was around before Doctor Strange, and I think that he works very well in this film. Noah Centineo worked way better for me than I thought he would. I thought he was a lot of fun as the character that he was playing, and I even like Quintessa Swindell in this movie. I thought all of the Justice Society of America was really good. I enjoyed their performances a lot in this movie. There are some really fun moments in this film. There are things this movie is trying to say about what it means to be a hero. Do you need to follow a code, or do you need to just be your own person? I think all that is really well done.
The problem is all the things this movie does well, I think, is undercut by the directions they decide to go with this movie, because 90% of this movie, and I'm not kidding you, 90% of this film are action sequences. This movie is quite literally non-stop action, and I really felt it was to the detriment of the story here. The action sequences we get are not bad. They're not terrible in this movie, but there are way too many of them, especially because there are so many points in this movie where you will have characters engaging in a very interesting conversation that feels like it's really going to go somewhere, and then that character's just off to, participate in another big action set piece. Or you have Black Adam at a point where he's starting to dive a little bit deeper into his past, and we start to get an idea more of like what his whole motivation is. But I gotta go defeat this character. Like, this is constantly happening throughout the movie, and it just left me very frustrated. I was like, enough already with the action sequences. I know they're essential in superhero movies, but you gotta balance that out with character, and I don't feel like they did that here very well at all. I honestly found it to be very poorly developed, and Black Adam as a character I also felt was very poorly developed in this movie. For the first first 2 acts or so, I didn't really care about this character. I found him to be very flat. I liked Dwayne Johnson in the role, obviously, but if he wasn't playing the character, I honestly don't think I would have cared, because I just didn't really feel like there was enough we were getting. Mm-hmm. Thankfully, the third act, we start to dive a bit deeper into what is he all about, what makes him this way, and I thought they did a good job with that. But I did feel it came a little bit too late into the film. And I thought they could have handled that better. The other issue with this movie for me is that it really feels like almost 2 different movies. You have the Justice Society of America, who I really do like in this film, and I think that they're a really fun addition. Seeing their back and forth with Black Adam, the way that they constantly want to neutralize him and things like that, their whole interactions are really fun, but it almost feels like we should have gotten a Justice Society of America movie to flesh out these characters, because I don't know if you agree with me, it felt like we already had a Justice Society of America movie. They were acting like we already knew these characters. We already knew their backgrounds, and we don't. This is the first time we're seeing them, and I didn't feel it was the strongest introduction. I felt like almost at times they're stealing the movie, and I mean that in a good way. I liked their characters a lot, but I needed them to have their own movie, because it very much felt like their whole story was in conflict with Black Adam. Because the other thing I haven't talked about, there's a whole other side to this movie involving this family, this boy that looks up to Black Adam. Horrible actor, by the way. Was not a fan of him at all. And that whole storyline to me felt completely just separate from everything else. Everything going on when it came to him and his mom, it didn't feel like it fit in this movie. It just felt like there were too many things that they added into this film. They really just needed to figure out, what do we really want the story to be here? What do we really want to latch onto in this movie? What is the main conflict going on here? It felt like they couldn't decide, so they tried to throw everything into this movie, and as a result, it kind of just feels like a mess at points. And don't get me wrong, it's a fun mess. There are a lot of moments that I did have fun with in this movie. There are a lot of moments that very much did entertain me, but for everything I like, it's undercut by another really overlong action set piece. It's undercut by some poorly developed character. It's undercut by a character that I felt was honestly kind of pointless. There's another character in this movie who he's there to be like the comic relief. His entire gag is that he likes to sing along to like this song in the car. That's his entire gag in the movie. I really didn't find him to be relevant in the slightest. I didn't find him funny at all. I didn't understand what the point of his character really was here. I liked the song that he was singing, but that was kind of it. I don't really understand what the point of his character was. But yeah, that also didn't really work out for me at all. So again, I think there's a lot that works in this movie. John Collette-Serra's directing is really good. He's a very good director of action, but it just felt like this movie needed a lot more of an idea of what they really wanted to do, and they just didn't really do that. I feel like the DCU has had a really good mix of action and character, and this time around, they did not strike that balance as well as they could have. We have some really good ideas here, some really good characters, but it all just
feels like it's a bit undercut. The villain also is like completely non-existent in this movie. Every time he comes up, I'm like, oh yeah, there's a villain here. And he didn't really have any impact whatsoever. I honestly felt it was probably one of the lamest villains I've seen in a comic book movie in a while. I wasn't a fan of really anything they were doing with him. So yeah, overall, I came out of this feeling very underwhelmed. Post-credit scene is incredible. It's as good as everybody has said. Definitely stay towards the end of the movie. I'm sure everybody's going to tell you that in every review. But I really just wanted a lot more from this. The mythology, I thought, could have been delved into a lot more. Black Adam's past, even the Justice Society of America, almost feeling like they needed their own movie at points. There's just a lot more that needed to be rethought out here, and I felt that because it wasn't, it just really was the detriment of the film. So C+ for me. I had a good time with it. It's definitely enjoyable. It's just not nearly as good as I think it could have been.
All right. Yeah, it was definitely like divisive for sure, but I did enjoy it. I was excited to watch it because like I love Dwayne Johnson. He's just one of my favorites, and I just always enjoy him in a lot of his roles.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of always plays the same character, but yeah.
Sometimes. But yeah, I feel like he did a fantastic job as the lead. He really put his heart and soul into this character. He had a lot of passion. He did amazing. And this movie was definitely fun. It was incredibly action-packed, but like...
Too much.
Definitely too much at points. Like, I didn't hate it, but it was also too much at points when it wasn't needed. Like, the whole cast or most of the cast were, like, great. Like,
not the kid.
Yeah, him not really. He was alright, but but, like, Pierce Brosnan and Noah Centineo and everyone, like, they did a great job.
Yeah.
And... like, they all had this, like, very authentic chemistry. The production, the imagery, and the cinematography were creative, very groundbreaking. I like that a lot. It was just, like, really cool. And, like, they really gave it their all with the design. Mm-hmm. I love the score. Like, the music, I thought actually really worked with this movie.
Yeah, the score was really good.
I liked it a lot. Great songs. There were definitely a lot of mistakes. Like, I kind of echo you with what you've said. But I did not hate this film. Like, no. It was just had a lot of mistakes. It was kind of slow at points, like in the beginning.
The first 20 minutes were very rough. I will definitely say that. At the
beginning, like, I didn't hate it.
It was rough. I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna like this at all.
Yeah, just at the beginning, I was just like, this is very slow. Is it gonna get more interesting?
Yeah, once the JSA come in, it gets a lot better.
Yeah. But it was definitely, like, well done, this movie. Like, obviously not the strongest DC film, but still pretty good. B- for me.
I really wanted to like it. You know, Dwayne Johnson had a lot of passion, and I saw a lot of potential, but I just don't think it fully reached it as much as I was hoping, unfortunately. So it ends up being, honestly, I think, a pretty forgettable comic book movie overall. So this one we actually just got back from seeing, Ticket to Paradise. I was honestly very pleasantly surprised by this movie. Now, don't get me wrong. I will say right off the bat, this is a very generic, predictable romantic comedy. Every single beat you think this is going to go, it goes. Every single direction you think it's going to hit, it hits. Like, there's really nothing about this film that is super unpredictable, groundbreaking, anything like that. What really works about this movie is the chemistry between our leads. George Clooney and Julia Roberts are just so good in this film. The constant banter between the two of them, they work so well together, the constant back and forth. It really works well in this movie. They both are really committing, and they both have always been really strong actors, and I think if you're a fan of either of them, I think you are going to like this movie for that very reason. The film really does thrive off of their chemistry, and I think that's what makes this film stick out so much in that way. You know, this is a couple that have not been a couple for a very long time. They very much are living their own separate lives, and they really want nothing to do with each other, and I think the film works very well at that. So I thought they did a really good job with that aspect of the film. Julia Roberts had a little bit more going on with her character than I was expecting. There's a good arc about her kind of wanting to be independent and kind of blaming her past failures on her marriage and things like that, and her kind of coming to terms with all that. And I thought that was pretty well done. I actually like what they ended up doing with her. George Clooney, on the other hand, I felt needed a lot more. There really wasn't too much with his character. There are points where they hint at some regrets that he has, but I felt that he needed a bit more of a clearly defined arc, and he just didn't really have it here, and I thought that didn't quite work as well as it could have. Kaitlyn Dever is in this, and she's really good. Not really a ton going on with her character other than she is their daughter. She's trying to live her own life. She's trying to get married to this guy that she really likes, and she doesn't want them to interfere with it in any way, but she serves her purpose well, and she's very likable and things like that. I like seeing the different culture that her fiance was a part of. I kind of wish we got to see more of that, kind of, his whole culture and the way that they, the different rituals that they have for weddings and all that stuff. I thought that was honestly one of the more interesting parts of the movie, and I would have wanted to see more of that. Billie Lourd, I thought was very funny for what she had, but she really doesn't have too much to do here. She kind of is just the supportive friend, and there were opportunities, I think, to dive a bit deeper into her character that just weren't really taken. But for what this is, it is very charming. It is very fun. It's a very enjoyable romantic comedy in that way. I just wish it went a little bit deeper with some of its characters. There are things that they hint at that they don't fully dive into, and I think that would have definitely help the movie a little bit more. There's a direction with Julia Roberts' character that didn't quite work for me as well as I wanted it to. But overall, I thought this was fun, very enjoyable, honestly a lot funnier than I expected it to be. And I think if you just want a really fun, like lighthearted rom-com, because honestly, we don't see a lot of movies like this in theaters, I think you could honestly do a lot worse than this one. I think it just is a very charming film. Not really much else to say than that, but I did have overall a pretty good time with this one.
All right, I was very excited for this one.
B-, by the way. B-.
Yeah, this was a film I was very excited to see. Just because, like, I love like the main cast and everything, and I just love rom-coms, even if they're cheesy. I love them. They're fun. It was just a very super cute, wholesome, and just the feel-good movie we all need right now. One of those movies it just puts a smile on your face.
Especially for us, because I'm gonna be leaving soon.
No. But yeah, it was just like very sweet, very delightful, very gratifying. And the acting was well done. Like the whole cast have this genuine chemistry, especially Julia Roberts and George Clooney. They were just so funny. Their banter was hilarious, and like they literally are this like married couple. Like they're just
they're divorced now.
Yeah. But, like, they act like such a married couple.
Yeah, they do.
But, yeah, they were so funny, and, like, their chemistry was amazing. The only characters that had no chemistry were Georgia and Paul.
I think it was intentional, though.
Yeah. It was a funny dynamic. It was just, they didn't have any chemistry, but obviously it was supposed to.
Yeah.
Kaitlyn Dever was amazing as her character, Lily. Obviously, she's just, like, this independent girl trying to live her own life. Yeah. And, like, kind of going away from her lawyer career, but like I wish there was kind of more for her, but I agree. She still did great. She was amazing.
Like definitely if you like, we're talking Kaitlyn Dever forms, Rosalind's definitely the one that like showcases her acting abilities more, but she's such a likable actress, it still works.
Oh yeah. But like this character was just a very simple character. I just wish they got more into a story for her.
Yeah, there's not really much with her going on.
But she was amazing for what they did.
They do kind of hint at, like, parenting that she went through from both of them. But, like, again, it's very, like, it's very surface level. They don't really dive into it as much.
Yeah. Billie Lourd was, like, iconic and hilarious as Wren. Yeah. But her character was definitely wasted. Yeah. She was just Lily's best friend.
Yeah. There's a weird running gag with her as well that I just didn't get.
Yeah. Whereas, like, she didn't have much of a story besides having a tough family life. I wish they got more into that. Yeah. Like, it would have been, like, more interesting just because she was just, like, the supportive best friend. She was just, like, there. Yeah. But she was still great. This film was very comedic, very funny. I laughed, like, so much.
Especially a scene with them all getting drunk. That's probably the funniest scene in the movie.
That one was funny. I love that scene. And also the plane scene was really funny, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a character that's on the plane. I need a lot more from her. She was great. She was great.
I know. She deserved to be in more. She was hilarious.
She nearly stole the entire movie every time she was on screen.
Oh, she killed me.
She was amazing.
Yeah, she killed me.
She had me in stitches.
Same. But yeah, the storyline was definitely very sweet, very pure, and very interesting and intriguing, and like I really liked it, but it was also incredibly simplistic, basic, very generic. Just a simple rom-com. I just wish they added way more to the story. Like, just what I kind of wish, because it was like a very predictable ending. I kind of wish they like had like maybe like obviously have the wedding and everything, but maybe like have Lily decide to go back home with him. Like maybe they go to America and like live there for a while or something, or just like have more of a story with that. Like it was just a very simple ending. There was nothing too much to the story, but it was very charming. Yeah. And like just very fun, and like I really enjoyed this movie a lot. Besides like a couple little things besides the storyline and the Billy Lord character. Like other than that, I really enjoyed this film. Very charming. I love the like Bali culture as well, like with the wedding and everything. It was really cool.
Like I said, I wish we got more of that.
I know, I wish we got more of that too. Yeah. But like, I love that, and I love different cultures.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I really like this film, and yeah, I rated it a B+.
Yeah, just a fun rom-com that we really, I don't think, get enough of in theaters. So go support it, because it needs it.
Please.
Don't make this another Bros. All right, so the last one for now that we're talking about, until whatever film I watch next that you end up seeing in this video, but for the ones we're doing in person together, Raymond and Ray, this last one we're talking about, this is a very unremarkable movie, which is quite disappointing to me, because you have like Ethan Hawke and Ewan McGregor. You think this would be really good, and it honestly is kind of a slog to get through. Yeah, we have the story of these two brothers who had this father that they kind of resented, but the movie never goes quite as deep as I really wanted to with it. A lot of the time, the things that are introduced, you know, it starts to get very repetitive after a while. There are some directions they go that I thought were really interesting, but it's one of those movies where they kind of just tell you about things that happen. And I really wanted to like see them play out, and I felt like that was something that was honestly kind of hurting this movie. If they would have like inserted flashbacks or something like that, I think that might have actually made this film a little bit more effective, might have given it that dramatic heft that it really needed. But unfortunately, it just didn't really go there. And Ewan McGregor and Ethan Hawke are fine in the movie, but honestly, like it doesn't really give either of them a lot to do. Ethan Hawke is kind of just moping around the entire time like this, and he plays the trumpet. That's something he does a lot in this movie. There's not really much else to him. Ewan McGregor, I thought, was definitely the bigger standout of the two. He had the showier scenes in that way. The other thing for me with this movie is that I felt like this is something that would work a lot better as like a play. It's a very simplistic premise. A lot of the times, the way the scenes like go on and on and on, it almost felt like a play to me. So I kind of feel like this would work better if it was like on stage or something like that. I just wanted a lot more to this. The cinematography, it almost looks like a TV movie at points. It really isn't anything that great. I do think that there are moments that kind of work. There are moments that I was a little bit more effective, but for the most part, I found this to be kind of a slog to get through. I really just wanted a lot more from this, but I didn't feel engaged with either of these characters. The way the movie ended, I thought was just very unsatisfying. There's really just so much more I think they could have done with this premise, and they just didn't really go to the places that they needed to. And so as a result, I kind of walked out of this movie feeling absolutely nothing. I didn't really feel any emotion or anything like that. This was just very disappointing to me, so C- for this one. I mean, you would think with these actors, like, it would be something really great, but unfortunately, it really amounted to kind of nothing for me.
Yeah, this was another film I actually had no knowledge for, of the story, but so going into it, but like during my watch, I just found it very incredibly boring, very dull, especially the beginning was super slow.
Oh, yeah. Like, first 20 minutes are like snooze fest.
It was such a snooze fest. It's very background film like. Yeah. Like I felt like the acting was great. Like Ewan McGregor and Ethan Hawke are standouts. Like they're wonderful actors, and like they did great in this movie. But like Ewan McGregor definitely had more to do. Ethan Hawke was kind of wasted besides the trumpet stuff.
Yeah, it's literally all he did.
I honestly thought there was only.
I mean, he plays the trumpet well, but like
he does, yeah. But like
I don't know if he was actually playing the trumpet, but like
there was only like one scene in this movie that was kind of intense. Yeah. To me, but like like really the only thing that saved, like obviously because it's more of a background film, it was like nothing special. Like the only thing that really saved it for me was that it was like touching and heartfelt. Yeah. Like the heart was really the only thing that saved it.
And Ewan McGregor's performance.
And the acting, yeah. But like, yeah, I didn't hate this film, just didn't really like it. C- for me.
Yeah, honestly, really nothing that special. I was honestly surprised, like, when this was coming out, that, like, nobody was really talking about it, but having seen it, it makes a lot more sense to me. This is a very, very unremarkable movie. Really nothing special at all. You're probably not even going to hear many people talk about it, and it's very easy to see why. Really nothing special.
Yeah.
Argentina 1985, I feel like a lot of people just haven't seen, or they just kind of scoffed at, because it won Best International Feature at the Golden Globes, and everyone was like, what the hell is this? But I gotta say, if you actually give it a watch, I think it actually is really good. There's a lot of things that I do really like about this film. Both of the central performances are really well done in this film. Specifically, Ricardo Darin, I think, is great here. He is this prosecutor, and he is trying to do what he can to solve this case, but you can see that it is really weighing heavily on him. He starts to get threats from it, and he really just gives such a strong performance here as his interest for this case heightens more and more throughout the film. I think he is just so incredibly charismatic, but he also is someone that you really end up feeling for, and I think he gives a really strong performance in this movie. And then Peter Lanzani, who plays Luis, I think also is really good here. The back and forth between them is so good in this movie. I could have watched a whole movie of just these two going back and forth, and they do a really great job with that in this film. And there's quite a few things here that I was really surprised about. I mean, one of the biggest things is that I did not go into this expecting so much levity in this film. I mean, I'll say that right off the bat. There is a lot of humor in this film, and it actually does work really well. A large part of this film is that Julio Cesar, he can't really put together a team, and he starts to realize that this is an important enough case to where he needs to put together one, and there's this whole, great montage where he's trying to find all these, he's trying to get a younger perspective, and a lot of them just don't really seem all that interested in what's going on, and that made for some of the best moments in the entire film. I actually really liked his bond with this team. I thought they all worked really well here, and I was impressed by what they ended up doing within this film. And I think the subject this film is covering also is very important, diving into Argentina's military dictatorship and all the nefarious things that they were doing, all the violent things that they were doing. I don't think a lot of people know about, what was going on in this time, and I think it's really important that this film is trying to shed a light on all of that, and they do it very well in this film. There's a lot of things that we get to dive a lot deeper into what actually happened, and I think they do a really good job with that. Courtroom dramas also can be very 50-50 for me. You have to have a case that's really investing, and thankfully this is one that really is. I found myself really drawn to what they were doing, and again, I think it's because they really do take the time to show how much is on the line for Julio. I mean, he is scrutinized heavily in this movie. The people that he is trying to, make a case against, they are constantly trying to, negotiate with him. They are going to such drastic manners, such as threatening his family and things like that. And I thought the movie actually dived into that very well, and just the weight that this has on him. There are points where he doesn't want to be on this case anymore, and you can see how hard it is for him to continue. But I really love what they ended up doing throughout this film. I thought all of that was very effective here. The screenplay also is really good. They give you a full extent of all of what was going on, but also presenting the different sides, the people who were more in favor of what was happening, all of this stuff that the military was doing. There are people who are more in favor of it, and I thought they did a good job at sort of showing both perspectives, but also showing why this was so harmful, why there needed to be something done about this. I thought all of that was very well done in this film. I will say, yes, it can feel a bit generic at points. If you've seen courtroom dramas, you know pretty much how this is going to go, but I think there is enough that is fresh here to where this really does end up working. The cinematography is also immaculate in this film. I mean, you get a full extent of 1985 Argentina. They really just pluck you into that setting so well here. The courtroom scenes also, the way they are filmed, I think is also really well done here. I just really enjoyed the cinematography throughout this film. And I think, again, the directing by Santiago Miltra should also really be praised, because there's so much that he is juggling here. He has to have the emotion, you have to have the emotional investment in the case, which I think he does a really good job with, but also there is that levity of sorts that I think is really good. The bonding between both of the attorneys in this film, I think, is also really good in this film. They do a good job at showing the back and forth between them. You know, there are points where one of them kind of wants to walk away, but also seeing what really brings them back together. I think all of that is really well done. So yeah, there's a lot I really do like about this movie that I wish more people were talking about. And also, for a movie that's like over 2 hours, really ends up flying by. I mean, I think this is one of the few 2.5 hour films that came out last year. I mean, there's a lot of films that were very overlong, but this is one that needed to be this length. I don't think it drags out really at all. I think it honestly really does fly by. I think the only thing that brings it down for me is there are some subplots that are set up early on in the film regarding Julio's family, and they just don't really dive into it all that much. I think there were things they needed to do a little bit more with, especially regarding his daughter. There's something they set up early on that they really don't do all that much with here. There's some other characters that are involved with this that I really did enjoy, but I wanted to see a little bit more of, and I think that the film should have taken just as much time focusing on them, particularly one character where they end up going. I think they could have done a little bit more with. But overall, I thought this was extremely effective, went in some really unexpected directions, especially in terms of tone. I think it's very well acted, and it's definitely the kind of film that I think is very important to watch. This is a subject matter that, like I said, I don't think enough people really know about, and this film really does end up covering it well. So yeah, I honestly was a really big fan of this one. B+ for Argentina 1985. Yes, it can go to the traditional directions that you expect courtroom dramas to, but I think if you are willing to give this a watch, I think it actually, you'll be very surprised by how effective and also engrossing of a film this really is. Matriarch is the other Hulu film that was released in October that is a horror film, and this one, thankfully, is considerably better than the other one I talked about. I think there is a lot more going on in this film that I really do enjoy. Starting off with the performances, I think both of them are really good here. I really enjoyed both of the performances in this film. Specifically, though, I gotta say, when it comes to Jemima Roper, I think, is fantastic in this movie. The character of Laura, you find yourself attached to her. There is a lot that she is kind of grappling with in this movie. She has had some things going on in her personal life, and she's kind of gotten to this breaking point, and she wants to kind of like escape from what she's doing and goes to visit her mother, who you can tell she has a lot of animosity with. And yes, throughout a lot of the movie, she kind of is just like a fly on the wall of sorts, just kind of processing everything that's going on, but she is endlessly compelling, and I really love what she did here. And then Kate Dickie is the complete opposite. There's something so disturbing about this character, but also really alluring about her, and you just find yourself really invested in everything she's doing in this film. I think she gives such a strong performance here, and I really love what she ended up doing. I think their overall back and forth works very well here. And the horror elements of this film, I mean, this is like almost the complete opposite of Grim Cuddy, where I think this film is very good horror-wise. There is this very palpable sense of tension. You don't really know what's going to happen, but you know it's going to go in some really disturbing direction. You're just kind of waiting for it to rear its head. And I think the movie does a really good job of building up to that. I was really invested in what they were doing there. But also seeing the effect this has on Laura. There are a lot of personal demons that she's kind of kept locked away, and she has to fully confront in this movie. And I thought they did a really good job of, again, diving headfirst into that. The nightmarish scenario that she's in, I think all of that is really good, when it comes to what's going on. So I think, again, the horror elements are really strong here, but also the relation between Laura and Celia, you do find yourself really attached to it, because you know that there, again, is a lot of tension between these two, and you're wondering what exactly happened that caused this rift between them. And as you start to find out more and more, you're intrigued, but you also are just as frightened, because you don't really know where it's going to go. And I think the movie is very good with kind of building up to that. There's a lot of really good imagery here too, and I think the cinematography is very strong in this film. There's a lot of striking images that are very much in my head. I think the score is really good here. That being said, the movie is not perfect. There definitely are quite a few things that do bring this down. In regards to the screenplay, I do think this film is a little bit lacking. I think that the two characters of Laura and Celia are good, but there are things I wanted to see a little bit more focus on. There is a woman that Laura was romantically involved with, and I wanted to see more of their overall connection. I think that we get to see brief glimpses of it, but I want to see more of their overall relationship. I want to see more of what really made that crumble, and we don't really get to see enough of that here. Her life at, the agency that she works at, we don't get to see enough of that either, so when she is, making the decision to leave, we are there because we can see it's been a struggle for her, but I kind of wanted to see more of what is really hurting her at this agency, what is making her want to leave so badly. I think they could have dived deeper a bit into that. But then the biggest issue I have with this movie is this is one of those films where when it's eventually revealed what's going on, it just feels really rushed after that. We don't really get enough time to fully process what's actually happening. Things kind of escalate to the, highest degree almost immediately, and there just isn't enough of a natural shift for us to really kind of sit in and process what's really going on. And sure, you can watch back the film, and I'm sure you can infer, as to what was happening, but I really wanted to see more of that natural progression, and I just didn't think it worked quite as well. The reveal happens, and almost immediately we're in the climax of the movie, and so it just felt a little too rushed to me. I honestly feel like this is a film that probably could have gone on for another 20, 30 minutes, and I think there was a lot more that you could have mined from that, especially when it's revealed what's actually happening. What is Celia hiding? The movie becomes even more interesting, and I just wanted to see more of that because I felt like they kind of missed out on some opportunities. Also, I mentioned before the cinematography is very strong here, but if I'm being honest, there are moments in this movie where I don't really know what they are trying to hint at. It feels like they just kind of put in some creepy imagery to simply put in creepy imagery, and I don't know if there is some other hidden meaning to it, but if it is, it's pretty nebulous. It's very hard to tell what's actually going on, and I don't think they dived deep enough into that and really kind of connecting it. There's this really effective opening scene, but it really just didn't connect to all that much for me. I didn't really understand what they were hinting at here, and I don't think they did the greatest job with that. So, yeah, I think this film overall is pretty effective in what it's doing. You care about both of its characters. There are some really good horror moments and a good twist. I just wish that the payoff was better than the build-up overall, because I think the build-up is very strong, but the way it ends, I just felt a little bit unsatisfied, just came across as a little bit rushed and kind of messily handled to me. But overall, I still did find myself really enjoying this one, so B- for Matriarch. It's not a perfect film by any means, but I think especially compared to the other Hulu horror film I talked about, this one is definitely the stronger recommendation for sure. I guarantee very few of you have even heard of Slashback, and to be honest, I really wouldn't have heard it either. The way I discovered this movie was literally on my flight home from Canada, so the videos you saw earlier in this, when I came home from it, it was on a plane, and I watched it on there. It wasn't available for VOD or anything, because it's a Canadian-made film, and so I gave it a watch on there, and I do think this film is really good for what it is. Right off the bat, I think the directing here by Nyla Inukshuk is really interesting. I've never really seen anything from her before, but she has this very slice of life, yet it also has these sci-fi elements, and I think that she's able to blend the two of them together in a way that really does work, and I enjoyed her directing a lot in this movie. I will definitely be looking out for her in future films. The writing here, I think, also is pretty good, focusing on just a bunch of teenage girls and them going through this very typically boring day, not really a lot's going on, and how they end up stumbling across, what's going on here with with the aliens and things like that. I think actually works really well. There's something generally very fun about that, and I think it's something that a lot of people have probably thought about. It's what if one day, if this scenario were to happen, this is probably how they would come across it, and it's a very nonchalant manner and how how they eventually get dragged into all of it. I think it does actually end up working really well here, and that's something I really did appreciate in this film. And I think once the film dives into that concept, it actually is very effective. It's a lot of fun to watch. I think the cinematography actually is really good here. The film is very much low budget, you can tell it is, but it still is able to provide a lot of very thrilling moments. It still is able to provide some really interesting creature designs, and that's something I really did appreciate when it came to this film. That being said, there are definitely some things that do bring this film down that make it not as great as it could have been. If we're talking about the characters themselves, there isn't really a lot here. I couldn't really tell you all that much about them. There are some things that we dive into involving like relationships, involving some characters they need to look after. But other than that, there isn't really a ton going on with these girls, and I wish that we had just a little bit more to really kind of just latch onto them overall, and I think it would have made the film that much better. Again, I do think there are things that really work, like their parents very rarely being around because they're at this dance of sorts. I think that actually ends up working very well because it makes the characters be in this very vulnerable position where they kind of have to just rely on each other. But I do think that the moments in between these alien attacks can be a little bit rough. And then the acting in this film. It is very clear to me, and I could be wrong. I could be wrong here, so take this with a grain of salt, but it is very clear to me that these are inexperienced actors just because of what we end up getting from them in this film. I'm not saying that they gave bad performances. In fact, I think some of them gave really strong performances. There's just times where the performances just feel a little bit shaky. They don't feel quite as authentic as they really should. And I think that does hurt the film a little bit. I don't really think any of them particularly stick out. I don't think they're outright terrible or anything, just a bit questionable in some spots. And so I think it's mainly due to the fact that these are not actors that are, used to, that these are more inexperienced actors and they're not really used to filming something like this. And I think, give them a few years and I think that they can really grow into actors. But right now, I would say the acting in this film is pretty average. It's not, again, it doesn't completely hinder the film or anything. I just think that stronger performances definitely could have elevated this film, and that's just really not the case here. I think the performances here are fairly average, and I think they do work for what they're given. It's just they're not the greatest performances, and I think that is something that I've heard some people talk about, and it definitely is something that is worth noting here. But for what this is, I still think it is a lot of fun. It definitely takes a very original approach to this alien invasion that we really haven't seen before. I like the directing in this film. The third act especially is very riveting, and I think there are a lot of moments that people are really going to enjoy. It's just a film that I think definitely does have some things that I wish they dived a bit deeper into. It's also a little too short. I would have liked some expansions on, some character stuff and things like that, and I think it really could have elevated the film. But for what it is, I think it is still pretty effective. It is still a really fun time. There are definitely moments that had me laughing, but there were just as many moments that had me riveted, and I think they do a good job with that. So B- for Slashback. Like I said, it's not really a movie that I think you've heard much about, but I do think it very much is worth checking out. It takes a very different approach to what you're expecting, and I think that alone is enough a reason to seek this one out for sure. The Good Nurse was very effective. I will say this was definitely not the movie I was expecting going into it. I thought this film was going to be more of like taking this horror approach where we center a lot more on kind of like the behind the scenes of what Charles Cullen was doing and all the dastardly things he was doing to his patients. But this movie takes a little bit more of a straightforward approach to that, and I'll get into that in a little bit. But the things that really do work well in this movie, right off the bat, the two central performances. Jessica Chastain, I think, is very well cast here. Amy Logren as a character, can be kind of basic. She really is just like this nurse who is, she forms this really strong friendship, and so you can see how hard it is for her to be going through what she is and to have to testify against him and things like that. but also has this, but she also is a patient of her own, and you kind of see that struggle that she's going through, and I think she does portray this role very well. She gives this character a lot of pathos, she gives this character a lot of layers, and I think it's the kind of performance that Jessica Chastain just really sinks her teeth into, and I really like what she ended up doing here. But I gotta say, Eddie Redmayne really walks away with this entire film, and look, I've seen a lot of people dog on that one scene where he's just saying, I can't, over and over again, but I think he absolutely kills it in this movie. The character of Charles Cullen is someone who, throughout the film, he starts off and you think he's just a regular nurse who's a lot more experienced, and there's something very friendly about that, but as we start to find out more about him, there's these darker layers that start to be revealed, and I think Redmayne just gave such a incredible performance here, really just showing you how Cullen was able to get away with what he was able to do for so long, how he was able to kind of trick people into doing what he did. I think he is just phenomenal in this role, and I honestly do think that it was worthy of a Best Supporting Actor nomination. I really loved what he ended up doing here, and the thing is, everyone talks about that scene, but I honestly think that might be his strongest scene in the movie. Apart from what you've seen all over Twitter, that is such an incredible scene for him where he has to fully kind of, admit everything that he's doing, and I think that he just really kills it in that scene for sure. Like I said, the bond he forms with Jessica Chastain works really well here. The things that bring this movie down, I think, are more of the traditional elements. The directing isn't anything that strong. I think Tobias Lindholm does a good job, definitely portrays the situation in the way it needs to be portrayed. There's a lot of tension going on here. But I wouldn't really say there's anything that spectacular when it comes to the directing, and it's unfortunate because, he did such a great job with writing Another Round. I think that the directing just leaves a little bit to be desired. It feels a little bit standard here, and there just isn't a lot that really sticks out about this film, but the film does have this, like I said, this very cold sort of nature to it, and I do think that really does end up working. The screenplay also, for the most part, is really good here, but it does take a very straightforward approach, and what I didn't expect is that very early on, we know what Cullen is doing. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of build-up to what's going on there. They very quickly get you into, no, this guy is a deranged serial killer. This is what he's doing. He's been killing all these people, all his patients and things like that. And it kind of presents Amy with this moral dilemma of, it's like, well, I have this really strong friendship with him, but he also is, is he what people are accusing him of? Is there more going on there? I think that is really what keeps the film interesting, and also getting to see Cullen for who he really is. I think that definitely does keep the film riveting. But these police detectives we focus on, I could not care 1 cent about. And again, really good actors. Love Noah Emmerich, love Kim Dickens, both really good in the role. I enjoyed Malik Yoba as well. I thought, they gave strong performances. Nadami Asama, I love him from Sweet Tooth, and he gives a really strong performance here as well. Nadami Asama, I think, also does give a strong performance here. But overall, I just didn't find those characters to be particularly interesting. So anytime we cut to like a boardroom scene or things like that, I wasn't necessarily checking out, but I was just kind of like, okay, this is just the neat exposition that we needed to get to this point in the film. And I wish that they got to dive a little bit deeper into their overall friendship. There also is an aspect to Amy's character that I wish they dived deeper into regarding her home life. And I think if they had done that, it would have been that much more effective. But for what this is, it still works really well. The last 30 minutes of this are so intense to watch, but they also have this tinge of sadness to them, and I thought honestly ended up very satisfyingly. The movie is 2 hours long, and I do think it does drag at points, but I think the more you stick with it, the better it really does get. So yes, I do think the movie can come across as a bit traditional at points, and there definitely are moments that feel a bit generic in that way, but I think the performances and overall where it ends up going and the performances and, you know, where it ends up going, I think that's enough of a reason to really check this one out. Cinematography also is fantastic here. I think there's some really well-filmed scenes. So, yeah, overall, I was definitely a fan of this one. B for The Good Nurse. Really haven't heard too many people talk about it, and it's understandable why, considering that I think this is just a film that people kind of wrote off immediately, but I do think it definitely is worth checking out, and a better film than others have said. The Stranger is another film I've heard basically no chatter about, and it's kind of unfortunate because I think this film is really solid. Right off the bat, we have two really strong performances here from Joel Edgerton and especially Sean Harris. I think both of them are giving some really strong performances here. I think that Sean Harris's performance, though, is really the one that sticks out to you. I mean, Edgerton is basically just like the typical undercover police officer who starts to get a lot more invested into the case that he's doing, but it's Harris that is the more interesting presence. You know, he starts off and he is pretty much like a part of this child abduction case, but you start to find out a lot more about him, and I think the more you find out about him, the better Harris's performance really does become, and that's something I really did appreciate in this film. But I also really like the angle this film takes, where we kind of center on this friendship that these two end up forming, and how that kind of clouds this whole investigation, because as Edgerton starts to, you know, get to know Harris's character a little bit more, you can start to see him kind of grapple with, you know, whether or not he has done what he's being accused of. And I think the film takes a very interesting approach in that way to kind of centering not so much on the investigation, but centering more on the moral ethics of this. Is it really worth, you know, having this whole investigation for somebody that I'm being close with? Is that clouding the investigation for me and things like that? I think all of that is really well done, especially when, you know, we start to see more about, you know, Harris's character and how, you know, the kind of person that he can be. And you kind of wonder, is he being sincere with the character of Mark Frame, or does he have a more sort of sinister plan? And so I think the movie takes a really good approach, and I think Thomas M. Wright's directing is great here. The movie you think is going to go in a very traditional direction, but he really does what he can to make this feel like its own. It feels very personal and psychological in that way, and I really like the angle he ends up taking with it, directing-wise. And I think the writing is also really strong here. Both these characters are really well fleshed out. I found myself really latching onto both of them, but also seeing the moral dilemma that was at play here for Mark Frame. I think that is really well done in this film. And what makes it so riveting is that, you know, character of Mark Frame, he also is undercover. He's not revealing that he's this police officer. So it really, you know, gives both of them time to bond in that way. And you're wondering if it is sincere or if there is, you know, something else to it, but also never really undermining the things that T is being accused of. It dives deep into the horrors of child abductions. And there's some really effective psychological, you know, some very effective moments with Frame and sort of these nightmare scenarios he's having. Think of what could happen to his own daughter, and I thought those were particularly some of the most effective moments of the entire movie. I thought it really added this like chilling sort of nature to it that I thought worked out really well here. I think the only things that do bring it down is that I do think it is a bit too long. I don't think the movie needed to be 116 minutes. It did take me a little bit to like fully get into it, but once these two start to get to know each other and we start to see Frame go from someone who just kind of looks at Teague as this criminal of sorts and really starts to see him more as like a person, I thought the movie got a lot more intriguing in that way. And where it ended up going, I really was not expecting, but it ends on this very haunting note that I thought worked really well. Although I do wish we got to dive a little bit deeper into what the film was hinting at the end. I think that his family life, I wish we got to dive a little bit deeper into, because I think that it does leave a little bit to be desired on that front. But I think for what this is, it is extremely effective. I think especially in terms of, you know, other sort of thrillers I've seen of this nature, this one does take a pretty unique approach to it, and there's a lot of, like I said, psychological moments here, and I wish that it paid, I wish that, you know, and it really does heighten the overall experience of this film. I think, you know, this is just as much of this man who is being pushed through to his limits and kind of like, you know, seeing how overly invested he is in this case, as this is just a regular, police procedural. And I think the movie does everything it can to kind of stray away from that. And so overall, I was a really big fan of this one. A B for The Stranger. It's unfortunate this film has really gone underseen, because I really do think it is something special. It's not the kind of movie I would expect Netflix to typically acquire, but I'm kind of glad that they did, because I think, there's a much wider audience that can see it, rather than if it just like played in a few theaters and things like that. So I definitely do recommend checking this one out. It definitely is a lot more effective and a lot different than I think you are going to expect it to be. And I think especially with the way it ends, it's really definitely going to stick with you by the time it's over. So I've talked about before how I feel like 2022 was such an incredible year for horror. There were so many groundbreaking films that came out, so many different voices, so many different styles, some really interesting ways to tackle horror. Pray for the Devil is like the complete opposite of that. This is everything wrong with modern horror, and I kind of knew that going into this. This is about as basic of a possession thriller as you could, of a possession film as you could possibly get. The character of Anne is kind of haunted by something that happened in her past, and now because of that, she's seeing all these like crazy visions and things like that. And she the nuns in this church are like, they're not allowed to perform exorcisms, but because of what's happened to her and things like that, they decide to do so for this young girl. And oh my god, all this crazy shit starts happening. It's about as basic as you really can expect, and there really isn't a lot about this film that really sticks out that much. I think Jacqueline Byers' performance, she does elevate this film. She does have a certain amount of nuance. She does put a level of effort into this film that does make her feel a little bit less than just this generic character that she really is, and I was impressed by her performance here. Christian Navarro also is not bad here. I think he does try to give this film as much as he possibly can, and I think that his performance here isn't terrible either. The rest of this movie, wow, there's a lot to really talk about here. First of all, the directing here is so incredibly uninspired. Daniel Stamm, it feels like he has watched a possession film like in passing, like on the TV, but he didn't really pay attention to like the aesthetics. He didn't really pay attention to like the timing of like jump scares and things like that. So it just feels very recycled. It doesn't really feel like he's putting any real effort into this. It feels like anyone really could have directed it, and it just really leaves a lot to be desired, so I wasn't impressed by his directing at all here. But my god, the screenplay is just such an utter mess in this movie. There's so much that we are dealing with in this film in terms of the screenplay here, whether it's the main character of Anne and us diving into her past and what kind of led her to the church and things like that. We're trying to dive into that. There's also this case going on with this character Natalie and how she is affected by the demon. There is a deeper sort of story they're trying to tackle here involving the Roman Catholic Church and sort of why they are combating against exorcisms and things like that, and if that's something they should potentially be doing, and should we try to welcome the idea of it and things like that. So there's a lot of different things this film wants to tackle, but very little of it I feel like actually has any merit. Very little of it I think actually is effective. The character of Natalie especially is so underused in this movie. Despite the fact that we are dealing with her possession in this film, I don't think the movie spends enough time on her. I don't think the relation between her and Anne feels natural really at all. Anytime they have a scene together, I just wanted more of it. I think there were some okay moments between the two of them, but I just really didn't find myself invested in what was going on. I didn't really feel like they did a good job in diving into their overall relationship and what was really going on there. And then there is this moment. They do something with Natalie. They try to connect her to another storyline, and my god, it is one of the most obvious twists I have seen in a horror film in a very long time. Two, it adds this layer to the film that I really just don't like. I don't know if the movie is trying to say what I think it's trying to say, but if it does, I think it is very poorly timed. I think it's really mishandled, and especially involving the climate of a specific topic that was going on, within the world last year. I just don't know how anyone approved of this idea. I think it was just the worst possible direction they could have gone with this. And when they went in that direction, the film just completely lost me after that. I already was not into this at all, but after that I was like, no, this is fucking stupid. I absolutely hate this so much. So that really didn't end up working. I think the screenplay is just such an utter mess here. There's some other characters they try to do stuff with. Christian Navarro, they try to give him a little bit more, but it just never really ends up landing. It just feels very one note and very underwritten, and I don't think they did a great job with that. But the cinematography in this film is kind of terrible. It's very cheaply made. None of it feels like it was, well handled in terms of visuals or things like that. The jump scares also are some of the most obvious I've seen a horror film in a very long time, but maybe not, because there was a guy I saw this movie with who literally any time something startling happened, freaked out like it was the scariest thing he's ever seen. And that's great. I'm glad that people can have that reaction. I, on the other hand, did not, and so it honestly did hinder the experience for me, because I was like, this is not that effective, and so every time he was freaking out, it honestly made the jump scare feel that much more lame to me, because I was like, there's nothing scary about this. This is so obvious. Everything is so telegraphed. A good jump scare works not just because of what is being presented, but also because of the timing, also because of the severity of it, and none of this feels like they, spend any time focusing on that stuff. It just feels so recycled and lame. The ending of this movie also is so stupid. The whole climax, I could not believe the way they decided to end this film. It's also like only 93 minutes long, and it feels like there is a chunk of this film that is missing. So yeah, there's a lot of this film that really just didn't end up working for me at all. I found it to be just such a generic and such a lazy horror film. D+ for Pray for the Devil. Like I said, it has a solid performance in there, but really, other than that, there really isn't much to recommend this one at all. This is basically the kind of film that's like bottom of the barrel horror, everything wrong in terms of modern day horror. I feel like you can find here so many tropes and things like that, especially doing a possession film. I feel like that's like the laziest kind of horror you can do. This film's basically just recycling everything you could think of, and there just really isn't much that this film has to really offer. You didn't see it, and it's really not worth seeing at all. So yeah, I really couldn't stand this one. Call Jane is very good. Right off the bat, I think this is an incredibly timely movie, especially with all the bullshit that was happening last year with women having their rights stripped away for abortions and things like that, and it's still going on now, which is insane to think about. I think this film is very topical in that way and dives into the sexism really well, shows why, just how deluded so many of these men were of not wanting women to even know about their own anatomy. I think this movie dives into that really well, but also kind of normalizing the idea of the Jane, showing this radicalized society and these ideas that Elizabeth Banks' character is so drawn to and why this is so important to her. I think the movie dives into that really well here, but I also think we get some really strong performances. Probably the best work I've seen from Elizabeth Banks, to be honest with you. I've seen some great performances from her, but I think this is easily in the top half of her performances. I think she is just so great in this role. You find yourself really connecting to Jane because of the empathy that she has for these women, but also with what she personally is grappling with, the way that she's treated for doing what she's doing and not really caring about how she's treated, having to kind of move past that because, what matters the most is that activism. I think that she just does a really great job of showing that. I think Joy has this really strong character arc, and I think Banks is really given a lot to do here, so I really enjoyed her performance in the film. Sigourney Weaver also is very good. Virginia is the kind of woman who you can tell has been here for a while, and sort of getting to see her perspective on things and the bond that is formed between these two, I think, is really strong here, and I really enjoyed the back and forth between both of them and sort of her just taking her in. I think all of that is very effective here. There's some other really strong performances. Chris Messina is very good as her husband Will, and Kate Mara I think gives a really strong performance in this film. There are some really great actors here all around. The directing here also by Phyllis Nagy I think is really good. I've seen some people say that they felt like this film was kind of half-heartedly diving into some of these issues, and I would disagree with that. I think this movie's trying to take a more lighthearted approach because it's deliberately, I think the more lighthearted approach to this film is deliberate. It's trying to present this more normalized view of the Janes. It's trying to present this more normalized view of these women who are willing to, you know, take these risks to provide abortions and not really caring about the consequences and things like that, and how that's something that should be praised. And I think they do a really good job here. There is a levity to this film that I really wasn't expecting, but they also dive into the hard-hitting issues that I think are very important. So I think that Nagy's directing, she still does do a really good job here. I thought that her directing for the most part was very strong here. The screenplay is definitely not as strong as I was thinking that this would be, and that's where we get to some of my issues here. I think when the film is focused on Joy and her joining this group and seeing how much this transforms her, how this gets her to sort of, you know, rethink things, how it finally gives her like this sense of independence that she's been kind of craving for, I think the movie does a really good job with that. You understand why she feels so connected to this group, what it's really bringing out of her. There is a practical reasoning for why she's doing this. It's not just that, oh, you know, I feel for these women. There's more going on besides that, and I think the movie does a good job with that there. And I think the same applies to Virginia. I think there's enough going on with her character, but aside from those two characters, and I would say Kate Mara, none of the other women really feel all that well fleshed out here, and so it really was hard to get invested in the majority of them. You like them because of the chemistry that they have, but I just felt that they could have dived a bit deeper into some of those things. The movie also does take a little bit to get going. Up until she has the procedure of the abortion, it takes a little while for the movie to kind of for you to really get invested and kind of see where this movie is going. And so I think the first like 20, 30 minutes is a little bit slow. I think they could have done a better job with that. But the scene where she has the procedure is easily one of the best scenes in the entire movie. It is very emotional, the way that it goes down, you know, but also very eye-opening, seeing the way that she's being treated and things like that. I think all of that is very well effective in this film. But other than that, I think there is a lot to really enjoy about this one. For 2 hours, it really does end up flying by. I didn't really feel the runtime all that much. And I think the cinematography also is really good here. Some really strong scenes, very well depicted in the 1960s setting. So yeah, overall, I definitely really did enjoy this one. It was a different movie than I was expecting it to be, but I think it is still a very effective one at that. So B for Call Jane. I think this is a movie that, you know, I think people were expecting a little bit more out of, but I think if you go into it knowing it's going to be a little bit more on the lighthearted side, I think you really will be impressed by, you know, what this film has to offer for sure. Holy Spider is one of those films where when I watch it, it just kind of makes me question, why is everyone not talking about this? I think this film is absolutely incredible. We're following two different characters here. On one hand, we're following this serial killer who he is, you know, constantly targeting these prostitutes, and he's killed over 16 women, and, you know, this is like very well known, and he is, you know, he's gone on to do this. He's gotten away with it for a very long time, but he also is this, you know, cult-like figure, religious-like figure in Iranian and things like that. But we're also following this female reporter who is trying to investigate him, hopefully trying to track him down and end this once and for all. And I think the way this film goes about it is not at all what you would suspect. Any sort of traditional storytelling, throw it all out the window, because that's not what this film is interested in. What it's interested in is really exploring both of the perspectives of this film, and also kind of seeing the day-to-day lives of these characters, whether it's the character of Arizo Rahimi, brilliantly played by Zahra Amir Ebrahimi. I've never seen her before, but she is incredible in this movie. I mean, the amount of just misogyny that she is dealing with, the amount of abuse she is dealing with just from the people that she is working with, you know, in journalism, the way that nobody takes her seriously. I mean, you really feel for her in these moments, but you also see just how utterly terrified she is to take on this story when she starts to realize what she's fully gotten herself involved in, and the lengths that she has to go in order to get to the bottom of things. It is horrifying it is so harrowing to watch, and she kills every single second of it. I think her performance is incredible in this movie, and I honestly, will be anxiously waiting to see what she does next. I think this is such an incredible role for her, and I think she gives such a impressive performance. And I think her character is someone that you're instantly drawn to because of that. You want to see her prove everybody wrong. You want to see her overcome this patriarchy of sorts that she's dealing with, but you're not entirely sure if it's going to happen. And I think they do a really good job with that here, and seeing her and we've seen this character before, but the way they present it here, it just feels a lot more authentic in that way. They really do a good job of just depicting how these men are constantly using her and things like that. I thought all of that was just so well done in this movie. But then on the flip side, we're also following the, eponymous serial killer that this movie is based upon. And that can be very dicey because you want to follow him in a way where you are not at all trying to glorify or try to, excuse the actions that he did. And this film takes the perfect approach of just presenting him as he was. We see Sahid Hanai at his absolute worst moments when he is just brutally bashing these women to death and all the horrible things he's doing to them. But then we also get to see him as a father who seems completely normal. He is perfectly loving towards his kids. He seems to really love his wife. You would never suspect that he would be, someone that is accused of capable of the death all try to make him feel, like this caricature of sorts. He feels like a real person. He feels like someone who has his own ideals. His rationale for why he does this is honestly, so sickening to think about, but there's also something really fascinating about the way the movie presents it. And that's the other thing this movie is very interesting in, is kind of showing the influence that this guy has had on all of Iranian. There are a lot of people who are well aware of what he's doing, and their reactions are not really what you would expect. And I love that the film is diving deeper into that, kind of showing the impact that, how dedicated someone is to their religion, how much somebody looks up to someone, that they are willing to dismiss the most damning of accounts, the most damning of accusations about them. They don't seem to care that much. They seem to rationalize what he's doing. I mean, the movie just does such a incredible job with that, and really just shows how complicated of a case this really is, and why this is so, difficult to really overcome. I think the movie just does such an excellent job with that. And this is such a crime-ridden city. There are all these terrible things going on, and the way that he is constantly blaming the women who have been forced into prostitution pretty much for all of these acts. I mean, the movie does such a great job in diving into all of that, his ideology, and how people are kind of, eating up what he's saying, and how they're actually not pushing back against it. They are kind of for what he's doing. I think it's really interesting the way the movie explores all of that, and I think you can kind of parallel that to other political leaders who have said the most outlandish and just disgusting bullshit, but people are so inclined to believe their every word. They just latch on to what they're saying, and I think this movie does such an incredible job with that for sure. Just the manipulation and the gaslighting, it's just, it's so spot on here. But also the effect that this has on different generations, and how the brutality, within this, within the holy city of Mashhad is never really going away. I think it's such an amazing, it's such a damning idea, but the movie really just commits to it, and it is just absolutely relentless to watch. I think the directing by Ali Abbasi as well is phenomenal here. The movie has such this propulsive sort of energy that you really can't look away, but you're also just so terrified of what's actually going to happen, especially the way the movie starts out. We actually get to see one of Henny's victims and what he ends up doing to her. I mean, it is just so, and the film does not shy away from it at all, and just knowing what he is capable of, it makes you that much more terrified once Rahimi has to then put herself in a similar position, and I think the movie does a really excellent job with that. So yeah, there's a lot of things about this that I really love. I think the screenplay is so sharp here. They really do a good job of diving deeper into both these characters, although I will say I wish we got a little bit more focus of Rahimi and her outside of this case, because I thought that was just as interesting. There's some characters I want to see a little bit more from, and I think it would have made the film that much better. I would have liked to see some of the other suspects. So the film focuses very heavily on the way people are under Hanei's thumb, and the things that they're willing to do, the things that they're willing to forgive in order to do that, and I think that is very fascinating, the way the film goes about it. But I would have liked to see the other side of the coin, and I think the film doesn't present that as clearly as it should, and I think that they could have done a better job with that. But overall, I mean, this film is just absolutely insane to watch. There's so many intense sequences, really doesn't shy away from the political commentary that it has, very relevant political commentary, honestly. I think, I don't know much about the town of Iran, but I do know that from what I've heard, I mean, this stuff like this is still very much happening today, and the way, like, prostitutes are constantly blamed for it, it's just absolutely disgusting to think about, but this movie really does a great job of just showcasing the brutality of this situation. I think this film is absolutely incredible. The cinematography, easily some of the best of the entire year. It is so visceral and cold and dark, and it's perfect for this film. The score, I think, is incredible here. I do think the movie could have been just a little bit longer. There's some things I would have liked to focus on, but the ending is legitimately perfect. The note the movie ends on makes it feel that much more poignant. It's like, oh my god, I didn't even realize this is what they were trying to say from the beginning, because the way that a character reacts to, the information about what's gone on, with Sahid and Hanei, and then the way that they end up reacting after, I was just so blown away by the way they decided to do that, because they really did such a great job into making you think something, and then the movie ends in just a completely unexpected direction. But if you watch it back, I mean, the movie really is setting that up all along. So yeah, I think this is just such a fantastic movie. I really wish more people were talking about this one. It's definitely not the easiest film to watch, because like I said, it can be very graphic at points. The movie does not shy away from all the things he is capable of doing to these women and all the things he has done to these women, but it's still a highly effective film that I really can't recommend enough. So yeah, A- for Holy Spider. It's definitely a film that I think a lot of people don't really know about, and it's unfortunate, because I think it really is something special, and I think especially if you give it a chance, it's one of the most eye-opening, effective, and intense films of last year for sure. Wendell and Wild was not as good as I was hoping, but I do still think this is a really good film. I mean, right off the bat, look, the animation here is just drop-dead gorgeous. It's exactly what you would expect from a film like this. I think whether it's the textures of the characters, the way that they look, the different sort of feels, the different sort of designs for each of them, I think is really well done, but also the world building in this movie is very strong, whether we're focusing on the real world or the world of the dead. I think both are just so well fleshed out. There's so many just incredible sequences in this movie in terms of animation. And if you want to talk about a film that really just makes a case for why stop motion is such a special kind of medium in terms of animation that we don't get to see enough of, I think this film really does such a great job with that. And also just getting to see Henry Selick directing another movie. I mean, that was the main reason I was excited for this film, him collabing with Michael Key and Jordan Peele. Endless possibilities, and he really does not disappoint. I think his directing is still very strong here. You can tell this is a film that he's wanted to make for a very long time. There's a lot on his mind, and he pours so much passion into this movie. He reminds you of the care he really puts into these films. There is a clear sense of emotion, and I think he just does such a great job when it comes to the directing of this film. I think the voice performances also are incredible here. Michael Key and Jordan Peele are so well cast as Wendell and Wild. I could literally just watch a whole movie just about these two and the banter between them. I mean, they are so good in this movie. They're so funny to watch, but they're also just so well cast, and I love what they end up doing here. But Lyric Ross as Kat definitely should not go unnoticed. I think she gives a really strong performance in this film. Kat is a character that has gone through a lot in her life, and she's kind of acting out because of it, and I think Ross does what she can to really ground this character, make her still a likable enough presence that you want to follow for the amount of time that we are. I think she does a great job. Angela Bassett also very good in this movie. All the performances, I think, are wonderful here. Sam Zaliah, I also want to shout out here. I think that, his performance is also very strong. So I think everyone does a really good job in terms of the cast here. The screenplay is where we get to some of the more mixed aspects of this film. This is a film that has a lot going on on its mind, and I think a lot of the ideas here work really well. A lot of this film is centered around the idea of grief. A lot of this film centers around Kat trying to resurrect her dead parents and seeing sort of like the void that they've kind of left behind and the effect that's had on her. I think all of that is very effective. I think that they do a really good job setting up this backstory in the beginning, giving you a reasoning why this is so important to her, and I think that part of the film is very effective for sure. And if that was the entire movie, I think it would be really strong, but there's a lot more this movie is trying to say besides just that. It also is trying to be this social commentary on the unjust, injustices in the prison system and how we need to kind of fight back against it and how unfair it is for so many people. The movie really wants to focus on that. There's this whole subplot involving this prison breakout of sorts, and it's very effective in the movie. I think there's a lot that it has to say, and that's a really big part of this film. But then there's another part of this movie involving taking down this very corrupt corporation, this guy who runs this business tycoon who seems like very Trump-esque, and I get what they're trying to do, but the problem is the movie is just trying to tackle a lot at once, and it just can feel a bit convoluted at points. I think they needed to find a way to kind of blend everything together, and while I do think the movie does an alright job with that, it does at points feel like we're watching like two different movies at once, especially when you cut back to Wendell and Wild. Their whole subplot in the movie has almost nothing to do with Kat whatsoever. They do have a reasoning for why they are helping her and what, the promise that they make to her, but they have a whole motivation of their own, and I just wish we got to flesh it out a bit more, because there's a really interesting direction they take them in the end of the film, and it just didn't feel that earned. It didn't feel all that well fleshed out to me, and I think had they had taken a little bit more time to flesh out their characters and flesh out their subplot, I think it would have been that much more effective. And that really is the biggest issue with this film. There's a lot of characters we're following here. There's a lot going on, and sometimes it can just feel a bit too much. There's this other character, Raoul, that we're following that is friends with Kat, and I like their interactions a lot in the film. I really enjoy their back and forth, and I think that, that's definitely some of the heart of the film for sure. But then there's also this group of girls that, seem to have maybe an integral role in the film, and we don't really get to see enough of them. Angela Bassett, I thought, was underused here. So yeah, I think overall this film is still very effective. The third act especially is really good in this film. The way everything comes together honestly did feel a lot more seamless than I thought it was going to, and I think they do a good job with that. And the movie is still very entertaining throughout. The comedy works really well. I think there's this great sense of horror. All of that does work. I just think they needed to find a little bit better of a way to kind of piece everything together so it doesn't feel quite as messy as it often does, because sometimes, especially in the second act, it definitely did take me out of the movie at points. But for what this is, I think it's still very effective. I think it has a lot of interesting things to say. I think it is, just immaculate in terms of animation. I think it has some really strong characters, really emotional moments, especially the ending I thought worked really well. And they did do a good job of tying the two stories together. I just wish it was a little bit tighter of a focus, and I think the movie would have been that much better overall. So B for Wendell and Wild. It's still very enjoyable, and it's great to see Henry Selick back, and if this is like his return, I'm very much here for it, and I really like what this movie's trying to say. I just wish that it was a little bit stronger in terms of the writing, and I think it really could have been a great film. It's still a really solid film, but I think it did have potential to be just a little bit better, and that is what is just a little bit frustrating about it. But for the most part, I still really did enjoy this a lot, and I do recommend checking this one out for sure, because I feel like it really went underseen, mainly because I don't think it got the reviews people were expecting, but it is definitely a really strong movie, and I do recommend checking it out. Especially if you're seeking for something really different in terms of animation. I mean, this film has a lot of ideas on its mind that I haven't seen a lot of animated films tackle before, and I think that alone is enough of a reason to check this one out. And the last movie that we are talking about after a very, very long video is the movie Run, Sweetheart, Run, which is a film I've been looking forward to for a very long time. I remember this was at Sundance, like, way before, like, I think it was literally, like, the year of COVID, like, the January that COVID happened. Everybody was talking about this movie and saying that, you know, this is a film everyone needs to see immediately and that Elle Balinska is going to be such a star, and I've been so intrigued to watch it since then. And then, unfortunately, because of, I think, just all the, you know, shit with all the release dates switching and things like that, they dumped it onto Amazon pretty much without any notice whatsoever, and it went completely underseen. I heard basically nobody talking about this movie, and it's really unfortunate because this film really is something special. I mean, you want to talk about a really original type of horror comedy, I mean, look no further than Run, Sweetheart, Run, which admittedly does start off pretty simple. You know, you have this woman who she ends up meeting this guy, Ethan, and they seem to be having like this, you know, really, you know, they seem to be having a really solid date and things like that, and then it goes in a completely different direction. She starts to realize, you know, what she's really dealing with, and the film just really kind of takes off from there. And I don't really want to get into too much of what this film is really about, but what I will say is that the directions they went in, some of them, while predictable, I thought worked really well in this film, and I thought it had this honestly really strong message. Without really getting too much, it really is kind of serving as an allegory for like women's voices and like Me Too movement and things like that, and it is very strong in doing so. Yes, it can be on the nose at points, but I think it is very effective in its social commentary, and I think that does end up working really well in this film. But also, the two central performances here are just incredible. Elle Balinska as an actress, I mean, look, I've seen her in like one other film prior to this, in Charlie's Angels, and I thought she was good in that movie. She was the only one in that film that I felt like had something going on in terms of a character, but I just felt that it was really underwritten, but I felt that she had legitimate screen presence. This film just really makes me upset the way that she had, you know, the way that she was misused in that movie, because she is incredible in this film. The character that we're following here of Sherry, I think is really well written in this film. You really find yourself, you know, latching onto her. You want her to get out of this situation. There are other things going on involving, you know, her son and trying to get back home, but also something going on in terms of her job. I mean, they do such a great job at developing her as a character. The arc that she undergoes, all of it is just so strong here, and she proves that she absolutely can lead a film like this, and I really want to see her tackle more horror films, because I think she really does have it in her. I think she is just gives such a fantastic performance here, and it just really sucks again that this film was so underseen, because I think this really is such a strong breakout performance. I would have loved to see her gain more work. I hope she still can. I don't know if she has anything in the pipeline currently, but I think that she is just such a star in this film, and I love what she ended up doing. But Palu Ozbak, oh my god, he is fantastic in this film. He is so incredibly chilling, but there also is something so endlessly charismatic about him. He's the kind of character that you are so that you just absolutely despise, but you also can't look away at the things that he's doing. I think he chews up all the scenery. He never gets too over the top with this character, and I just really loved what he ended up doing here. I think both of them just work so well together in this movie. The back and forth between them is just infectious to watch, and they do such a incredible job with that throughout this film. So I was very impressed by both of the actors here, but I also think Shayna Feste's directing is honestly really impressive here. This is a very hard film to pull off because it's trying to juggle a lot of different tones, and I think it does that really well. There is, you know, this film does go in some really, you know, some very frightening directions in terms of the horror, but there also is this sense of comedy that I think works really well here, and I think she's able to blend those two things really well together. The film also feels very stylish and things like that, and I just really like the style that she has in this movie. I know she's directed other films before, but this feels decidedly different from other things she's done. She's done a lot of like romantic dramas and things like that, and this is really challenging herself and telling a completely and really helming a completely different kind of project, and I think she really killed it here. I was very impressed by her directing in this film. I don't know what she has in store in the future, but I think she definitely does have a future for sure, and I was very impressed by what she ended up constructing here. I think the screenplay also is so good in this movie. It is one of those films where for a while you're not really sure what is happening, and it does take a while for those details to fully emerge, but I think the more we reveal about what's going on, the more interesting this story really does become, and I think they do such a great job with that. And I was just really blown away, honestly, by the screenplay. It is so incredibly kinetic in terms of the dialogue. I mean, just the back and forth between these characters is just as riveting as the film's most horrifying moments, and I think they do a really strong job with that. So yeah, there's a lot to really like about this film. The cinematography also is fantastic here. The film has such a specific style that just really end up working for me. I think there's a really good motif as well that I wasn't sure how it was going to work at first, but I thought it worked really well with what they were trying to do, and I really enjoyed the angle they end up tackling. Really, my only issues with this movie is once the film starts to lean more into the mythology of sorts of what's going down, it just started to feel a little bit rushed. The third act of this movie, I think they really just need to take a little bit more time in fleshing some elements out, because I really wanted to see more of what was happening. I wanted to see more of, kind of exploring what's really, why this is happening to Sherry and why she's involved with everything, and sort of like, what's really going on with Ethan's character. I would have liked to see more of that, and the film does dive into it. It just feels like they kind of rushed through some of it, and I think that the film would have honestly benefited that much more if they would have taken just a little bit more time to really get us to soak in everything that we learn, because once we understand what's happening, it makes perfect sense. It doesn't feel like it comes out of left field. It really connects well with everything. I just would have liked to take a little bit more time on fully establishing what's actually going on, and I think it would have been that much more effective. That being said, the climax of this film is awesome. The direction they go in was so good here. It was really funny, but it also just had this really great poignant message. Overall, I really like this one a lot. I really wish more people were talking about it. It's the kind of film where, like, you think you know where it's going to go, and then it goes into some crazy directions. There is Clark Gregg's character, especially, not at all what I expected in this film. The role that he played was very different, and I thought that he was really great here. I really wish I could say more, but it is one of those movies where I think you should go into knowing as little as possible, and I think that you really are just going to be blown away by the kind of story that unfolds here. Like I said, I think there's some elements that are just a tad underwritten, and I would have liked to dive deeper into some things overall. There is this other character that Cherry is... Oh yeah, the only other issue I have with this movie is that there is this other character that Cherry becomes entangled with, and he's sort of this love interest for her, and to me, it just felt a little bit contradictory and reductive to what this movie was really doing. I didn't really understand the point of him. I didn't really understand why he needed to be here, especially what they end up doing with him towards the end of the movie. I wasn't really all that fond of. I think he still could have been in the film. I think they just need to do something a little bit different with this character, because especially with the message the film is trying to say, it just kind of felt like this kind of went against that a little bit, and I just wasn't really that big on what they decided to do with that character. But other than that, I mean, this film is really well done. I think it's incredibly stylish. I think it has such great performances. Goes in some really wild directions that you're not expecting. It's just the kind of movie I really wish more people were talking about it, and I'm going to say it again. I've said it for quite a few movies. The fact this didn't get a theatrical release is just really disappointing, because I think this would have absolutely killed in theaters. I think this is absolutely the kind of movie that, like, people go into knowing very little, and they come out of it and they are just blown away by what it ends up being. So yeah, I really enjoyed this one one a lot. I really wish more people were talking about it. B+ for Run, Sweetheart, Run. It's not a perfect movie, and I think there are some things that could have dived a bit deeper into, but I think everything it does really well. It has such a specific style to it, such strong performances. Really just can't recommend this one enough. It's on Amazon Prime. Watch it now. Really hope this is the kind of film that more people just end up seeking out very soon, and maybe it can develop a cult following of sorts, because I really do think it is something special. Definitely one of the most overlooked films I've talked about in this entire video. And oh my god, we have finally made it to the end, and I will just say right now, to anyone who's watched this entire video, thank you so much. I did not expect this video to be nearly as long as it ended up being by the end, but honestly, I'm just really happy that I have stuck with this. We are very close to finally catching up on 2022, finally putting it behind us, and being able to talk about stuff that came out in 2023. I just have a couple more videos to do. I already alluded to before, I am going to be doing, one video basically talking about like the individual movies that I was going to review for September, October, and November and December that I just didn't get a chance to, but then I also still have to do the what I watch in November and December, and then it's just the worst of and the best of, and then we're pretty much done after that. So yeah, I'm very happy that I'm finally getting to this point where I can just, you know, say that I'm caught up, because it's something that I've been very annoyed by, but listen, I would not feel good if I didn't, so I'm happy that we are getting there. But with that said, thank you guys for watching this video. As always, comment down below, let me know what you thought of any of these movies that I talked about in this colossally long video. Like I said at the beginning of the video, please check the links down below, you know, for both SAG-AFTRA and for the WGA. They need all the support they can possibly get right now. This is such a important time in Hollywood, and it's the kind of thing that like we need to take action now. If you have any interest in the entertainment industry, if you have any, you know, if you have any sort of coverage out there, you absolutely need to be talking about this. This is the kind of thing that can't possibly go unnoticed, and so definitely check out all the links down below, the donation links, all that stuff. Very important for sure. But other than that, guys, that's it for this video. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll see you guys in my next video, and we'll see you guys for that. Okay, bye.